Sign Chapter 273 to Chapter 320. Wanjian School was one of the great overseas sections. Even if it had a shallow foundation and was ranked at the bottom among the many great overseas sects, it was still a great sect. Furthermore, the 10,000 Swords Taoist was a land immortal of swordsmanship who once dominated the overseas martial world for 500 years with unparalleled might. If not for the fact that no other land immortals emerged after the 10,000 Swords Taoist, Wanjian School would not be ranked at the bottom of the overseas martial world's great sections. After all, a land immortal would have a great impact on a great sect. Not only could land immortals live for thousands of years, the means they left behind would benefit generations to come. For example, Kenzu had coincidentally obtained the 10,000 Swords Taoist's legacy over 1,000 years ago, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds, eventually evolving his Yuan spirit and becoming invincible overseas for an era. Meanwhile, as Wanjian School's sect master kept issuing orders to make preparations for Kenzu's possession, the atmosphere in Wanjian School gradually became tense. Many Wanjian School disciples were at a loss as to what to do, unsure of what was going on. Have you heard? Several of Wanjian School's patriarchs who went to the battlefield have all fallen. A Wanjian School disciple lowered his voice. Several disciples who happened to pass by when the Wanjian School's patriarch's life flames were extinguished saw it with their own eyes. Moreover, the Wanjian School's sect master knew that Kenzu was about to fully awaken, which was why he did not suppress the news. That was because the Wanjian School's sect master believed that the fall of the patriarchs must have been caused by the other great sects working together. Even if he suppressed the news, those great sects would definitely spread the news anyway. If that was the case, why not go all the way and admit it openly? On the other hand, the Wanjian School's sect master believed that Kenzu was about to awaken. Even if there were twice as many patriarchs who had fallen, as long as Kenzu was still alive, the Wanjian School would still stand tall in the overseas martial world. When the news of the fall of several peak myth realm patriarchs spread in Wanjian School, all the Wanjian School disciples were in an uproar. What exactly is going on in the land of great struggle? First the disciples, then the elders, and then the ancestors. They all fell there. Could it be that the land of great struggle is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Some of the Wanjian School's disciples looked terrified and uneasy, inwardly rejoicing that they had not gone to the battlefield together. Although the fighting in the martial arts world overseas was fierce, as long as they were careful, no one would dare to offend them. However, the great battlefield was different. Only a short period of time had passed, yet the ancestors were already gone. It was simply inconceivable. Humph. Our sect's Kenzu is about to wake up. At that time, it will be the time for our Wanjian School to sweep across the sky and suppress the world. Another disciple sneered and said that the sword ancestor was about to be born. In fact, this was also deliberately arranged by the sect master of Wanjian School. The fall of several ancestors was definitely an unprecedented blow to Wanjian School. At this time, Wanjian School needed to revitalize the morale of the disciples. In the eyes of the sect master of Wanjian School, nothing could boost the morale of the disciples of Wanjian School more than Kenzu's awakening. Even though more than 1,000 years had passed, Kenzu's reputation was still spread among the disciples of Wanjian School. Not only Wanjian School, but many of the major sects overseas would not ignore Kenzu. A peak myth realm expert who had transformed into a primordial spirit was definitely one of the few powerhouses below the earth immortal. Kenzu has awakened? Is Kenzu still alive? Of course. Kenzu has transformed into a primordial spirit and got rid of the shackles of his physical body. Although he may not live forever, it is easy for him to live for 1 or 2,000 years. Countless disciples of Wanjian School were excited. Their hearts, which had been filled with fear and uneasiness because of the fall of several peak myth realm ancestors, were suddenly swept away. Our Wanjian School's ancestors have fallen in the battle. We have to take revenge. When Kenzu wakes up, we will go and beg Kenzu to take revenge. Yes, Kenzu will definitely be able to make the decision for us. All the disciples of Wanjian School were full of confidence. The fall of several peak myth realm ancestors was indeed shocking. However, every disciple of Wanjian School worshipped Kenzu. They believed that no matter how strong the person who did it was, as long as Kenzu made a move, everything would be turned into powder. With the passage of time, the news that Kenzu was about to be born spread out of Wanjian School and reached the ears of many upper sects and other itinerant cultivators. Just as many overseas martial artists were talking about it. Su Qin had quietly arrived at the overseas martial arts world. Above the ocean, Su Qin was stepping on a reed and was rushing towards the sea. Su Qin didn't know where Wanjian School was overseas or how to get there. However, Su Qin only needed to lock onto Li Wan's qi with the Eye of Truth and then move in this direction. This lightness skill created by Bodhidharma is quite interesting. It can achieve extreme speed without consuming a trace of true essence and divine sense. Su Qin thought to himself as he stood on the reeds. The lightness skill he was using at the moment was the lightness skill created by Patriarch Bodhidharma of Shaolin Temple. At first, Su Qin didn't think much of this lightness skill. After all, as long as he entered the myth realm, he could fly and travel in the air. How could the lightness skill be compared with the lightness skill? However, when Su Qin rushed overseas, he suddenly had an idea. He directly found a reed and crossed the endless sea. The result made Su Qin quite happy. The lightness skill, completely depended on Su Qin's realm, and it didn't consume any energy. Although for Su Qin, with the huge amount of true essence in his body, even if he kept flying in the air, the consumption could be recovered in an instant. However, consumption and no consumption were two completely different things. With the help of the endless power of water in the sea, it adds fuel to the fire. It seems that I have underestimated this lightness skill. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Not long after he entered the Shaolin Temple, he obtained this lightness skill from signing in at the scripture pavilion, but Su Qin had only used it a few times. The Shaolin Temple was deep in the mainland. Not to mention the sea, there were only a few rivers. In addition, before Su Qin entered the Venerable Arhat, the number of times he left the Shaolin Temple could be counted on one hand, so he didn't need this harsh lightness skill. I'm almost overseas. I can already feel that the qi of heaven and earth is gradually rising. Su Qin crossed dozens of hundreds of nautical miles with his hands behind his back. One island after another flashed in front of him in an instant. No wonder there are so many mythical warriors overseas, and even earth immortals can be born. In such an environment with abundant qi of heaven and earth, as long as the body is not born with defects, it is only a matter of time before one enters the 9th grade. Su Qin's expression was a little emotional. Even in the Empire of Tang, where the tide of vitality had begun to recover, only 3 or 4 out of 10 people had the chance to become a martial artist. As for the remaining 6 or 7, they still could not produce inner strength. How could it be as good as overseas where everyone could become a martial artist? It is said that the cultivation environment overseas is not even a remote corner compared to the heyday of the last tide of vitality recovery. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. We should be arriving at Wanjian School soon. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat as he kept track of Li Wan's qi through the Eye of Truth. Since the establishment of Wanjian School, there have only been 2 people who could threaten me. One is the 10,000 Swords Taoist from more than 4,000 years ago, an earth immortal of the Sword Tao. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. An earth immortal was already terrifying enough, and an earth immortal of the Sword Tao who was good at killing was even more unimaginably powerful. Be that as it may. In Su Qin's eyes, the 10,000 Swords Taoist was the least threatening. After more than 4,000 years, the 10,000 Swords Taoist would have died of old age no matter how capable he was, and was not a cause for concern. The second is Kenzu from more than 1900 years ago, who had evolved his primordial spirit and was known as Wanjian School's most talented student after the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Su Qin narrowed his eyes. Kenzu was certainly a peerless genius, but it was a pity that he could not break through the earth immortal bottleneck in the end. Logically speaking, most pinnacle myths could only slumber for 1,000 years at most, even if they used a self-sealing secret technique to hibernate. However, Kenzu had evolved his primordial spirit, and with the power of his primordial spirit, he could live for a little longer, almost 2,000 years. Moreover, Su Qin had heard that Wanjian School had taken Li Wan away when he slew the elders of the Wanjian School. It was so that Kenzu could awaken and find a physical body that could hold his primordial spirit. That was why Su Qin was certain that Kenzu was still lingering at death's door in the depths of Wanjian School. Now, it seems that the Devil Buddha's talent is peerless. He had just reached Venerable Arhat's tier, and yet he was able to create the great demonic will-split parasite, enduring for 900 years with the feeble divine will of a first-tier Arhat. Suqin was in awe. He had a feeling that if Arhat Pao had not seen things go wrong and did not hesitate to seal the Devil Buddha at all costs, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. Moreover, the entire continent would have fallen under the Devil Buddha's rule. Just as Suqin was deep in thought. One after another, the aura of martial artists gathered from all directions. These martial artists' auras were mixed. The weakest ones were only in the middle and upper realms, while the strongest ones had even stepped into the myth realm. What's going on? Suqin frowned slightly. His huge divine will swept in all directions. After a while, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Is this the time when Wanjian School is recruiting disciples? Suqin touched his chin. Through the coverage of his divine will just now, Suqin easily knew the purpose of this group of people gathering at Wanjian School. In fact, it was not only Wanjian School, but also the other great sects, in order to maintain fresh blood in the sect, would recruit disciples from all over the sea every once in a while. And this was also the golden age of the overseas martial arts world. After all, once one joined a great sect, not only would one be able to receive guidance in martial arts cultivation, but they would also be protected by the sect. There were countless benefits. Suddenly. At this moment. Suqin slowly raised his head and looked at the island that was hundreds of miles in size in front of him, as well as the 9 faintly discernible sword peaks in the depths of the island. He had arrived at Wanjian School. The island where Wanjian School was located was also known as the 10,000 Swords Island. It spanned hundreds of miles and could easily accommodate millions of living beings. It was rumored that the 10,000 Swords Island was originally a small island that spanned several miles, but the 10,000 Swords Taoist had used his profound powers to fill the sea and create land, turning the island into the vast 10,000 Swords Island that now spanned hundreds of miles and resembled a small continent. Aside from that, the 10,000 Swords Island was naturally filled with faintly discernible sword will. It was a trick left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, allowing any cultivator of the sword to gain enlightenment on the island with twice the result with half the effort. The 10,000 Swords Taoist is truly impressive. Suqin looked at the entire 10,000 Swords Island. Through the eye of truth, he could see that the island had seemingly turned into a divine sword that would cut through the heavens. What a pity. Su. Qin shook his head slightly as he leisurely stepped onto the island. Despite the 10,000 Swords Taoist's godly abilities, he ultimately could not overcome the limits of Shouyuan's lifespan. Compared to legends, earthly immortals had an exuberant physique and blood that not even a self-sealing secret technique could stop the loss of blood. Unless they obtained a rare treasure that could extend their lifespan, such as an immortal fruit like the peach of immortality, they would have a hard time living past 1,000 years. Suqin found that the island was actually quite lively after he set foot on it. One after another, martial artists from all over the overseas martial world gathered at the white jade square in front of the island. Soon after Suqin set foot on the island, a white-robed man asked with a smile, "Are you here to join Wanjian School as well, sir?" Beside the man in a white robe, there was also a young girl in her early 20s. At this moment, the young girl was looking at Suqin curiously. Suqin ignored the white-robed man as his profound divine will slowly spread and shrouded the entire 10,000 Swords Island. Although Suqin could ascertain that Li Wan was on the 10,000 Swords Island through the eye of truth, it could only observe his aura. As for confirming Li Wan's physical condition at this time, such as whether he was unconscious or injured, he needed to use his divine sense to do so. As the headquarters of the Wanjian School, the myriad Sword Island was protected by countless heaven and earth great arrays. Even though Suqin's divine sense was all-pervasive, it would still take some time for it to reach Li Wan's location. It was precisely because of this that Suqin did not immediately make a move. When the white-robed man saw that Suqin did not speak, he immediately apologized, "I was rash." Then, the white-robed man took the initiative to explain his reason and purpose for coming here. According to the white-robed man, his name was He Mingyan, and the young girl next to him was his sister, He Qingling. Both of them came from a sect called the Origin Transformation Sect. Unlike the Wanjian School, which was one of the top sects overseas, the Origin Transformation Sect was only a small sect. It had only been around for a few hundred years, and the strongest person that came out of it was only at the third heaven. This time, He Mingyan and He Qingling came to the Wanjian school mainly because He Mingyan noticed that his sister's talent in sword Dao was good. However, the Origin Transformation sect was not good at sword Dao. Therefore, He Qingling was sent to the 10,000 Swords Island and wanted her to enter the Wanjian school. Wanjian school was one of the top sects overseas in sword Dao. If He Qingling could really enter the school, she would definitely not waste her talent in sword Dao. It's a pity that my martial Dao foundation has already been established. Even if I really enter the Wanjian school, I can only be an outer disciple at most. I will never be able to touch the true inheritance of the Wanjian school. He Mingyan sighed softly. Although martial Dao was prosperous in the overseas martial Dao world, there were not many inheritances that could lead one to the land immortals. Only the top sects had such a foundation. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment. Wanjian school's martial Dao was indeed unique. However, in Su Qin's opinion, it was just SOSO. He casually threw a few martial Dao manuals in the East Palace for the family Su and the others to study. They were not inferior to the various martial Dao manuals in Wanjian school. He Mingyan was obviously a chatterbox. When he saw that Su Qin did not believe him, he immediately explained, once you become an inner disciple of Wanjian school, you can cultivate the divine sword technique. Once you cultivate the divine sword technique to completion, you can smoothly enter the sixth heaven mythical realm. He Mingyan's tone revealed a hint of envy. Even the strongest person in the Origin Transformation sect was only a third heaven mythical realm. He was far from the sixth heaven mythical realm. And if you become a core disciple of Wanjian school, you will have the opportunity to learn the 10,000 Swords mantra. The 10,000 Swords mantra is the fundamental mantra of Wanjian school. It can't be taught to non-core disciples. It is said that it was left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist. He Mingyan suddenly lowered his voice and said softly, also, as far as I know, Wanjian school's recruitment this time is different from previous years. Brother, what's the difference? Before Su Qin could say anything, He Mingyan's sister, He Qingling, asked curiously. I only heard about this, but it should be true, He Mingyan said softly. I'm afraid that the Kanzu of Wanjian school is about to wake up. That's the Kanzu from more than 1,000 years ago. He Mingyan couldn't hide the awe on his face. If you enter Wanjian school at this time and are valued by Kanzu, wouldn't you soar to the sky in the future? At Kanzu's level, even if it was just a little benefit, it would be enough to benefit an ordinary mythical warrior for life. Not to mention, Kanzu's position in Wanjian school was second only to the 10,000 Swords Taoist. If Kanzu valued someone, the entire Wanjian school would definitely teach that person everything. Is Kanzu powerful? He Qingling seemed to understand. She was still young, and it was her first time leaving the Origin Transformation sect. Naturally, she didn't know about Kanzu's reputation. It's more than powerful. He Mingyan's eyes widened. More than 1,000 years ago, Kanzu was once a powerful force overseas. Even a top sect like Daoi sect didn't dare to provoke them. Don't you think it's powerful? So it's that powerful. The girl, He Qingling, nodded. She might not have heard of Kanzu, and she didn't know about Kanzu's reputation. However, when Daoi sect was mentioned, the girl immediately understood Kanzu's position. Daoi sect had been passed down since the Vitality Recovery era. Even the land immortals who ruled over everything couldn't destroy Daoi sect. How powerful was that? No matter how ignorant the girl, He Qingling, was, she had heard of Daoi sect. Although Daoi sect didn't want to provoke Kanzu, it didn't mean that they couldn't deal with Kanzu. However, it also meant that Daoi sect had to pay a price if they wanted to kill Kanzu. Brother, why did Kanzu wake up now? The girl, He Qingling, couldn't help but ask. When He Mingyan heard this, his expression sank. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice again, and quickly said, I heard that a few ancestors of Wanjian school went to the battlefield and died. After He Mingyan finished speaking, there was still a trace of fear on his face. The 10,000 Swords sect was a major sect, and the sect's patriarch was at least a pinnacle legend. Now that several of them had fallen, if the sword ancestor continued to sleep, the entire 10,000 Swords sect would be in turmoil. I don't know which powerful powerhouse killed a few ancestors of Wanjian school. He Mingyan shook his head and exclaimed. One had to know that the other party didn't just kill a few ancestors of Wanjian school. He also stepped on Wanjian school. It was equivalent to declaring war on a high sect like Wanjian school that had been passed down for 4,000 to 5,000 years. Not many people had such courage in the martial arts world overseas for thousands of years. That's right. Your Excellency, did you come to Wanjian Island this time to join the school? He Mingyan sighed for a while, then thought of something. He looked at Su Qin and asked tentatively. The reason why he looked for Su Qin for a chat was not purely to chat. Among all the people in the White Jade Square, Su Qin gave him the strangest feeling. He Mingyan couldn't even feel a trace of aura from Su Qin. It was as if he was an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. But how was this possible? Could an ordinary person cross the sea and come to Wanjian Island? Join Wanjian school? Su Qin smiled slightly and didn't say anything. How could a mere Wanjian school be worthy of him joining? Su Qin came this time to prepare to destroy Wanjian school, a high sect that had been passed down for 4,000 years. If He Mingyan knew Su Qin's purpose, he would probably kneel down on the spot. Just as He Mingyan was about to continue speaking, a few figures suddenly appeared in the depths of Wanjian school. These figures stepped on long swords and flew toward the White Jade Square at high speed, as if they were the sword immortals of legends. The elders of Wanjian school are here. Many martial artists who had been waiting in the White Jade Square for a long time were excited. They bowed deeply to the elders of Wanjian school who were stepping on long swords and said loudly, "Greetings, elders." Even He Mingyan and He Qingling, the two siblings, also bowed respectfully and followed the others' voices and shouted. For a moment, everyone in the White Jade Square bowed their heads. Su Qin was still standing among the crowd. He didn't move at all and suddenly became very conspicuous. The elders of Wanjian school frowned. In their opinion, Wanjian school allowed Su Qin and the others to step on Wanjian Island. It was already a great kindness. However, Su Qin didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, he just stood there without any respect. It was ridiculous. As the gazes of the 10,000 sword sect's elders fell upon Su Qin, the martial practitioners on the White Jade Plaza immediately realized what had happened. Still, most of the martial artists were gloating over Su Qin's misfortune. Since they were all here, they were in a competitive relationship to begin with. Now that Su Qin had offended an elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, it could be said that it was impossible for him to enter the 10,000 Swords sect. Now that they had one less competitor, they couldn't be happier. However, He Mingyan and He Qingling, who were the closest to Su Qin, turned pale. He Mingyan wanted to remind Su Qin. However, under the gaze of the elders of Wanjian school, He Mingyan only felt that his qi and blood were suppressed. Even his heartbeat gradually slowed down. He didn't dare to say anything. Who are you? Do you know the rules of Wanjian school? An elder of Wanjian school looked at Su Qin with a trace of coldness on his face. This elder of Wanjian school had made up his mind to expel Su Qin from Wanjian Island later to show the dignity of Wanjian school. However, at this moment, I finally found him. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He shrouded the area with his divine thought and finally confirmed the location of Li Wan. Then, Su Qin raised his head and glanced at the elders of Wanjian school. He said casually, "I'm not here to enter Wanjian school. I'm here to find someone." As soon as he said this, everyone on the scene was slightly stunned. They never would have thought that Su Qin had not come here to join the 10,000 Swords sect, but to look for someone? Even the elders of Wanjian school frowned. Who the hell are you? Who are you looking for in Wanjian school? Su Qin shook his head slightly and didn't answer. Just as the elders of the 10,000 Swords sect were getting impatient, Su Qin suddenly took a step forward and shouted toward the 9 sword peaks in the depths of Wanjian Island. "Kenzu, get out here." When he uttered the first word sword, it was still normal, but when he uttered the second word Kenzu, his tone suddenly rose. When he uttered the fifth word the sound waves were rolling. Even the elders of Wanjian school felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. When he uttered the last word come, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, as if thunder exploded in their ears. You? The elders of Wanjian school were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They looked at Su Qin as if they had seen a ghost. Deep within the 10,000 Swords Island, 9,000-foot sword peak stood erect there. It was said that the 10,000 Swords Daoist had left them behind over 4,000 years ago, and that they were connected to the entire 10,000 Swords Island. The sword chi that permeated the island originated from those 9 sword peaks. It was said that the 10,000 Swords Daoist had hidden part of his legacy within those 9 sword peaks before he left Wanjian school in his later years, and anyone who could comprehend it would become a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Daoist. It was a pity that Kenzu was the only one who had touched the legacy within the 9 sword peaks in the last 5,000 years, rising to the heavens and becoming known as Kenzu. Meanwhile, at the center of the 9 sword peaks and several miles underground, there was a dark dungeon. The dungeon was divided into 12 floors, with mysterious black patterns appearing in every corner. Vaguely, a frightening suppressive force permeated every inch of space. Apart from that, 12 pitch-black longswords were holding down each floor of the dungeon. There were 9 people in those 12 floors of dungeon. There were both men and women, but without exception, all of them had disheveled hair and a withered aura. The only exception was the lowest floor of the dungeon, where a young girl who exuded an air of nobility was frowning as she sat there, fiddling with the dungeon as if trying to escape. That young girl was Li Wan. She had been thrown here after being captured by Wanjian school. Perhaps because she was about to be possessed by Kenzu, the people of Wanjian school did not dare to do anything to Li Wan. Aside from the lack of freedom, Wanjian school did its best to fulfill all of Li Wan's requests. Don't bother, little girl. This is the black abyss built by Wanjian school. There's no way you can escape. Just as Li Wan kept looking around the dungeon, an old voice could be heard nearby. Li Wan raised her head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard speaking in the dungeon above. Senior. I have to leave, Li Wan said seriously. After disappearing for so many days, Li Wan didn't even need to think to know that the Emperor of Tang and the others were probably looking for him all over the world. I have to leave? The white-haired old man grinned. If one were to look closely, they would discover that there were 2 black chains running through the shoulders of this white-haired old man. Misty and complicated patterns were continuously spreading along the black chains into the old man's body, suppressing his vitality. Since I've already been locked in here, I won't have the chance to leave until I die of old age. Why must I leave? Although the white-haired old man was smiling as he spoke, there was a trace of bone-deep despair in his tone. Hee, old thing, don't talk so much. Which one of us didn't look for a way out like this little girl when we were first locked in? Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Li Wan raised her head and continued to look. She saw an old woman 1 floor above her speaking with difficulty. If Li Wan's dungeon was on the bottom 12 floors, then the white-haired old man was on the 11th floor, and the old woman was on the 10th floor. That's right. The white-haired old man smiled and said no more. Even if I can't escape, third uncle will save me. Li Wan was silent for a while and said in a low voice. Save you? Perhaps the white-haired old man had been locked up for too long. He actually explained to Li Wan, I don't know who your third uncle is. But this dungeon is a place where Wanjian school detains very important enemies. The white-haired old man sneered as he said this. If he didn't have a big secret that Wanjian school desperately wanted to know, he would have been dead long ago. How could he still be alive now? In fact, the 8 people locked up in the Black Abyss were all like this. If they didn't have some kind of irreplaceable value, how could Wanjian school still keep them? The entire dungeon is made of North Sea dark iron, which innately suppresses true essence and divine sense. If an ordinary legend stays here, even if they do nothing, their strength will be suppressed. It's good enough to maintain 50% of their combat power. The old man with white hair and beard continued to speak slowly. North Sea dark iron. Li Wan's face was thoughtful. Although he didn't know what North Sea dark iron was, he did feel that his internal force was suppressed since he was locked in this dungeon. In addition to the North Sea dark iron, there are at least dozens of heaven and earth grade arrays on the entire dungeon. Each heaven and earth grade array is full of extreme suppression power. If you dare to walk out of the floor you belong to, all the heaven and earth great arrays will be activated in an instant, and the consequences, tsk. The white-haired Lao Dao warrior shook his head. Even if you are really lucky and escape from the dungeon, escape the suppression of North Sea Dark Iron and Heaven and Earth Great Array. But outside of the dungeon. At that, the white-haired old man looked up at the sky. Outside of the dungeon are the 9,000-foot sword peaks of Wanjian School. These 9 sword peaks were personally left by the 10,000 swords Taoist, faintly forming a great array that suppresses everything. The white-haired old man leaned back slightly. Who could escape a heaven and earth great array left behind by a terrestrial immortal? Who could stop it? The white-haired old man finished, speaking unhurriedly, and looked at Li Wan again. Little girl, now tell me, can that third uncle of yours still save you? The white-haired old man knew very well what Li Wan was thinking. When they were first locked in here, their thoughts were more or less the same as Li Wan's. Li Wan said nothing. Now, she was no longer the princess of the Empire of Tang who had just stepped onto the path of martial arts and didn't know anything. Although Li Wan didn't understand much of what the white-haired old man had just said, it was clear that the old man was very certain that no one could save her. Little girl, I'm telling you. Unless it's a true immortal, no one could. The white-haired old man was about to speak. Suddenly. That was when a thunderous boom resounded through the prison like a thunderclap. It traveled 100 li and passed through the mountains to echo through the prison. In an instant, everyone in the dungeon clearly heard this voice. However, before anyone could react, a voice rang out. Get the hell out here. 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 The voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. It didn't weaken at all even if it traveled hundreds of miles, and instead became even more deafening and mighty as it echoed endlessly. That's. The white-haired old man who had been making a solemn vow was left gaping, just as the others in the dungeon abruptly opened their eyes, dumbfounded. Who could that person be? The old woman on the 10th floor of the dungeon was in disbelief, almost thinking that she was hallucinating. How could they have imagined that there would be a day when someone would actually ask Kenzu to get out here? Who was Kenzu? He was the most powerful person in Wanjian School after the 10,000 Swords Taoist, and had even comprehended the secrets of the 9 sword peaks and was the 10,000 Swords Taoist's disciple. Who in the entire overseas would dare to ask such a person to get out here? While the others in the dungeon were trembling in fear, the white-haired old man on the 11th floor noticed the change in Li Wan's expression. Little girl, do you recognize that voice? The white-haired old man couldn't help asking. That voice. Li Wan confirmed it several times, before carefully saying, it sounds like my third uncle. At those words, everyone was left dumbstruck, unable to react for a long time. Meanwhile, on the white jade square at the entrance of the Thousand Swords Island, when Su Qin shouted Kenzu to get out here, the entire Thousand Swords Island was in an uproar. The perception of a myth warrior was extremely sharp. Almost at the same time, countless figures rushed down from the 9 sword peaks in the depths of the Thousand Swords Island. He Mingyan's body was still bent, and he looked up at Su Qin in shock. At this moment, although Su Qin was still standing there, he no longer restrained his aura. The terrifying aura spread wildly, almost standing side by side with the 9 sword peaks. You, who the hell are you? Several of the Wanjian School's elders who were recruiting disciples were even more frightened. Their expressions were horrified, and their legs were trembling. They directly knelt on the ground with a plop. And at this moment, the Wanjian School sect master and many elders, and even several old ancestors who were in deep sleep, were all alarmed and rushed to the White Jade Square. In less than a moment, these people came to the White Jade Square and stared at Su Qin as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Although Su Qin did not show any strength from beginning to end, and only shouted that sentence, no one on the scene dared to underestimate Su Qin. The Thousand Swords Island was covered with heaven and earth great arrays, but Su Qin's voice passed through countless heaven and earth great arrays. Even the 9 sword peaks could not stop him. How could he be an ordinary person? Your Excellency humiliated us like this. Do you really think that there is no one in our Wanjian School? The Wanjian School sect master stared at Su Qin and said in a deep voice. In fact, what Su Qin did was more than just humiliate them. He simply crushed Wanjian School under his feet. In front of countless disciples of Wanjian School, he openly asked Kanzu to get out. He had already made an irreconcilable enemy of Wanjian School. If it weren't for Su Qin's roar that made the Wanjian School sect master feel surprised, countless disciples of Wanjian School would have surrounded and killed Su Qin by now. Humiliate? Su Qin chuckled. When the Wanjian School sect master saw Su Qin's expression, his thoughts quickly changed. The top legends in the overseas martial arts world in the past 2,000 years kept flashing through his mind. But in the end, the Wanjian School sect master gained nothing, because he found that Su Qin seemed to have never appeared in the overseas martial arts world at all. Your Excellency, what do you want to do? The Wanjian School sect master suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word. I don't need you to do it. Su Qin shook his head slightly. He had already locked onto Li Wan's specific location with his divine thoughts. Now he only needed to sweep through Wanjian School and bring Li Wan out. I'll do it myself. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, he took a step forward, raised his right hand, and slammed it down toward the Wanjian School sect master and the others. Rumble. The terrifying chi of heaven and earth kept vibrating and converging into a giant palm that quickly pressed down on the entire Wanjian island. How dare you? Before the Wanjian School sect master could speak, several ancestors who had already woken up and were hiding in the dark flew into a rage. Their minds merged with the layers of killing formations on the Wanjian island to block the giant palm that covered the sky. Rumble. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, layers of killing formations rose into the sky, constantly evolving, merging, and flashing, blocking the giant palm. However, as soon as the two came into contact, the killing formations began to vibrate and finally collapsed under the suppression of the giant palm. This is. The expressions of the several ancestors of Wanjian School who tried to block the attack changed drastically. P.S. Looking for monthly votes. There is one more chapter. I suggest you read it at noon tomorrow. On the Myriad Sword Island. On the White Jade Square. Several patriarchs of Wanjian School, who had just woken up from a deep sleep, were shocked. Although the killing formation they had used just now was only at the edge of the Myriad Sword Island and was far inferior to the core killing formation, it was more than enough to block an ordinary peak myth. Although Su Qin was powerful, he could not ignore these killing formations. This man is very strong. A patriarch on the right shouted in a low voice. His mind continued to merge with the countless heaven and earth formations on the Myriad Sword Island, madly using the power of the heaven and earth formation to wear down the giant palm. In the end, under the collision of the endless power of the heaven and earth formation, the giant palm that Su Qin casually slapped down finally dissipated. The master of Wanjian School and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If they had continued to let the giant palm hit them, they did not know if the patriarchs could survive, but a myth of the sixth heaven like him would definitely die. Disciples of Wanjian School, listen to my order. The patriarch on the right looked solemn, and his voice spread to the ears of all the disciples of Wanjian School nearby. Set up the Myriad Sword formation. Yes. Countless disciples of Wanjian School suddenly came to their senses. Su Qin had caused too much of a commotion just now. His shout spread throughout the entire Myriad Sword Island, and many disciples of Wanjian School naturally rushed over early. Rumble. Countless disciples of Wanjian School stepped on the Big Dipper and stood in different positions. They vaguely drew the power of the formation on the entire Myriad Sword Island, forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped Su Qin. In an instant, Su Qin felt the world around him change. To his surprise, he discovered that he had left the Myriad Sword Island and arrived in a vast void. Around him, there were 10,000 divine swords surrounding him. The terrifying sharpness of these swords seemed to pierce through the void. The Myriad Sword formation was left by Master Kanzu Wan. It can mobilize the infinite power of heaven and earth on the entire Myriad Sword Island. This man has fallen into this formation and probably won't be able to come out for a while. When the Wanjian School master saw this scene, he finally felt relieved. Although the 1,000 Swords to Ruin formation was not the most powerful killing formation in Wanjian School, it was definitely the most complicated formation in Wanjian School. It included thousands of formations such as maze formation, seal formation, killing formation, and so on. Those who fell into it, even if they were pinnacle myths, would have their 5 skandhas bewildered and would be extremely difficult to deal with. 3,000 years ago, the shaman king of witchcraft barged into my Wanjian school and was trapped by the 10,000 swords to ruin formation for a while, let alone others. A smile appeared on a Wanjian school elder's face. Witchcraft was also a powerful overseas sect. However, witchcraft had a much longer history than Wanjian school. It was a terrifying sect that had been passed down since the last Vitality Tide era. As for the Witch King, he was an earth immortal who came out of witchcraft. When the Witch King attained the Tao, he traveled overseas and visited most of the major sects, including Wanjian school. Just as many people in Wanjian school were whispering to each other. Inside the 1,000 swords to ruin formation, Su Qin's expression was still calm, as if the 1,000 swords to ruin formation in front of him was like a thin piece of paper that would shatter at the slightest touch. In fact, for Su Qin, under the observation of the Eye of Truth, most of the heaven and earth formations in the world were no secret to him. Even the heaven and earth formation set up by a pinnacle earth immortal like Lord Donghai could be broken by Su Qin, let alone the formation in front of him. Why aren't you making a move? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to wait for Kanzu to make a move, but now it seemed that Kanzu had no intention of making a move. Otherwise, he would have appeared when Su Qin slapped his palm. In that case, I'll kill you until you make a move. There was an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of Su Qin's pupils. In an instant, the vast void in front of him peeled off layer by layer, and he returned to the 1,000 Swords Island again. However, although Su Qin got rid of the illusory formation, the 1,000 Swords to ruin formation was not just an illusory formation. The pressure that permeated every inch of the air was still there. Break! Su Qin's eyes were calm. He raised his right hand and grabbed at a certain spot. Suddenly, dozens of divine swords held by Wanjian school's disciples collapsed, and these Wanjian school's disciples vomited blood and flew backward. This was because Su Qin's power was only directed at the 1,000 swords to ruin formation. Otherwise, these Wanjian school's disciples would not only vomit blood, but also be completely turned into powder and dissipated from the world. However, even if Su Qin held back, these Wanjian school's disciples who flew backward had completely lost their combat power and were lying unconscious on the ground. Rumble. The rest of the 10,000 divine swords surrounding Su Qin continued to approach, replenishing the dozens of divine swords that had just been lost. For a moment, the pressure in the formation soared again. Interesting. Su Qin raised his right hand again and directly covered thousands of divine swords. Clatter. Thousands of divine thoughts collapsed, and the entire 1,000 swords to ruin formation suddenly began to shake. The Wanjian school sect master and several patriarchs outside saw this scene and felt their scalps tingle. Change the formation, and other disciples to replenish it. The patriarch of Wanjian school roared loudly. Once Su Qin escaped from the 1,000 swords to ruin formation, they were not confident that they could continue to set up a new 1,000 swords to ruin formation. For a moment, countless Wanjian school's disciples braced themselves to replenish the consumption of the 1,000 swords to ruin formation. Unfortunately, almost every moment, a large number of Wanjian school's disciples were sent flying backward. In just a moment, the entire 1,000 swords to ruin formation was shaking, as if a primitive divine beast was trapped inside. This is too terrifying. The martial artists who originally wanted to enter Wanjian school on the White Jade Square were stunned and trembling as they looked at the scene in front of them. They were not far from Su Qin, and naturally, they were also enveloped by the 1,000 swords to ruin formation. However, before they could react, they saw that Su Qin was like a god of creation. His every move shook the void, and the tens of thousands of divine swords that were guarding the area quickly dissipated like dust. Just now, I just went up to befriend him. He Mingyan swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a real immortal god. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day, he would be able to speak with someone like Su Qin, who had single-handedly fought against the Wanjian house. All disciples, set up the formation. Those who disobey will be expelled from Wanjian school. The great ancestor of Wanjian school looked extremely ugly and still quickly ordered. The Thousand Swords to Ruin formation could draw the power of the formation on the entire Thousand Swords Island. In terms of energy intensity, it was comparable to dozens of peak myths. If even the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation could not withstand it, then these great ancestors who had just woken up and were still a little weak in chi and blood would not be able to withstand it. The sect master of Wanjian school next to him saw the disciples of Wanjian school flying backward and his eyes turned red. These disciples were the fresh blood of Wanjian school and symbolized the future of Wanjian school. Now, they were flying backward like stones, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. It was simply breaking the foundation of Wanjian school. Perhaps it could not be seen in a short period of time. With these level 5 and level 6 myths and the great ancestors, even if some disciples were missing, it was not a big deal at all. But what about hundreds or thousands of years later? What about when their generation died of old age? If there were no myths of the same level to take over Wanjian school, the outcome would be unimaginable. Troublesome. Sensing that countless disciples of Wanjian school were rushing forward one after another, even Su Qin was a little impatient. After all, the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation gathered the power of the entire Thousand Swords Island. Even Su Qin's strength was affected when he was trapped here. At least, his killing move, which could sink an island with one blow, was infinitely weakened. Of course. With Su Qin's strength, if he was given time, he could indeed kill all the disciples of Wanjian school, but it would take at least half an hour. How could Su Qin waste time on these disciples of Wanjian school? Thinking of this, Su Qin stopped directly. He looked up at the sky as if he was sensing something. What is he going to do? When the sect master of Wanjian school and the great ancestors saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, their hearts tightened again. Su Qin's every move just now almost overturned the entire Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. Why did he suddenly stop? However, before the people of Wanjian school could react, they heard a low and powerful voice echoing in their ears. Call the wind. As soon as the voice died away, the void suddenly froze. Thousands of miles above the sky, there was a roaring gust of wind. The wind was black and boundless. As it swept across, it immediately turned into 9 black dragons. As soon as the 9 huge black dragons were condensed, they roared to the sky together. The sound waves rolled as if they came from the 9th heaven. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the 9 huge black dragons swooped down toward the Thousand Swords Island. Buzz. It was as if a world-ending wind was blowing. Wherever the black wind passed, all living things would wither away. The Myriad Sword Sect's grand formation flickered wildly, and the entire Myriad Sword Island began to shake. Strands of power began to gather as they did their best to resist the black wind. At this moment, on the White Jade Square, the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation formed by countless disciples of Wanjian school had been quickly shattered by the black wind. Countless disciples of Wanjian school lost their vitality and turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. This. The Grand Elder of Wanjian school was dumbstruck, his heart sinking to the bottom. Su Qin had only uttered the 2 words "call the wind," and it had broken the Myriad Swords to Ruin array. Even the entire Myriad Swords Island had activated their formations to resist the black wind. Clearly, the power of the black wind had reached a level where it could destroy the entire Myriad Swords Island. Otherwise, it would not have caused so many formations to shake. Retreat, all of you, retreat to the Sword Peaks. The Wanjian school sect master bellowed, holding back his heartache. At that very moment, no matter how reluctant the Wanjian school sect master was, he realized that Su Qin was not someone they could stop. Their only chance of survival was to retreat to the depths of the Thousand Swords Island, where the 9 sword peaks were. The 9 sword peaks were left behind by the 10,000 swords Daoist 4,000 years ago. Even if the power contained within had been lost over the millennia, it was not to be underestimated. At the very least, it was their only hope of stopping Su Qin. Do you think you can escape from me? Su Qin chuckled, and the endless black wind continued to wrap around his body. Even if the godly call the wind could not extinguish the vital fire of a pinnacle mythic, ordinary mythic martial artists would not be able to withstand the blow of call the wind. Just as Su Qin was about to continue using Call the Wind to slaughter the Wanjian school disciples, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the Thousand Swords Island, where the 9 sword peaks were. Enough. All of a sudden, the profound power of the primordial spirit almost engulfed the entire Thousand Swords Island, and the black wind that had been blowing without restraint slowly dissipated. Suppressed by the omnipresent power of the primordial spirit, it gradually faded into nothingness. Thud. 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 A figure slowly walked out from the 9 sword peaks. You're finally out, Kenzu. Su Qin looked up, his face showing that he had already expected this. Kenzu. The schoolmaster of Wanjian School and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They bowed deeply to the figure that was slowly walking out of the 9,000-foot sword peaks and said loudly, "Greetings, Kenzu." Su Qin was so powerful that it almost repeated the scene of the Earth Immortal from witchcraft breaking into the Myriad Sword Island 3,000 years ago. One could imagine the fear in the hearts of the people from Wanjian School. However, when Kenzu appeared, the schoolmaster of Wanjian School and the several patriarchs seemed to have found their backbone. Their panicked minds immediately calmed down. Kenzu? Is that Kenzu? On the White Jade Square, many martial artists who were originally trembling suddenly became spirited and looked in the direction of the 9,000-foot sword peaks at the figure that was slowly walking out. Kenzu had a thin face and wore a loose white robe with fluttering sleeves. He did not have the aura of a martial artist at all. Instead, he looked more like an immortal. You're finally willing to come out? Su Qin did not take it seriously. He looked at Kenzu with interest. Is this the primordial spirit? In the eyes of the others present, Kenzu was a thin old man wearing a loose white robe. However, Su Qin could clearly sense that Kenzu did not have the slightest power of qi and blood in his physical body. What he displayed in front of everyone was just a primordial spirit body that had been condensed to the extreme by the power of his primordial spirit. Divine sense was already enough to interfere with reality, let alone a primordial spirit that was countless times more condensed than divine sense. Shoyuan's time is up. My physical body will die of old age. I'm not as vigorous as fellow Taoist. Kenzu sighed. Even an earth immortal will die of old age one day, let alone me. Kenzu then changed the topic and looked at Su Qin. Fellow Taoist, your aura has reached perfection. You're only one step away from transforming your primordial spirit, right? Why did you break into my Wanjian school and kill my disciples? With every word Kenzu said, the power of essence spirit surged over like an ocean, carrying a hint of doubt and confusion. For someone like Su Qin, who was only one step away from transforming his primordial spirit, why didn't he go into seclusion as soon as possible to transform his primordial spirit and attempt to take that step? Why did he barge into the Wanjian school? Some time ago, you took away a girl named Li Wan from Wanjian school. She is my junior and has the body of the sword heart. Su Qin looked calmly at Kenzu and said indifferently. You're willing to offend Wanjian school for a mere junior? A look of disbelief flashed across Kenzu's face, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. For people like them, who stood at the top of the world, apart from their own cultivation and higher realms, they had almost reached the level of indifference. They didn't care about the life and death of a living creature at all. For example, Kenzu. As long as the Wanjian school continued to pass on its legacy, even if thousands of ordinary disciples died or were injured, he wouldn't blink an eye. Although the body of the sword heart was rare, there were countless living creatures overseas. In addition, there were hundreds of remote continents around the sea like the land of war. There would always be a few. At most, it would take some time to find them. Although the body of the sword heart was beneficial in cultivation, it was only before the myth realm. Once one stepped into the myth realm, the gap between the body of the sword heart and other myth realm martial artists would be very small. After all, any martial artist who could enter the myth realm was not a mediocre person, even if they were not amazing. For a mere junior with the body of the sword heart, Su Qin did not hesitate to attack the 10,000 Sword Island and fight to the death with the Wanjian school. It was simply unbelievable. I'm different from you. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said softly. Whether it was the Kenzu in front of him or the other ancestors, they had lived for at least hundreds or thousands of years. Even if they had some descendants, they were many generations away. In addition, they slept all year round and had indifferent emotions. Naturally, they had no feelings. So, it was you who killed the few peak myths of my Wanjian school who went to the land of war? Kenzu narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word. They. Su Qin's voice was flat, and there was a trace of regret in the end. Too weak. How dare you? Kenzu's eyes quickly turned cold as he stared at Su Qin. Your Excellency not only killed the peak myths of my Wanjian school, but also broke into my 10,000 sword island. Do you really think there's no one in my Wanjian school? After saying that, Kenzu stretched out his right hand and slashed at Su Qin from afar. Rip! A terrifying sword light burst forth, as if a peerless divine sword had slashed down from the ninth heaven. The long swords of all the Wanjian school disciples suddenly vibrated, as if they had sensed the King of Swords. The sword light was sharp and crossed 1,000 meters in an instant, as if to cut Su Qin in two. Ling Yuan Sword Will. One of the top 10 sword wills of Wanjian school. Previously, when Su Qin killed the ancestors of Wanjian school, one of them also used this Ling Yuan sword will. But compared to the Ling Yuan sword will slashed out by Kenzu at this moment, it was as weak as a breeze. Although Kenzu was only in the form of a primordial spirit at this moment, without a physical body or true essence, the power of the primordial spirit was a kind of energy that transcended beyond. The Ling Yuan sword will slashed out with the power of the primordial spirit was enough to easily break a domain and cut off the body of a peak myth. You dare to break into Wanjian school without even transforming your primordial spirit. Today, I'll let you know the power of the primordial spirit. Kenzu's body was filled with the surging power of the primordial spirit, and he looked coldly at Su Qin. Too weak. Su Qin's expression did not change, and he still stood where he was. Rumble. The next moment, Su Qin's body surged like rivers colliding. The terrifying power of qi and blood soared into the sky and turned into a vast ocean, covering Kenzu. This? Kenzu's expression froze. He only felt that the power of his primordial spirit began to slowly melt under the impact of the ocean like qi and blood. Impossible. Such majestic qi and blood. How can you have such a powerful physical body? Kenzu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, in Kenzu's eyes, Su Qin seemed to have transformed into a furnace, releasing terrifying power of qi and blood every moment. Boom! Kenzu's Ling Yuan sword will began to collapse under the constant impact of the qi and blood and turned into nothingness. Su Qin only relied on the protection of his qi and blood to block Kenzu's sword will. This was the terrifying part of the Dharma body. Su Qin's current physical body was only half a Dharma body, but he was still half a step into the Dharma body level. His qi and blood were vast and mighty, and could almost crush all the peak legends in the world who had not transformed their primordial spirit. If Su Qin's physical body improved further and completely stepped into the Dharma body level, his physical body alone would be enough to crush all the legends below the earth immortal level. A pure primordial spirit body like the sword ancestor only needed to stretch out his qi and blood in front of a real Dharma body to be completely washed away, leaving nothing behind. After a peak legend transformed their primordial spirit, they could certainly get rid of the limitations of their physical body. Even if they abandoned their physical body, they could still maintain most of their combat strength. However, without the nourishment of their physical body, there would still be a lot of hidden dangers. This was also the reason why Kenzu was preparing to take over a sword heart body. Only with a corresponding physical body could Kenzu exert his strongest combat strength. Unfortunately, before Kenzu could begin to take over the body, Su Qin came knocking on his door. In the face of this situation, Kenzu had to come forward to stop him. Otherwise, the entire Myriad Sword Island would probably be overturned by Su Qin. Good. Kenzu's expression was cold, and his eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that Su Qin's strength was not inferior to his. Although you haven't transformed your primordial spirit, your physical body is almost beyond the myth realm. I know why the peak legends of my Wanjian school all fell. Kenzu's tone was solemn as he enunciated each word. With the majestic qi and blood that Su Qin displayed at this moment, even if he just stood there, he would probably be able to suppress a peak legend. Ordinary peak legends did not even have the right to resist in front of Su Qin. But if you only rely on your physical body, you can't beat me. Kenzu said in a deep voice. Noisy. Su Qin did not bother to pay attention to Kenzu and said softly, summon the rain. In an instant, the whole world turned into nothingness. Within a radius of a few miles, crystal-clear raindrops immediately appeared. These raindrops were as red as blood, exuding a bone-chilling murderous intent. Oh no. The sword ancestor's expression changed drastically. He could feel what kind of power was contained in the endless raindrops that covered the sky. If these raindrops were allowed to fall, all the martial artists below the sixth heaven of Wanjian School would probably die. Block! Kenzu roared. Countless streams of primordial spirit power burst out, forming a barrier that was several miles in size, blocking all the crystal-clear raindrops outside. Clatter! Countless raindrops fell and collided with the barrier formed by the primordial spirit power. The two collided and merged with each other. In the end, Kenzu barely blocked the raindrops without caring about the consumption of his primordial spirit power. In this regard, Su Qin just lightly spat out two words, fire, come. The temperature in all directions rose rapidly. 9 huge fireballs quickly ignited, and in the blink of an eye, they grew to dozens of feet in size, like 9 great suns, overlooking the entire myriad sword island. 9 suns divine art. After Su Qin cultivated the picture of the great sun, this fire elemental divine art displayed the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Buzz. As soon as the 9 great suns formed, they enveloped Kenzu. The terrifying heat distorted the air and fell straight down, trapping Kenzu. You? Kenzu's face turned ugly. But before he finished speaking, he saw Su Qin clenching his right fist and slowly punching toward him. Thunder, come. In an instant, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. One after another, terrifying thunderbolts flashed through the dark clouds, cutting across the sky. The aura of the purest yang shot straight into the 9th heaven. Under Kenzu's shocked gaze, Su Qin seemed to have turned into a dazzling thunderbolt. He came in front of him almost instantly, and then the fist gently imprinted on his body. Crack. Kenzu's primordial spirit body kept shaking. Cracks quickly spread to every corner of his body in the blink of an eye. Then, Kenzu's right arm suddenly exploded and turned into powder. Then, his left arm, right leg, left leg, head and his entire body exploded bit by bit. There were even terrifying thunderbolts lingering in them. There was dead silence. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and couldn't believe it. Kenzu, the most powerful person in Wanjian School, who had transformed his primordial spirit, was blown up by Su Qin with one punch. P.S. Monthly votes, Kenzu is dead? The few patriarchs from Wanjian School were dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. Kenzu was a peerless powerhouse who had transformed into a primordial spirit. Even if they were on the same level, it would be easy to defeat them but extremely difficult to kill them. However, Kenzu, who was considered invincible in their eyes, had been killed by Su Qin with just one punch. The rest of the Wanjian School's disciples looked ashen as they trembled. To them, Kenzu was like a god who had protected Wanjian School for more than 1,000 years. It could be said that if Kenzu had not appeared out of nowhere 1,900 years ago, Wanjian School would definitely not be in such a situation right now. Even among the high sects, there were open and covert fights. If there were no patriarchs who were powerful enough to hold the fort, why would the other high sects be willing to share their overseas martial Dao resources with you? Right at that moment, one of the patriarchs from Wanjian School suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "No, Kenzu's life fire hasn't been extinguished." It turned out that when the patriarch saw Kenzu being killed, he used his divine telekinesis to scan the place where the life fire was placed in Wanjian School. He was surprised to find that Kenzu's life fire was still burning slowly. If the life fire was extinguished, it meant that the owner of the life fire had completely died. However, if the life fire continued to burn, it meant that the owner of the life fire was still alive. As expected. Not long after he said that, the primordial spirit power that was floating in every corner of Wanjian School suddenly began to gather. Eventually, it formed Kenzu's appearance again. His facial features, figure, and aura were the same as when he first appeared. It was as if Su Qin's destructive punch had not hit him at all. Kenzu. Kenzu is not dead. Many of the Wanjian school's disciples smiled again and became even more fanatical. Kenzu's revival did not dampen the confidence of the Wanjian school's disciples. Instead, it made them even more motivated. In the eyes of all the disciples, not only was Kenzu strong, he even possessed an undying body. How could he possibly lose to Su Qin? I have indeed underestimated you. Kenzu's white sleeve still fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. I didn't expect that not only do you have a terrifying physical body, but your divine skills and killing moves are also at the peak of myth realm. As Kenzu spoke, he stared at Su Qin. From his point of view, Su Qin had fused at least 5 different killer moves into one. Every move he made was enough to destroy everything. However, it's a pity. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? In the end, he hasn't transformed into a primordial spirit, so he doesn't know the true terror of a primordial spirit. A smile appeared on Kenzu's face. Although he had been punched by Su Qin just now, Kenzu had also gained something at the same time. He had confirmed that Su Qin had indeed not transformed into a primordial spirit. The reason why he could unleash such a terrifying power was that the strength of his physical body and the level of his divine skills and killing moves were high enough. But this point, in the eyes of the Sword Ancestor, was nothing at all. Kenzu, who had transformed into a primordial spirit, was already in an invincible position in front of Su Qin because Su Qin could not kill him at all. I see. Is this the primordial spirit? Su Qin's eyes were still calm. He looked at Kenzu, who was not far away, with a thoughtful look on his face. Just now, he had gathered the 5 Thunder God Fist, Summon the Rain, and 9 Yang Divine Art. Even the demonic dragon of the War God Temple, who was proud of his physical body, could not withstand the punch. Let alone other myths. Even if there were 10 pinnacle myths, if they dared to face Su Qin's punch head-on, their physical body would collapse. However, Kenzu was different. He had long lost his physical body and was completely a primordial spirit. As long as there was enough power of the primordial spirit, even if it was destroyed many times, it could be restored to its original state. This was also the reason why pinnacle myths who had transformed into a primordial spirit were said to be free of the shackles of the physical body. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, they would not die. I admire your strength, fellow Taoist, but that punch just now must have consumed a lot of energy, right? However, I have a primordial spirit body and can recover infinitely. You can't kill me at all. Although Kenzu's tone was light, it was full of strong confidence. In this regard, Su Qin just snorted coldly and did not care at all. Even a real Earth Immortal will die, not to mention you haven't even touched the door of the Earth Immortal realm. How dare you claim to be immortal? Su Qin sneered. The reason why you can recover is that you have enough power of the primordial spirit to make up for the consumption. I'd like to see how many times the power of your primordial spirit can help you recover. After Su Qin finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand again and clenched his palm into a fist. In an instant, the sound of thunder resounded in the world again. A bright thunderbolt seemed to have penetrated space and appeared in front of Kenzu. This time, Kenzu was prepared. He retreated quickly, wanting to split Su Qin's attack. Unfortunately, Kenzu was too slow. Su Qin had obtained the 5 Thunder God Fist from signing in at the palace. It could bathe Su Qin in thunder and transform into thunder. At this moment, although Su Qin, who was using the 5 Thunder God Fist, was still not comparable to the speed of real thunder, it was not something Kenzu could catch. Crack. Su Qin's fist imprinted on Kenzu's body again. As if the scene just now was repeating itself, every part of Kenzu's body began to collapse and turn into dust. The second punch. Su Qin retracted his right fist and looked not far away. Once again, a large amount of primordial spirit power gathered and quickly formed Kenzu's figure. You. Kenzu's expression was ugly and he was about to speak. However, the next moment. Before Kenzu finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Su Qin had already arrived in front of him and a faint voice sounded in his ear. The third punch. Crack. Kenzu's figure collapsed quickly. Rumble. Next. The entire myriad sword island was filled with the sound of thunder, as if it had turned into a sea of thunder. The fourth punch. The fifth punch. The sixth punch. The seventh punch. Kenzu's figure was constantly changing back and forth between recovery and collapse. There were even a few times when Kenzu's figure had only recovered to half of its original state before Su Qin threw a punch and it collapsed again. Many disciples of Wanjian school were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Several ancestral patriarchs even trembled all over as they looked at Kenzu, who was constantly being destroyed by Su Qin, as if they had seen a ghost. They never thought that Kenzu wouldn't even have a chance to fight back in front of Su Qin. It was simply appalling. Sure enough, there's not much primordial spirit power left. After throwing the ninth punch, Su Qin looked at Kenzu's figure, which had obviously become illusory, and said faintly. At this moment, Kenzu had long lost his fairy-like appearance with his white sleeves fluttering in the wind. His aura had withered a lot and his body, which was originally illusory, had begun to become transparent and illusory. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Kenzu barely managed to maintain his figure, but there were huge waves in his heart. Su Qin's punch, which could disperse his primordial spirit, was already terrifying enough. Not many below the earth immortal realm could withstand that punch. Kenzu originally thought that Su Qin had already used all his strength, but he didn't expect that the other party would throw 9 punches in a row. In the blink of an eye, Kenzu's primordial spirit had collapsed 9 times and was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Kenzu could sense that even after throwing 9 punches, Su Qin's chi and blood had only declined a little, and he had recovered during the conversation. It's still the primordial spirit after all. Su Qin sighed softly and said with some pity. The primordial spirit power was the ultimate transformation of the spiritual force. It gathered and dispersed infinitely and was unpredictable. Ordinary methods almost had no effect on the primordial spirit. If Su Qin also transformed his primordial spirit, he could completely trap Kenzu with the primordial spirit power and then use his own primordial spirit power to continuously melt Kenzu's primordial spirit power. Su Qin had a physical body and could continuously nurture the primordial spirit power, but Kenzu had lost his physical body and the primordial spirit power was like a rootless duckweed. Sooner or later, it would be worn down by Su Qin. Unfortunately, Su Qin didn't transform his primordial spirit, so he could only use this stupid method. He used his physical strength and spiritual force to activate the 5 Thunder God Fist to disperse Kenzu's primordial spirit time and time again, forcing Kenzu to take the initiative to consume the primordial spirit power. Now, do you still dare to say that you can't kill me? Su Qin slowly calmed down the almost boiling chi and blood power. After throwing 9 punches in a row, even though Su Qin's physical body had entered the half-step Dharma body level, it was still somewhat draining. This was also the reason why he stopped. Not only did Kenzu need to recover, but Su Qin also needed to recover. However, the recovery of the physical body was far easier than the recovery of the primordial spirit. In addition, Su Qin had the flesh rebirth ability, so he instantly recovered to his peak. When Kenzu saw this scene, his expression was extremely solemn. In fact, although he still had some primordial spirit power left, he couldn't withstand Su Qin's continuous attacks. When he thought of this, Kenzu immediately had the intention to retreat. I'll fight you again when I possess a physical body and recover to my peak. Kenzu's body abruptly exploded, turning into a streak of light that darted in the direction of the 9,000 feet sword peaks. The 9,000 feet sword peaks were left behind by the 10,000 swords Daoist over 4,000 years ago, and contained the 10,000 swords Daoist's backup plan. Even the shaman king of witchcraft 3,000 years ago could not break through the 9 sword peaks. While Su Qin's ability was frightening, Kenzu believed that he would be safe as long as he escaped into the 9,000 feet sword peaks. I might not have been able to stop you if you had run the moment we met. Su Qin shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. But now that you've used up most of your primordial spirit power, can you escape? Even as Su Qin spoke, he abruptly charged the boundless chi and blood in his body. The frightening chi and blood was like a sun that illuminated every direction. Just as Kenzu's primordial spirit power touched the chi and blood, there was a ripping sound and a miserable cry. Moments before, the streak of light that had been the size of a human began to melt, shrinking to the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. Once again, the palm-sized streak of light reverted to Kenzu's appearance. However, Kinzu's body did not revert to the size of a normal person due to the massive consumption of his primordial spirit power. Instead, he remained the size of a palm as he stared fearfully at the qi and blood energy around him that resembled an ocean. Meanwhile, Su Qin appeared soundlessly behind Kinzu, raising his right hand to grab the palm-sized Kinzu. When Su Qin fully charged his qi and blood, it was as if another sun had risen over the 10,000 Swords Island. Horrific qi and blood energy filled every inch of space, and even the several patriarchs who had already retreated miles away could feel their true yuan and divine will freezing and slowing down. However, in the very next instant, as everyone looked on in shock, Su Qin slowly stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers, just like the 5-finger mountain of Buddha in the myths and legends. The power of the sword ancestor was constantly evaporating, and now only the palm-sized sword ancestor was left in his hand. In the eyes of the others, Su Qin's right palm was only the size of a square inch, but it was as if it had turned into another world. No matter how much Kinzu struggled, it could not escape the square-inch palm. How is this possible? The Wanjian school sect master's eyes were bulging. As he watched Kinzu struggle in Su Qin's palm, he felt as if his worldview was being completely overturned. This was Kinzu, the most talented individual in Wanjian school after the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a being who had metamorphosed into a Yuan spirit. How awe-inspiring was he when he reigned supreme over the seas over 1,000 years ago. And yet, Kinzu was now like a bird caught in the palm of a man's hand. It was simply appalling. The faces of the several Wanjian school patriarchs were ashen. They never imagined this outcome. Even if Kinzu had lost his physical body, his Yuan spirit form was enough to sweep away all pinnacle legends who had yet to metamorphose into a Yuan spirit. No matter how powerful Su Qin's physical body was, his Yuan spirit form did not have substance and was formless. How could it be trapped in Su Qin's square-inch palm like this? Let's go back. Hurry back to the Sword Peak. The faces of the Wanjian school patriarchs changed, and they promptly gave up on the idea of fighting Su Qin to save Kinzu. Su Qin was simply too frightening. If even Kinzu, who had once reigned supreme over an era, was reduced to an object in his palm, what more them? Besides, even if the patriarchs of Wanjian school wanted to attack Su Qin, it would be useless. At this moment, Su Qin's qi and blood were surging. The area within a radius of a few hundred meters was like an ocean of qi and blood. Even with all their methods, they might not be able to squeeze into this area. Yes. Returning sword edge. The suzerain of Wanjian school and the others suddenly realized what was going on. The 9,000 feet sword peak steep within the 10,000 Swords Island had been left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist 4,000 years ago, and the 10,000 Swords Taoist had left a backup plan there. Even the shaman king of witchcraft 3,000 years ago had to stop before the sword peaks. Of course, this was because there was nothing in the Sword Mountain that could attract Magus kings, but it also meant that there was indeed a great terror in the Sword Mountain. At the very least, even Magus kings, who were on the earth, couldn't come and go as they pleased. Thinking of this, the suzerain of Wanjian school and the others glanced at Su Qin cautiously and quickly returned to the Sword Peak. Naturally, the suzerain of Wanjian school's little trick could not escape Su Qin's notice, but Su Qin was too lazy to pay attention to them right now. At the moment, most of Su Qin's energy was focused on Kinzu, who was in his palm. Even if Kinzu's Yuan spirit was almost depleted and was directly suppressed by Su Qin's qi, it would still not be easy for Su Qin to kill Kinzu once and for all. Kinzu was not like the other pinnacle myths whose Yuan spirit was formless, and he could escape if Su Qin was even the slightest bit careless. Even if Kinzu did manage to escape in his current state, he would not be able to hold on for long. Still, how could Su Qin leave such a latent danger alive? Brother, why don't we both take a step back? I'll release your descendant and forget about the matter of him killing one of Wanjian school's pinnacle myths, and you'll let me go? After struggling for a long time, Kinzu realized that he could not escape from Su Qin's palm, so he immediately gave in. In fact, if Kinzu had known that Su Qin had such strength, he would not have dared to fight with Su Qin. However, there was no such thing as pity in this world. Take a step back? Su Qin was not moved at all. He kept urging the surging qi and blood in his body and slowly pressed it into his palm. He shook his head and said, I still prefer to take what belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying qi and blood surged wildly into his palm, slowly refining every trace of Kenzu's yuan spirit. In the beginning, Kenzu could still barely resist. After all, he still had some yuan spirit power left, which was enough to offset the qi and blood invasion. However, as time passed, the yuan spirit power became less and less, while Su Qin's qi and blood became more and more majestic. Kenzu finally felt fear. Brother, I know. I was wrong. Kenzu's voice became weaker and weaker, and he kept begging for mercy. However, Su Qin had no intention of stopping. Since he had broken into Wanjian school, he had already made a great enemy. Naturally, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. How could Su Qin let Kenzu go? Time passed slowly. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, the last trace of Kenzu's yuan spirit power dissipated in the sound of curses, and the endless qi and blood were burned away. Inside the 9 sword peaks that were 10,000 feet tall, the Wanjian school's sect master and several great ancestors watched Kenzu being forcibly refined with their own eyes, and their expressions were sorrowful. Kenzu had protected Wanjian school for more than 1,000 years, but now they could only watch this happen. One could imagine the sorrow in their hearts. However, no matter how sorrowful they were, no one dared to leave the sword peaks. After Su Qin had completely refined Kenzu, he took a step forward and appeared before the 9 sword peaks. While he had spent most of his energy on Kenzu while he was refining Kenzu, it did not mean that he was completely unaware of the outside world. Su Qin was aware of every move made by the Wanjian school's sect master and the others. Hurry up and activate the Great Formation on the sword peaks. The Wanjian school sect master was so scared that his scalp was about to explode, and he quickly joined forces with the other great ancestors to pour their true essence into the sword peaks. Kaboom! The 9 3,000-meter-long sword mountains were finally activated. Streams of sharp sword qi constantly rose up from the mountains. Even the mountains themselves were shaking. From afar, the 9 sword peaks looked as if they had turned into 9 divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth, cutting through everything. The Great Formation of the 9 Swords Reincarnation. It was a backup plan that the 10,000 Swords Daoist had left on the sword peaks all those years ago. Once the Great Formation was activated, the 9 sword peaks would be completely revived. Each of the sword peaks contained a streak of the 10,000 Swords Daoist sword will, nurtured over thousands of years and gaining sentience. Now that they were revived, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the world was falling apart. Meaningless. Even the great formation of heaven and earth left behind by a pinnacle earth immortal like the true Lord of the Eastern Sea was cut down by my sword. Do you think a dead formation that no one could control could stop me? Su Qin's gaze was dark and profound. The 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was certainly powerful. It contained 9 streaks of the 10,000 Swords Daoist sword will, and could hold off a earth immortal for a short period of time at its peak. That was why the witchcraft shaman king did not attempt to break through the formation 3,000 years ago. It was not that the shaman king could not do anything against the formation, but that there was no need. So what if he could break the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation? The shaman king did not walk the path of the sword, and Wanjian school's countless divine techniques and tomes were useless against him. As for cultivation resources, witchcraft had been passed down since the last tide of vitality, and its foundation far surpassed Wanjian school's. Why would it be interested in Wanjian school's cultivation resources? Moreover, most treasures in the world were useless against earth immortals. It was a pity. If it was 3,000 years ago, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was barely maintained at its peak and stopped the shaman king. Now, however, after 3,000 years, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation had long since lost its power at its peak. The 9 streaks of sword will in the 1,000-feet sword peaks had been worn down by time, leaving only a sliver. Unlike the true Lord of the Eastern Sea, Wanjian school did not possess a spirit spring that could nurture the formation. Still, no matter how weak it was, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation would have no problem stopping a pinnacle myth, and might not even be able to do anything against one who had metamorphosed into a nascent spirit. But in front of Su Qin, who had the eye of truth and could easily see through every detail of the formation, it was full of flaws. The eye of truth could observe all the qi in the world. The Heaven and Earth formation was entrusted to Heaven and Earth, so it was naturally within Su Qin's observation range. If the Nine Swords reincarnation formation was still at its peak, it would be useless even if Su Qin knew the flaws, because his strength could not even penetrate the flaws. But now, after 3,000 years, the Nine Swords reincarnation formation was still weakened to a certain extent, so Su Qin was confident that he could break it. Break! Su Qin took another step forward and clenched his hand into a fist. It was like an ancient giant hammering a drum, fiercely blasting toward the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and the 9,000 feet sword peaks that were faintly beginning to recover suddenly shook. A terrifying force passed through the Nine Swords reincarnation formation and covered the people of Wanjian School. Puff! Several patriarchs of Wanjian School spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they said ferociously, "Block it. We must block it." At this moment, Su Qin, who had thrown out a punch, looked carefully again and threw out another punch. Boom! 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 Su Qin threw out several punches in a row, and each of his punches hit the flaws of the Nine Swords reincarnation formation. The terrifying force almost penetrated the 9,000 feet sword peaks. If Su Qin had not deliberately held back for fear of affecting Li Wan, the people of Wanjian School on the sword peaks would have been shaken to death by the terrifying force. But even so, nearly half of the Nine Swords reincarnation formation had collapsed. Su Qin could even see through the formation and see the people of Wanjian School on the sword peaks, who were full of horror. Hang in there. The sword peaks were left by Master Kenzu Wan. They will certainly protect our Wanjian School for generations to come. The sect master of Wanjian School was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he was still encouraging the desperate disciples of Wanjian School. The next moment, Su Qin threw out another punch. The power of this punch was indescribable with words. Su Qin's qi and blood vibrated. Vaguely, a 3-legged divine bird as large as the sky condensed behind him. In addition to the majestic power of qi and blood, there were also wisps of scorching flames spreading. Instantly, the Nine Swords reincarnation formation, which had been tottering in the first place, was completely broken. Countless sword flashes rapidly collapsed, and the elders of Wanjian School who were barely keeping the formation afloat directly suffered a backlash, their physical bodies and divine minds dissipating on the spot. My Wanjian School is destroyed. The Wanjian School sect master could not help taking several steps back and falling to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen as if he had lost his mind. Now that the Nine Swords reincarnation formation was broken, the Wanjian School sect master simply could not think of any way to stop Su Qin. Unless the 10,000 swords Taoist from 4,000 years ago came back to life, no one would be spared. After breaking the Nine Swords reincarnation formation, Su Qin pointed out with a finger and broke open the dungeon called the Black Abyss, which was surrounded by the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Crack! Crack! The Black Abyss dungeon, which was entirely forged from dark nether steel of the North Sea, could not resist Su Qin's finger and shattered completely, revealing Li Wan at the bottom. Third uncle. Li Wan blanked out for a moment, before quickly waving at Su Qin and shouting excitedly. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man who was locked up on the 11th floor of the Black Abyss dungeon took a long look at Su Qin. Could there really be immortals and gods in this world? The old man quickly lowered his head, believing that if there really were immortals and gods, it could only be Su Qin. When Su Qin stormed into the Myriad Sword Island and yelled, "Kenzu, get out here," everyone locked up in the Black Abyss dungeon heard it clearly. However, even though everyone was shocked at that time, they didn't think much of it. They just thought that Su Qin would soon be suppressed by the Wanjian School and might end up being locked up in the Black Abyss dungeon like them. However, what happened next had completely subverted everyone's imagination. Although the battle between Su Qin and Kenzu didn't last long, the power that burst out was enough to shake the entire Myriad Sword Island. Although the Black Abyss dungeon was built underground, how could it not be felt? Especially when Su Qin broke the Nine Swords reincarnation formation at the end, the 9,000-foot sword peaks roared and the Black Abyss dungeon in the center of the sword peaks looked like the end of the world. Before the people in the dungeon could recover from their shock, they heard the Black Abyss dungeon, which was made of North Sea dark nether iron, suddenly explode and an entrance to the outside world appeared. At the end of the entrance stood a man with calm eyes and a terrifying aura. The next moment, the man with calm eyes and terrifying aura stepped out and entered the Black Abyss dungeon, looking at Li Wan, who was full of excitement. Third uncle. Li Wan blinked her big eyes. She had been in the Black Abyss dungeon for a few days, and through talking with other people who were also locked up here, she knew what kind of colossus the Wanjian school was. In front of the Wanjian school, which had a heritage of more than 4,000 years, what was an ordinary peak myth? Unless one transformed his primordial spirit like Kenzu and suppressed the sea with his sword, he couldn't shake any of the major sects at all. Although Li Wan still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, she knew that no matter how strong Su Qin was, how could he defeat the Wanjian school? But now, looking at Su Qin standing in front of her, Li Wan felt as if she was dreaming. Su Qin sized up Li Wan and raised his eyebrows slightly. Before taking action, Su Qin only used his divine sense to confirm Li Wan's safety and did not carefully check Li Wan's physical condition. After taking a closer look, Su Qin immediately found something wrong with Li Wan's body. Before leaving Chang'an City, Li Wan was only a level 4 warrior. But now, in just a few months, Li Wan's cultivation had suddenly soared by 1 level. Moreover, Su Qin could see that Li Wan's qi and blood were abundant, and his aura was stable. There were no hidden dangers of forcibly increasing his cultivation. In addition, there was a shocking sword intent in Li Wan's body. That sword intent was vaguely similar to the sword intent contained in the 9,000-foot sword peaks of Wanjian School, and was clearly of the same origin as the 10,000 swords Taoist from over 4,000 years ago. After taking a closer look, Su Qin realized that not only was the sword intent in Li Wan's body free of hidden dangers, it was actually immensely beneficial, helping Li Wan to temper his true yuan and physical body at every moment. Third uncle. Li Wan began to explain everything that had happened after coming to Wanjian School. According to Li Wan, the people of the Myriad Sword sect did not have the slightest intention of making things difficult for her. Not only that, they even gave her all kinds of spiritual fruits and divine pills to consume. In the end, Li Wan was even brought to an altar where a sword will as deep as the abyss was injected into her body. Third uncle, those old men from Wanjian School are really nice to Wan'er. Li Wan said gingerly. Nice to you? Su Qin thought about it and understood Wanjian School's purpose. Li Wan had the body of the sword heart, which was one of the best bodies for Kenzu's yuan spirit to possess. However, Kenzu's yuan spirit was simply too powerful, and if Li Wan was still a rank 4 martial artist, even his body of the sword heart would not be able to contain the tremendous power of his yuan spirit. That was why Kenzu would definitely need to improve Li Wan's abilities before he could truly possess Li Wan's body, and that improvement must not have any hidden dangers. Otherwise, if Kenzu's hidden dangers were to erupt after his possession, wouldn't Kenzu himself be the one having a headache? That was also why Wanjian School spared no expense and had Li Wan consume various spirit fruits and divine pills. However, perhaps no one from Wanjian School could have imagined that after they had worked so hard to improve Li Wan's cultivation to rank 1 pinnacle, Su Qin would come knocking on their door and forcefully kill Kenzu, even wiping out the colossus that was Wanjian School. On the other hand, Li Wan had profited from his misfortune, enjoying the benefits of Wanjian School without having to pay a price. Still, that sword will in your body. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the faintly discernible sword will in Li Wan's body. Compared to the spirit fruits and divine pills that Li Wan had consumed, that sword will was the most precious. Of course, precious here was only equivalent to Li Wan. Su Qin would not accept that sword will even if it was given to him. Could it have been left behind by the 10,000 swords Taoist? Su Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully. That sword will must have been the 10,000 swords Taoist's legacy, which Kenzu had comprehended from the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Kenzu had temporarily planted it into Li Wan's body when he was about to possess Li Wan. With that sword will continuously modifying Li Wan's body, Kenzu's possession would have gone smoothly. Unfortunately for him, Kenzu's move only benefited Li Wan. Otherwise, if Kenzu still had that sword will when he fought Su Qin might not have been able to kill him so easily. After all, that sword will was different from the sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks. The sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks had been constantly nourishing the 10,000 swords island over thousands of years and had long since been exhausted, which was why Su Qin was able to break it open. That sword will, however, was perfectly preserved. Even if it had lost part of its power over thousands of years, it was still far more powerful than the sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Study that sword will in your body well. You'll benefit greatly. Su Qin casually reminded Li Wan. Very well. Li Wan quickly nodded as he sensed the benefits of the sword will in his body. Just as Su Qin and Li Wan were about to leave the dungeon after exchanging a few words, the other prisoners in the Black Abyss dungeon mustered their courage and walked up to Su Qin, bowing and greeting him. Greetings, my lord. At this moment, the Black Abyss dungeon had been broken open, and the 9,000 feet sword peaks had lost their suppressive effect. These people naturally regained their strength, but none of them dared to escape from the dungeon at this time. Outside the Black Abyss dungeon, the originally prosperous Wanjian school was now in ruins, and the reason for all of this was Su Qin. It was unbelievable. Third uncle, they are all. Li Wan immediately whispered. Su Qin glanced at them. The strongest among them was an old man with white hair and beard. He was at the 7th heavenly layer mythical realm. Even if he had not condensed a domain, he was still at the peak of the mythical realm. Get up. Su Qin nodded slightly. My lord, you destroyed Wanjian school. You're as powerful as the Shaman King from 3,000 years ago. The old man with white hair and beard said respectfully. Shaman King? Su Qin smiled. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi sect had already told him about all the land immortals who had been born in the overseas martial arts world. Among them was the Shaman King. The Shaman King was a land immortal from the witchcraft. His methods were unpredictable. He had traveled to most of the major sects overseas and finally disappeared mysteriously. It was said that he had found the secret of the recovery of the previous vitality tide. But the truth was that no one knew, and even the shaman sect itself was deeply afraid of this and wasn't willing to mention it. I'm not the Shaman King. Su Qin shook his head. Although he now had the ability to save his life in front of a land immortal, he was not a land immortal after all. Saving his life was just saving his life. As for fighting or even being on par with him, he was still far from it. Even if a peerless divine skill like the Buddha's palm could temporarily make Su Qin perform a move at the level of a land immortal, it was only one move. Of course, if Su Qin had mastered the picture of the great sun and transformed into the most powerful fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, even if it was only a three-legged golden crow cub, it would be enough to sweep away most of the land immortals. But unfortunately, Su Qin's picture of the great sun was only at the entry level, and there was still some distance between him and lesser mastery, let alone mastering it completely. Come with me, Su Qin said and slowly walked out of the dungeon. Seeing this, Li Wan immediately followed closely behind Su Qin. The others in the dungeon looked at each other and immediately gritted their teeth and followed. Soon, Su Qin and the others left the dungeon and came to the middle of the sword peak. This sword peak was the main peak of the 9 sword peaks. It could be said to be the foundation of the 9 swords reincarnation formation. The ancestors of Wanjian school were here to activate the 9 swords reincarnation formation. Soon, they successfully arrived at the top of the sword peak. Even though the 9 swords reincarnation formation was broken by Su Qin, the place was still filled with an extremely sharp sword qi. Not far away, the bodies of the myriad sword sect's disciples were strewn all over the ground. When Su Qin broke the 9 swords reincarnation formation, the terrifying power almost passed through the entire mountain. Who knew how many people died under this power? They're all dead. The white-haired old man who barely managed to keep up saw the scene. While he felt happy, a faint trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Wanjian school imprisoned them in the Black Abyss dungeon. These people had long hated it to the core. Now that Wanjian school was destroyed, how could they not be happy? However, the white-haired old man was happy. He felt more and more that Su Qin's means were ruthless and decisive. Wanjian school was an upper sect with at least tens of thousands of disciples. So many people died in front of him, but Su Qin didn't even blink. If it weren't for Su Qin's vast and magnificent aura, the white-haired old man would have suspected that Su Qin came from the Xianxia, a land of wanton killing. Su Qin walked all the way and came to the front of a great hall. This great hall was like an inverted divine sword, standing in front of him, exuding an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This should be the oldest place of Wanjian school. Su Qin stopped, glanced around, and thought silently in his heart. Whether it was Li Wan or the white-haired old man, they were all standing respectfully behind him, waiting quietly. Su Qin pondered for a while, then said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Essence Soul Secret Technique Heart Sword Technique. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Essence Soul Mystic Technique Heart Sword Technique." A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. "I can indeed sign in." A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Compared to the other high sects that had existed since the previous Essence Energy Tide era, such as the Witchcraft sect and the Dao One sect, the Wanjian school had definitely existed for a much shorter period of time. According to the records of Dao accumulations, the longer a place existed, the more abundant the rewards one would receive from signing in. Of course, this wasn't absolute. It could only be said that most of the time. But no matter what, the Wanjian school had existed for thousands of years, and most of the time, it was in a flourishing period. It should have accumulated some Dao accumulations, enough for Su Qin to sign in. Heart Sword Technique? Essence Soul Mystic Technique? Su Qin thought for a moment before focusing on the rewards he received from signing in. The Heart Sword Technique was a sword technique, but it wasn't a pure sword technique. It used one's essence soul as the foundation to condense an essence soul sword and cut through everything. This was a very terrifying mystic technique. The essence soul was like a sword that ignored any defense and directly slashed at the enemy's essence soul. If one could block it, one would live. If one couldn't, one would die. Of course. This heart sword technique wasn't without flaws. It was too extreme. It used all one's essence soul to condense a heart sword. Although it was arrogant, if the enemy's essence soul was strong enough to block this essence soul sword and break it, the one who would be seriously injured would be Su Qin. If Kenzu masters this essence soul forbidden technique, I'm afraid I'll have a headache. Su Qin thought. Although there was a golden Buddha guarding the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows, even if an earth immortal used this heart sword technique, he wouldn't be able to shake the golden Buddha. But if Kenzu disregarded everything and was willing to die together, it would cause damage to Su Qin's divine will. After all, not all of Su Qin's divine will was hidden in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. There was still a considerable portion of it enveloping the myriad sword island. Kenzu could completely cut off this divine will with the heart sword technique. Primordial spirit. Su Qin muttered to himself. A primordial spirit was formed from countless divine thoughts and was incomparably pure. Once a martial artist formed a primordial spirit, they would achieve a certain sublimation and would not rely too much on their physical body. Furthermore, the primordial spirit was like an illusion. Most attacks in the world had no effect on the primordial spirit. For example, Su Qin only needed a punch or a palm strike to kill a pinnacle myth. However, it took him several hours to kill a primordial spirit like Kenzu, who had lost his physical body. This was because Su Qin's physical body was already half a step into the level of Dharma physique. His qi and blood could suppress the primordial spirit to a certain extent. Otherwise, without the qi and blood at the level of Dharma physique, even if Su Qin defeated Kenzu, he wouldn't have been able to keep him here. Unless Su Qin was willing to use a trump card like Buddha's palm. However, this was overseas. Who knew how many experts were living in seclusion? Moreover, Buddha's palm caused too much of a commotion. Su Qin was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Looks like I have to consider transforming my primordial spirit, Su Qin thought to himself. He had just entered the ninth heaven and wanted to spend a few years to stabilize his realm so that he could transform his primordial spirit in one go. But now, it seemed that there wasn't enough time. Su Qin destroyed Wanjian school in less than half a day. However, when he attacked, the terrifying waves produced had already spread in all directions. It didn't take long for the entire overseas to know that Wanjian school had been destroyed. Su Qin had to obtain enough power to protect himself in the face of these true overlords who had been entrenched overseas for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, transforming his primordial spirit was imminent. With Su Qin's current strength, if he transformed his primordial spirit, he would still not be a match for an earth immortal with the power of his primordial spirit and half of his Dharma body. However, if he really encountered an earth immortal, he would at least have a much easier time. I've received more than 50 primordial spirit pills from signing in at the War God Temple. There's no problem in transforming my primordial spirit. Su Qin thought to himself. Transforming his primordial spirit didn't mean stepping into the earth immortal realm from the peak of the mythical stage. If the latter failed, there would be a risk of death. However, transforming one's primordial spirit was different. It was more of a painstaking effort. At most, it would be a little slower, but it wouldn't affect one's life. In addition, with the assistance of his primordial spirit, there wouldn't be any problems. After transforming my primordial spirit, even if my physical body is destroyed, I can still seize another body and be reborn or reincarnate through a secret technique. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. However, seizing another body was his last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Qin would never abandon his physical body. After all, he had paid a huge price for this physical body. He had even devoured a part of the source of the earth element to barely upgrade it to half a Dharma body domain. Besides, how could other people's physical bodies, even if they were of the same level, be compared to his own physical body? Thinking of this, Su Qin had already made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to transform his primordial spirit here. Firstly, it was because this was Wanjian School. Before the news of Wanjian School's destruction spread completely, the other major sects wouldn't enter the vicinity without permission. This bought time for Su Qin. This bit of time was far from enough for other peak mythical creatures who wanted to transform their primordial spirit. However, Su Qin had the primordial spirit pill and could completely transform his primordial spirit in a short period of time. Secondly, Su Qin still needed to stay here for a few more days to see if he could sign in again. The Heart Sword technique was a primordial spirit secret technique and was extremely rare. Even a peak mythical creature like Kinzu who had long transformed his primordial spirit didn't have a primordial spirit secret technique. One could imagine how precious it was. And the power of the Heart Sword technique was indeed great enough. Although it was too extreme and had flaws, it was enough as a trump card. Su Qin also planned to sign in here a few more times to see if he could sign in some more secret techniques related to the primordial spirit. However, before transforming my primordial spirit, Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the few people who were standing respectfully not far away. They were the few people who were imprisoned in the Black Abyss dungeon with Li Wan. At this moment, with Su Qin destroying Wanjian School and destroying the dungeon, they also regained their freedom. The dungeon has been broken. Why didn't you leave this place? Why did you follow me? Su Qin glanced at them and said casually. Your Excellency's strength is unparalleled. Without your permission, even if we escape to the ends of the earth, what's the use? The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I have a big secret that I want to tell you. Big secret? Su Qin's expression didn't change as he repeated slowly. Yes, it's a big secret. The white-haired old man said with certainty, Wanjian School imprisoned me in the Black Abyss dungeon because they wanted to get this big secret from me, but how could I let them do as they wished? Speaking of this, the white-haired old man sneered. Wanjian School wasn't as benevolent as Shaolin Temple, which specially built a demon suppression tower to imprison all the demonic martial artists in the world. There was only one reason why the white-haired old man and the others were imprisoned here and were still alive. They had something or information that Wanjian School needed. Otherwise, if these people were of no value to Wanjian School, they would have been dead long ago. You didn't tell Wanjian School, but you told me? Su Qin looked at the old man with a smile that wasn't a smile. If I told Wanjian School the truth, how could I still be alive? The old man shook his head, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his tone. Wanjian School imprisoned the old man in the Black Abyss dungeon, which was equivalent to completely falling out with them. Even if the old man told them the big secret, Wanjian School wouldn't let him go. Then tell me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? Su Qing's tone was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if he didn't care about the secret that Wanjian school coveted by the old man. With your strength, you would have killed me long ago if you wanted to. The old man smiled bitterly. Tell me, what do you want? Su Qing pondered for a moment and said indifferently. He didn't believe that the old man would take the initiative to tell this big secret for no reason. He must have a request. The vitality tide has recovered, the land of great battles has appeared, and Wanjian school has been destroyed. I'm afraid this world will usher in great chaos. Although I'm a peak legend, I may not be able to protect myself in this era. I hope that you can protect me. The old man with white hair and beard said respectfully. Logically speaking, as long as a peak legend didn't completely offend the major sects, it was enough to dominate a region. After all, among the many major sects overseas, except for the top few, the leaders of the other major sects were only level 6 legends. As long as a peak legend didn't cause trouble everywhere, he wouldn't attract the attention of the major sections. This was because even the major sects would have to pay a price to deal with a peak legend. They might even have to awaken their ancestors. But now, the old man with white hair and beard faintly felt that something was wrong. He was immediately prepared to exchange his biggest secret for Su Qing's protection. In fact, the old man was also betting that Su Qing was interested in his secret and wouldn't bother to silence him. Otherwise, if Su Qing waited until the old man told the secret and killed him, wouldn't there be no future trouble? Tell me, Su Qing pondered for a while and said, if your secret is useful to me, I will consider it. For Su Qing, protecting the old man was just a matter of a thought. He could just throw him into the palace. Okay. The old man with white hair and beard heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was afraid that Su Qing would suddenly refuse, so he immediately said quickly, Sir, do you know about the immortal sect? When the old man said the words immortal sect, he carefully glanced at Su Qing. Immortal sect? Su Qing frowned slightly. Among the many major sects overseas, there wasn't a force called immortal sect. But the old man said it so seriously, it was obvious that this immortal sect was very unusual. Sir. The old man with white hair and beard saw Su Qing's doubts and said solemnly, since the end of the last vitality tide, more than 10,000 years have passed, and more than 10 land immortals have been born. But these land immortals will leave their sects in their later years and travel the world to find the immortal sect. Oh? This immortal gate is so mysterious that even Earth immortals are looking for it? Su Qing touched his chin thoughtfully. For an Earth immortal, what couldn't they get? With just a word, thousands of legends overseas would be willing to do everything to please them. But now, the white-haired old man said that there was something in the world that Earth immortals couldn't get. Why would Earth immortals look for the immortal gate? Su Qing pondered for a moment and asked faintly. Su Qing didn't think that the white-haired old man was lying. If the Earth immortals really looked for the immortal gate, the other major sects would definitely know about it. Su Qing confirmed this matter without much effort. Besides, in Su Qing's eyes, the white-haired old man's thoughts were as clear as the back of a hand. It was impossible to deceive him. There are many sayings. Some say that there is another world inside the immortal gate. Some say that if Earth immortals want to continue to break through, they must enter the immortal gate. Some even say that the immortal gate is a treasure raft created by countless experts in the last vitality tide era, and can carry all living beings. The white-haired old man truthfully told him everything he knew. So that's how it is. Su Qing's eyes flashed slightly, and his heart was stirred up. Under the silence of the vitality tide, all laws withered, and spiritual vigor dimmed. Even if the overseas martial arts world still maintained a certain degree of vitality, it was useless. Even if a martial artist was extremely talented, under such an environment, cultivating to the Earth immortal level was already the limit. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to go further. This wasn't because the martial artist's aptitude and perception were not enough, but because of the restrictions of the environment. According to the white-haired old man, the so-called immortal gate might hide the hope of the Earth immortals to continue to break through. However, this immortal gate is not a good place. Su Qing's thoughts turned quickly as he thought to himself. Even the Earth immortals only started to look for the immortal gate when Shou Yuan was about to die. This meant that for the Earth Immortals, the Immortal Gate must be a great risk. They would only look for it when they were about to die of old age. Su Qin pondered for a moment, then looked at the white-haired old man and said calmly, "Is this all the big secrets you know?" The Immortal Gate was definitely a big secret in the eyes of ordinary mythical warriors. But for Su Qin, a peerless powerhouse who was about to transform his primordial spirit and even tried to break through the Earth Immortal realm, it was only a matter of time before he knew about the Immortal Gate. Wanjian School wouldn't imprison the old man in the Black Abyss dungeon just because they thought he knew about the Gate of Immortality. Of course not. The white-haired old man took a deep breath and suppressed his boiling emotions. He said slowly, "I also know the approximate location of the Immortal Sect." The approximate location of the Immortal Gate? Su Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. In fact, when the old man mentioned the Celestial Sect, Su Qin guessed that the old man might have some information about the Celestial Sect. But what Su Qin didn't expect was that the old man actually knew the location of the Celestial Sect. If the old man said that he knew that there was some kind of treasure in the Celestial Sect, Su Qin would definitely scoff. After all, if he wanted to get the treasure in the Celestial Sect, he first had to find the Celestial Sect. Judging from the scene of the Earth Immortal searching for the Celestial Sect all over the world, the location of the Celestial Sect must be very hidden. It might even be like the War God Temple, which was directly in the deep void. Only in this way could one avoid the all-pervasive domain of the Earth Immortal. Since you know the location of the Celestial Sect, why don't you look for it yourself? Su Qin stared at the old man and asked in a flat voice. "Sir." The white-haired old man smiled bitterly, "The location of the Celestial Sect must be very dangerous. Even if I really went to look for it, it's very likely that I would die." The white-haired old man was very clear about his status. Even the Earth Immortal was only willing to put his all into looking for the Celestial Sect in his later years, let alone a peak mythical realm like him who had yet to condense a domain. "Okay. In that case, just tell me the location of the Celestial Sect." Su Qin looked at the old man and said. "Yes." The white-haired old man immediately bowed and quickly said the location that he knew in his heart. "It's here?" Su Qin looked slightly surprised. The location that the white-haired old man said was not in the overseas martial arts world, but on a remote continent that was extremely far away from the overseas. This made Su Qin feel a little strange, but he thought about it and found that this was normal. If the Celestial Sect was in the overseas martial arts world, even if the vitality tide was silent, more than a dozen Earth Immortals were born overseas in the past 10,000 years. And the Earth Immortals roamed the world, they would have probably searched the entire overseas martial arts world. As long as the Celestial Sect revealed the slightest trace, it would definitely not be able to hide from those Earth Immortals. "Sir, in fact, my ancestor came from this continent." Back then, he saw the manifestation of the Celestial Sect with his own eyes. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles shattered, but at that time, my ancestor had just entered the myth realm, so he quickly escaped from that continent. But this matter was passed down. Over the years, I kept inquiring about the Celestial Sect from the major sects and finally confirmed this matter, but Wanjian School found out about it. Wanjian School guessed that I might have grasped some secrets of the Celestial Sect, so they were so eager to find out about the Celestial Sect. So they directly awakened a peak myth who had condensed a domain, took me down, and forced me to reveal the secret. When the white-haired old man said this, he shook his head and said, "But how could I really do as Wanjian School wants? I'm a peak myth, and my divine sense is not weak. Even if the Kenzu of Wanjian School wakes up, it's impossible for him to search my soul by force." The white-haired old man said slowly. "I see." Su Qin nodded slightly and remembered the location of the continent that the old man had mentioned. He waved his hand and said, "I know. You guys can leave first. I'm going into seclusion for a while. During this period, don't disturb me unless it's important." As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, everyone present, including Li Wan, respectfully left the hall and waited at the top of the sword peak. The white-haired old man's face was obviously relieved, as if he had put down a burden. The location of the Celestial Sect was something that even Earth Immortals yearned for, but the old man was different. With his strength, even if he found the Celestial Sect, what could he do? Therefore, when he told Su Qin this secret, he immediately felt relieved. After everyone left, Su Qin slowly sat cross-legged in the depths of the hall. Celestial Sect. Su Qin did not care whether there were many treasures in the Celestial Sect. He was different from those Earth immortals. The cultivation of these Earth immortals was limited by the environment of heaven and earth, but Su Qin was different. For Su Qin, the environment of heaven and earth had an impact, but it was not absolute. As long as Su Qin could continue to sign in, he could continue to become stronger. And the rewards obtained from sign-in were not determined by the environment of heaven and earth, but by the amount of Dao accumulation. To put it simply, even if the vitality tide had not recovered and was still in a dormant period, Su Qin could still enter the ninth heaven mythical realm, but it would take a longer time. Therefore, the attraction of the Celestial Sect to Su Qin was far less than to other Earth immortals. However, to be able to pass down from the previous vitality tide until now, the Dao accumulation must be very rich, at least surpassing that of the War God Temple. Su Qin guessed in his heart. Su Qin vaguely felt that the former was higher than the latter in terms of the level between the Celestial Sect and the War God Temple. Although the War God Temple was powerful, it was still incredible even in the previous vitality tide. However, several Earth immortals wanted to join forces to enter the War God Temple, but they were chased out in the end. This meant that the War God Temple should not be able to kill an Earth immortal. But the Celestial Sect. Even Earth immortals would only start looking for it in their later years, at least on the surface. The danger of the Celestial Sect was already dangerous to the life and death of an Earth immortal. Forget it. It's still too early to think about the Celestial Sect. At least wait until I enter the Earth immortal realm before I consider looking for the Celestial Sect. Su Qin calmed down and thought silently in his heart. Anyway, the Dao accumulation of the Celestial Sect was there. Other than Su Qin, no one else in the world could use the Dao accumulation, so Su Qin was naturally not in a hurry. Next. It's time to transform my essence soul. With a thought, dozens of elemental spirit pills appeared in front of Su Qin. The elemental spirit pills were invisible and transparent, as if they were formed by pure spirit. They emitted a faint wave of energy that made people feel comfortable. If the white-haired old man was still here, his eyes would definitely turn red when he found that the elemental spirit pills that had long been extinct in the overseas martial arts world, and even the medicine god sect could not refine them, were placed neatly in front of Su Qin like candies. One should know that one elemental spirit pill was enough to let a peak legend transform his essence soul in a short time, let alone more than 50 of them. Once Su Qin took so many elemental spirit pills, the power of the essence soul that he accumulated would definitely be terrifying. It's really magical. I wonder what the elemental spirit pills are made of. Su Qin looked at the elemental spirit pills again and thought to himself. The elemental spirit pills gave Su Qin a very special feeling, as if they were spiritual objects, but Su Qin had never seen such a special ancient medicine. Surrounded by more than 50 elemental spirit pills, Su Qin felt that his divine sense was unprecedentedly abundant. He even had a feeling that even if he did not take any elemental spirit pills, within 50 years, he could still rely on himself to transform into a Yuan spirit. Of course, Su Qin would not be so stupid as to not take the elemental spirit pills and think about breaking through on his own. Now. Su Qin carefully felt the large amount of spirit in his body slowly surging. He directly picked up a few elemental spirit pills and swallowed them. Wang. The elemental spirit pills melted as soon as they entered his throat, bursting out countless terrifying spirit power, which constantly integrated into Su Qin's spirit. This spirit power completely ignored Su Qin's body, and directly rushed towards every trace of Su Qin's spirit. And with the help of this spirit power, Su Qin's spirit began to shrink and condense, faintly transforming into a more advanced form. P.S. Shame, the update time is late, shame, shame. There will be more later, don't panic. While Su Qin was in seclusion to transform his Yuan spirit, the outside world was already in an uproar. Su Qin did not try to hide his attack on 10,000 Swords Island, especially when he shouted, "Kunzu, get your ass out here." Every living being within dozens of miles of 10,000 Swords Island could hear it, and there was no hiding it at all. Moreover, Su Qin did not kill the innocent. At the very least, the martial artists who had just arrived at 10,000 Swords Island and were ready to join him but had yet to die. With those martial artists fleeing in terror, it was only a matter of time before news of Wanjian School's destruction spread overseas. Not to mention, during this period of time, the Myriad Swords sect was recruiting disciples. Every day, a large number of cultivators would come from all over the Endless Sea Islands. When they saw the devastated state of the Myriad Swords Island, they would definitely spread the word of what they saw. All at once. The overseas world was shaken. Wanjian School had only been around for 4,000 years and could not compare to behemoths like the Dao One sect or the Witchcraft sect that had been around since the last tide of vitality recovery. Still, it was a legacy established by a land immortal and one of the overseas great sects, and even had Kenzu, a swordsman who had transformed into a Yuan spirit, slumbering within it. How could it be destroyed so easily? Aside from Kenzu, Wanjian School had also slumbered almost 20 pinnacle mythic patriarchs, with no less than 5 of them having condensed a domain. Moreover, there were the layers of killing arrays on 10,000 Swords Island, as well as the 9 Swords reincarnation array left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist over 4,000 years ago. The silent destruction of such a force that stood at the pinnacle of the Endless Sea Islands would definitely cause many cultivators in the Endless Sea Islands to feel insecure. Even the other great sects were no exception. After all, that being could destroy Wanjian School, as well as other great sects and slay countless mythic martial artists. It was as if a sword was hanging over one's neck, and it had already affected the balance of the overseas martial arts world. Over thousands of years, the many great sects overseas had kept each other in check, jointly ruling over the entire overseas and maintaining a special balance. Otherwise, if there was no such balance, the high sects could wantonly attack each other. The entire outer seas would have been flooded with blood long ago. Even the high sects would not be able to withstand such losses. After all, once they went into a frenzy, the major sects would definitely awaken their patriarchs. Once the patriarchs appeared, it would mean that the experts at the peak of the mythical realm had entered the scene. The impact it would bring would be no different from an apocalypse. Countless overseas martial artists were shocked. Some even realized that something was wrong and began to leave the sea, preparing to spend a few decades on a remote road before returning. Meanwhile, amidst a vast and thick mountain range, a man in a magus robe sat before an ancient palace with his legs crossed. If other overseas mythical warriors saw this scene, they would be shocked to find that this was the witchcraft overlooking the entire overseas region. Witchcraft. It was one of the great sects overseas. It was said that it had been passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery. It had an extremely deep foundation and had produced more than one earth immortal. 3,000 years ago, the shaman king of the shaman sect had even roamed the universe, traversed the world, and dominated the overseas for several eras. Even in this era, although the witchcraft was not well known, no one dared to ignore this behemoth. With tens of thousands of years of accumulation, only God knows how much foundation witchcraft had. Wanjian School was destroyed? The man sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient palace whispered to himself. His aura was like a mountain, as if he had merged with the void of heaven and earth. Many witchcraft elders standing next to him lowered their heads and showed a respectful look. Who did it? A trace of surprise appeared on the man's face. He knew about the Wanjian School. Even if its foundation was far inferior to the witchcraft, it could not be destroyed by just anyone. Especially 3,000 years ago, the witch king of that generation returned to witchcraft after traveling the world and recorded everything he had experienced in ancient books, including information about Wanjian School. The 9 Swords reincarnation array formed by the 9,000-foot sword peaks on the Myriad Swords Island was enough to resist an earth immortal for a short time. Even if the 9 Swords reincarnation array had weakened after 3,000 years, it was still not something an ordinary peak mythical warrior could do. Master Witch. Several witchcraft elders next to him looked at each other, puzzled. Wanjian School was destroyed so quickly that it did not even last half a day. It did not even have the chance to ask for help from other overseas sections. Therefore, even though they already knew that the Wanjian house had been destroyed, that was all they knew. As for why the Wanjian house was destroyed and what happened during that period of time, they didn't know. Master Witch, could it be caused by the Xianxia sneak attack? A witchcraft elder pondered for a moment and guessed. Among the many major sects, the Xianxia loved to kill. Although no one could transform into a primordial spirit because of their cultivation method, the Xianxia's ancestor had strange means that could hurt the primordial spirit. It was because of this that the Xianxia could stand tall overseas and become a major sect. Impossible. How could the Xianxia have the ability to destroy Wanjian school? Besides, even if the Xianxia had the chance, would they dare to do so? A witchcraft elder shook his head and denied. The Xianxia had stood tall for thousands of years. Although they loved to kill, they only killed ordinary creatures or rogue cultivators. As for the disciples of the major sects, they did not dare to touch a single one. Otherwise, if the Xianxia really didn't care about killing, they would have been wiped out by the other major sections. How could they survive until today? Could it be an earth immortal? Another witchcraft elder asked tentatively. If it was an earth immortal, then everything would make sense. Only an earth immortal, who was above everything else, would be able to destroy a great sect like the Myriad Sword sect with a wave of his hand. If you want to break through to the earth immortal level, you must communicate with the Sea of Vitality. If someone really reached this step and began to draw the Sea of Vitality from the depths of the void, our witchcraft would have sensed it. At this time, the master witch wearing a wizard robe slowly said. Even in the last recovery era of the Sea of Vitality, although earth immortals were not as rare as now, they were still strong enough to dominate a region. If a new earth immortal was born overseas, how could the witchcraft not know? Next. Several witchcraft elders put forward their own opinions, but they were all rejected one by one. There were indeed forces overseas that could destroy Wanjian school, such as the witchcraft. If the witchcraft used all its resources and awakened the ancestors, it would only be a matter of time before they destroyed Wanjian school. However, the witchcraft would not do that at all. A mere Wanjian school was not worthy of the witchcraft using their resources. The so-called resources were naturally reduced every time they were used. No major sect would be willing to use them unless they had no other choice. It's not this, and it's not that. Could it be that the existence that destroyed Wanjian school came from other places? Another witchcraft elder frowned. They had just mentioned all the powerful sects in the sea that could threaten the 10,000 Swords sect, as well as some hidden powerhouses. However, after a long discussion, they found that it was not the case. From other places? The man sitting in the ancient hall had a thoughtful look on his face. He was the current master of the witchcraft and controlled the entire witchcraft. Naturally, his insight was not comparable to the other elders. Now that the vitality tide was recovering, overseas was not the only holy land for cultivation. The possibility of other variables was greatly increased. Just as many witchcraft elders were frowning and thinking hard, a faint voice came from outside the mountain range. The existence that destroyed Wanjian school did come from other places. A figure in a black and white robe appeared outside the witchcraft. This figure's aura was almost illusory, and there was an 8 trigrams mark between his eyebrows. Is he from the Tianji sect? The master of the witchcraft's expression changed. The Tianji sect was very special. In the overseas martial arts world, it did not pursue the end of martial arts, but evolved the secrets of the heavens and calculated the lives of the people. Decades ago, the current Tianji of the Tianji sect had predicted that the land of great battles had already appeared, but most people did not believe it at that time. However, as time passed, the vitality tide was recovering more and more violently, and the land of great battles had indeed appeared. Soon after the disciple from the Tianji sect was led into the witchcraft, he came in front of the Shaman King and the others. Who is the Tianji to you? The Shaman King looked at the other party and asked. He is my master. The man with the 8 trigrams mark between his eyebrows said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Even in the witchcraft, there was no trace of fear on his face. You just said that the existence that destroyed Wanjian school came from other places. The Shaman King did not beat around the bush and asked directly, then where did he come from? The land of great battles. The man with the 8 trigrams mark between his eyebrows slowly said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, including the Shaman King, was shocked. They never thought that this would be the result. However, everyone thought about it and reluctantly accepted it. Could it be the legend from the land of great battles? The shaman king thought quickly. The information about Su Qin had naturally spread to the witchcraft. However, in everyone's view, Su Qin was at most a peak legend who had condensed a domain. He was far from being able to destroy Wanjian school. What else did the Tianjizi see? What is the origin of the existence that destroyed Wanjian school? What inheritance did he obtain? The shaman king continued to ask. Master could not see any information about the existence that destroyed Wanjian school. When the man with the 8 trigrams mark said this, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. When Master was calculating the origin of that person, he only saw a blur of heaven's secrets. If he forced himself to calculate, there would be a great disaster. The man with the 8 trigrams mark continued. The reason why Master knew that person came from the land of great battles was that when he was calculating why Wanjian school was destroyed, he saw a little girl who came back from the land of great battles a few months ago. And this little girl was the reason for the destruction of Wanjian school. As soon as the man with the 8 trigrams mark finished speaking, the shaman master and many elders were shocked. Just because Wanjian school took away a little girl, the entire Wanjian school was trampled on. How domineering was this method? It wasn't just the witchcraft. At this moment, many of the major sects overseas, as well as countless legends, knew that the existence that destroyed Wanjian school came from the land of great battles. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. At this time in Wanjian school, Su Qin's seclusion to transform his primordial spirit had also reached a critical juncture. Wanjian school. On the 1,000-foot sword peak. Inside a large hall. Su Qin sat cross-legged. On the surface, he looked calm as if he was an ordinary person sitting there. But in fact, there were earth-shaking changes taking place inside Su Qin's body. The endless divine sense continued to fuse and converged into an extremely illusory figure beside the golden Buddha in Su Qin's ancestral aperture at the center of his eyebrows. The transformation of the primordial spirit was a qualitative change on the spiritual level. It had nothing to do with the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth in the outside world, so it would not cause too much of a commotion. Time passed slowly. As several elemental spirit pills entered his throat again and turned into endless spiritual power, the figure that slowly appeared in Su Qin's ancestral aperture gradually turned from illusory to real. At the same time, outside the hall where Su Qin was in seclusion, Li Wan, the white-haired old man, and the others were quietly waiting. Li Wan carefully looked around the hall. After confirming that Su Qin had not come out, a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Then, she took out a long sword that was half the height of a person. She had found this long sword on the sword peak. Swords had a spirit. At that time, this long sword was about to fly out, but Li Wan arrived and took the initiative to fly to Li Wan's side, constantly emitting sword cries. The white-haired old man was dumbfounded when he saw this. He recognized this long sword. It was one of the magic treasures passed down from Wanjian school. It was enough to make the hearts of ordinary peak mythics burn. In the end, it took the initiative to fly to Li Wan and wanted to recognize it as its master. Li Wan was also fond of this long sword. She immediately activated the cultivation method that Su Qin had given her before he went into seclusion and constantly refined it. While refining this long sword, Li Wan could faintly feel that the sword will in her body was constantly rising and forming a strange resonance with her. The cultivation method that third uncle gave me is really useful. Li Wan happily refined the long sword, constantly guiding the sword intent in his body to resonate with it. Kenzu would never have imagined that everything he had done would end up benefiting Li Wan. Grandpa Feiyu, when do you think third uncle will come out of seclusion? Li Wan practiced his sword for a while and turned to look at the white-haired old man. Through this period of communication, Li Wan learned that the old man's name was Feiyu. You flatter me. The old man, Feiyu, broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and said, You call Sir third uncle, but you call me grandfather. Isn't the seniority in the family messed up? In the eyes of the old man, Feiyu, Su Qin had long since been like an immortal god. How could he dare to take advantage of these words? But if Sir continues his seclusion, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Feiyu seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Ever since Su Qin went into seclusion, it was fine in the beginning. Even though the outside world already knew that Wanjian School was destroyed, they did not dare to send people to investigate. Therefore, the old man, Fei Yu, and Li Wan had a comfortable life. But in the past few days, the old man, Fei Yu, clearly felt a few faint divine senses sweeping past. Apart from that, the old man, Fei Yu, often felt an inexplicable sense of being spied on, which made his heart palpitate. To be able to spy on him without being discovered, it was obvious that their power had far surpassed the old man, Fei Yu. If it were not for Su Qin's lingering influence, someone would have already arrived at Wanjian Island. No matter what trouble it is, Wan'er will definitely protect third uncle in his seclusion. Li Wan heard the old man, Fei Yu's words. He clenched his fist, waved the long sword in his hand, and said seriously, "I hope so." The old man, Fei Yu, sighed softly and did not say anything else. The existence who dared to investigate Wanjian School after Wanjian School was destroyed and even set foot on Wanjian Island clearly had a certain degree of confidence. Although they might not be able to transform their primordial spirits like Kenzu, they were at least very close to it. Such an existence stood at the peak even in the martial arts world overseas. They looked down on all living beings and could overturn rivers and seas with just a thought. How could a small martial artist like Li Wan, who had not even reached the myth realm, be able to stop them? I should be able to stall for another month. Within a month, no matter how curious the outside world is and how they investigate Wanjian Island, they will not set foot on the island, the old man, Fei Yu, thought to himself. But if it takes more than a month, I'm afraid that someone will set foot on the island and visit my lord. If they find out that my lord is in seclusion, it will be a disaster, not a blessing. The old man, Fei Yu, thought quickly. Even a peak myth realm expert was at his weakest when he was in seclusion. Most of his energy was focused on breaking through. Even if he sensed that a great enemy was coming, he would not be able to do anything. If seclusion could be interrupted at any time, it would not be called seclusion. If others found out that Su Qin was in seclusion, the old man, Fei Yu, really did not know what would happen. After all, Su Qin's destruction of Wanjian School had already attracted the attention of some overseas forces. If Su Qin was still at his peak, these forces would naturally not do anything to avoid unnecessary losses. But now, Su Qin was not like that. Although the old man, Fei Yu, was anxious about this, he could not change anything. He could only hope that Su Qin could come out of seclusion as soon as possible. Just like that, they waited outside the main hall. During this time, Li Wan, in order to fulfill his promise to protect Su Qin, worked hard to practice the sword. Under the nourishment of the sword will in his body, he broke through several realms and transformed his body and true essence in a short time, becoming a top great grandmaster who had undergone the second transformation. Of course, that was the end of Li Wan's progress. The reason why he was able to break through so quickly, in addition to his recent hard work in cultivation, was also because of the elixirs and divine pills that Wanjian School had fed him during this period of time. The effects of these elixirs and divine pills had accumulated in Li Wan's body. After his cultivation during this period of time, they were completely stimulated, resulting in a rapid improvement. However, with the completion of the two transformations, the effects accumulated in his body had basically been used up. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. After a month, the old man, Fei Yu, vaguely sensed a huge aura approaching the myriad sword island. All of a sudden, in the main hall on the 1,000-foot sword peak, a terrifying wave quickly spread in all directions. This wave was not a divine thought or a domain, but a more illusory but extremely condensed power. The power of the essence soul? Lord has come out of seclusion. The old man, Fei Yu, was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of excitement. However, in the next moment, under Fei Yu's incredulous gaze, the power of the essence soul that spread out from the main hall almost swept across half of the myriad sword island, and continued to shroud the distance as if it was endless. After sensing the power of the essence soul, the aura that was slowly approaching the myriad sword island suddenly grunted, as if it had suffered a great loss, and began to retreat rapidly, far away from the myriad sword island. That's not right. How can the power of Lord's essence soul be so vast? Even if an ordinary pinnacle myth metamorphoses their essence soul, it can only cover a radius of a few dozen miles. Even Kenzu, who had obtained the inheritance of the 10,000 sword Taoist, could only expand the power of his essence soul to a radius of 100 miles. A radius of 100 miles is the limit of the power of the essence soul. How can the power of the essence soul be so far beyond 100 miles? It's almost 200 miles. Could Lord be in seclusion to break through to the earth immortal realm? The old man, Fei Yu, was so shocked that he could hardly hide it. The terrifying power of the essence soul swept out in all directions like a storm. Countless myths who were close to the myriad sword island only felt a rumble in their minds, and their divine sense was severely damaged, causing them to faint on the spot. After an incense stick's worth of time, the essence soul storm that covered a radius of 250 miles slowly dissipated, but the old man, Fei Yu, could clearly feel that all the essence soul began to shrink and pour into the main hall. Creak. The door of the main hall silently opened, as if an invisible hand had pushed it open. Come in. A calm voice came from the main hall, resounding in the ears of Fei Yu, Li Wan, and the others. Yes. Li Wan blinked her eyes. Immediately, she walked briskly towards the large hall. The old man, Fei Yu, and the others followed closely behind. The main hall was dimly lit, and everything was no different from when they left. But the old man, Fei Yu, immediately noticed the figure sitting at the center of the main hall. The moment he saw the figure, Fei Yu felt that everything in the world had become illusory, as if he had also begun to turn illusory, and only the figure was real. Humph. Just as Fei Yu was about to fall into the endless illusory world, a cold snort suddenly sounded in his ears. Suddenly, Fei Yu woke up with a start, and beads of cold sweat flowed out of his forehead. He had just looked at Su Qin, and he had almost fallen into his trap. It was simply appalling. If it wasn't for that cold snort, Fei Yu's divine sense would have collapsed, and even if there were no injuries on his body, he would be like a living dead. Congratulations, Lord, for achieving great success. Fei Yu quickly knelt on the ground and said loudly. Get up. Su Qin glanced at the terrified Fei Yu and said in an indifferent voice. This was the terrifying power of the essence soul. After transforming the essence soul, one didn't even need to do anything to deal with martial artists who had yet to transform the essence soul. The terrifying power of the essence soul could suppress the opponent's divine sense with a crushing force. For example, Fei Yu was also a peak legend with a powerful divine sense, but he couldn't resist Su Qin at all. Of course. This was also because Su Qin was different from other peak legends who had transformed the essence soul. He had taken more than 50 essence soul pills to transform the essence soul, and increased the power of his essence soul to 100 times that of an ordinary essence soul. Otherwise, with Fei Yu's strength, even if he couldn't defeat the essence soul, he shouldn't be so weak. I've finally transformed the essence soul. Su Qin's gaze moved away from Fei Yu, and a trace of emotion appeared on his face. After transforming the essence soul, the next step was to enter the earth immortal realm. Throughout history, even during the Vitality Tide's heyday, earth immortals were enough to suppress an area, and during the Vitality Tide's quietness, earth immortals were even rarer. If I were to meet the Sword Ancestor now, I would only need 3 moves to completely obliterate his primordial spirit. Su Qin stood up slowly and thought to himself. Now that the essence soul is formed, let's see what changes there are. Su Qin's mind merged into the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and looked at the essence soul that had just transformed. Inside the primal aperture at mid-brows, the essence soul that was sitting cross-legged was exactly the same as Su Qin, and it was faintly surging with the power of the essence soul that was as vast as an ocean. What a strange feeling. Su Qin's mind merged with the primordial spirit and controlled the body of the primordial spirit. All kinds of feelings surged into his mind. To Su Qin, this primordial spirit body was like a second physical body that could exist independently in the world. Of course, without the nourishment of a real physical body, the combat power of the primordial spirit body would definitely be reduced by a lot. If I were to face Kenzu again now, I wouldn't even need to use a large amount of qi and blood to wear him down. I would be able to crush his primordial spirit within 10 moves. Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the golden Buddha beside him. Even though Su Qin had transformed into a primordial spirit body, he was still extremely small in front of the golden Buddha that filled the world. If the Golden Buddha was like an eternally burning sun, then the primordial spirit body at this moment was equivalent to a star orbiting the sun. The difference between the two was more than 10 million times. Let's go outside and take a look. Suqing's primordial spirit body leaped up and out of the primordial aperture at mid-brows. In an instant, it was outside. Boom! As soon as the primordial spirit left the body, Suqing clearly felt all kinds of heaven and earth essence qi and spiritual opportunity tearing apart. However, these heaven and earth essence qi and spiritual opportunity could not shake the majestic primordial spirit body at all. Indeed, everything is different. Suqing slowly felt the world from the perspective of the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was different from the divine will. The divine will needed a host and could not exist independently. For example, the wooden sword that Suqing gave to Xianxia was a host of the divine will. Without a host, the divine will would quickly dissipate no matter how strong it was. But the primordial spirit was different. For example, Suqing could completely leave the Myriad Sword Island with his physical body and travel thousands of miles to return to Chang'an City with his primordial spirit. Of course, Suqing would not do that. Without the protection of the primordial spirit, the physical body was just an empty shell. It was very dangerous. In particular, Suqing's physical body was already half a step into the level of Dharma body. His vital energy and blood were abundant to the extreme. For existences like Kenzu, whose physical body had long decayed and were only left with vital spirit, he was simply a rare target for possession. Next, Suqing's primordial spirit wandered around the Myriad Sword Island a few times. After completely adapting to the environment, he returned to his physical body. The transformation of my essence soul is going very smoothly. A smile emerged on Suqing's face. The metamorphosis of the primordial spirit was not the same as breaking through a major realm. It did not have any risks. At most, it was just a matter of time. Suqing's accumulation was robust, and his spiritual sense was far beyond that of an ordinary peak myth. In addition, he had taken more than 50 elemental spirit pills. If this transformation failed, perhaps no martial artist in the world would be able to transform their primordial spirit. I've been in seclusion for more than 2 months. Suqing seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart was slightly moved. In the past 2 months, Suqing hadn't really immersed himself in cultivation. In addition to cultivation, Suqing signed in on the Myriad Sword Island every day on time. In 2 months, he had signed in more than 60 times and obtained a large number of Sword Dao manuals, as well as some divine pills and spirit liquids. He even signed in several Dharma treasures. The harvest was quite bountiful. These powerful sects overseas have been around for a long time and have accumulated a lot of Dao accumulations. They are all treasured places to sign in. Suqing's eyes lit up. Even the Wanjian school, a powerful sect that had only been around for more than 4,000 years, allowed Suqing to sign in so many good things. He even obtained an extremely rare primordial spirit secret technique. One could imagine how much Dao accumulations those sects that had been passed down since the last Vitality Tide recovery era, such as the Witchcraft sect. Unfortunately, if I want to sign in successfully, I have to be close to the core where the Dao accumulations are located. Like the Wanjian school, I can only sign in on the Sword Peak here. Suqing sighed softly and thought silently in his heart. Generally speaking, the core of any Dao accumulations is an important place of the powerful sections. For example, this Sword Peak is the place where the ancestors of the Wanjian school sleep. How can outsiders be allowed to enter? Besides, even if any of the powerful sects invited Suqing wouldn't go in at all. Moreover, entering the core of a high sect alone was equivalent to handing over the initiative to the other party. What if there was a group of peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirits lying in ambush in this high sect? Plus, there were layers upon layers of killing formations restricting them. Suqing is really in danger. Therefore, in order to have a foolproof check-in, he had to do what he did to the 10,000 Swords sect. He had to completely annihilate a great sect and cut off all resistance. But if Suqing really did that, it would inevitably cause the rejection of all the powerful sects overseas. Suqing's destruction of the Wanjian school had already made these powerful sects feel insecure. During his seclusion, Su Qi noticed more than once that there were inexplicable auras spying on the myriad Sword Island. The owners of these inexplicable auras had vast auras, and the power of the primordial spirit pervaded the air. They were all peerless powerhouses who had transformed their primordial spirit. Su Qi even faintly felt that the power of the primordial spirit of several auras was in an extremely vigorous period, far from being decayed like Kinzu's primordial spirit. Obviously, the owners of these auras had not only transformed their primordial spirit, but also had vigorous blood and qi. Shouyuan was abundant. In other words, in this era of the overseas martial arts world, there were peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. This made Su Qi a little strange, but he thought about it and felt that it was normal. Peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit were not like the land immortals, which were hard to come by in thousands of years. In every era of the overseas martial arts world, there were peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. This was especially true for major sects like the Witchcraft sect and the Daoi sect, which had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era. In addition to their sleeping ancestors, there were at least peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit. However, these peak legends who had transformed their primordial spirit would not usually show up. They were all in seclusion, trying to break through the shackles and step into the land immortal realm. This was also the reason why the current sect masters of the major sects were all at the 6th heavenly layer. Once the realm exceeded the 6th heavenly layer and became a peak legend, they would no longer care about the secular affairs of the sect and would instead go into seclusion, thinking about going further. After all, no matter which major sect, as long as an land immortal could come out, they would lead the sect to prosperity for thousands of years, which was far more than the role of a sect master. Although I have transformed my primordial spirit and the power of the primordial spirit is abundant, far surpassing other peak legends who have transformed their primordial spirit, it is still impossible for me to fight against the joint forces of all the major sects overseas. Su Qi thought seriously for a while and gave up on the idea of continuing to destroy a major sect and then signing in there. If Su Qi really did that, he would probably be hunted down by the entire overseas martial arts world. This was contrary to Su Qi's original intention. Okay. Let's go back. Su Qi glanced at the old man Fei Yu, Li Wan, and the others who were standing respectfully beside him and said. In the 2 months he left Chang'an City, not only did he save Li Wan, but he also successfully transformed his primordial spirit, not to mention the treasures he had obtained from signing in on the myriad Sword Island. It was definitely a worthwhile trip. The old man Fei Yu hesitated for a while and couldn't help but say, "My lord, there are people approaching outside." "Don't worry, they're all gone," Su Qi said casually. During the period of seclusion, there was indeed more than one aura slowly approaching, but the owners of these auras all left after Su Qi came out of seclusion. The power of their primordial spirits was vast and mighty, and after covering a radius of more than 200 miles, they all quickly left. Among them, the owner of one aura directly suffered a backlash from Su Qi's primordial spirit power and suffered a loss. Soon, Su Qi, Li Wan, and the others slowly left Wanjian School and rushed towards the Empire of Tang. Along the way, there were several gazes peeking from afar. After confirming that Su Qi didn't continue to stay overseas, they didn't dare to follow. Su Qi was too lazy to pay attention to this. For Su Qi, the most important thing now was to return to Chang'an City and slowly think about breaking through the shackles. As for other things, they could be pushed back. When Su Qi completely left the overseas range. A few hours later, several figures with magnificent auras appeared, looking in the direction Su Qi left in the distance, which was the land of the great battle. Did he really leave? One of the voices spoke slowly, as if he was relieved. Although with their strength, they were not afraid of a peak legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit, and could even join forces to kill him. If Su Qi counterattacked before death, he could at least drag 1 or 2 of them down with him. They were the foundation of their respective sects, who would offend a powerhouse of the same level for no reason? As for Wanjian School? A great sect that had been completely destroyed was not worth the risk of these people. However, after a while, I'm afraid it will be the first spiritual world point of the Vitality Tide recovery, right? At that time, the vitality and spiritual vigor of the land of the great battle will welcome the first surge, and the great opportunities left behind from the last vitality tide era may appear one after another. At this time, the second figure said slowly. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people's expressions changed slightly. Vitality was like a tide, rising and falling, and the current era was the rising period of the vitality tide. However, during the rising period of the vitality tide, there were 9 spiritual world points. Once these 9 critical points are crossed, the vitality tide recovery will usher in its true heyday. And now, according to their speculation, the first critical point of the vitality tide was about to arrive. In the process of the vitality tide recovery, the critical point was crucial, and the reason why the land of the great battle was called the core of the vitality tide recovery was that when the critical point arrives, all the great opportunities will appear in the land of the great battle. It seems that we have to go to the land of the great battle. The few of them stood in the void and exchanged glances with each other, as if they were gods high up in the sky. At the same time, as soon as Su Qin returned to the land of the great battle, his brows furrowed slightly. The vitality of heaven and earth seems to be subliming? Su Qin narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly merged into the primordial spirit of the primordial aperture at mid-brows, observing everything in front of him from the perspective of the primordial spirit. After all this last night, Su Qin was still not satisfied, and directly used the Eye of Truth in the body of the primordial spirit. The Eye of Truth was a theurgy that had been bound to Su Qin's true spirit. Whether it was the physical body, the primordial spirit, or the incarnation, they could all share this theurgy. The moment he opened the Eye of Truth, Su Qin's face suddenly changed slightly. The Eye of Truth is the first divine ability that Su Qin obtained from signing in. It has the terrifying effect of observing all the qi in the world. At this moment, Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth in his primordial spirit body and immediately discovered the reason for the sublimation of the heaven and earth primordial spirit. In Su Qin's vision, the entire world was like a huge riverbed, and the heaven and earth primordial spirit and spiritual vigor were the surging river water in the riverbed. Now, as the primordial spirit tide continued to rise, the river water also began to surge, and it was about to overflow the riverbed and flow to the shore. Soon, the primordial spirit tide should rise to another level. Su Qin touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. When the river water that represents the heaven and earth primordial spirit and spiritual vigor crosses the riverbed and reaches a critical point, the primordial spirit and spiritual vigor will rise explosively. However, this is also beneficial for me to enter the realm of Great Arhat. Su Qin nodded slightly with a satisfied look on his face. Whether it is an earth immortal or Great Arhat, they all have to use their primordial spirit to communicate with the primordial spirit in the depths of the void. This is also the reason why the primordial spirit is transformed. Only the primordial spirit, which is like a physical spiritual force, can pass through the layers of the void and be drawn to the primordial spirit sea. However, the void is so mysterious that even with the power of the primordial spirit, it is only a possibility. Whether it can be done or not is another matter. But now, as the primordial spirit tide continues to rise and break through a certain critical value, the primordial spirit sea in the depths of the void also began to rise. In this case, it is tantamount to reducing the difficulty of breaking through to the earth immortal level, making it easier for the power of the primordial spirit to be drawn to the primordial spirit sea. Of course, no matter how high the primordial spirit tide rises and what critical value it reaches, it only slightly reduces the lower limit of entering the earth immortal or Great Arhat realm. It is still very difficult to become an earth immortal, 1 in a billion. Third uncle, are you okay? Li Wan next to him saw Su Qin stop and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Su Qin smiled and said lightly, I'm just a little emotional. What are you feeling? Li Wan asked subconsciously. When the old man Fei Yu and the rest beside him heard this, they stealthily pricked up their ears. For an existence like Su Qin, any random sentence would have an extremely deep meaning. Perhaps, it would be able to benefit them greatly, let alone lament. Only Li Wan, relying on her identity as Su Qin's niece, dared to ask. Otherwise, like the old man Fei Yu and the others, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to ask Su Qin what he was lamenting about. Heaven and earth are sublimated again, Su Qin said meaningfully and continued to rush toward Chang'an City. Heaven and earth sublimate. Li Wan blinked as if he understood. The pupils of the old man, Fei Yu, and the others shrank as if they had realized something. Very soon. Su Qin led them back to the palace. When the Emperor of Tang and the others heard about it, they immediately came to Su Qin. When they saw that Li Wan was alive and kicking, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although everyone had great confidence in Su Qin, this time, Su Qin was going overseas and was about to face a colossus like Wanjian School. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried at all. Even the Lao Dao master of Dao One School was also worried. Su Qin was indeed very strong, but was Wanjian School weak? In the eyes of the Lao Dao master, Su Qin was still a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Such a powerhouse could certainly dominate overseas, but it would be a joke to say that he could take on an upper sect head-on. Any of the major sects had countless resources. How could they be shaken by a mere pinnacle myth who had condensed a domain? Senior, Wanjian School handed over Princess Li Wan so easily? The Lao Dao master looked at Su Qin and asked carefully. After the Lao Dao master asked, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. According to his understanding of Wanjian School, they would not let go so easily. Su Qin heard the Lao Dao master's question and smiled without saying anything. But Li Wan could not help it. She stole a glance at Su Qin. Seeing that Su Qin had no intention of stopping her, she said in a crisp voice, Wanjian School has been destroyed by third uncle. Destroyed? The Lao Dao master did not react for a moment, but Yan Hai and Wan Qing's expressions changed drastically as they stared at Li Wan, dumbfounded. The next moment, the Lao Dao master's eyes widened. His mind was in a mess. After a long time, the Lao Dao master managed to regain his senses. He asked with a trembling voice, Wanjian School has been destroyed? As soon as he said this, Yan Hai and Wan Qing also stared at Li Wan. They did not dare to look away for a moment, afraid that they would miss something. Compared to the Emperor of Tang, who had never been overseas, Yan Hai and Wan Qing were independent cultivators and disciples of the Daoyi sect. They naturally knew what the destruction of Wanjian School meant. This was a upper sect. A upper sect that stood at the top of overseas and looked down on countless martial artists. How could it be destroyed just like that? And it was destroyed by Su Qin? No matter how much the Lao Dao master and the others overestimated Su Qin, they felt as if they had heard a fantasy story. Of course. Li Wan took out the longsword magic treasure that he had obtained from the 1,000-feet sword peak on the Thousand Swords Island and waved it in front of the Lao Dao master and the others as if he was showing off. The sword chi on this? Is this really the legacy magic treasure of Wanjian School? The Lao Dao master's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. Wanjian School sword chi was famous overseas. Aside from the 10,000 swords Daoist from more than 4,000 years ago, who else could leave behind such a magic treasure that was filled with sharp sword chi? If it was said that Wanjian School had handed over Li Wan in order not to completely offend Su Qin, a pinnacle legend who had condensed a domain, it would barely make sense. But at this moment, Li Wan was holding the legacy magic treasure of Wanjian School in his hand, which was completely inexplicable. How could Wanjian School hand over Li Wan and give him a legacy magic treasure? After all, the importance of a legacy magic treasure was definitely above that of a pinnacle legend. After all, pinnacle legends would die of old age. Even if they could use a self-sealing secret technique to hibernate, there was still a limit. On the other hand, legacy magic treasures could be passed down for generations to come and protect Wanjian School. Unless it was really as Li Wan said, that Su Qin had destroyed Wanjian School. And after Wanjian School was destroyed, many of the magic treasures were naturally selected and brought back by Su Qin. However, the Lao Dao master was still a little in disbelief. Because if this speculation was true, Wanjian School had indeed been destroyed. But how was this possible? Throughout history, there had indeed been great sects that had been destroyed, but it was basically the result of some earth immortal killing their way to their door. But Su Qin. The Lao Dao master swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a god. Su Qin was able to return to Chang'an City after destroying Wanjian School. His strength was probably far beyond the level of just condensing a domain. After that, the few of them chatted for a while more before going their separate ways. Su Qin finally reminded the Emperor of Tang to pay attention to the situation in the world. Just now, Su Qin observed with the eye of truth that the qi and spiritual opportunity of the weather seemed to have reached a critical point and would inevitably affect the entire continent. After that, Su Qin taught Li Wan a sword technique. These sword techniques were all obtained by Su Qin over the years, as well as some of the divine sword techniques that he had obtained in Wanjian school. Now that Li Wan's body was nurtured with the sword intent of Wanjian school, he would not be lacking in the realm of the sword Dao. What he needed was a lot of cultivation methods. And today, Su Qin did not lack any cultivation methods. South of the border of the Empire of Tang, in a mountain forest covered with dark clouds. This was where the Thunder God sect, a great overseas sect, established their branch in the land of great struggle. At this moment, hundreds of Raytheon disciples were sitting cross-legged, absorbing the power of thunder between heaven and earth, slowly increasing their strength. And on a high platform, Raytheon's vice sect master, who was wearing a dark blue robe, was sitting there quietly. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying aura pierced through heaven and earth, breaking through the endless dark clouds and descending in front of Raytheon. The owner of this aura was tall and there was thunder faintly surrounding his every move, just like the legendary Thunder God. Raytheon's vice-sect master was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Raytheon's 129th generation disciple, Lei Fan, greets Patriarch Lei Xing. After vice-sect master Lei Fan bowed, hundreds of Raytheon disciples who were cultivating immediately reacted and bowed together. Greetings, Patriarch Lei Xing. The tall man who suddenly descended here was called Lei Xing, the ancestor of Raytheon who transformed into an essence soul 1,000 years ago. Get up. Patriarch Lei Xing was shrouded in thunder, his face was faintly discernible, and the thunder was like a long dragon, constantly entwining his body. Patriarch, this disciple is unfilial. How glorious am I, Raytheon, overseas? I control thunder and punish on behalf of the heavens, but now, I only occupy a remote corner of the land of battle, far away from the real core. I have let down the Patriarch's expectations. Vice-sect master Lei Hong knelt on the ground and said with tears streaming down his face. It's not your fault. Even Wanjian school was destroyed in the hands of the legend of the Empire of Tang. It's already good that you can establish a foundation again. Patriarch Lei Xing said slowly. What? Wanjian school was destroyed? Vice-sect master Lei Hong was shocked. He never dreamed that Wanjian school would be destroyed, and at the hands of the legend of Chang'an City. Didn't they say that the legend of Chang'an City had just condensed a domain not long ago? How could he be so strong? Lei Hong was horrified, and it took him a moment to calm down. Then why are you here, Patriarch? Lei Hong swallowed and asked tentatively. The recovery of the vitality tide is about to reach a critical point. I'm here to seize the opportunity for Raytheon at the critical point. At this point, Patriarch Lei Xing paused for a moment, and then continued, by the way, I'm going to have a chat with the legend of Chang'an City. Otherwise, if we allow the other party to occupy the core of the land of battle, do they really think that there's no one left in the great sects? Patriarch Lei Xing's tone was calm, but it was full of strong confidence. The reason why he didn't care about the Empire of Tang before was that the vitality tide had just begun to recover, and the various opportunities had yet to appear. Even if Raytheon occupied the entire land of battle, it would be useless. But now, the first critical point of the vitality tide was about to appear, and it was related to the great opportunity of the last vitality tide era. Raytheon would naturally fight for it. Raytheon was not the only one. Almost at the same time, the Snow God Palace, the Xianxia, and other major sects welcomed their most powerful ancestors. The far north ice field. A woman in a palace dress had appeared outside the Snow God Palace. The woman in the palace dress stood there quietly. Her temperament was weak, just like an ordinary person. But if one looked closely, one would find that there was a world of ice in the depths of her eyes. When they saw the woman in the palace dress, all the disciples and elders of the Snow God Palace who had come to the battlefield bowed and greeted her respectfully. Ancestor, did you wake up this time because the critical point of the recovery of the vital chi tide is approaching? The deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace asked the woman in the palace dress carefully. That's right. The woman in the palace dress looked indifferent, like an iceberg that would not melt for thousands of years. She said softly, "I also want to meet the legend of the Empire of Tang with my friends." The deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace was slightly shocked when she heard this. She quickly said, "But Ancestor just said that the legend of Chang'an City destroyed the Wanjian school by himself. His strength is unfathomable." The deputy palace master of the Snow God Palace said hesitantly. When she learned from the woman in the palace dress that the destruction of the Wanjian school was caused by Su Qin, she was extremely shocked. Now that she heard that her ancestor wanted to meet Su Qin, she was obviously worried. "Don't worry." The woman in the palace dress shook her head slightly and said contemptuously, "The Wanjian school has only been around for 4,000 years. How can it compare to the Snow God Palace?" In the entire Wanjian school, Kenzu was the only one who had transformed his primordial spirit in the past 2,000 years. But even so, Kenzu's body died of old age a long time ago. Without the nourishment of his body, his Yuan spirit is like a rootless duckweed. Besides, many of our killing moves rely on our bodies. Kenzu doesn't have a physical body and can only rely on his soul to maintain a large portion of his combat strength. But in a battle between cultivators of the same level, even the slightest difference can affect the outcome of the battle, much less when one side has lost their physical body. The woman's tone was flat and monotonous. Kenzu, who only had a primordial spirit body, could easily deal with a legend below the primordial spirit. However, when facing an existence of the same level, he would pale in comparison. The woman was not surprised that Su Qin had killed Kenzu because she was confident that she could do the same. As for destroying Wanjian school. After all, the Wanjian school was the orthodoxy left behind by an earth immortal. Su Qin was able to destroy the Wanjian school, so his strength must have surpassed the peak legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit. However, the woman was not going to Chang'an City alone this time. Instead, she was going with several fellow cultivators from other major sections. With several peak legends who had transformed into a primordial spirit working together, no matter how strong Su Qin was, as long as he did not set foot in the territory of an earth immortal, they would have nothing to fear. This was also the biggest source of confidence for the woman in the palace dress. At this moment, Chang'an City. Inside the palace, Su Qin went into seclusion for a while. After stabilizing his primordial spirit, he returned to the East Palace and gave guidance to Family Su's cultivation. After all, Su Qin had gone overseas for several months. Naturally, he wanted to see the progress of Family Su's martial arts. "Qiner, you've broken through again?" Outside the Right Spring Square, Su Shimen was practicing the Arhat fist. This Arhat fist was a fist technique that Su Qin had brought out from the Shaolin Temple. It was a basic fist technique. However, at this moment, in Su Shimen's hands, it showed a different kind of demeanor. It was as if the real venerable Arhat was punching. It was simple and majestic. As it stretched and unfolded, a large amount of heaven and earth's essence chi surged into Su Shimen's body and increased his cultivation base. "A slight breakthrough," Su Qin said casually. For other peak legends, transforming into a primordial spirit was already a qualitative change. Once a primordial spirit was formed, it could break free from the shackles of the physical body, travel thousands of miles, and be reborn. It was simply unbelievable. However, in Su Qin's eyes, it was indeed a slight breakthrough. It was only a matter of time. "Qiner, your slight breakthrough, in the eyes of mortals like us, is probably all the breakthroughs between an ordinary person and a martial arts legend." As Su Shimen spoke, he continued to practice the Arhat fist. "Father, your strength is advancing very quickly. There is hope for you to reach the myth realm." Su Qin looked at Su Shimen's Arhat fist, and a smile appeared on his face. In just a few years, Su Shimen had already become a second-grade grandmaster from a fifth-grade grandmaster. He was only a step away from the first-grade grandmaster realm. Of course, this was due to the essence chi tide and the elixir cultivation method that Su Qin had given him, but it was also due to Su Shimen's own hard work. Although I used to like martial arts, I knew that my conditions did not allow it. Now that I have Qiner's help, if I can't make any progress, I might as well be a rich man and spend the rest of my life. When Su Shimen said this, he paused for a while, as if thinking of something, and sighed softly. It's a pity that Yuaner is not interested in martial arts. Otherwise, I would definitely drag him to practice with me. The Yuan that Su Shimin mentioned was the current crown prince of the Empire of Tang, Li Yuan. Compared with Li Yuan, who was addicted to martial arts since childhood and always followed Su Qin around all day, Li Yuan was the opposite. He had no interest in martial arts at all and devoted himself to state affairs. Everyone has their own path to walk. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said lightly. He had already given Li Yuan a choice. If the other party insisted on giving up martial arts, it had nothing to do with Su Qin. Next, Su Qin chatted with Su Shimin for a while, and after walking around the palace, he returned to the majestic underground hall again. Let's set up this Buddhist lamp first. With a thought, Su Qin saw a slowly burning Buddhist lamp appear in front of him. This Buddhist lamp was the 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp that Su Qin obtained in the 10,000 Buddhas hall. When the wick is lit, it is invulnerable. Of course, the invulnerability here was only relative. At the very least, this 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp would not be able to block Su Qin's attack. But no matter what, this Buddhist lamp was still a very rare Buddhist treasure. After hanging the 10,000 spirits Buddhist lamp at the top of the majestic hall and letting its faint Buddhist light envelop the entire hall, Su Qin once again took out a yellow flag. It was the Wutu flag. The Wutu flag was a treasure that Su Qin obtained from signing in at the origin of the earth element. It contained several earth element arrays. As long as the Wutu flag was inserted, the arrays would automatically operate, which was very convenient. Buzz. As the Wutu flag was inserted into the hall, in an instant, the entire hall was faintly shrouded in layers of yellow light. Under the cover of the array in the Wutu flag, the entire underground black majestic hall seemed to have completely disappeared. Even if a peak myth-level divine sense were to scan it, they would not be able to detect it at all. Not bad. It even has its own concealment effect. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was very satisfied. With his attainments in the formation path, setting up a concealment heaven and earth grade array was just a matter of a thought. However, once the heaven and earth grade array was set up, it would need to be maintained and nurtured every once in a while. It was unlike the Wutu flag, where as long as the treasure itself was not destroyed, the great array would continue to exist. Now that my primordial spirit is formed and my territory is stable, it's time to consider breaking through to the great Arhat realm. Su Qin sat cross-legged and stopped cultivating. Instead, he pondered in his heart. If I want to enter the great Arhat realm, I need my primordial spirit to merge with the primordial spirit ocean and draw in the endless primordial spirit to forge my Dharma body. However, the primordial spirit ocean varies in depth. The primordial spirit ocean at the shallow end and the primordial spirit ocean at the deep end are obviously on a different level. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. When an ordinary peak myth-level Earth Immortal attempted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm, it would be a blessing if they could successfully merge with the primordial spirit ocean. Who would dare to consider the depth of the primordial spirit ocean? Originally, I planned to use the picture of the Great Sun as the foundation and merge my primordial spirit with the primordial spirit ocean. The picture of the Great Sun is the embodiment of the essence of the most powerful fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. It can definitely bring my primordial spirit to the deepest part of the primordial spirit ocean. However, my picture of the Great Sun is only at the entry level. This level of picture of the Great Sun only allows me to possess a wisp of the three-legged golden crow's aura. It can't be used in the primordial spirit ocean at all. When Su Qin thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. If it was only to enter the great Arhat realm, Su Qin could have touched it when he was at the earth elemental source in the 10,000 Buddhas hall. However, Su Qin rejected it. Even among the land immortals, there was a distinction between high and low. If Su Qin stepped into this realm, he naturally hoped that he would leave the other land immortals far behind him. At least the picture of the Great Sun at the small mastery level allows me to possess some of the three-legged golden crow's divine ability talent. Only then can it lead me into the deeper level of the primordial spirit ocean. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. The cultivation of the picture of the Great Sun was divided into 3 levels. Entry, small mastery, large mastery. As long as the picture of the Great Sun was completed, it would be equivalent to completely cultivating the picture of the Great Sun. At that time, Su Qin would be able to transform into the most powerful fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. As for entry and small mastery, the entry-level picture of the Great Sun could allow Su Qin to possess a wisp of the three-legged golden crow's aura. As for small mastery, it would allow Su Qin to possess some of the three-legged golden crow's divine ability. Thinking of this, Su Qin glanced at the fire-type magic pills and treasures that were piled up in a certain location in the system space. Over the years, most of Su Qin's sign-in opportunities were used in the underground volcano in the cathodic city of the cave world. As a result, he obtained a large number of fire-type magic pills and other fire-type treasures. However, Su Qin wasn't sure whether these fire-type magic pills and treasures could push his picture of the Great Sun to small mastery. Because his sign-in time at the underground volcano under the cathodic city of the cave world was too short. If he was given another 10 years to obtain more fire-type magic pills and treasures, Su Qin was confident that he would be able to push the picture of the Great Sun to small mastery. Whatever. Let's give it a try first. Su Qin calmed down and suddenly made a decision in his heart. Next, Su Qin once again fell into seclusion. Time passed slowly. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-year period, Su Qin had been swallowing countless fire-type magic pills and treasures, constantly pushing the picture of the Great Sun towards small mastery. On a certain day, Su Qin quietly opened his eyes. The moment Su Qin opened his eyes, screech! An invisible roar burst out, and in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, a great sun that seemed to be burning eternally appeared. And in the depths of the Great Sun, a three-legged divine bird roared towards the sky, and terrifying flames suddenly erupted, burning heaven and earth. It's a pity. After a long time, Su Qin closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, they had returned to normal. The scene in Su Qin's eyes just now was just some memory fragments of the three-legged golden crow that he received when he was cultivating the Great Sun painting. It was just an image, not a real three-legged golden crow. I'm still a little bit away from cultivating the Great Sun painting to minor accomplishment, Su Qin whispered to himself. In this half a year, Su Qin had already swallowed all the fire elemental demonic pills and all the golden crows in the system space. As a result, he had fiercely advanced a part of the cultivation of the picture of the Great Sun, but he was still a distance away from the true minor accomplishment. Do I have to wait a few more years and sign in enough fire attribute demonic cores before breaking through? Su Qin frowned slightly. Now with the continuous recovery of the vitality tide, coupled with the continuous arrival of the peak mythical aura from the overseas major sects, Su Qin suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Su Qin was not afraid of the Wanjian school, a major sect that has only existed for more than 4,000 years, but Su Qin was still a little afraid of the other major sects, especially the major sects that have existed since the last vitality tide era. He didn't know how much heritage these major sects have, and maybe they have the means of an earth immortal. Just as Su Qin was thinking. Buzz. Between the vast heaven and earth, the vitality was surging, as if it had undergone some kind of sublimation, reaching a certain critical point, and began to rise rapidly. Endless fire elemental power gathered from all directions and landed hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City, forming a mountain range that was burning with raging flames. The mountain range was not very vast, but it was still dozens of miles. The endless power of fire condensed into fire dragons, constantly sweeping through every corner of the mountain range. Suddenly, all the martial artists in the upper realm and above looked up thoughtfully at the flame mountain range. The martial artists in the upper realm began to bear the world's essence chi, and they could faintly feel the majestic world's essence chi between heaven and earth. The endless world's essence chi consumed when the flame mountain was formed naturally attracted the attention of countless martial artists. That is? Inside the palace, the old man, Fei Yu, was overwhelmed with shock. His face was filled with disbelief. The Lao Dao practitioner from the Daoyi school felt the same way as Yan Hai, Wan Qing, and the others. They were in Chang'an City, so they naturally had a deep impression of the newly formed flame mountain range hundreds of miles away. This is the fire elemental origin, a fire elemental origin condensed by heaven and earth. The old man Fei Yu's voice trembled as he spoke in disbelief. 5 elemental sources such as the fire elemental source and the earth elemental source generally required thousands of years of nurturing before they could form. But now, under the continuous rise of the chi of heaven and earth, a fire elemental source that was hard to come by in 1,000 years was forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is an opportunity, a truly great opportunity. A great opportunity that only appears in the land of great struggle. Feiyu's face was filled with fanaticism. The sources of the 5 elements were extremely rare. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, there were not many of them. Any fully matured source of the 5 elements could help a pinnacle myth more easily integrate his primordial spirit into the sea of vitality in the depths of the void. How incredible was this? It must be known that the further one goes in martial arts cultivation, the less help external forces can bring. It was simply shocking to think that the fire elemental source could increase the possibility of entering the earth immortal realm. Not good. Trouble. After the excitement, the old man Feiyu's face suddenly changed. Over the past 6 months, mythical martial artists from the major sects had entered the Empire of Tang. Although the Emperor of Tang was concerned about this, as long as these mythical martial artists from the major sects didn't cause any trouble, he wouldn't stop them. Firstly, he was worried that it would cause the dissatisfaction of all the overseas major sects. Secondly, if the Empire of Tang really wanted to catch up with these major sects, it must have more contact with them. And under the deterrence of Su Qin, these mythical martial artists from the major sects, after entering the Empire of Tang, were well behaved. Even the Xianxia disciples, who had always liked to kill, didn't dare to kill in the Empire of Tang for fear of attracting Su Qin's attention. However, the old man Feiyu knew that the premise of these mythical martial artists not attacking was that the Empire of Tang didn't have anything to attract them. But now, this newly formed fire elemental source was enough to arouse the greed in the hearts of all the mythical martial artists. Moreover, because the fire elemental source was only a few hundred miles away from Chang'an City, the aftermath of the fight between these mythical martial artists was very likely to spread to Chang'an City. As for Su Qin's deterrence, in front of the fire elemental source, it would definitely attract the full force of the major sects. How could they give up because of Su Qin? Just when the old man Feiyu's face turned ugly, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It turned out to be a newly formed fire elemental source. Su Qin's figure appeared silently beside him, looking in the direction of the Flame Mountain range, and said softly, "My lord." The old man Feiyu's heart tightened, and he immediately bowed to Su Qin. "Get up." Su Qin waved his hand, and his eyes flashed with a hint of fiery passion. Now his great sun painting was still a little short of minor accomplishment. Originally, Su Qin thought that it would take a few more years to get enough fire elemental treasures to devour before he could step into minor accomplishment. But now, the appearance of this fire elemental source made Su Qin overjoyed. The fire elemental source was condensed from the endless fire elemental energy between heaven and earth, and it was the best fuel for cultivating the great sun painting. A complete fire elemental source would definitely allow the cultivation of the great sun painting to advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention great accomplishment, at least minor accomplishment wouldn't be a problem. Once the great sun painting reached minor accomplishment, Su Qin could use it to integrate his primordial spirit into the sea of vitality and take that step. "Come with me for a while." Su Qin glanced at Feiyu and said casually. After all, the old man Feiyu was a peak myth, and his strength wasn't weak. When Su Qin was devouring the fire elemental source, if there was anything, he could instruct Feiyu to do it. Yes. Hearing this, the old man Feiyu said respectfully. At the same time, in front of the Flame Mountain range, with the rise of heaven and earth's essence chi, a group of powerhouses had already rushed here. These powerhouses basically came from the major sections. When the heaven and earth's essence chi was sublimated, they happened to be nearby, so they could rush over immediately. Here, is this the legendary fire elemental source? A tall man with a faint flash of lightning in his eyes looked at the Flame Mountain range in front of him with a burning gaze. He was Elder Raytheon, a 5th heavenly layer myth. Naturally, he knew what the fire elemental source meant. That's right. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in the sect. Legend has it that when the vitality tide recovers, an unprecedented opportunity will appear in the land of great battle. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Another man with a cold face sighed with emotion. As myths, they should be able to control heaven and earth, but at this moment, in front of this flame mountain range, they had an illusion that they were as small as dust. The cold man knew that this was entirely because the fire elemental source was formed by the convergence of the endless fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. Facing the fire elemental source was like facing the endless fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. In front of a real vitality ocean, even earth immortals were like dust, let alone them. Humph, it's indeed the fire elemental source, but don't forget that this is the territory of the myth of the Empire of Tang. Do you think you can snatch the fire elemental source from him? At this time, a woman who was the furthest away from the fire elemental source sneered. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Half a year had passed, and the news of Su Qin destroying Wanjian School had already spread to their ears. Everyone present knew about Su Qin's methods. That's right. It's indeed difficult for us to resist the myth of the Empire of Tang. Speaking of this, the cold man suddenly changed the topic, but although the myth of the Empire of Tang is powerful, we are not afraid of him. Just now, I have already sent a message to the sect, and some ancestors are already rushing here. As the cold man spoke, he looked at the flame mountain range with incomparable greed. Although it was impossible for him to enjoy the fire elemental source, the credit of discovering the fire elemental source was enough to raise his status in the sect, and he even had a chance to compete for the position of the sect leader. Although many of the sect leaders of the great sects had to deal with trivial matters, they also received the most distribution of martial arts cultivation resources. That's true. So what if the myth of the Empire of Tang has transformed his primordial spirit? So what if he destroyed Wanjian School? The real heritage of the great sects that we have accumulated for thousands of years is not something that can be subverted by a single martial artist. Elder Raytheon, who was the first to speak, said slowly. His words immediately resonated with the others. The great sects had stood at the top of the overseas martial arts world for thousands of years. What kind of glory was that? Even in the era where there were earth immortals, these great sects still stood tall. No matter how strong Su Qin was, could he be stronger than an earth immortal? Even an earth immortal could not do anything to the great sections. What could Su Qin use to shake them? The reason why many of the great sects did not take action before was entirely because they did not have enough benefits. In addition, they were afraid of each other and kept each other in check. That was how they maintained the current situation. They sat back and watched the Empire of Tang occupy the most important territory in the land of the Great Battle. But now, the appearance of the fire elemental source gave many of the great sects a good reason to come forward. Moreover, in the face of the fire elemental source, many of the great sects would completely abandon their previous grudges and join forces to deal with Su Qin. After all, in the eyes of the great sects, no matter who the fire elemental source belonged to, it could only be chosen among them. As for Su Qin, an outsider, what right did he have to get his hands on such a treasure? If that legend from the Empire of Tang dares to appear, my sect's ancestor will definitely make him unable to return. Elder Raytheon had a proud look on his face. He knew very well that half a year ago, Ancestor Lei Xing had already arrived at the land of the Great Battle. As early as 1,000 years ago, Ancestor Lei Xing had already transformed into a primordial spirit. Moreover, compared to Kenzu, who had a physical body, Ancestor Lei Xing's physical body was still there and could exert his strongest combat strength. With a veteran legend like Ancestor Lei Xing who had transformed his primordial spirit, why would Raytheon need to be afraid of Su Qin? However, just as everyone was discussing the ownership of the fire elemental source, buzz! A terrifying aura, like an ancient divine mountain, shrouded down. Under the cover of this aura, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They all knelt on the ground as if they were welcoming a supreme immortal god. Who is it? Elder Raytheon raised his head with difficulty and looked into the distance. He saw that at the end of his line of sight, a slender and tall figure was walking towards him unhurriedly. Everything in the world seemed to be under his feet, as if an immortal king was patrolling the sky, overlooking the three realms. In front of the Flame Mountain range. Just when many legends were looking at the source of fire in front of them with a fiery gaze, a slender silhouette walked over from 100 miles away. It was as if an immortal king was patrolling the heavens, magnificent and vast. Although he was still 100 miles away, his terrifying aura swept across, causing all the legends to tremble in their hearts. They couldn't muster up any intention to resist. "It's the legend of the Empire of Tang," the man with a cold face stammered, his teeth chattering. When the others heard this, their hands and feet suddenly went cold, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Although they showed strong confidence just now, at this moment, when they really faced such a peerless expert who had destroyed Wanjian School, everyone realized how ignorant they were just now. Perhaps the major sects behind them could barely stand at the same height as Su Qin, but for them, in front of Su Qin, they were like ants. How did this legend of the Empire of Tang come so quickly? Someone swallowed, his face full of shock. Dong. 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 In an instant, under everyone's gaze, Su Qin crossed 100 miles and came to the Flame Mountain Range. "Greetings, Senior." The legends who had long knelt on the ground could no longer bear it and hurriedly bowed. Su Qin stopped and ignored the legends who were kneeling on the ground. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the Flame Mountain Range in front of him. "Is this the source of fire?" Su Qin felt the surging power of fire in the mountain range, and his face was thoughtful. The 5 elemental sources were divided into 5 elements, and the forms they showed were different. For example, the earth elemental source was in the form of a hill, valley, or even a mountain range, while the water elemental source may be a lake, a river, or even an ocean. The most peculiar ones were the thunder elemental source, yin elemental source, yang elemental source, and so on. They had no specific form at all, and could be a thunderbolt or a wisp of yang qi, yin qi, and so on. However, the fire elemental source in front of him was obviously much more flamboyant than the earth elemental source that Su Qin had encountered. The aura of the source of earth element in the pantheon of Buddhas in the western desert had been restrained to the extreme. Even Su Qin might have overlooked it if he was not careful. However, the source of fire element in front of him had exposed its aura. As soon as it appeared, it shocked the Empire of Tang. "My lord, this fire elemental source shouldn't have been successfully nurtured yet." Fei Yu, the old man at the side, observed carefully and said in a low voice. "Not bad." Su Qin nodded slightly and said indifferently, "But it will be soon." This source of fire element was self-manifested when the tide of vitality reached a certain critical point. Its cultivation speed was far faster than the other sources of the 5 elements. According to Su Qin's estimation, after a few days, the source of fire element would be completely cultivated. In fact, the moment Su Qin saw the source of the fire element, he could feel that the stone tablet that symbolized the great sun diagram in his body suddenly stirred, as if it was yearning for something. As expected, the source of fire element is one of the best resources to cultivate the great sun diagram. Su Qin touched his chin and stabilized the great sun diagram stone tablet that was constantly vibrating. Although the great sun diagram was now eager to devour the source of fire element, Su Qin knew that only when the source of fire element was completely mature would it be able to exert its greatest effect. At that time, devouring it would be of the greatest help to him. Next, after Su Qin took a few more glances at the source of fire element, he set his eyes on the many myths kneeling on the ground. "Just now, you wanted me to come here but never return?" Su Qin looked at Elder Raytheon not far away and said calmly. Long before coming to the source of fire element, Su Qin had used the power of his spirit to cover a radius of hundreds of miles. The conversation between the many myths on the field naturally fell into Su Qin's ears. No, Senior, I was wrong, please spare my life." Elder Raytheon was scared out of his wits and cowed out again and again. "Logically speaking, you are not a peak myth, I am bullying you." Su Qin looked down at Elder Raytheon and said slowly. Yes. Senior's mind is as vast as the sea, your magical power is endless." Elder Raytheon was overjoyed and quickly said. When the other myths on the field heard this, their hearts suddenly rose with hope. If Su Qin disdained to bully the weak and let Elder Raytheon go, he would not have attacked them. In other words, these myths were able to save their lives in front of a peerless former who had at least transformed his spirit. However, before everyone could finish rejoicing, Su Qin kept shaking his head and said, "It's a pity." In Su Qin's eyes, a cluster of flames suddenly ignited. The flames continued to soar and finally burst out, burning Elder Raytheon in front of him into nothingness. Su Qin stepped into the martial Dao for decades, and the last thing he cared about was bullying the weak. Otherwise, when the Mengyuan Empire invaded, he would not have directly burned the Mengyuan Empire's millions of foreign troops. For Su Qin, cultivating martial Dao and constantly becoming stronger was to follow his heart and follow his heart. How could he be constrained by other things? The rest of the myths on the field listened to Elder Raytheon's screams and bowed their heads. Their bodies trembled more and more, fearing that in the next moment, the flames that burned everything would fall on them. None of the myths thought of running away. As disciples of the major sects, everyone on the field knew that in front of a powerhouse like Su Qin, the only way to survive was to show their respect. As for running away? What can you use to escape? Even if you do your best and use all kinds of secret and forbidden techniques, can you escape from the domain? Can you escape from the spirit's scan? Next. Su Qin raised his hand and killed a few more people. These people had just said that when their old ancestor appeared, they would make the empire of Tang surrender under their feet. Finally, Su Qin looked at the man with a cold face. "Senior, aren't you afraid that the old ancestor will take revenge on you?" The cold man's voice trembled, but he still mustered up his courage and said. The cold man was very clear in his heart that if he didn't speak, he was afraid that he would be turned into ashes like the previous people. Under the pressure of life and death, even if the cold man knew that his words were very likely to anger Su Qin, he couldn't care less. Anyway, if he didn't speak, he would definitely die. If he spoke, at most, he would die. But if there was a trace of fear in Su Qin's heart, it would be his hope to live. Revenge? Just based on your Black Source sex group of trash who are neither human nor ghost? A trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face. The man with a cold face was one of the Kuragenkyo elders, but at this moment, the Kuragenkyo man, who claimed to be able to transform between illusion and reality at will, under the gaze of Su Qin, was completely cut off from the illusion, and even moving was extremely difficult. In an instant, under the desperate look of the cold man, his body began to burn again and quickly turned into nothingness. Just when all the myths were trembling in their hearts. In an instant, a voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. "Trash? Fellow Taoist, you really have a big tone. My Kuragenkyo has been at the top of the world for thousands of years, but in the mouth of fellow Taoist, we have become trash?" The sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably deep but illusory figure slowly walked over. This figure seemed to be walking between illusion and reality, as if the two coexisted, but also as if the two were separate, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Is that the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor? The moment many myths saw this figure, their scalps suddenly exploded, and cold sweat quickly emerged on their foreheads. Compared to other peak myths who have transformed into primordial spirit, the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor is an extremely terrifying existence. The Kuragenkyo's cultivation method has flaws, and it can't transform into primordial spirit, let alone enter the earth immortal realm. But if the Kuragenkyo's fundamental devil cultivation method is cultivated to the extreme, and one step further, they can transform themselves into the nightmare form. In the nightmare form, they will obtain the power of nightmare, which is enough to compete with the power of primordial spirit, and even in a strange degree, it is several times more difficult to deal with than the ordinary power of primordial spirit. This is also the reason why the Kuragenkyo has been standing overseas for thousands of years. Although the Kuragenkyo has never had an earth immortal, but for thousands of years, there has been an ancestor in the nightmare form. The deterrent power of an ancestor who maintains the nightmare form is definitely above the ordinary peak. Primordial spirit myth. Oh? Su Qin looked at the Kuragenkyo's abyssal ancestor. With Su Qin's eyesight, he naturally saw through the abyssal ancestor's details at a glance. At this time, the aura that the abyssal ancestor showed was much stronger than that of Kenzu from Wanjian school. This is normal. After all, Kenzu has lost his physical body for hundreds of years, and the power of his primordial spirit has already begun to decline. How can he be compared to the abyssal ancestor? You dare to stand in front of me alone? Aren't you afraid that I will refine your nightmare form? Su Qin's expression was calm as he lightly said. If he had not transformed into primordial spirit, He could have defeated the abyssal ancestor with only half a step into the level of Dharma body, but it would have been difficult to make him stay. Is that so? What if I join in? Another cold voice was heard, and everyone looked over subconsciously, only to see a woman standing in the world of ice slowly walking over. To be precise, the woman was not standing in the world of ice, but with every step she took, a terrifying aura spread in all directions, forcibly lowering the surrounding temperature. This is? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed greatly. The disciples of the snow god's palace almost jumped for joy. Greetings, ancestor. Immediately, a disciple of the snow god palace turned his head and kowtowed loudly. Another legend who is transformed into a primordial spirit? Fei Yu, the old man next to Su Qin, looked solemn. However, before the old man Fei Yu could react, the rumbling sound of thunder suddenly rang out. At the end of the sky, a terrifying thunderbolt suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt descended in front of everyone and turned into a tall man. His aura was like the power of heaven, spreading all over the place. I heard that you are good at the way of thunder. Today, I, Raytheon, would like to ask you for advice. Is your way of thunder superior to the world, or is my thunder technique that has been passed down for thousands of years better? The tall man looked at Su Qin and said word by word. With the appearance of the tall man, there was an instant uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Thunder God Sek's ancestor Lei Xing? The old man, Fei Yu, sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the previous two people, ancestor Lei Xing's fame was much greater. After all, lightning was a kind of heavenly might. When experts of the same level fought, there were very few who could block the terrifying power of lightning. Something big has happened. Fei Yu murmured in a low voice. In front of the Flame Mountain range. Everyone was shocked. Although the Xianxia's ancestor Yuan had not transformed into a primordial spirit, his strength was not weaker than that of an ordinary primordial spirit powerhouse. Coupled with the Snow God Palace and Raytheon, a total of 3 primordial spirit transforming legends were gathered here. It was simply earth-shattering. Even overseas, such a major event had not happened for hundreds or thousands of years. It must be known that the time of a primordial spirit transforming legend was precious. Which one of them was not cultivating in seclusion to take that step forward? How could they casually appear in front of the world? It is recorded in the ancient books of my sect that 900 years ago, many of the great sects and clans fought for a certain item. They used all their resources, and the lives of myth realm martial artists in that era were like grass. Is the scene from 900 years ago going to repeat itself? A myth realm martial artist's voice trembled, and his face was full of horror. Once a myth realm martial artist who had transformed into a primordial spirit made a move, under the collision of the power of the primordial spirit and the power of the domain, even if it was an insignificant aftershock, it was enough to crush these martial artists who had not even stepped into the myth realm. Raytheon? Su Qin raised his head and looked at ancestor Lei Xing. Among the 3, ancestor Lei Xing's aura was the strongest, as dazzling as a bright thunderbolt. Whether it was the Xianxia's ancestor Yuan or the Snow God Palace's ancestor Yuan, they were all weaker in front of Lei Xing. This kind of weakness was not a weakness in the level of strength. After all, everyone had transformed into a primordial spirit and were at the same level. It was that the aura of ancestor Lei Xing was too strong. Your Excellency, we came here together not to make things difficult for you, but this source of fire will belong to us. In addition, you have the core area of the battlefield occupied by the Empire of Tang. As long as you hand over this area, we can let you live. The Xianxia's ancestor Yuan said faintly. Although a deputy leader and an ancestor of the Xianxia had fallen in the hands of Su Qin, it was nothing to the ancestor Yuan. The Xianxia had always been selfish, why would they care about this? Not bad. In the distance, the ancestor of the Snow God Palace, who seemed to be standing in a world of ice, spoke softly. No matter what, Su Qin was a pinnacle legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might be able to suppress him, but they could not guarantee that they would be able to survive Su Qin's counterattack. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be seriously injured or even killed. Once a pinnacle legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit went all out, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Humph. You killed Kenzu, and although you are not weak, Kenzu's mortal body has long decayed and only his Yuanshin is left. He has the Yuanshin level but not the strength of his Yuanshin. How can he be compared to our mortal bodies and Yuanshin? Ancestor Lei Xing sneered as he looked at Su Qin with confidence. When the other two patriarchs heard this, they immediately nodded slightly. Obviously, they agreed with Patriarch Lei Xing's words. It was true that the soul could break free from the shackles of the body, but if it lost the body, the battle prowess that the soul could unleash would definitely be reduced, and it would be unable to use many of its abilities. Of course. Whether it was Patriarch Lei Xing or the other two patriarchs, they had never thought that Su Qin did not transform into a primordial spirit when he killed Kenzu. If they knew about this, they would definitely turn around and leave, not daring to stay for even a moment. Even if he lost the nourishment of his mortal body, his primordial spirit was still a primordial spirit. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty, and it could easily defeat all the pinnacle legends who had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. It was simply unbelievable that Su Qin could kill Kenzu's primordial spirit with the strength of a primordial spirit that had yet to transform into a primordial spirit. Su Qin's expression did not change in the face of the pressure from Patriarch Lei Xing and the other two. Instead, he asked calmly, "When I left the sea, the three of you were the ones following behind me, right? Why didn't you attack back then?" Su Qin looked at the three of them with interest. "What does the destruction of Wanjian School have to do with us? As long as you don't continue to destroy other great sects, it's fine." The Kuragenkyo Patriarch looked indifferent. "But this fire elemental source and the core area of the Land of Great Battle are very important to us, and even related to whether we can pass it down for generations. If we hand it over to you again, we will feel very uneasy." Black Origin Sect's abyssal ancestor only said a few words to clearly explain their intentions. To put it simply, there were not enough benefits. At their level, which one of them would not weigh the pros and cons? Before Su Qin left the sea, no one stopped him because it was not worth it. Even if they attacked Su Qin at that time, what was their purpose? To avenge Wanjian School? How was this possible? But now, the fire elemental source in front of them was enough for them to fight. Even if they had to pay a price for it, they could bear it. After all, this was a fire elemental source. In the previous era of vitality recovery, even Earth Immortals would fight for it. Even for Earth Immortals, the 5 elemental sources were precious. Even if they did not use it themselves, they could give it to their younger disciples. "I see." Su Qin looked up at the three of them. "In that case, all of you can stay." Since the transformation of the primordial spirit, Su Qin had been thinking about how strong he was. He did not expect that now there would be 3 peak myths who had transformed into primordial spirits. This was exactly what Su Qin wanted. "Oh? It seems that you do not agree with the conditions that we have offered?" The Kuragenkyo Patriarch's face sank, and a huge power rose into the sky in an instant, covering 100 miles in an instant. Once a peak myth who had transformed into primordial spirit releases his power, how terrifying would it be? All the myths on this scene were pale, and even a peak myth like the old man Feiyu could not stand still. Boom! The next moment, not only the Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan, but also the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace and Raytheon's Patriarch Lei Xing began to release their power, faintly suppressing Su Qin. In an instant, within 100 miles, all living things bowed their heads. Even in Chang'an City, hundreds of miles away, millions of people could faintly feel an oppressive aura passing over, as if the heavens were angry. Not good. Retreat. Many legends struggled to break free, and their legs went soft as they fled into the distance. When everyone retreated dozens of miles away, they reluctantly stopped and looked at the battlefield with palpitations. "Do you think that the myth of the Empire of Tang can withstand the joint attack of the 3 patriarchs?" A myth whispered. "The myth of the Empire of Tang is powerful, but the 3 of them are at the same level. This is an eternal trap. Almost all Earth Immortals have the possibility of dying. How can the myth of the Empire of Tang be an exception?" Just as everyone was discussing in a low voice. On the battlefield, the aura of Raytheon's Patriarch Lei Xing and the other two became heavier and heavier, as if the sky was pressing down and overturning everything. What a pity. The patriarch of the Snow God Palace shook his head slightly at Su Qin. You had the hope of becoming an earth immortal. With the strength that Su Qin had shown, coupled with his vigorous blood and qi, and Shou Yuan's strength, he might really have the hope of taking that step under the recovery of the vitality tide. But the patriarch of the Snow God Palace said that it was a pity. What was the reason? Everyone on the scene understood. This time, they would certainly go all out. Even if Su Qin did not die, he would be suppressed and cut off the possibility of further progress. Su Qin still stood quietly in the same place, his expression was still indifferent. When the aura of the three patriarchs fell 10 feet around him, it suddenly turned into a breeze and gently brushed his face. The Xianxia patriarch Yuan found that something was wrong. Su Qin's expression was too calm, as if he was not facing the killing trap set up by the three of them, but just an ordinary scene. Let's attack together. The Abyss ancestor of the Dark Source sect took a step forward. His figure changed, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall monster. The monster's body was illusory, but its aura was deep. It was like a black abyss, swallowing all the qi in all directions. Body of succubus? The people watching the battle dozens of miles away immediately recognized the means of the patriarch Yuan. The incubus physique was even more powerful and strange than the demonic illusory physique. If the demonic illusory physique was merely a transition between reality and illusion, then the incubus physique was a complete separation from the human race and a transformation into another race called the incubus. Clatter. As the patriarch Yuan showed the body of succubus, a strange and terrifying aura slowly spread out. The world seemed to have come from reality to a dream. Sigh. Compared to the movement caused by the patriarch Yuan's attack, the patriarch of the Snow God Palace was much calmer. An icicle suddenly appeared in front of her. The icicle was only the size of a palm, but its whole body was as vast and magnificent as an ice field. An aura that could freeze the world circulated around the icicle. Finally, Raytheon's patriarch Lei Xing attacked. The terrifying and dazzling thunderbolt power suddenly burst out, and the world seemed to be filled with endless thunderbolts. Even the Abyss ancestor's power of nightmare was overshadowed by this thunderbolt and kept retreating. Rumble. The three peak legends who had transformed into the primordial spirit attacked together. This kind of power was simply earth-shattering. Even the many legends who were watching the battle dozens of miles away felt that the internal force was changing slowly. Obviously, they were affected. It's too terrifying. The legend of the Empire of Tang will definitely die. One of the legends said resolutely. No one could think of the possibility that Su Qin could break the killing trap. However, in the face of this earth-shattering scene, Su Qin's expression didn't change. His eyes were still calm. He raised one hand and clenched his palm into a fist. The terrifying power of qi and blood gathered in his right fist, and then a large amount of primordial spirit power was constantly poured in. Suddenly, it was as if an ancient god was hammering the sky. Su Qin's fist lightly hit the patriarch Lei Xing and the other two. Crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the body of the patriarch Yuan of the Xianxia who attacked first suddenly exploded. Endless power of the patriarch Yuan flashed and finally condensed into a new patriarch Yuan a few miles away. But at this moment, the patriarch Yuan's face was as pale as paper and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. But this was not the end. Then the patriarch of the Snow God Palace shot out an icicle and the remaining fist instantly imprinted on her body. Suddenly, her body began to collapse. Only an illusory primordial spirit quickly escaped and stared at Su Qin in horror. Only the patriarch Lei Xing of the Raytheon, who was the furthest away from Su Qin, barely resisted the punch. But even so, he was still in a mess and his aura was constantly fluctuating. Apparently, he was still injured. There was dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a miracle. Su Qin had seriously injured three peak legends who had transformed into the primordial spirit with just one punch. How incredible was this? A legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit was already at the top of the overseas world. In the era where there were no land immortals, they could dominate the overseas world. For example, Kenzu from 1,000 years ago had suppressed the overseas world for 200 years. How powerful was that? how domineering was that? But in the face of such pinnacle experts, Su Qin was able to fight against 3 of them alone. Moreover, he was able to severely injure the 3 pinnacle legends who had transformed their primordial spirits. Especially the patriarch of the Snow God Palace, whose physical body was shattered and only his primordial spirit managed to escape. This was because the patriarch of the Snow God Palace had underestimated his opponent and did not have time to activate his life-saving means, but it also showed how terrifying Su Qin's punch was. What a pity. Su Qin slowly retracted his right hand and sighed. The punch he had thrown just now had gathered the power of qi and blood, the power of the primordial spirit, and many of his divine arts. It could be said that he had used all his strength except for the dozens of trump cards, but he still could not completely kill the 3 patriarchs. In any case, the 3 patriarchs were legends who had transformed into a primordial spirit and had rich combat experience. When Su Qin threw out that punch, they had already sensed that something was wrong. Only the patriarch of the Snow God Palace did not have time to use his life-saving means and suffered a great loss. However, the Xianxia patriarch Yuan and Raytheon Lei Xing all escaped unscathed. If my physical body completes the 7th metamorphosis and becomes a Taoist body, the power of this punch will increase by at least 10 times. By then, not to mention 3 immortal soul stage elders, even 6 or 10 of them will be reduced to ashes and not a single trace of them will be left. Su Qin thought to himself. Although his physical body was already half a step into the Dharma body realm, it was not a real Dharma body after all. It was easy to deal with a legend like Kenzu who was only left with his primordial spirit, but he could not crush the 3 patriarchs who had both physical bodies and primordial spirits. If the 3 patriarchs knew what Su Qin was thinking at the moment, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Su Qin was not satisfied with fighting against 3 patriarchs alone and severely injuring them. He wanted to completely kill them with one punch. Such powerful qi and blood? You become an earth immortal? Patriarch Raytheon's pupils constricted as he spoke in disbelief. From Su Qin's punch, he could feel the power of qi and blood as vast as the ocean. In the face of such a power of qi and blood, even an expert like him would be shocked. Impossible. If you were an earth immortal, we would have been reduced to ashes under the coverage of your domain. Would you still need to swing your fist? Patriarch Lei Xing quickly calmed down and stared at Su Qin. If an earth immortal wanted to kill them, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The Xianxia patriarch Yuan also came to his senses. He took a step forward and approached Patriarch Lei Xing. He looked at Su Qin with incomparable fear. The power of nightmares belonged to the evil category and was naturally countered by the power of blood. If it was the qi and blood of an elite of the same level, with the power of the Abyss Ancestor's nightmare, he would not be afraid. At most, it would just be a little troublesome. However, Su Qin's qi and blood power had obviously exceeded the level of an elite of the same level. It had reached another level. Sorry to trouble you. Looks like we have to go all out. Patriarch Lei Xing said in a deep voice. Although he could see that Su Qin had not stepped into the realm of an earth immortal and only his physical body had barely touched that level, it was still extremely terrifying. If he did not go all out, not to mention fighting with Su Qin, even escaping would be a problem. From the beginning to the end, whether it was Patriarch Lei Xing, the Xianxia patriarch Yuan, or the patriarch of the Snow God Palace who only had his primordial spirit left, none of them had thought of escaping. When experts fought, in addition to their own strength, what was more important was the battle of momentum and beliefs. Once they had the intention to retreat, what awaited them was only the path of being chased by Su Qin. Of course. Most importantly, Patriarch Lei Xing and the Xianxia patriarch Yuan realized that although Su Qin's strength was terrifying, he was still on the same level as them. The gap between the two sides was not insurmountable. Otherwise, if Su Qin showed the power of an earth immortal, Patriarch Lei Xing and the other 2 would definitely turn around and leave. You destroyed my physical body. I want you to die. The patriarch of the Snow God Palace stared straight at Su Qin and said coldly. Although the primordial spirit could break free from the shackles of the physical body and exist independently, and even possess a body to be reborn, a primordial spirit expert with a physical body and a primordial spirit expert without a physical body were 2 completely different concepts. Even if he possessed a body to be reborn, how could someone else's physical body be suitable for his own, which had been tempered thousands of times? Su Qin glanced at the patriarch of the Snow God Palace and sneered, "How dare you speak in front of me?" The next moment, Su Qin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and pressed it toward the patriarch of the Snow God Palace. Rumble. A gigantic hand that covered the sky quickly condensed and slowly descended like the vault of heaven. "Stop him!" The patriarch of the Xianxia shouted and turned into the body of a succubus again. The endless power of the succubus turned into an abyss and swallowed the huge hand that Su Qin pressed down. It wasn't that the patriarch of the Snow God Palace was worried about the patriarch of the Snow God Palace, but if the patriarch of the Snow God Palace died in the hands of Su Qin, the pressure on them would definitely increase greatly. Even if the patriarch of the Snow God Palace was only left with his primordial spirit, he was still a primordial spirit expert and could restrain some of Su Qin's attention for them. If the patriarch of the Snow God Palace died, Su Qin would use all his energy to deal with the two of them, which was obviously not what the patriarch of the Snow God Palace wanted to see. Patriarch Leixing of the Raytheon obviously thought of this as well. His expression became serious and he attacked without hesitation. Rumble. The terrifying power of thunder began to vibrate. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds and light blue thunder flashed continuously. Thousand Thunder Technique. After Patriarch Leixing said these 3 words, his aura began to weaken rapidly. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. Rolling thunder flashed continuously as if it could pierce the sky. In a trance, heaven and earth seemed to be angry and wanted to send down thunder to punish Su Qin. This is the Thousand Thunder technique that Raytheon has used to deter overseas for tens of thousands of years. It can control the real thunder and punish on behalf of heaven. Dozens of miles away, many legends who were watching the battle from afar were amazed. Even the elder Fei Yu, who had always had great confidence in Su Qin, turned pale at this moment. No matter how strong Su Qin was, how could he fight against the real heaven and earth? Not to mention Su Qin, even an earth immortal was like dust in front of the real heaven and earth. An earth immortal was only 1,000 years old Shouyuan, but heaven and earth had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Rumble. With the sound of thunder, the dark abyss formed by the Patriarch of the Abyss's power of nightmares covered the sky. And at this moment, the power of thunder controlled by Patriarch Leixing didn't care and struck toward Su Qin's body without hesitation. In Patriarch Leixing's view, Su Qin had 2 choices. One was to withdraw the giant hand and resist the thunder with all his strength. The second was to bear the power of the thunder and deal with the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace. No matter which of these 2 choices was within Patriarch Leixing's expectations. If Su Qin chose the former, the danger of the Snow God Palace's Patriarch would naturally be solved. But if he chose the latter, even an Earth Immortal's Dharma body would be injured after rashly bearing the power of the thunder. Su Qin's body was strong, but it was obvious that he had just touched the Dharma body level. He would at least be seriously injured after bearing the power of the thunder. Using the life of the Snow God Palace's Patriarch in exchange for the chance to seriously injure Su Qin was completely profitable. At this moment, the dark power of the Patriarch of the Abyss swept in all directions and came into contact with the giant hand pressed down by Su Qin. The 2 sides kept colliding. The giant hand was like the palm of an ancient god, eternal and indestructible. It easily broke through the terrifying power of the abyss. No! The Patriarch of the Snow God Palace let out a shrill scream. Under the suppression of the giant hand, his primordial spirit collapsed layer by layer and was completely annihilated. Ha 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 ha. You're finished. No matter how strong your body is, you're finished. Patriarch Leixing was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. Su Qin insisted on killing the Patriarch of the Snow God Palace, which was equivalent to bearing the mighty power of the thunder alone. It was exactly what he wanted. Then, under everyone's gaze, the terrifying thunder that descended from the dark clouds in the sky completely enveloped Su Qin. With Su Qin as the center, the area within a few hundred meters seemed to have turned into a sea of thunder. The thunder surged and emitted a terrifying aura. Even Patriarch Leixing did not dare to get close to the sea of thunder that had just formed and was only a few hundred meters in size. The so-called Sea of Thunder was formed by the power of endless thunder and had the power to destroy the world. Even Raytheon, who was known as the Thunder Master, did not dare to bear a Sea of Thunder with his body. The Sea of Thunder will last for half an hour. By then, the Sea of Thunder will dissipate and the legend of the Empire of Tang will definitely be seriously injured. Let's join forces and kill him directly, once and for all. Patriarch Leixing of Raytheon looked at the Patriarch of the Abyss and said word by word. I see. I'll use a forbidden art later. The Patriarch of the Abyss was silent for a moment and nodded. The strength that Su Qin had shown had completely exceeded his expectations, but since they had already surrounded and killed Su Qin, there was no turning back. They could only kill him completely. Otherwise, if they let Su Qin go out alive, there would definitely be endless trouble in the future. Can this Sea of Thunder really injure him? The Patriarch of the Abyss hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Patriarch Leixing sneered. The Thousand Thunder art is the secret art of Raytheon. Once hit, almost no one below the earth immortal can survive. If it weren't for the legend of the Empire of Tang showing a body that is close to the Dharma body, I'm afraid that this Sea of Thunder alone can completely annihilate him. Patriarch Leixing's tone was full of strong confidence. Suddenly, at this moment, the Sea of Thunder in front of him was constantly twisting and a human figure vaguely appeared on the surface of the Sea of Thunder. This is? Patriarch Leixing's words came to an abrupt end. However, before Patriarch Leixing could react, a right foot slowly stepped out of the Sea of Thunder, followed by the torso, hands, face, and finally the left foot. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the figure that walked out of the Sea of Lightning at a steady pace suddenly disappeared. Then, a slender and powerful hand grabbed Ancestor Leixing's neck and lifted him up. It tastes good. Su Qin looked at Patriarch Leixing, who had a face full of shock, and a smile appeared on his face. P.S. I've started anew. Because of personal reasons, the updates have been unstable and delayed. Now that there's no personal reason, I'll definitely be able to stabilize the updates and even release more explosive updates finally. I'm looking for monthly votes. PS is not charged. It tastes good. Su Qin narrowed his eyes as if he was enjoying something. The Thousand Thunder art that Patriarch Leixing used summoned thousands of thunderbolts, forming 100-meter Sea of Thunder. It was terrifying, and even Earth immortals were unwilling to resist it. After all, this was no longer Patriarch Leixing's own power, but the vast heavenly might. But for Su Qin, it was just nourishment for cultivating the Five Thunder God Fist. The Five Thunder God Fist was obtained by Su Qin when he signed in at the palace. It was a Thunder Path divine art. It could allow Su Qin to truly bathe in the heavenly thunder, so how could he care about a mere 100-meter Sea of Thunder? The power of heavenly thunder that ordinary earth immortals were afraid of was just a breeze in Su Qin's eyes. How is this possible? Patriarch Leixing was grabbed by Su Qin by the neck, but he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't understand why the 100-meter Sea of Thunder, which was enough to kill all peak mythical level experts, couldn't do anything to Su Qin. Heavenly thunder is useless against me. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Unless it was the real Nine Heavens divine thunder, it couldn't hurt him at all. The Five Thunder God Fist not only allowed Su Qin to master a powerful attack method, but it also gave him a certain degree of immunity to thunder. Of course, the immunity here was only relative. Even heavenly thunder was divided into different levels. If it was the legendary Nine Heavens divine thunder that could destroy everything, Su Qin might not be able to resist it even if he had the Five Thunder God Fist. However, how rare was the Nine Heavens divine thunder? Only earth immortals of the thunder lineage could borrow a trace of it. Leixing. Not far away, the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan had an ugly expression. Just now, Patriarch Leixing had vowed to wait for the Sea of Thunder to dissipate before joining hands to kill Su Qin. In the end, such a drastic change happened in less than a moment. Not only was Su Qin not injured in the Sea of Thunder, but he also walked out of the Sea of Thunder unscathed and suppressed Patriarch Leixing in an instant. It was simply shocking. Compared with the dignified ancestor Yuan, many legends who were watching the battle dozens of miles away were completely shocked. In their eyes, Ancestor Leixing was already like an immortal god that commanded lightning and carried out punishment on behalf of the heavens. How awe-inspiring was that? But at this moment, such a great deity was being held in Su Qin's hand like a chicken, unable to move at all. This strong contrast almost gave birth to inner demons in the hearts of many myths. Ancestor. Several of Raytheon's disciples saw their old ancestor being humiliated in such a way, and all of their faces were filled with sorrow, but none of them dared to step forward to stop him. On the battlefield where 4 pinnacle primordial soul-level pinnacle myths fought, just the aura that was spontaneously formed was enough to make it difficult for ordinary pinnacle myths to move, let alone them. I underestimated you. At this moment, Patriarch Lei Xing, who was grabbed by the neck by Su Qin, suddenly calmed down. Although Su Qin's right hand was only on his neck, the terrifying suppressive power it brought about caused Grandmaster Lei Xing's true essence to almost stop. This was also the reason why Grandmaster Lei Xing could not break free. He was the ancestor of a sect, but he was actually lifted up by someone. This was tantamount to a great humiliation. However, Grandmaster Lei Xing had no choice. At this moment, his true essence and divine sense were suppressed, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move, let alone resist. In that case, let's die together. Grandmaster Lei Xing knew that he would not be able to escape. With the strength that Su Qin had displayed, even if he was not as good as a real Earth immortal, he was probably not far from it. In addition, his body had already begun to transform into a true Dharma body. If this dragged on, he might not even have the chance to perish together with him. The next moment, Grandmaster Lei Xing began to burn his life force without hesitation. Shou Yuan, in an instant, the power that burst out was simply beyond everything. In an instant, he broke free from Su Qin's suppression. Thousand Thunder. Attract. Grandmaster Lei Xing's body began to collapse, and the terrifying power of thunder immediately began to gather crazily. The sky was dark and gloomy. If the Thousand Thunder art was Raytheon's secret art, then the Thousand Thunder attraction was a killing move that would perish together with him. Using the body as a guide to trigger the power of the heavenly thunder, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Thousand Thunder art. Rumble. Endless power of thunder surged. In a flash, it enveloped Su Qin. In an instant, it formed a 1,000-meter sea of thunder. It kept bobbing up and down, emitting an aura that could destroy all things. This 1,000-meter sea of thunder was just floating in the air, but it had already begun to suppress all living beings. Its terrifying heavenly might was vast and magnificent, looking down on all living beings. Whoosh! Before the 1,000-meter sea of thunder was formed, Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit suddenly jumped out and heaved a sigh of relief. After using the Thousand Thunder attraction, his body would definitely be torn apart by the vast power of thunder immediately, but his primordial spirit would have a chance to escape. Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit had abandoned his body before the 1,000-meter sea of thunder descended, and he was lucky enough to survive. After losing my body, even if I possess a new body, I'll need decades to get used to it. Grandmaster Lei Xing sighed softly in his heart, but in the blink of an eye, he became excited. Compared to being completely suppressed by Su Qin, this was already an excellent outcome. At least his primordial spirit was still alive. And for a peak legend at the primordial spirit level, the primordial spirit was more important. I've long heard that Raytheon's Thousand Thunder attraction is a shocking killing move. Now, it seems that it really lives up to its reputation. In the distance, the Kuragenkyo ancestor Yuan looked at the 1,000-meter sea of thunder that was slowly bobbing up and down. There was still a hint of shock on his face. Grandmaster Lei Xing shook his head and sighed, if it weren't for the fact that I had no choice, why would I use this killing move? Thousand Thunder attraction was a killing move that sacrificed one's body. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way out, no one would be willing to do so. After all, this was equivalent to sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. So what if he killed the enemy? Wouldn't his body still be shattered under the mighty thunder? That's right. The ancestor Yuan also deeply agreed. Su Qin was too strong. Not only had his body begun to transform into a true Dharma body, but his blood and chi were soaring. The attack methods he had mastered were even more incredible. Just a casual palm strike was enough to shatter the primordial spirit of the Grandmaster of the Snow God Palace. This ability was simply shocking. This is Raytheon's Thousand Thunder attraction. Dozens of miles away, many legends saw the rapidly forming 1,000-meter sea of thunder. They swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "Is Thousand Thunder attraction very strong?" A legend with less experience asked cautiously. "It's more than strong." Another legend sneered, 2,000 years ago, an Earth immortal fought Raytheon. As a result, 10 awakened grandmasters of Raytheon joined forces to use Thousand Thunder attraction, which triggered a 10,000-meter sea of thunder and forced the Earth immortal to retreat. Even the Earth immortal was forced to retreat. Do you think Thousand Thunder attraction is strong? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In everyone's eyes, an Earth immortal was already an invincible existence. To be able to force an Earth immortal to retreat was enough to show the world-shaking power of Thousand Thunder attraction. My lord is in danger. The old man Feiyu's face was solemn. He had also heard that Raytheon used Thousand Thunder attraction to force an Earth immortal to retreat. Of course, it was Raytheon's 10 grandmasters who joined forces and triggered a 10,000-meter sea of thunder. It was far more than Grandmaster Lei Xing alone who only triggered a 1,000-meter sea of thunder. But Su Qin was not a real Earth immortal. Under this kind of killing move, it was really hard to say whether Su Qin could block it. Even if Su Qin barely survived the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, he still had to face the Kira ancestor Yuan who was eyeing him covetously. Buzz. As the 1,000-meter sea of thunder continued to shake and undulate, the aura of destruction quickly spread out. He should be dead, right? Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kira ancestor Yuan stared at the 1,000-meter sea of thunder. Although the two of them were very confident in Thousand Thunder attraction, the strength that Su Qin displayed just now was too terrifying. Whether it was Grandmaster Lei Xing or the Kira ancestor Yuan, they still had a trace of worry in their hearts. This was already a killing move of mutual destruction, and Grandmaster Lei Xing had even sacrificed his body for this. If they still couldn't deal with Su Qin, they really had no other way. At this moment, the 1,000-meter sea of thunder began to surge and distort. A slender and tall figure still walked out of the sea of thunder unhurriedly. It was Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin was untainted, as if the terrifying 1,000-meter sea of thunder did not affect him at all. How is this possible? Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kira ancestor Yuan's expressions changed when they saw this scene. They had already predicted any outcome that Su Qin would walk out of the killing move of 1,000 lightning summoning, alive. But even so, he would still be seriously injured. How could he be strolling leisurely like he was now? I told you. Heavenly thunder is useless against me. Su Qin shook his head again. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qin opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. In an instant, the 1,000-meter sea of thunder behind Su Qin began to shake and distort, and finally turned into terrifying lightning power that surged into Su Qin's mouth. The 1,000-meter sea of thunder that Grandmaster Lei Xing had summoned at the cost of his body was actually devoured by Su Qin without leaving a single drop behind. Just a little more. After Su Qin swallowed the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, he felt it carefully for a while and then a look of regret appeared on his face. If there were 10 or 20 more 1,000-meter sea of thunder like this, he could use them to cultivate the 5 Thunder Divine Fist and use the power of the 5 Thunder Divine Fist to refine his body. He might be able to complete the 7th transformation of his body and become a real Dharma body. Monster. You are a monster. After Grandmaster Lei Xing saw that the 1,000-meter sea of thunder was completely swallowed by Su Qin, a huge wave of emotions surged in his heart. The power of lightning symbolized destruction. Even a great sect like the Thunder God sect, which specialized in using lightning as its foundation, would not touch the heavenly lightning directly with their physical bodies, let alone swallow all the power of the heavenly lightning. Although a martial artist's body was strong, their internal organs were still very fragile. How could they withstand the power of heavenly thunder? But Su Qin had easily swallowed the 1,000-meter sea of thunder. This behavior only showed one thing. Su Qin's body had completely exceeded their imagination. Even his already fragile internal organs had been tempered like Vajra, and could ignore the power of heavenly thunder. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Lei Xing and the Kira Patriarch Yuan suddenly felt despair. With Su Qin's body that could devour thunder, even if he stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, as long as they were casually touched by Su Qin, they would be severely injured. The two were completely unequal. Su Qin was in an invincible position. As long as they made a mistake, they would be doomed eternally. Run! Ancestor Lei Xing and the Abyss ancestor of the Black Source sect looked at each other, then suddenly turned into two phantoms and fled in two different directions. Grandmaster Lei Xing was only left with his primordial spirit now. Without the restraint of a physical body, his speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he appeared dozens of miles away. The Kuragenkyo Patriarch Yuan transformed into the incubus body, which was also shapeless and formless. He was almost no slower than Grandmaster Lei Xing. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Su Qin sneered. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it into the depths of the void. A strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out by him. It was the demon god's blade. This peerless demon blade, which was obtained from the cave world and suspected to be related to the demon gods in the depths of the cave world, suddenly bloomed with an abyss-like light. Rip! The world suddenly turned pitch black, leaving only a pitch-black blade light that looked like a crack in the sky. The blade light of the demon god's blade was extremely fast. Coupled with Su Qin's current strength, it instantly opened up a distance of dozens of miles and appeared behind Grandmaster Lei Xing. Grandmaster Lei Xing seemed to have noticed something and immediately urged the power of his primordial spirit to form dozens of layers of barriers behind him. However, under the sharpness of the demon god's blade, the barrier condensed from the power of the primordial spirit was like a thin piece of paper that shattered upon contact. In the end, under the horrified gaze of Patriarch Lei Xing, the primordial spirit was forcefully cut into two. The primordial spirit was originally formless. After being cut in two, the power of Grandmaster Lei Xing's primordial spirit was still struggling, trying to restore to its original state. Unfortunately, in addition to the extreme sharpness of the demon god's blade, it also carried an aura from the abyss of hell, which was enough to corrode everything. It was the nemesis of illusory things like the primordial spirit. Rip rip rip! In the midst of Grandmaster Lei Xing's wailing, his primordial spirit gradually collapsed and turned into nothingness. Grandmaster Lei Xing is dead? Seeing this scene, many legends were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Grandmaster Lei Xing, who had dominated the sea for an era, had fallen so easily? At this moment, taking advantage of the time when Su Qin slashed out with the blade, the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster had already fled hundreds of miles away. Although the demon god's blade was extremely sharp, it was impossible to truly ignore distance. Within hundreds of miles, the blade light of the demon god's blade could maintain its greatest power, but once it exceeded hundreds of miles, its power would rapidly decline. Safe. After the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster sensed that Grandmaster Lei Xing had completely fallen, he was terrified, but at this moment, he also heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he had already fled hundreds of miles away. At such a long distance, even if Su Qin slashed out with the blade again, he might not be able to catch up with him, let alone kill him. However, the next moment, Su Qin's gaze turned, and he kept the demon god's blade back into the system space, and turned to look in the direction of the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster. Immediately afterward, Su Qin took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and clenched it slightly toward the void. Buzz! Layers of divine light converged. In an instant, a bow-shaped void formed entirely of divine light appeared in Su Qin's hand. The next moment, Su Qin held the bow in his right hand and put his left hand on the string. Bang! The bow was drawn to a full moon. Boom! The world's essence chi within a radius of several miles and dozens of miles suddenly became violent, forming a monstrous wave of world's essence chi that continued to surge toward Su Qin. To be precise, it was converging toward the Nianyao bow in Su Qin's hand. This scene was extremely shocking. A terrifying aura spread in all directions in an instant. All the mythical level martial artists felt a great sense of oppression descending. That is? Hundreds of miles away, the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster, who was secretly rejoicing, turned pale. At this moment, he could almost feel a terrifying murderous intent that had locked onto him. What the hell happened? The Kuragenkyo Grandmaster looked shocked, and his whole body trembled. Not only the Kuragenkyo Grandmaster, But all the mythical level martial artists around felt a shocking murderous intent condensing. The Xianxia Grandmaster's scalp exploded. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Qin. With just one glance, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw that Su Qin held a bow made entirely of divine light in his right hand, and his left hand pulled the bowstring that bloomed with bright light. Endless world's essence qi gathered and formed an illusory arrow on the Ninyao bow. As soon as the arrow was formed, it quickly condensed from illusory to real. A trace of shocking murderous intent lingered and collided on the arrow, bursting out countless flashes of light more terrifying than thunder and lightning. Subsequently, under the shocked gaze of the Xianxia Grandmaster, Su Qin's left hand released the bowstring. Clang! A terrifying divine light instantly penetrated thousands of miles. Under this shocking divine light, the Xianxia Grandmaster's body and primordial spirit were turned into nothingness. P.S. This chapter has a lot of words, it's equivalent to 2 chapters in one. The author wants to see if he can write another chapter, but it will probably be very late. You can read it tomorrow, P.S. is free. Whoosh! The heaven and earth essence qi slowly calmed down, and the terrifying aura that was constantly vibrating and spreading gradually disappeared, leaving only the flame mountain range standing there quietly, exuding a scorching aura. Whether it was the many legends watching the battle from dozens of miles away, or the ancestors of the great sects who were secretly observing from hundreds of miles away, they all looked at the sky in a daze. There was a tall and slender figure standing there, holding a large bow composed entirely of divine light in his hand. He was like a celestial being in the myths and legends who could trample the heavens and earth. In fact, Su Qin was indeed no different from an immortal god at this moment. 3 legends at the primordial spirit level joined forces to attack and set up an eternal killing trap to suppress Su Qin, but they were killed instead, which was simply shocking. Especially in the end, the Xianxia ancestor Yuan had already escaped hundreds of miles away, but he was still killed by Su Qin's arrow. Such a powerful means. Not an immortal god. What was it? Although a distance of a few hundred miles was nothing to a mythical martial artist, any pinnacle mythical martial artist could easily reach a distance of a few hundred miles with a casual strike if they wanted to. But any attack that crossed hundreds of miles would have its power weakened to the extreme, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would not survive. But Su Qin's arrow, after crossing hundreds of miles, directly killed the ancestor Yuan, and the aftermath penetrated thousands of miles, almost shaking the world. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that some Earth immortal had made a move. They're all dead. Many of the legends who were watching the battle were at a loss, not knowing what to do. Before Ancestor Lei Xing and the other 2 ancestors came together, they were almost certain that Su Qin was destined to be suppressed. Even if there were any accidents, Su Qin would be lucky enough to escape, but he would also be seriously injured. How could it be like now, where the side that died was actually 3 ancestors? My lord is too powerful. Even the old man Feiyu was shocked at this moment. Su Qin fought against 3 ancestors alone, and not only did he not show any signs of weakness, but he also killed the 3 ancestors. The divine power he displayed was simply like stepping into the realm of Earth immortals. And at this moment, Su Qin glanced at the Ninyao bow in his right hand, and with a thought, the divine bow turned back into divine light and merged into the depths of the void. The Ninyao bow was a magic weapon that Su Qin obtained from the sign-in the palace. Unlike magic weapons like the demon god's blade and demon suppressing seal, the Ninyao bow was a magic weapon on the spiritual level. As long as Su Qin's primordial spirit was strong enough, the power of the arrow shot could be infinitely increased. After Su Qin reached the 5th heavenly layer, he could already use the Ninyao bow to kill the army of kings thousands of miles away. Not to mention that Su Qin is now at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, and his divine sense has also transformed into a Yuan Shen. Compared to the power of divine sense, the power of the Yuan Shen is much greater, and the improvement of the Ninyao bow is also more intense. It was because of this that Su Qin was able to kill the Xianxia ancestor Yuan from hundreds of miles away. In fact, if Ancestor Yuan didn't choose to run away and fought with Su Qin head-on, he might be able to hold on for a while. After all, Ancestor Yuan was a peak legend at the primordial spirit level. The body of Succubus was invisible and intangible, and it was harder to kill than ordinary primordial spirits. But Ancestor Yuan ran away. Once he ran away, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to die. With the power of the Nine Yao Bao, unless Ancestor Yuan was like Su Qin, his body or primordial spirit was half a step into the earth immortal level, he would die without a doubt. As for the body of succubus, the Nine Yao Bao was a magic weapon on the spiritual level, and it specialized in countering such illusory things. It could easily kill a body of succubus like Ancestor Yuan. Huh? Just after Su Qin took back the Nine Yao Bao, he scanned with his primordial spirit and seemed to have found something. He looked at the place where Ancestor Lei Xing died 100 miles away. After using the Thousand Thunder Guide, Ancestor Lei Xing's body had already turned into powder under the 1,000-meter Thunder Sea, leaving only his primordial spirit. Then, after being slashed by Su Qin's demon god blade, his primordial spirit collapsed. However, after Ancestor Lei Xing's primordial spirit collapsed, a piece of black wood fell to the ground. This piece of black wood was scorched black, as if it had been hit by thousands of thunderbolts, but there were faint thunder patterns on the surface, which was extremely extraordinary. If that was all, Su Qin wouldn't care at all. But when Su Qin scanned it with the eye of truth, he found that there was an extremely abundant thunder chi inside this piece of black wood, which wasn't much weaker than the 1,000-meter thunder sea that Ancestor Lei Xing had paid the price of his body. Is this the thunder wood that Lord Donghai mentioned? Su Qin's primordial spirit shrouded it and grabbed the black wood and put it in front of him. The so-called thunderwood referred to a divine tree that was more than 10,000 years old. When it was about to transform into a human form, a thunder tribulation descended from heaven and earth. In the end, it didn't survive the thunder tribulation, and the tree body was destroyed under the thunder tribulation, but there were still a few branches left. And these branches that had experienced the thunder tribulation were the thunder wood. According to the jade stone left behind by Lord Donghai, the energy contained in a divine tree that had lived for 10,000 years had far exceeded that of an ordinary land immortal. However, it was restricted by its own race and could only be fixed in one place, unable to move freely. Only after experiencing the thunder tribulation could it get rid of the tree body, transform into a human form, and fly into the sky, burrow into the earth, and roam the sea. Any 10,000-year divine tree that had transformed into a human form was already standing at the top of the land immortals. In the last Vitality Tide era, there was a powerhouse whose body was a 10,000-year divine tree. Even Lord Donghai was unwilling to offend him. Unfortunately, in the final battle in the cave world, this divine tree powerhouse fell under the terrifying gaze of the demon god when he opened his eyes. No wonder Lei Xing had to bring this piece of wood out even if he had to abandon his body. It turns out that it's the thunder tribulation wood. Su Qin's eyes lit up as he thought quickly in his heart. Although the thunder tribulation wood was only the product of the failed tribulation of the 10,000-year divine tree, because it resisted the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation, it was already stained with a trace of the ninth heaven divine thunder aura. For a great sect like Raytheon that specialized in thunder, the importance of a piece of thunder tribulation wood was absolutely greater than any magic treasure. If one wore the thunder tribulation wood for a long time, they could slowly absorb the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation inside. It was equivalent to a peerless powerhouse close to a land immortal cleansing your body 24 hours a day. Such an opportunity was simply rare in the world. With this piece of thunder tribulation wood, my 5 thunder god fist can definitely rise to another level. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and his essence spirit once again swept across the thunder tribulation wood. Just as Su Qin was about to put away the thunder tribulation wood, his expression changed slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed across his face. Come out. Su Qin's essence spirit power instantly penetrated the thunder tribulation wood, and immediately forced out a trace of essence spirit power. The essence spirit power floated above the thunder tribulation wood and condensed into the appearance of ancestral patriarch Lei Xing. At this moment, ancestral patriarch Lei Xing realized that he had been discovered, so he immediately begged for mercy, "Don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything." Ancestral patriarch Lei Xing begged bitterly. No wonder you can survive. It turns out that you hid a trace of essence spirit power in the thunder tribulation wood. Su Qin glanced at ancestral patriarch Lei Xing thoughtfully. The demon god's blade was extremely sharp and contained a trace of aura from the abyss of hell, which could corrode any mental energy. However, ancestral patriarch Lei Xing hid his essence spirit in the thunder tribulation wood and used the nine heavens' divine thunder chi in the thunder tribulation wood to resist the corrosion of the demon god's blade. The aura of the thunder tribulation wood was extremely restrained. Even if the essence spirit power enveloped it, it might not be discovered. If Su Qin hadn't scanned it with the eye of truth out of caution, ancestral patriarch Lei Xing might have really escaped. Although ancestral patriarch Lei Xing only had a trace of essence spirit power at the moment, and even if he survived, it was still troublesome. Noisy. Su Qin glanced at ancestral patriarch Lei Xing, who was full of fear, and directly raised his hand and crushed the remaining trace of essence spirit power. Then he checked the thunder tribulation wood inside and out again. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away. At the same time, the old man Fei Yu also quickly rushed over. Except for the old man Fei Yu, the other legends who were watching the battle also followed behind him with trembling bodies. These legends were all disciples of the major sects, and more than a dozen of them were elders of the Xianxia, Raytheon, and Snow God Palace. They watched their ancestral patriarch die in the hands of Su Qin, and their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. But no matter how sad they were, they could only return to Su Qin and wait for Su Qin's judgment. As for running away, even the Xianxia's ancestral patriarch, who had escaped hundreds of miles away, was killed by Su Qin's arrow, let alone them. My lord. The old man Fei Yu walked to Su Qin and said respectfully. At the moment, Su Qin had returned to the Flame Mountain range and was looking at the source of fire in front of him. Get up. Su Qin glanced at the old man Fei Yu, then looked at the many legends behind Fei Yu, and said with interest, What, you want to avenge your ancestral patriarch? As soon as these words came out, the scalps of the legends suddenly exploded, and the leaders shook their heads repeatedly. Senior's means are heaven-defying, how can we, mere mortals, dare to have the thought of revenge? Yes, it's our ancestral patriarch's honor to die in the hands of Senior. We can't thank you enough, how can we take revenge? Several legends' faces flushed red, and quickly said. Haha. Su Qin's face was full of contempt. If this group of people stubbornly said that they wanted to avenge their ancestral patriarch, he might think highly of them and then crush them all. But at this time, seeing how these people were trembling, Su Qin suddenly felt too lazy to continue. These legends in front of him would find it difficult to enter the peak legend realm in their lifetime, and they couldn't even look up to Su Qin. Get lost. Su Qin was too lazy to continue to look at them, and looked at the source of fire again. Yes. Yes, thank you, Senior. Many legends felt as if they were pardoned and left respectfully. After all the legends left, the old man Fei Yu couldn't help but say, My lord, let them go, today's matter will be passed back to the major sects. Speaking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Fei Yu's face. If Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, it would only shake the overseas, but there would be no future trouble. After all, the Wanjian school was destroyed. As for the other major sects, Su Qin didn't completely offend them, and Su Qin had shown enough strength, so these major sects naturally wouldn't make a move against Su Qin. But now, Su Qin killed the Snow God Palace, Xianxia, and Raytheon in a row, which was equivalent to completely angering these three major sects. Putting aside the Snow God Palace and Xianxia, Raytheon was extremely powerful, and had more than one Earth Immortal since the last Vitality Tide era. More importantly, Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, and then killed the three major sects' nascent soul-level ancestors without hesitation, which must have completely aroused the fear of the other major sects. If Raytheon's lobbying, it was very likely that all the major sects would join forces to besiege Su Qin again. At that time, Su Qin would not only be facing three nascent soul-level enemies, but also the foundation of all the major sects overseas, and even the Earth Immortals would be involved. Many of the major sects overseas had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and even in the era of Earth Immortals, they were still dazzling, and the meaning they represented was enough to crush everything. In particular, the great sects that had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era, such as the Witchcraft sect, Daoi school, Thunder God sect, and so on, had an unknown amount of heritage in their sections. Perhaps they had some terrifying means left behind from the previous Vitality Tide era. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Su Qin didn't care, and his expression was still calm. As the vitality tide continued to recover, there would be a battle between him and the major sects overseas sooner or later. Unless Su Qin was willing to give up the battlefield and give up everything in the Empire of Tang. But how was that possible? The battlefield was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide, and played an unimaginable role in promoting Su Qin's cultivation. Unless it was a last resort, Su Qin would not give up the battlefield. Although Su Qin had the system, sooner or later he would become an Earth Immortal or even stronger. But becoming an Earth Immortal in 500 years and becoming an Earth Immortal in 100 years were two completely different concepts. If Su Qin took 500 years to become an Earth Immortal, his family and friends would have died of old age. At that time, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he would only be alone. As expected of the source of fire, the vastness of the fire element's vitality is simply incredible. No wonder the ancient records say that the source of the 5 elements can help martial artists communicate with the vitality sea. Such a huge amount of fire element's vitality, even if placed there, can form a connection with the vitality sea in the depths of the void. Su Qin took a few glances at the source of fire and marveled in his heart. Although Su Qin had devoured a source of earth before, that source of earth had not been completely nurtured. How could it compare to the source of fire that was almost complete? I'm going to go into seclusion for a while, you guard outside. Su Qin glanced at the old man Feiyu, thought for a moment, and said faintly. With the majestic fire element's vitality contained in the source of fire, it was more than enough to push the picture of the great sun to the minor completion realm. And the minor completion picture of the great sun, even if it could not allow Su Qin to transform into the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the 3-legged golden crow, it could still allow Su Qin to obtain part of the 3-legged golden crow's divine ability talent. With these divine ability talents, Su Qin was enough to sweep away all the peak myths. Even if he encountered a real Earth Immortal, he might be able to exchange a few blows. This was also the reason why Su Qin brazenly killed 3 peak myth ancestors of the primordial spirit realm. At this moment, Su Qin was already able to kill primordial spirit realm ancestors at will, not to mention devouring the source of fire in front of him. Yes. The old man Feiyu bowed respectfully and said. Su Qin slowly walked to the entrance of the source of fire. When he was about to step in, he turned his head again and looked at the outside world. When Su Qin walked out again, he would be truly invincible in the world and look down on the world. P.S. I'm ashamed, I don't dare to say that there is another chapter. I suggest you read it tomorrow morning. This chapter is still a long chapter with a lot of words, equivalent to 2 chapters combined into one. As for whether there is more, the author can only say that I'm working hard. When Su Qin fought with the 3 primordial soul stage-old ancestors, the area covered by the aura alone was more than 100 miles. How big was the movement? Even ordinary mortals could faintly feel it, let alone the other old ancestors who had been secretly watching from afar. Therefore, not long after the fall of the 3 primordial soul stage-old ancestors, the news had already spread to many major sections. Coupled with the return of the legends from the source of fire, this news could not be suppressed at all. It was like a hurricane, sweeping across the overseas martial arts world. Suddenly, the overseas martial arts world was shaken. The fall of 3 primordial soul stage peak legends in a row was an earth-shattering event no matter which era it was in. Especially not long ago, the Wanjian school was destroyed, and Kanzu also fell because of it. This meant that in a short period of time, a total of 4 primordial soul stage-old ancestors had fallen, and the one who did it was the same person. It was simply shocking. How strong is that legend from the Empire of Tang? Raytheon's old ancestor Lei Xing's strength, even in the primordial soul stage, is considered extremely strong. How could he fall just like that? Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the land of great battle was just a barren continent. How could it give birth to such a powerhouse? It's too terrifying. Such a powerhouse, even in the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, there aren't many, right? Countless overseas legends found it hard to believe. For a long time, the overseas martial arts world had been the absolute center of this world. Even when the vitality tide was still, it could continue to give birth to Earth Immortals, which led these overseas martial artists to have a natural sense of superiority when facing martial artists from other continents. But at this moment, with Su Qin's continuous attacks, the overseas legends, primordial soul stage-old ancestors continued to fall, and their sense of superiority was shattered without a trace left. So far, many of the major sects overseas have not found a trace of Su Qin overseas, which means that Su Qin is not an overseas martial artist. Could it be that this legend from the Empire of Tang is the reincarnation of a certain Earth immortal? A martial artist was shocked and couldn't help but guess. As long as a martial artist transformed into a primordial spirit, he could use the power of the primordial spirit to be reborn or reincarnate. The primordial spirit of a land immortal had been tempered by the primordial Qi ocean. Compared to the primordial spirit of a peak legend like Patriarch Lei Xing, it was more than dozens of times stronger. For an Earth immortal, reincarnation was just a matter of a thought. However, generally speaking, unless there was no other choice, Earth immortals would not choose to reincarnate. This was because the Millennium Shouyuan of the land immortal was the Shouyuan of the primordial spirit. No matter how many bodies were changed, they could not achieve the effect of prolonging the Shouyuan. Another reason was that the Dharma body of an Earth immortal was precious. If he reincarnated, it would be equivalent to giving up a Dharma body with monstrous Qi and blood. Kuragenkyo. When the Abyss Ancestor fell, in the Kuragenkyo, the life fire that belonged to the Great Ancestor dissipated. Deep within the Kuragenkyo, an earth-shattering roar echoed in the ears of all the Kuragenkyo disciples. Soon after, in front of the Kuragenkyo sacrificial altar, a figure silently appeared. Although this figure stood there, it was as if he was standing in another world. A terrifying and serene aura continuously invaded the surroundings. First Ancestor. The Kuragenkyo sect master hurriedly rushed over and was respectful, as if he had seen the faith in his heart. Many of the high sects overseas were basically related to Earth immortals. They were either the orthodoxy left behind by a certain Earth immortal or a disciple who became a Earth immortal and then flourished the sect. Only the Kuragenkyo had never given birth to a Earth immortal. Even so, the Kuragenkyo was still a great sect because of its first ancestor. Due to the flaw in the Kuragenkyo's technique, they were unable to transform their primordial spirit, much less step into the level of Earth immortals. However, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor opened up a new path and continuously expanded the height of his technique. He even borrowed from some special races in the previous era of the vital Qi tide and transformed himself into these races. What exactly is going on? First Ancestor's cold gaze swept across the Kuragenkyo sect master as he asked indifferently. First Ancestor, Ancestor Yuan, Raytheon, and the two elders of the Snow God Palace besieged the legend of the Empire of Tang. The Kuragenkyo sect master's voice trembled as he hurriedly told him everything he knew. The legend of the Empire of Tang? First Ancestor's voice was still cold, and there was no fluctuation in it. However, the Kuragenkyo sect master, who was kneeling at the side, could faintly feel a chill that seeped into his bones. Snow God Palace. The Ice Crystal Palace on an ice island also started to tremble. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky as if a glacier was descending, intimidating the world. 10,000 Buddha's Hall. The 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors sat facing each other. A bunch of mortals actually dared to defy the venerable of the world. 6th ancestor sneered. When Su Qin killed the 3 primordial spirit realm elders, he had taken a peek from afar and discovered that it was Su Qin's aura. Why don't we awaken the rest of the 7 ancestors? The 10 ancestors of our 10,000 Buddha Hall will come into being. Who cares about the high sects? We'll enlighten them and serve the venerable of the world. 7th ancestor's tone was filled with rage. Even Buddha had the wrath of a Vajra. When the high sects overseas were besieging Su Qin, one could imagine the fury in the hearts of the 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors. Su Qin was the Buddha that 10,000 Buddha Hall had been pursuing for decades. If the high sects overseas wanted to deal with Su Qin, it was equivalent to trampling 10,000 Buddha Hall under their feet. There's no hurry. Although 6th ancestor was similarly furious, he still shook his head and said, since the venerable of the world didn't contact us, he doesn't intend for us to interfere. Once he said that, the 7th and 9th ancestors looked at each other and instantly felt that what 6th ancestor said made sense. Although the western desert was extremely far away from the 10,000 Buddha Hall, if Su Qin wanted to contact them, it would only take a moment. The reason why Su Qin hadn't informed them until now must be because he had a plan. If they forcefully intervened and ruined the Venerable of the World's plan, wouldn't they be blamed for it? Even if the Venerable of the World didn't contact us, we still have to be prepared. As long as the Venerable of the World gives the order, we'll let the high sects overseas witness the Buddhist Dharma of reincarnation. Sixth ancestor changed the topic and said, "That's good." The seventh and ninth ancestors nodded slightly. Raytheon. Lei Xing is dead? I, Raytheon, have overlooked the overseas region for thousands of years. Who dares to provoke me, Raytheon? A certain Raytheon patriarch who had just woken up from a deep sleep couldn't be exposed. In this battle, compared to the Xianxia and the Snow God Palace, Raytheon had suffered the greatest loss. Not only had they lost Patriarch Lei Xing, a powerful primordial spirit expert, but they had also lost a peerless treasure like the Thunder Calamity Wood. One must know that the Thunder Calamity Wood didn't belong to Patriarch Lei Xing, but was jointly owned by all the Raytheon patriarchs. Every 20 years, a patriarch would take away the Thunder Calamity Wood for cultivation. Once the 20 years were up, the Thunder Calamity Wood would be returned. And these 20 years were the 20 years that Patriarch Lei Xing had taken away the Thunder Calamity Wood for cultivation. But now that Patriarch Lei Xing had fallen, wouldn't the Thunder Calamity Wood that had fallen into Patriarch Lei Xing's hands be gone as well? Thinking of this, the Raytheon patriarch who had just woken up had an extremely gloomy expression. The Thunder Calamity Wood was related to the success of one of Raytheon's secret arts. Once the Thunder Calamity Wood was lost, it was equivalent to this secret art being completely cut off. How could he not be angry? As for finding a new piece of Thunder Calamity Wood, the world was vast. Even in the previous era of vitality recovery, there were only a few divine trees that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Those that were ready to go through the Thunder Calamity were even rarer. Even if they failed to go through the Thunder Calamity Wood, there would still be branches left behind that were bathed in the power of thunder, which only existed in legends. Raytheon was lucky enough to obtain a piece of Thunder Calamity Wood by chance. It was already considered a great fortune. Wanting to obtain a new piece of Thunder Calamity Wood was tantamount to a fool's dream. At this time, another patriarch opened his mouth and said, "We will directly use our trump cards to kill our way over and take back the Thunder Calamity Wood from the Empire of Tang." This legend of the Empire of Tang is powerful. He was able to destroy the Wanjian school and even kill 3 primordial spirit patriarchs by himself. Even if I, Raytheon, have countless trump cards, if I want to take back the Thunder Calamity Wood from such an existence, it would be fine if I succeed, but if I fail. The third patriarch said in a low voice. Although the Thunder Calamity Wood was precious, it was inferior to Raytheon's 10,000 years of inheritance. It was obviously not worth it to put Raytheon in danger just for a piece of Thunder Calamity Wood. Then contact the Witchcraft sect, Taoist sect, and other high sects to meet this legend of the Empire of Tang together. The eyes of the first patriarch Raytheon were cold and murderous. Many of the high sects had used their trump cards and joined forces to besiege them. Unless it was a real Earth Immortal, who could stop them? Just when many of the high sects overseas were shocked by Su Qin alone. At this moment, Su Qin had already walked into the source of fire element. The terrifying fire element Yuan Qi condensed into fire dragons that constantly soared, bursting out an aura that could burn mountains and boil the sea. Not bad. Such rich fire element Yuan Qi, worthy of being the source of fire element. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Around him, the fire element power, which was enough to easily burn a legend, was very well behaved. Although Su Qin's great sun painting was only at the beginner level, the 3-legged golden crow was the most powerful divine beast of fire element. Even if Su Qin was only touched by a wisp of the 3-legged golden crow's aura at this moment, ordinary flames couldn't do anything to him. Even the fire element killing array arranged by the Eastern Sea True Lord couldn't hurt Su Qin, let alone the power of fire element. By the way, the sources of the 5 elements are gathered by heaven and earth, and there is a large amount of Tao accumulation. Although this source of fire element was only born at a certain critical point in the recovery of spirit aura, and it hasn't been long, but logically speaking, there should be Tao accumulation for me to sign in. Su Qin's heart suddenly moved, and he thought quickly. Now that the source of fire element was already in front of him, he could devour and absorb it at any time. Compared with this, Suqin was more concerned about what treasures he could get by signing in at this source of fire element. The last time he signed in at the earth element in the western desert, he obtained the earth element technique, Wutu flag, and other treasures. What about this source of fire element? Thinking of this, Suqin pondered for a moment, then said in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained fire element pill. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received fire source pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Suqin's ears. Fire source pill? Suqin was slightly stunned. This pill. Suqin's mind quickly merged into the system space and quickly found a divine pill shining with fire in a corner. In terms of aura, the fire element energy inside is about 10 times that of the Lihua divine pill. Suqin touched his chin and guessed in his heart. It seems that this place of fire element was formed too recently after all, and it didn't accumulate much Dao accumulation. Suqin shook his head slightly. According to Suqin's decades of experience, the treasures obtained the first time in every new sign-in place were often the most precious. For example, the Buddha's palm of the Shaolin Temple, the 12 divine beasts of Immortal Abode Island, and so on. Even the source of the earth element in the western desert, which has yet to take shape, gave Suqin a magical power the first time he signed in. As for the fire element source in front of him, he only got a fire source pill. Of course, this didn't mean that the fire source pill was bad. A fire element divine pill that was 10 times stronger than the Lihua divine pill was enough to make a peak earth immortal like Lord Donghai fight for it. But compared to the reward of at least one divine ability, the fire source pill was obviously not enough. One had to know that divine abilities could grow with the owner. For example, the Eye of Truth that Suqin obtained when he signed in when he was a 9th rank martial artist was still an important skill even now. How could a mere pill compare to it? But I'm cultivating the Great Sun painting, so the more fire element divine pills like this, the better. No matter how much I want, it won't be enough. Suqin nodded slightly. Even if Suqin devoured this fire element source and made the Great Sun painting a minor accomplishment, what about the Great Sun painting? The fire element energy needed was still as vast as the sea, so this fire source pill wasn't useless. Okay. Next, it's time to cultivate the Great Sun painting. Suqin's gaze shifted away from the fire source pill as his expression suddenly turned solemn. The picture of the Great Sun was the first stone picture of the 12 divine beast pictures. It symbolized the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the 3-legged golden crow. Once Suqin mastered the picture of the Great Sun, he could easily transform into the 3-legged golden crow. Of course, with Suqin's current strength, even if he really transformed into the 3-legged golden crow, he would only be in the state of a cub. It was impossible for him to immediately have the power of a real 3-legged golden crow that could burn the world. Otherwise, cultivating the picture of the Great Sun would not only require fire attribute divine pellets. But even if it was just a cub, the cub of a divine beast was enough for Suqin to easily crush most Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals like true Lord Donghai were naturally suppressed. In front of Suqin, he couldn't even raise his head, let alone resist. However, if I devour this fire elemental source and use it to strengthen my physical body instead of cultivating the picture of the Great Sun, I might be able to complete the 7th transformation and let my physical body completely enter the Dharma body level. Suqin's heart skipped a beat. After devouring the earth elemental source in the western desert's 10,000 Buddha Hall, Suqin's physical body had already reached the peak of the 6th transformation and could be considered to be half a step into the Dharma body level. If he devoured another fire elemental source this time, he might really transform his physical body into a Dharma body. And a Dharma body level physical body would be able to defeat all martial artists below the earth immortal level just by relying on its terrifying chi and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Forget it. I'll just use it to cultivate the picture of the Great Sun. Suqin hesitated for a while and gave up on this idea. Although a Dharma body level physical body was terrifying, it was ultimately incomparable to a real earth immortal. And once the picture of the Great Sun was at minor completion, not only would it allow Suqin's primordial spirit to integrate into the deeper level of the primordial chi si, but after minor completion, he would obtain part of the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability, which would be stronger than a mere Dharma body. That was the innate divine ability of the three-legged golden crow, the most powerful divine beast. Even if it was just a part of it, it would still be far superior to a mere Dharma body. After all, as long as one entered the earth immortal level and endured the erosion of the primordial chi, their physical body would naturally transform into a Dharma body. But the innate divine ability brought about by minor completion of the picture of the great sun was boundless, and only the three-legged golden crow could possess it. The two were not on the same level at all. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of Su Qin's mind, a stone diagram that connected heaven and earth began to revolve. On the stone diagram, there seemed to be an eternally burning sun, and in the depths of the sun, there was a faint three-legged divine bird roaring at the sky. Buzz. Just as the stone diagram revolved, among the tens of thousands of light spots on the surface, more than 90 light spots slowly lit up at the edge of the diagram. This was also the effect of Su Qin continuously consuming fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills over the past few decades. If one light spot lit up, it was the beginning of the picture of the great sun. Then, hundreds of light spots lit up, it was the minor completion of the picture of the great sun. As for the tens of thousands of light spots on the stone diagram, it was the great completion of the picture of the great sun. On that day, Su Qin would completely master the picture of the great sun and obtain all the innate divine abilities, and physical body of the three-legged golden crow. Boom! As the great sunstone diagram revolved, the endless fire elemental energy in the fire elemental source turned into fire dragons and poured into Su Qin's body. And on the picture of the great sun, a dim light began to slowly light up as the fire elemental energy poured in. In just a moment, Su Qin was enveloped by a ball of flame, and in the flame, fire dragons were constantly entwining between Su Qin's hands and feet, constantly fusing into Su Qin's body, causing his aura to become more and more scorching, as if a newly born sun was sleeping. Time passed slowly. The time Su Qin spent in seclusion this time far exceeded the time spent when he devoured the earth elemental source. Devouring the earth elemental source was when Su Qin integrated all the earth elemental energy into his body. Coupled with the fact that the earth elemental source had yet to take shape, the earth elemental energy it contained was far inferior to the fire elemental source. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, the old man Feiyu had been patiently guarding the fire elemental source. His aura has weakened again? The old man Feiyu raised his head and looked at the flame mountain range in front of him, thinking silently in his heart. If it was said that the fire elemental energy contained within the fire mountain range was boundless like a vast sea of fire a year ago, then now, it was at least 10 times weaker. The boundless fire elemental energy seemed to have been swallowed into an abyss as it continued to decrease. Why hasn't the Lord come out of seclusion yet? Those great sects are probably about to make their move. A trace of anxiety flashed across the old man Feiyu's face. During this year, he personally felt one vast aura after another descending from the sea to the land of great battle, and at the edge of the land of great battle, they were faintly locked onto the empire of Tang. Feiyu knew very well that they were the ancestors of those great sects. These ancestors had been sleeping for thousands of years with a self-sealing secret technique. And they were all peak legends at the primordial spirit level. There were even several auras that were like heaven and earth, almost half a step into the earth immortal level. Although earth immortals were extremely rare and hard to come by in 1,000 years, there were still some peak legends who had condensed a domain and transformed into a primordial spirit. These peak legends would choose to try to break through to the earth immortal level before the end of Shu Yuan's life. Most of the peak legends who failed to break through died on the spot, but there were still some lucky ones who survived by chance. These peak legends who survived did not succeed in breaking through, but during the breakthrough, their primordial spirits had already integrated into the sea of vitality, which was equivalent to half a step into the earth immortal realm, and comprehended some of the methods of the earth immortal. Generally speaking, this kind of peak legend was between the earth immortal and the legend martial artist, beyond the legend martial artist, but not the earth immortal. Many martial artists overseas called this realm half-step earth immortal. Although they were not earth immortals, they were only half a step away from earth immortal. Previously, Su Qin's body was equivalent to half a Dharma body, and his chi and blood were soaring. Even if he had not broken through to the earth immortal level, he had far surpassed the peak legends, which was equivalent to a half-step Earth immortal. This was also one of the strongest foundations of many large sections. In the era where Earth immortals did not exist, it was the half-step Earth immortals world. However, every half-step Earth immortal was a peak legend who had survived after failing to break through to the Earth immortal level. Shouyuan was almost exhausted, unlike Su Qin who was full of qi and blood and Shouyuan who was full of qi and blood. But no matter what, a half-step Earth immortal was still a half-step Earth immortal. Although he was still far from a real Earth immortal, the great power he had was beyond the reach of a legend martial artist. The old man Feiyu did not expect that the large sects would be so desperate this time. They were almost ready to use all of their foundations. One had to know that although a half-step Earth immortal was powerful, he could only attack a few times. Is it because my lord has already threatened those large sects? The old man Feiyu's face was solemn. If it were not for the fact that it was difficult for these half-step Earth immortals to awaken and needed time to recover their strength, those large sects would have already attacked them. Even so, the old man, Feiyu, felt that they wouldn't be able to drag this out for much longer. The earliest would be today, the longest would be a month, and the earliest would be today. At that time, if Su Qin is still in seclusion, with the current strength of the Tang Empire, these major sects will be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I hope it's not too late. The old man Feiyu took a deep breath. With the ruthless means of those large sects overseas, they would definitely not let him go if they really destroyed the Empire of Tang. While the situation in the outside world was changing, Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the fire elemental source, had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Su Qin's body was shrouded in scorching flames. Countless fire elemental energy turned into fire dragons and poured into Su Qin's body and merged with the great sun engraving in his mind. Suddenly, at this moment, a stone engraving suddenly appeared behind Su Qin's back. There were tens of thousands of light spots on the stone engraving. At this moment, there were 99 light spots on the edge of the stone engraving that were emitting a faint light. In addition, as a large amount of fire elemental energy poured in, the 100th light spot slowly lit up. Boom! As if it had broken through a certain shackle, the great sun engraving suddenly shook the moment the 100th light spot lit up. An aura that seemed to have come from the beginning of the primordial age slowly circulated inside the source of fire element. When the 100th light spot slowly lit up on the great sun steel phantom behind Su Qin, the steel suddenly bloomed with a misty brilliance. An ancient and boundless aura filled the air, as if space had frozen and time had been reversed. In an instant, the great sun picture in the depths of Su Qin's mind suddenly burst out with a fire origin that was far deeper and more vast than ordinary flames. I swallowed so many fire attribute divine pills and demonic pills, emptied a large city in the cave world that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and finally swallowed an entire source of fire element to achieve minor accomplishment in the great sun picture. I'm afraid it was to condense this kind of origin power. Su Qin closed his eyes slightly, and his mind merged into the depths of his mind, looking at the great sunstone picture that was constantly spewing out a vast amount of fire origin energy. Although there was only a difference of one realm between minor accomplishment and minor accomplishment of the great sun picture. But it was a completely different concept. Minor accomplishment of the great sun picture only gave Su Qin a wisp of the aura of the three-legged golden crow, and it was the aura that had been infinitely weakened by the great sun picture, which allowed Su Qin to have a certain degree of perception and immunity to the power of fire. That was all. Although it was precious, it was not unique. At least in the previous era of the Vitality Tide, there were many fire attribute treasures that could do the same. However, the minor accomplishment of the Great Sun picture directly allowed Su Qin to inherit some of the innate magical abilities of the three-legged golden crow. The innate magical abilities of a supreme mythological beast, even the weakest one, were enough to shock the world. In addition to inheriting the innate magical abilities, once he stepped into the minor accomplishment of the Great Sun picture, Su Qin's body naturally began to undergo some kind of transformation in the direction of the real supreme mythological beast of the fire attribute. Just as Su Qin's thoughts were turning rapidly, the deep and vast origin of fire that gushed out from the depths of the Great Sun picture quickly merged into Su Qin's body. Boom! Su Qin only felt a sudden roar in his mind, as if he saw the scene of the birth of heaven and earth and the sun in the sky. Immediately after, Su Qin's body continued to be infused with the fire origin. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion. His entire body began to swell, as if there was an even more vast power being nurtured inside. My body is being modified? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. Once the picture of the great sun was completed, one would be able to transform into the true supreme divine beast, the great sun golden crow. However, with a human's physical body, to bear the power of a great sun golden crow, even if it was just a cub, it was far from enough. One would need to undergo a transformation from the inside out. This kind of metamorphosis did not completely transform Su Qin into a different race. Instead, it continuously improved the foundation of his human body until he could completely bear the power of the great sun golden crow. Of course, this kind of sublimation was slow, and it started from the small success stage of the great sun diagram, which was why this scene appeared. Just as Su Qin was carefully feeling the changes in his body. Boom! Su Qin's hands exploded at the same time. His skin and flesh exploded, but in the next moment, countless pieces of flesh flew into the air. A large amount of the fire origin continued to pour in, continuously reconstructing Su Qin's flesh and blood. In less than a moment, a pair of white jade-like hands formed again. His 5 fingers were long and slender, and he could vaguely control the fire elemental power in the world. As these hands formed again, the entire fire elemental source shook violently, and countless fire elemental power surged in. This is? Su Qin looked at his newly formed hands in disbelief. These hands were basically no different from before, but there were subtle changes. It was with these changes that Su Qin felt as if he could control the fire elemental power in the world. Previously, although Su Qin could use his domain primordial spirit to control the power of heaven and earth, but that control was forced. Once Su Qin lost his domain primordial spirit, or his strength fell, this control would naturally disappear. But at this moment, when Su Qin formed these hands, he suddenly felt that he had completely transformed into a god of fire. Even if he did not use a trace of his domain primordial spirit, he could still command the fire elemental power. It was extremely incredible. However, in the next moment, Su Qin had yet to react. His 2 arms also exploded, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. But under the continuous influx of fire elemental power, his arms quickly recovered to their original state, becoming more slender and powerful. Like his hands, they faintly formed a connection with the endless fire elemental power in the world. Next, the soles of his feet exploded, his calves exploded, his thighs exploded, his body exploded, and his chest exploded. Su Qin's entire body began to explode inch by inch, as if he was enduring the cruelest punishment in the world. Even with Su Qin's willpower, he still felt incomparable pain. Under the continuous infusion of the fire elemental power, Su Qin's perception was also infinitely raised. Correspondingly, the pain that Su Qin felt also increased by 10 times or 100 times. This was the change brought about by the initial success of the Great Sun picture. Su Qin's body would begin to transform, reassemble, and recondense under the origin power of the Great Sun picture. Although he was still of the human race, he had already undergone a fundamental change and stood at a height that surpassed the human race. Time passed slowly. Wisps of deep and vast origin power constantly surged out, reconstructing Su Qin's flesh and blood, then his skin and hair. It only slowly stopped when it was almost restored to its original state. At this moment, Su Qin, although he looked the same as before, there were great changes in the subtle areas. Countless subtle changes overlapped with each other, making Su Qin look completely different from before. Like a sun god, his entire body emitted a scorching and violent aura. Especially in between his eyebrows, there was a faint round mark that connected with the endless fire elemental power in the world. Is this the initial success of the Great Sun picture? Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black like a baby's, but in the depths of his pupils, there was a faint burning sun that constantly emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Su Qin stood up and looked at his palm again. His palm was smooth and delicate like a weak scholar's, but when he waved it, the surrounding fire elemental power naturally began to surround it, as if it had seen an emperor and prostrated itself in worship. At this moment, my body has probably been completely promoted to a Dharma body. Suqin sighed softly, and an inexplicable emotion appeared on his face. The Dharma body that he had always desired was actually naturally achieved after the initial success of the Great Sun picture. No. Now, my body should have already surpassed the category of a Dharma body. It's more appropriate to call it the Golden Crow Divine Body. Suqin thought silently in his heart. Ever since the initial success of the Great Sun picture, some additional memories appeared in his mind. These memories were similar to inherited memories that appeared out of thin air, but were deeply rooted in Suqin's mind, as if he had experienced them before. In these new memories, Suqin knew that his current body had been modified by the origin of fire, and was completely different from an ordinary Dharma body that had been washed by a sea of vitality. It was more inclined towards the Golden Crow Divine Body. The so-called Divine Body was a type of constitution, which was equivalent to another direction of a Dharma body. It's a pity that although the Great Sun picture is already at the initial success level, it's still very far away from the real great success level. Suqin's mind entered his mind and glanced at the Great Sun picture that connected the heavens and the earth. On the stone picture, there were tens of thousands of light spots, and at this moment, among these tens of thousands of light spots, 100 light spots at the edge had been completely lit up, which was also the sign of the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. Next, if Suqin wanted to reach the final success level of the Great Sun picture, he would need to light up the remaining 9,900 light spots as well. According to the experience that Suqin had from lighting up 100 light spots, the resources needed to cultivate the Great Sun picture to the final success level would be 100 times more than the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. And according to Suqin, it took him more than 10 years to barely cultivate the Great Sun picture to the initial success level. If he wanted to continue cultivating it to the final success level, it would take him more than 1,000 years to sign in. Of course, it wasn't calculated like that. As Suqin's strength continued to grow, he was qualified to go to more dangerous places to sign in, and the gains he obtained were naturally far from what he had before. But even so, according to Suqin's estimation, it would take decades or even 100 years for him to reach the final success level of the Great Sun picture. Let's see what changes there are in the initial success level of the Great Sun picture. Suqin slowly closed his eyes and felt all the movements in all directions. He didn't use his domain, nor did he use his primordial spirit, just relying on his physical perception, he continued to spread out into the distance. Suddenly, under Suqin's 5 senses, the whole world was different. He could control the power of fire and feel every little thing within a radius of hundreds of miles. From the aura of a legend to the low cries of ants and flies, everything seemed to be close to his ears. Even Suqin felt that his body seemed to have completely integrated with the endless power of the 5 elements. Even if he was sleeping, a large amount of fire element power continued to pour into his body, slowly improving his cultivation. It is recorded in ancient books that some divine beast cubs don't need to cultivate at all. They just need to sleep all day, and when they reach adulthood, they will naturally have the power to destroy the world. Suqin opened his eyes with a look of amazement. Originally, he thought that this saying was just a rumor. How difficult is it to cultivate one step at a time? How can it be possible to improve one's cultivation just by sleeping? But now, through his own feelings, Suqin had already believed most of it. He was now only at the small success level of the Great Sun picture, and only obtained a part of the 3-legged golden crow's innate divine ability, but it had such a slow improvement effect. How terrifying would the cubs who had truly inherited all the innate divine ability of the divine beast be? But this kind of improvement is not suitable for me. It's too slow. Suqin shook his head slightly and thought silently. According to his current speed of improvement, even if he did nothing and just slept, in another few hundred years, he would naturally enter the earth immortal realm. But a few hundred years was probably enough for Suqin to break through to a higher realm. Why waste it on sleeping? And that sun? Suqin slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Although there was the obstruction of the fire element source, Suqin could still feel the burning sun hanging in the sky. At this moment, Suqin looked at the sun, and a desire rose in his heart, wanting to get closer to the sun that seemed to be burning eternally. Of course. Suqin stopped himself in time. Su Qin knew in his heart that the reason why he had this feeling was entirely because after cultivating the Great Sun picture, especially after the small success level of the Great Sun picture and the transformation of his body into the Golden Crow divine body, it produced an unrealistic instinct. How high was the temperature of the sun? Although Su Qin had reached the small success level of the Great Sun picture, he was still not a real three-legged golden crow and was far from being able to withstand the temperature of the sun. That's right. After the small success level of the Great Sun picture, I should be able to obtain some of the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability. Su Qin suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Golden Crow divine body was a natural transformation after the small success level of the Great Sun picture, so it should not be counted as an innate divine ability. In other words, in addition to the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin should have mastered at least one other divine ability. One had to know that Su Qin had thoroughly enjoyed the benefits of divine abilities. Su Qin had signed in for decades and only obtained a few divine abilities. From this, one could see how precious divine abilities were. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and felt the aura in his body. In his meridians, true essence flowed like a river. This true essence faintly revealed a scorching aura, like burning fire dragons, constantly flowing in Su Qin's body. Su Qin had a feeling that the destructive power of his true essence should have greatly increased at this moment. If an ordinary peak mythical creature was slightly touched by his true essence, their entire body might be ignited. It's understandable that my true essence is approaching the fire element. After all, my current body is already the Golden Crow divine body, so it's normal for it to affect the attributes of my true essence. But I want to know, in addition to these changes, what kind of divine ability has the small success level of the Great Sun picture brought me? Su Qin was looking forward to it. For divine abilities, the more the better. No one would complain about having too little. I don't need the Grand Sun primordial flame or the Inferno Emperor's indestructible body. Just give me an offensive fire element divine ability. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Among the few divine abilities that Su Qin had mastered, they were basically all ancillary. The only divine ability that could barely be considered offensive was the wind and rain summoning technique, which was also a group attack divine ability. It had a miraculous effect against those weaker than Su Qin, but against powerhouses of the same level, it didn't have much of an effect. Rumble. When Su Qin's mind completely integrated into his body, suddenly, the slowly burning Great Sun in the depths of his eyes rose rapidly. The terrifying heat increased rapidly, and even the fire element source near Su Qin began to melt. This is? Su Qin hurriedly stopped activating the divine ability and focused his mind on his eyes. A divine ability? Su Qin's heart trembled slightly. Strictly speaking, the Eye of Truth was also an eye divine ability, but the function of the Eye of Truth was only to observe qi and couldn't increase Su Qin's strength. But the divine ability that Su Qin activated just now was terrifying to the extreme. Before it was completely activated, it could already merge with the fire element source, which was simply shocking. One had to know that the fire element source was the convergence of the fire element power between heaven and earth. Logically speaking, its tolerance for flames should be extremely high, but at this moment, it was quickly melting. This showed how terrifying this divine ability was. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin looked satisfied and turned his head to look outside. The Great Sun picture has reached the small success level. There's no need to stay here anymore. It's time to leave. Su Qin took a step and disappeared on the spot. P.S. It's equivalent to 2 in 1 outside the fire elemental source. Elder Fei Yu was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, at this moment, Fei Yu seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the fire elemental source. This is? Elder Fei Yu's face changed slightly. At this moment, the fire elemental source that was originally filled with dense fire elemental power had completely quieted down. Countless fire elemental power quickly converged and finally gathered on a figure that had appeared at the entrance of the source. Sir? Elder Fei Yu looked at the tall and slender figure. He immediately opened his eyes wide in disbelief. At the entrance of the fire elemental source, there was a handsome man standing there. The man stood there quietly and began to guide the vast and endless sea of primordial qi in the depths of the void. In his eyes, there was a faint burning grand sunday. The man's appearance was 90% similar to Su Qin in Fei Yu's memory. However, there were slight changes. It was because of these slight changes that caused the man's temperament to suddenly change. He was like a burning sun god. Perfect. Wild. It's me. Su Qin glanced at Fei Yu and said indifferently. Although his voice was still the same as before, it had become deep and powerful. When Elder Fei Yu heard it, he actually felt that his blood and true origin had the tendency to burn. It's really, sir? Elder Fei Yu was dumbfounded. He quickly calmed himself down and suppressed his qi and true origin. There was a huge wave in his mind. In just a short year, Su Qin appeared in front of him as if he had been reborn. That's right, the only thought in Fei Yu's mind was to be reborn. If the previous Su Qin was like an abyss that was unfathomable, then now, he was like the grand sun in the sky, burning fiercely as if he could burn the heaven and earth. Fei Yu would never have thought that there would be someone in the world who would undergo such a huge change. If it wasn't for the great similarity between Su Qin's eyebrows, he would have thought that they were two different people. In fact, Fei Yu was not wrong. Su Qin had indeed been reborn. After the grand sun picture was completed, the fire elemental source had completely transformed Su Qin's body. Now, although Su Qin still had his original body, it had been reorganized by the fire elemental source and became the Golden Crow divine body. Congratulations, sir, for stepping into the Earth Immortal realm. Elder Fei Yu thought quickly and immediately knelt down and congratulated him. Su Qin's transformation was simply too great. From inside to outside, even his temperament had changed. Aside from the legends, there was no other possibility for him to break through the shackles of the myth realm and enter the land god realm. Only a breakthrough of such a large realm could completely change a person. Earth Immortal? Su Qin pondered for a moment, looked at his hands, and shook his head. I'm not an Earth Immortal yet. Not Earth Immortal? Elder Fei Yu blinked and didn't react for a long time. Although I'm not an Earth Immortal, but... Su Qin clenched his fist and a strange light appeared on his face. Even if a real Earth Immortal comes, I can still fight him. The small success of the Great Sun painting was of great help to Su Qin. Originally, Su Qin thought that the Grand Sun picture could only allow him to exchange 2 blows with an Earth Immortal. But now, with the condensation of the Golden Crow divine body and the awakening of the Fire Elemental Eye divine ability, Su Qin was confident that he could even fight an Earth Immortal. In the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's strength, speed, and defense had increased by many times. His qi and blood were majestic like the ocean. Even an Earth Immortal's domain could not suppress it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had all kinds of trump cards before, there was no lack of divine scriptures that could reach the level of an Earth Immortal, such as the Buddha's palm. But in the end, it only reached the level of an Earth Immortal in terms of power. But now, Su Qin had stepped into the realm of an Earth Immortal in all aspects. His every move was like a real Earth Immortal. Of course. This did not mean that the Buddha's palm was inferior to the 12 divine beasts picture, but that the two were good at different aspects. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts picture to the extreme could only allow Su Qin to transform into a divine beast and grasp all the power of a divine beast. But that was not the case for the Buddha's palm. The power of the Buddha's palm could be infinitely increased. If both were cultivated to a deeper level, the Buddha's palm would be stronger. To put it simply, in the early stage, the 12 divine beasts picture gave Su Qin a greater improvement, but in terms of the real upper limit, the 12 divine beasts picture was weaker than the Buddha's palm. However, I can't maintain the state of the Golden Crow divine body without any restrictions. I need to consume qi and blood? Su Qin carefully sensed his body and deduced. Under the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's speed, strength, and defense had increased by dozens or hundreds of times. His qi and blood were vast, but it was not without a price. Instead, it was slowly consuming Su Qin's qi and blood. At this rate, Su Qin's qi and blood would be exhausted in a few months. Forget it. I'd better leave the Golden Crow divine body state. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and the aura in his body began to quickly converge. The great sun that seemed to be burning eternally in his eyes began to slowly extinguish. The origin of fire gathered in the ancestral aperture between Su Qin's eyebrows, turning into a palm-sized three-legged divine bird that landed on the shoulder of his Yuan spirit. I can quickly return to the golden crow divine body state with a thought? Su Qin touched his chin and nodded slightly. At this moment, his chi changed again. He returned to his normal state from the dazzling sun god. Sir. The old man next to him blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qin, who was under the golden crow divine body, gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was close to a furnace all the time. Even with Fei Yu's strength as a peak legend, he still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if it was the most essential pressure from the depths of his life. But now, after Su Qin returned to normal, Fei Yu was much more relaxed. Although the pressure was still there, it was no longer as dazzling as before. Let's go back. After Su Qin returned to the golden crow divine body state, he continued to walk slowly toward Chang'an City. This time, after devouring a complete origin of fire and the picture of the great sun, it took a year for his body to be transformed. Yes. The old man, Fei Yu, immediately followed. Soon, Su Qin and Fei Yu returned to the imperial palace. The powerful primordial spirit power swept through and the entire imperial palace appeared in Su Qin's eyes. Not bad. There are dozens more peak grade 1 experts, and 3 mythical martial artists? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. During the 1 year he was in seclusion, his vitality tide reached a critical point and rose again. With the blessing of the world, the bottleneck between the 9th grade of martial arts and the myth realm loosened a little, leading to the birth of 3 myth realm martial artists in the palace. Huh? Li Wan has also entered the myth realm? Su Qin's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. More than a year ago, Wanjian School brought Li Wan back overseas as a body for Kinzu to possess. In order to make Kinzu's possession more successful, Wanjian School naturally used all means to improve Li Wan's cultivation as much as possible. Countless divine pills and spirit medicines were sent to Li Wan. As a result, by the time Su Qin brought Li Wan back, she was already a grade 1 great grandmaster. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that in just 1 year, Li Wan had crossed the 4 bottlenecks of her body transformation, divine sense transformation, internal strength transformation, and the ultimate breakthrough and entered the myth realm. Is it because of that sword will? There was a thoughtful look on Su Qin's face. Aside from countless divine pills and spirit medicines, Kinzu had also imbued a sword will into Li Wan's body. That sword will was the legacy Kinzu had obtained from the 10,000 Swords Daoist. That's right. After all, it's a technique left behind by a terrestrial immortal. Su Qin shook his head slightly, immediately understanding. What kind of existence were terrestrial immortals? With the word immortal attached to their name, even if they were not true immortals or gods, their abilities were unimaginable. Wanjian School was originally a small island with a radius of several miles, but because the 10,000 Swords Daoist kept reclaiming land from the sea, the 10,000 Swords Island had expanded into a small continent with a radius of several hundred miles. Such a method was simply beyond the imagination of a myth martial artist. Of course, helping Li Wan transcend the myth realm bottleneck was already the limit of that sword will. After all, this sword will had existed for thousands of years, and the sword progenitor had used up most of it and left the sword will for Li Wan, which had pushed her to myth realm quickly. As for the remaining 9 tiers of myth realm, Li Wan had to rely on herself to get there step by step, and she could not use any tricks to get there. Su Qin's gaze was calm as he took another step forward, and his figure appeared on the stargazing tower in the imperial palace. The stargazing tower was the tallest building in the imperial palace of the Tang Empire. It was the place where the emperors of the Tang Empire used to watch the stars. However, when Su Qin stood there, he was not looking at the stars in the sky, but overlooking the lights of Chang'an City. The old man, Fei Yu, was obediently following beside Su Qin, not daring to say a word. Just as Fei Yu thought that Su Qin would keep watching like this. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin did not raise his eyes and said leisurely, "You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out and meet me?" Su Qin's words were unusually calm, but in the ears of the old man, Fei Yu, it was no different from a loud bell. "Someone is beside me?" The old man, Fei Yu's scalp tingled, and he carefully looked around. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the old man, Fei Yu A tall man in a simple wizard robe slowly walked out of the darkness. The man's long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was extremely free and easy, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Even if he stood in front of Fei Yu, he could not feel anything. Who is this person? Fei Yu calmed down, and panic suddenly rose in his heart. However, when Fei Yu thought that Su Qin was beside him, he was slightly relieved. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. The man in the wizard robe looked at Su Qin and said with a smile, witchcraft, Qing Meng, came uninvited. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The man named Qing Meng bowed slightly to Su Qin. He bowed not because he was afraid of Su Qin, but out of respect and recognition. Witchcraft? Qing Meng? Your Magus Master Qing Meng? When the old man, Fei Yu, heard this name, his mind suddenly rumbled, and he subconsciously exclaimed. I didn't expect that after 2,000 years, there would still be people in the world who can remember me. Qing Meng glanced at the old man, Fei Yu, and said in an extremely gentle tone. Magus Master Qing Meng? Su Qin looked at the man in the wizard robe not far away, and his thoughts fluctuated slightly. He would occasionally listen to the Lao Dao from the Daoist sect talk about overseas matters. Since the end of the last vitality tide, the overseas martial arts world had experienced more than 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, the most dazzling were the dozen or so land immortals. In every era with land immortals, they dominated the world. Even great sects like the Daoist sect and Raytheon, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to show disrespect in front of any land immortals. Other than these dozen or so land immortals, the witchcraft master Qing Meng followed closely behind. More than 2,000 years ago, the Qing Meng master Qing Meng appeared out of nowhere and swept through the world. In just 400 years, he had formed his domain and primordial spirit. He was the peak legend of that era who was most likely to become a land immortal. Unfortunately, the Qing Meng master Qing Meng failed to break through in the end. His qi and blood began to weaken, and his primordial spirit slowly collapsed. He fell like a dazzling meteor. However, now it seemed that the Qing Meng master Qing Meng did not die at that time. Instead, he survived and slept until now with a self-sealing secret art. You came alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Su Qin was not afraid of the Qing Meng master Qing Meng. Putting aside the fact that the Qing Meng master Qing Meng was no longer in his prime and his qi and blood had weakened, even the Qing Meng master Qing Meng from 2,000 years ago would be torn apart alive if he encountered Su Qin who had the golden crow divine body. Ha 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 ha. Everyone says that the legend of the Empire of Tang killed wantonly and destroyed sects and cities. His behavior was no different from that of the Xianxia. However, I know that you never attack for no reason. The Wanjian school was destroyed because the Wanjian school captured your descendants. The Qing Meng master Qing Meng laughed. Oh? Su Qin raised his eyes and glanced at the Qing Meng master Qing Meng again. He did not expect the Qing Meng master Qing Meng to have such thoughts. However, what the Qing Meng master Qing Meng said was not wrong. Since Su Qin's debut, he had not been afraid of killing. However, the people he killed were those who had provoked him. If I'm not mistaken, you should have touched that barrier, right? The Qing Meng master Qing Meng's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Qin. In the eyes of the Qing Meng master Qing Meng, although Su Qin's body was extremely restrained, there were still wisps of aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Haha. Su Qin shook his head slightly and did not answer. Instead, he asked, Qing Meng master Qing Meng, you didn't come here just to meet me, did you? Su Qin looked at the Qing Meng master Qing Meng with a faint smile. Although the Qing Meng master Qing Meng believed that Su Qin would not kill innocent people indiscriminately, how could the Qing Meng master Qing Meng personally take the risk when it concerned his own life? That's right. I did come here for another matter. The Qing Meng master Qing Meng nodded slightly and admitted frankly. When the old man Fei Yu heard this, his heart beat faster. Even if he thought with his feet, he knew that it must be something important for the Qing Meng master Qing Meng to come here personally. Say it. Su Qin looked down at Chang'an City and said lightly. It's very simple. The Qing Meng master Qing Meng paused for a while and then said with a solemn face, I'm here to deliver a message to you on behalf of others. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace. Is it war or peace? Suqin was non-committal. As soon as he noticed that the Green Mane Magus Lord was hiding in the palace, Suqin had already guessed the other party's intentions. That's right. The Green Mane Magus Lord said solemnly, the land of the great battle is the core of the recovery of the tide of vitality. It is of great importance. It is absolutely impossible for us to sit back and watch you occupy the land of the great battle. The Green Mane Magus Lord paused for a moment before continuing, now that the first critical point of the tide of vitality has arrived, and the great world is about to begin. If you are willing to hand over 80% of the area you currently occupy, we will not make things difficult for you. The Green Mane Magus Lord said seriously. In fact, leaving 20% of the area to Suqin was already a great sacrifice for the great sections. It should be known that the great sects were not monolithic, and they also needed to divide up the land of the great battle. Suqin occupied 20% of the area, which was absolutely comparable to the area of the great battle that the great sects like witchcraft, which had a history of tens of thousands of years. Is that so? I have killed so many people from your great sects, and you don't care anymore? Suqin's expression did not change, and he asked casually. Wanjian School was not mentioned, after all, it had been completely destroyed. Even if there were still disciples of Wanjian School overseas, they would not be able to do anything. Even if Suqin did not take action, there would be others who would take action to take them down and interrogate them about the inheritance of Wanjian School. When the Wanjian School was still there, it was famous overseas. Naturally, there were not many martial artists who dared to take action against the disciples of the Wanjian School. But now that the Wanjian School had been destroyed, the disciples of the Wanjian School who were stranded outside were no different from moving treasure troves for those overseas mythical cultivators. But in addition to the Wanjian School, Suqin had also killed Ancestor Lei Xing, Ancestor Yuan, and other peak mythical cultivators at the primordial spirit level. Not only Raytheon, but the Xianxia still existed. They knew that their ancestor had died at the hands of Suqin. Would they let it go? As long as you're willing to give up 80% of your territory, I'll help you persuade Raytheon and the other major sections. The Green Glow Magus Master seemed to have thought of this problem and said without hesitation. In the eyes of Raytheon and Xianxia, the fall of a peak mythical being at the level of primordial spirit could be said to be a great loss to the world, but at worst, they could just give them more areas when dividing up the land of the great battle. If he could avoid fighting with an expert like Suqin, it would definitely be a gain for Green Mane Shaman Lord. Even if Green Mane Shaman Lord believed that his strength was not weaker than Suqin, but after all, there was not much Shouyuan left. Compared with Suqin, who was full of vitality and could attack without restraint, he was inferior. Even if Green Mane Shaman Lord had several other friends of the same level behind him and had the advantage of numbers, he would still lose 800 of his own to kill 1,000 enemies. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. What if I refuse? Suqin's tone was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Refuse? Green Mane Shaman Lord frowned. He did expect that Suqin would refuse, and this was the scene he did not want to see the most. If you refuse, then we can only fight. Although my friends and I are in our later years and our vitality is not as strong as yours, if we join forces, unless you have already stepped into the realm of Earth Immortal, you should not be able to defeat us. When Green Mane Shaman Lord said this, a trace of pride appeared on his face. As a peak myth who had once tried to reach the realm of Earth Immortal, his primordial spirit had even integrated into the vital Qi, and he had glimpsed some of the techniques of the Earth Immortal realm. Strictly speaking, Green Mane Shaman Lord was no longer in the myth realm. Instead, he was between the Earth Immortal realm and the myth realm, also known as the half-step Earth Immortal. If it were not for the fact that Green Mane Shaman Lord's vitality was declining, even if he sealed it with a secret technique, he would not be so afraid of Suqin. Earth Immortal? Are you so sure that I'm not an Earth Immortal? Suqin slowly turned around, looked at Green Mane Shaman Lord, and said lightly. Are you referring to the source of fire element? Green Mane Shaman Lord kept shaking his head and said, before I came, I already felt that the source of fire element was almost sucked dry. I think it must be your doing? However, although the source of fire element can help a peak myth break through the shackles and step into the realm of Earth Immortal, it is only useful for the primordial spirit to integrate into the vital Qi in the depths of the void. As for the next step, drawing on the power of the vital qi to transform the body, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take 10 years. You only took a year to walk out of the source of fire element. I think you must have tried to break through, but failed in the end? Green Mane Shaman Lord's eyes flickered, and he said word by word, once you fail to break through to the realm of Earth Immortal, you will inevitably suffer a backlash from the vital qi. Your vital qi will be greatly damaged, and your vitality and primordial spirit will begin to collapse. In the worst case, your body and spirit will be destroyed on the spot. Even if you have the help of the source of fire element and blocked most of the backlash, you must be injured at this moment. Green Mane Shaman Lord paused slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Su Qin. This was also the reason why he rushed to the palace alone. First, he was confident in his own strength. Although he might not be able to defeat Su Qin, at the very least, he would have no problem retreating unscathed. Second, Green Mane Shaman Lord inferred from the source of fire element that Su Qin was injured and could not attack with all his strength. Under such circumstances, even if he and Su Qin fell through, he could bear the consequences. Haha. Su Qin chuckled. From a certain point of view, Green Mane Shaman Lord was right. Su Qin was indeed not an Earth Immortal. He did not have a domain or a Dharma body. However, Su Qin had condensed the Golden Crow Divine Body. With the Golden Crow Divine Body, even if an Earth Immortal was face to face, he would not be afraid at all. Alright. You can leave. Su Qin could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Green Mane Shaman Lord. If it were not for the fact that Green Mane Shaman Lord did not hurt anyone after sneaking into the palace and had never thought of threatening the lives of the people in the palace, how could he still talk to Su Qin so calmly at this moment? Naturally, Green Mane Shaman Lord did not know that his unintentional actions had saved his life. In fact, the reason why Green Mane Shaman Lord did not threaten Su Qin with the lives of the people in the palace was that in Green Mane Shaman Lord's opinion, for experts like them, they had long achieved the great indifference. Is fellow Taoist refusing? Green Mane Shaman Lord sighed softly. The scene that he did not want to see the most had come. Even if he speculated that Su Qin was injured, it was only a speculation and not 100% certainty. He had just said this with the intention of sounding out, but Su Qin did not reveal the slightest bit, so he could not judge. Besides, even if Su Qin really failed to break through, with the protection of the source of fire element, he would only suffer less than 10% of the backlash. If he was desperate, he could still burst out with power close to that of an Earth Immortal. In that case, I hope fellow Taoist won't regret it in the future. Green Mane Shaman Lord said solemnly. It was related to the ownership of the land of the Great Battle. Not only him, but the other great sects also had no way out. This was a great opportunity, involving the opportunity of an Earth Immortal or even a higher realm. It was the greatest treasure in the world. Not to mention that Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal. Even if Su Qin had really stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, the great sects would still bite the bullet and take a gamble. They would not just watch the opportunity slip away and the treasure go away. What? Are you threatening me? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of inexplicable aura began to leak out. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Green Mane Shaman Lord immediately denied. My fellow Taoist, you are very powerful. How would I dare to threaten you? It's just a pity. After all, if you agree to our proposal, there may be no need to fight and kill. Since my fellow Taoist doesn't agree, I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your hospitality. As Green Mane Shaman Lord spoke, his figure quickly merged into the darkness and then completely disappeared. In Su Qin's perception, Green Mane Shaman Lord leaped out of Chang'an City at a terrifying speed. Interesting escape technique? Similar to the Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique? Su Qin carefully felt it and thought silently in his heart. The Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique was a Buddhist escape technique created by a powerful Buddhist in the previous era of vitality recovery. Although it was still far inferior to the divine feet escape technique, it was still far better than the ordinary escape technique. However, the method Green Mane Shaman Lord used to leave just now was similar to the divine feet escape technique. However, this is the first time I've seen someone from the gate of witchcraft. Su Qin's expression was thoughtful. He is somewhat similar to the moon god I saw in the moon-worshipping cult in Nanzhou. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Decades ago, the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult sneaked into Chang'an City to control the family Su and then the empire of Tang. After Su Qin learned about it, he killed the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult. Not long after, he went to Nanzhao alone and destroyed the moon-worshipping cult with one palm. Then Su Qin discovered that the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was actually a strand of divine thought of a legendary martial artist. Could the moon god be from witchcraft? Su Qin's expression was normal as he stopped thinking about it. Whether the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was really related to witchcraft or not, Su Qin no longer cared about it. Even if the moon god was really a disciple of witchcraft, so what? Would witchcraft dare to seek revenge on Su Qin for a mere myth realm disciple? After Green Mane Shaman Lord left completely, the old man Fei Yu finally mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, Green Mane Shaman Lord is one of the strongest forces of witchcraft. Are you going to let him go just like that?" The old man Fei Yu looked at Su Qin carefully. Although Su Qin and Green Mane Shaman Lord didn't talk much, it was obvious that they didn't reach an agreement. Instead of dealing with Green Mane Shaman Lord in the future, it was better to keep him in Chang'an City forever. "It's fine." Su Qin shook his head slightly and didn't care. If Su Qin's picture of the Great Sun had not been completed and he still hadn't formed the Golden Crow body, he would have kept Green Mane Shaman Lord in order to reduce the pressure in the future. But now, Su Qin was invincible. Even if an Earth Immortal came, he would have to fight to know the winner. Why would he care about Green Mane Shaman Lord? Besides, if Green Mane Shaman Lord died in Chang'an City, it would definitely make the rest of the half-step Earth Immortals suspicious. They might not even dare to come to Chang'an City again. This was the difference in strength and confidence. The way they chose to do things was also different. Seeing this, Fei Yu didn't dare to say anything. He stood beside Su Qin respectfully and watched the lights of Chang'an City together. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Su Qin was basically experiencing the skyrocketing power in his body. Although the Golden Crow body was powerful, Su Qin needed time to completely adapt to this power. After all, Su Qin was not a real three-legged Golden Crow, nor was he a powerful divine beast. In addition to adapting to his power, Su Qin was also thinking about his next step. Now, Su Qin had two choices. Completely abandon the identity of a martial artist and focus on the path of a divine beast. The picture of the 12 divine beasts symbolized the 12 most powerful divine beasts in the world. Now, just the first picture of the Great Sun had brought Su Qin so much improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he would definitely have great potential. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Earth Immortals. Compared to the path of a martial artist, the path of a divine beast was obviously much easier and the improvement it brought was far more than the former. For example, if a martial artist wanted to enter the Earth Immortal realm, he would definitely have to go through a lot of difficulties. But for a divine beast, a newborn three-legged Golden Crow had the strength to defeat most Earth Immortals. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Almost all the martial artists in the world couldn't reach the starting point of a divine beast's baby in their lifetime. The path of a divine beast is certainly much easier, but the upper limit is fixed. But the path of a martial artist has unlimited potential and there is the possibility of becoming an immortal ancestor in the future. Su Qin thought for a long time and his heart suddenly became firm. If divine beasts were really invincible, then how was the picture of the 12 divine beasts created? The picture of the 12 divine beasts could allow people to easily transform into the 12 most powerful divine beasts. They must have a deep understanding of these 12 most powerful divine beasts. The existence who created this divine art might have reared a group of divine beasts for research and finally created the picture of the 12 divine beasts. Therefore, just from the picture of the 12 divine beasts, it showed that divine beasts were not really invincible. Perhaps in the early stage, divine beasts had unimaginable convenience. They were the starting point of most humans at birth. But the higher the level, the smaller the gap was. Of course, this was also because Su Qin had the system and his potential was much higher than other martial artists. Otherwise, no matter how competent Su Qin was, he wouldn't dare to say that he would surpass an adult divine beast in the future. The picture of the 12 divine beasts is just a means. I still need to be a human martial artist as the foundation. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated and he began to seriously consider. Since I want to walk the path of a martial artist, what I need to do now is to break through the shackles and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Suqin thought quickly. For other martial artists, the Earth Immortal realm was like a legend. Even in the eyes of Magus Master Qing Meng, the Earth Immortal realm was an unattainable realm. Once, they were infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but in the end, they failed and fell. But Suqin felt that the Earth Immortal realm was not difficult. Now that his realm was complete, and with the support of the Golden Crow Divine Body, his body was like a small sea of fire element vitality. It was easy for him to draw the sea of vitality in the depths of the void. Suqin was now thinking about how deep he could reach if his primordial spirit merged with the sea of vitality. P.S. I'm ashamed. I will definitely release more chapters tomorrow. Release more chapters. Release more chapters. I will write from morning to night. When an ordinary peak mythical creature became an Earth Immortal, it was already a blessing for their primordial spirit to be able to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. How would they dare to have other requests? However, Suqin was thinking about how to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. The primordial spirit sea existed in the depths of the void. Like the war god temple, it did not exist in the world. It was difficult for ordinary living beings to come into contact with it in their entire lives. Only when a peak mythical creature broke through the shackles, perfected their essence, energy, and primordial spirit would they have a chance to break through the layers of the void and feel the vast and endless primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea was not an ocean, it was similar to an ocean. It was an ocean formed by the endless primordial spirit between heaven and earth. When an ordinary peak mythical creature broke through, their primordial spirit would only touch the surface of the primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea contained boundless primordial spirit sea, compared to the depths, it was much weaker. Of course. For ordinary peak mythical creatures, they did not care about this because just integrating into the primordial spirit sea on the surface had already exhausted all their strength. However, Suqin was different. With the support of the Golden Crow Divine Body, even if he did not integrate into the primordial spirit sea, Suqin could still have the combat strength of an Earth Immortal. If he was just like other peak mythical creatures who only had a shallow taste, then why did Suqin want to become an Earth Immortal? The primordial spirit of heaven and earth is like an ocean. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure you will bear. It will be more dangerous to integrate into it. If you are not careful, you will be crushed into powder by the entire primordial spirit sea. Suqin's expression turned solemn. This was also the reason why he did not immediately try to break through after condensing the Golden Crow Divine Body. Suqin's body was unbelievably powerful, even incomparable to the Dharma body of an ordinary Earth Immortal, but his primordial spirit had not undergone a qualitative transformation. Besides, even if Suqin's primordial spirit had transformed, unless he could destroy the world with a thought, he would still be weak in front of the primordial spirit sea that symbolized the primordial spirit of the world. The primordial spirit sea is recovering, and the primordial spirit sea in the depths of the void has also begun to rise. At this time, if my primordial spirit fuses into it and encounters some rising waves, I'm afraid that it will be smashed into pieces. Suqin thought. The recovery of the primordial energy tide had caused the primordial energy sea to become active. When a peak mythical broke through, it was easier to sense the fluctuations of the primordial energy sea and fuse with it. However, there were pros and cons. Where there were benefits, there were also risks. Once I maintain the Golden Crow Divine Body, I can easily control the fire elemental power of heaven and earth, and I'm extremely sensitive to the primordial chi ocean in the depths of the void. Suqin looked slightly emotional. In this case, if it weren't for the sake of being foolproof, Suqin would have entered the Earth Immortal realm with just a thought. The reason why the origin of the five elements could help a pinnacle myth break through was that it possessed a huge amount of five elements power. It could faintly sense the vital chi ocean in the depths of the void. This way, for a pinnacle myth, it was equivalent to having a direction. There was no risk of getting lost in the depths of the void. But now, Suqin's body had replaced the effect of the five elemental sources. Not only that, compared to the other five elemental sources, the Yuan Chi ocean that the Golden Crow Divine Body could sense was more detailed and more accurate. No matter how precious the origin of the five elements was, how could it compare to the body of the legendary divine beast? Even if Su Qin's body was still that of the human race, in some aspects, it was already the favorite of the fire elemental power. Just as Su Qin was thinking about how to enter the earth god realm without any risk. Outside the empire of Tang. In a valley with a medicinal fragrance. The Green Glow Magus Master appeared here silently. Green Glow, how was your trip? Did the myth of the Empire of Tang accept our proposal? Not long after the Green Glow Witch Master appeared, an old voice was heard. An old man in a white robe slowly walked to the Green Glow Witch Master and asked. Not only the old man in the white robe, but several other figures also appeared and stared at the Green Glow Witch Master. It seems that you've recovered well, Medicine Master? The Green Glow Witch Master glanced at the old man in the white robe and smiled. He then shook his head and said, the myth of the Empire of Tang didn't accept our proposal. Humph. Since he didn't accept it, then die. If we join forces, we can even face an earth god. Why would we be afraid of a mere peak myth? Before the medicine master in the white robe spoke, a cold voice suddenly came from a figure next to him, as if announcing Su Qin's fate. That's right. We've already given that Taoist friend of the Empire of Tang a chance. The old man in the white robe nodded slightly, and a look of pity appeared on his face. Unfortunately, that Taoist friend's appetite is too big. He wants to swallow the land of the great battle alone. When the other figures heard this, a look of agreement appeared on their faces. Su Qin's strength was indeed very strong. To be able to completely kill Ancestor Thunder Xing and the other two peak myths in the primordial spirit realm, he was probably already half a step into the earth god realm like them. However, no matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the great sex that had been passed down for thousands of years? If it was any other treasure or opportunity, the great sex might have given it up. However, the land of the great battle was different. When should we go to the Empire of Tang? At this moment, another voice sounded. 7 days later. The Green Mane Shaman Lord pondered for a moment and said, I still need a few days to adjust myself. Although the Green Mane Shaman Lord's strength had almost recovered after a year of cultivation, he still needed some time to adapt to the changes in the outside world after sleeping for more than 2,000 years. Alright. Then let's set it for 7 days later. Let that legend of the Empire of Tang live for another 7 days. At the beginning, the cold voice sounded again. As soon as this was said, no one, including the Green Mane Shaman Lord, refuted it. It was as if in their hearts, once they joined forces to go to Chang'an City, it would be the time of Su Qin's death. In fact, it was exactly so. With more than 5 half-step earth gods joining forces, coupled with the treasures of their respective sects, who could defeat them other than a true earth god? No matter how vigorous Su Qin's qi and blood were, he had not truly stepped into the earth god realm. Under such suppression, how could he survive? The Empire of Tang. Chang'an City. Su Qin naturally did not know that in the eyes of those half-step earth gods of the major sects, he was already a dead man. Even if Su Qin knew about it, he would still smile faintly. The reason why he did not show his strength in front of the Green Mane Shaman Lord was that the Green Mane Shaman Lord did not make a move in the palace. More importantly, Su Qin wanted to wipe out all the major sects in one fell swoop. If Su Qin directly made the Green Mane Shaman Lord stay, the remaining half-step earth gods would not dare to continue fighting. At that time, if they were to hide in the dark and secretly attack the Empire of Tang, Su Qin would have to spend time hunting them down. Wouldn't that be troublesome? On this day, Su Qin was strolling around the palace with Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang. Ever since he formed the Golden Crow Divine Body, Su Qin finally had the confidence to face many major sections. In addition, he was thinking about how to step into the Earth God realm without any mishaps. Therefore, he temporarily suspended his cultivation and spent his time with his family. Third brother, those overseas martial artists said that you destroyed Wanjian School. Is that true? Empress Su Yueyun could not help but ask. Now that the recovery of the vitality tide had intensified, more and more overseas legendary martial artists had entered the Empire of Tang. There were even some legendary martial artists from small overseas sects who sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. In the overseas martial arts world, the major sects looked down on all living beings. However, other than the major sects, there were still some small sections. These small sects were far inferior to the major sections. Therefore, they sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. The Empire of Tang naturally agreed. With Su Qin's deterrence, these small sects did not dare to play any tricks at all. Su Yueyun learned about Su Qin's magnificent feat overseas through these martial artists who took the initiative to seek refuge with the Empire of Tang. As soon as Su Yueyun's voice fell, the Emperor of Tang immediately pricked up his ears. Obviously, he was very curious about this matter. With constant contact with the overseas martial artists, the Emperor of Tang became more and more aware of the importance of the major sects overseas. Even the weakest major sect had been passed down for thousands of years. It was comparable to several the Empire of Tang. If there was no Su Qin, any disciple from the major sects would be enough to sweep the Empire of Tang and trample the Emperor of Tang under his feet. It should be true. Su Qin smiled and said casually. After receiving Su Qin's affirmation, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun looked at each other. Their faces were still full of shock. Even if they had already confirmed this matter in advance, they still found it hard to control themselves when they heard Su Qin admit it. That was a major sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. It had countless resources and experts. How could it be destroyed just like that? Third brother, have you become an immortal? Su Yueyun calmed down and asked tentatively. I'm not an immortal. That's something that only exists in myths and legends. I'm just a martial artist. Su Qin shook his head. According to Su Qin's understanding of the martial arts cultivation system, even an earth immortal was not a real immortal. Not to mention that Su Qin was not even an earth immortal now. With the golden crow divine body, Su Qin was comparable to an earth immortal, but he was not an earth immortal. When Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang heard this, they both nodded. Just as Su Yueyun was about to continue speaking, Su Qin suddenly raised his head and looked around with a smile on his face. They're finally here, Su Qin said in a low voice. They're all here? Third brother, who are you talking about? The Emperor of Tang did not react. Apart from them, there were only some patrolling imperial guards nearby. Who else could there be? Just as the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were confused, an indifferent voice suddenly came from the void. Ha ha ha, I've heard from Qing Meng that you have sharp senses. Now it seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun, one figure after another walked out from the depths of the void. In the end, 7 figures stood in the sky above the palace and looked down like gods overlooking ants. The moment these 7 figures appeared, their aura soared. They seemed to have broken through the barrier and came into contact with the vast and endless sea of vitality, edging in the sky above the Emperor of Tang Palace. The 7 figures were like gods and demons, standing high in the void. Their terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded everyone's heart like a natural disaster. Greetings, Taoist friend. Among the 7 figures, the Magus Master of Qing Meng smiled and bowed slightly to Su Qin. As for the other 6 figures, they were either sneering, indifferent, or calm. They sized up Su Qin in different ways. Is this the last trump card of the upper sects? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The Magus Master of Qing Meng was not the strongest among the 7 figures. The aura of the other 6 figures was extremely deep and was not much weaker than that of the Magus Master of Qing Meng. They were all peerless experts who were half a step away from Earth Immortals. Taoist friend, you seem to have something to rely on? The Magus Master of Qing Meng chuckled. The moment Su Qin rejected his proposal, the Magus Master of Qing Meng knew that Su Qin must have some trump card. However, in the Magus Master of Qing Meng's mind, no matter what trump card Su Qin had, there was no way he could survive under the joint forces of the upper sects. Su Qin had a trump card, but did the upper sects not have one? Compared to Su Qin's hundreds of years of accumulation, the upper sects had thousands of years of inheritance. How could Su Qin compare? This is not the place to fight. Su Qin glanced at the Emperor of Tang and the others who looked solemn. He took a step forward and disappeared. However, in the perception of the Magus Master of Qing Meng and the others, Su Qin had already appeared thousands of meters above the sky. That's right. The Magus Master of Qing Mang also glanced at the Emperor of Tang Palace and nodded slightly. If they fought here, the aftermath of the battle would definitely turn the entire Chang'an city into ruins. Once Chang'an city was destroyed, the Empire of Tang would be in chaos. It would not be good for the upper sects to take over the land of the battle. The other 6 figures did not have any objections. For them, the Empire of Tang was already in their bag, so they were naturally happy to do so. After the 7 figures disappeared, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were slightly relieved. Just now, when the 7 figures stood in the void, it was as if they had really become the embodiment of the vast world. Even if they stood still, they still exerted great pressure on the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. This kind of pressure was not the pressure of aura, but a pressure that came from the essence of life. It was as if the 7 figures had completely surpassed ordinary humans in terms of life level. That was indeed the case. Half-step land immortals might not be able to command heaven and earth like real land immortals, but they could still see some of the true meaning. In fact, how could a pinnacle myth compare to them? Third brother, you must not lose. The Emperor of Tang clenched his fists and murmured in a low voice. Although the Emperor of Tang did not know the origin of the 7 people, it was obvious that they were unfathomable. Under their joint efforts, they had obviously set up a killing trap for Su Qin. Third brother will definitely win, Su Yueyun said nervously. Thousands of meters above the Emperor of Tang Palace. At this time, 8 figures were standing leisurely. The astral wind that could tear apart a grade 1 great grandmaster was extremely obedient in front of these 8 figures. They could not get within 100 meters of them at all. We have all been sleeping for thousands of years using self-sealing secret techniques. I don't think you have heard of us. The Green Mane Shaman Lord's tone was gentle. It was as if they were not working together to kill Su Qin, but were chatting as if they were good friends. This is Ancestor Snow of the Snow God Palace. She is the direct disciple of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace 2,800 years ago. Although she failed to break through to the land immortal realm, her methods are rare in the world. She has received the true teachings of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace. The Green Mane Shaman Lord looked at a woman in white among the 7 and introduced her unhurriedly. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ancestor Snow's face was covered with a veil. Compared to the other ancestors of the Snow God Palace, Ancestor Snow was much more ordinary. Her aura was almost completely restrained and did not leak out at all. She had completely returned to her original state. This is the Thunder God Sect's Thunder Ancestor. In his era, an Earth Immortal was born, and the Thunder Ancestor had fought with that Earth Immortal before he reached the Tao. His name had shaken the seas for hundreds of years. The Green Mane Shaman Lord looked at a man and said. The Lightning Ancestor was a tall man. His eyes seemed to be surrounded by lightning, and he was extremely extraordinary. Ordinary peak myths would feel a piercing pain in their eyes even if they only looked at him from afar. Even their divine thoughts could not get close to him. It was extremely terrifying. As for this, he is the Kura Genkyo's first ancestor. And the Medicine God Sect's medicine master. The Green Mane Shaman Lord quickly introduced the 6 figures. Medicine God Sect. Su Qin looked at the white-robed old man and shook his head. Your Medicine God Sect pursues the pinnacle of alchemy. Why do you want to get involved in this mess? Among the many exalted sects overseas, the Medicine God Sect had a very special status. Even great sects like Raytheon and Witchcraft, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to be rude to the Medicine God Sect. This was not because the Medicine God Sect was the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy and had an unfathomable foundation. It was more because the Medicine God Sect controlled most of the sources of pills overseas. In martial arts cultivation, talent and comprehension were important, but pills were also indispensable. Su Qin did not expect that the Medicine God Sect, which had always ignored the outside world, would join forces with the Green Mane Shaman Lord and the others at this moment. With the Medicine God Sect's status overseas, as long as they were unwilling, the Green Mane Shaman Lord would definitely not dare to force them. The only possibility was that the Medicine God Sect also had their eyes on the land of the Great Battle. Under the recovery of the Vitality Tide, only the land of the Great Battle will produce 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, or even legendary divine herbs. If my medicine god sect wants to refine a shocking pill, we have to come. The medicine master looked at Su Qin with a solemn expression. Although the medicine god sect was addicted to alchemy, there were many other methods besides alchemy. As the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy, if they only knew how to refine pills, they would have been conquered by the other exalted sects long ago. I see. Su Qin sighed softly. Even the transcendent medicine god sect could not completely see through the word benefit. Witchcraft, Raytheon, Xianxia, medicine god sect. Su Qin chuckled and changed the topic. Why didn't the people from Daoi sect come? At this moment, the Green Mane Shaman Lord and the others came from almost all the exalted sects overseas, but the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and the Daoi sect did not send anyone. It was understandable that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall did not send anyone. After all, after Su Qin made a move in the western desert, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall regarded him as a true Buddha. But the Daoi sect? The Daoi sect was also a great sect that had been passed down since the recovery of the vitality tide. Its foundation was definitely not lower than the witchcraft and Raytheon. There must be a half-step land immortal patriarch in the sect. The Daoi sect. The Green Mane Shaman Lord's smile gradually faded. He had visited the Daoi sect, but they were unwilling to attack Su Qin. Even when the Green Mane Shaman Lord promised to divide the battlefield in the future, the Daoi sect was unmoved. Are the 7 of us not worthy of your attention? The Green Mane Shaman Lord said slowly. Although the Daoi sect was not involved in this alliance, the half-step land immortals including the Green Mane Shaman Lord, Ancestor Snow, and the Medicine Master were the strongest powerhouses of their respective sections. The 7 of them joined forces and gathered the strongest powerhouses of many exalted sects. In the era where there were no land immortals, the 7 of them represented a sweeping force. It would be easy for them to destroy a great sect like the Wanjian school. If other legends were here, perhaps they would have already trembled in fear. The Green Mane Magus Lord and the other 6 legends not only represented invincible strength, but also represented the great sect behind them. It was simply the strength of the entire overseas martial arts world. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the Thunder Calamity Wood. Otherwise, be careful of being struck by lightning and your body and soul will be destroyed. The lightning ancestor said word by word, his voice like rolling thunder. He joined forces with the Green Mane Shaman Lord this time. In addition to besieging Su Qin and redividing the battlefield, the other purpose was to take back the Thunder Calamity Wood in Su Qin's hands. Since the Thunder Calamity Wood ancestor Lei Xing fell in the hands of Su Qin had become the target of the entire Raytheon. For Raytheon, not only could the Thunder Calamity Wood help them to cultivate their secret arts, but it also contained a trace of the 9th heaven divine thunder. It was the hope of Raytheon's disciples to step into the earth immortal realm. Without this Thunder Calamity Wood, Raytheon's disciples would not be able to withstand the vast power of the Thunder Origin Chi when their primordial spirit merged into the Sea of Origin Chi. Thunder Calamity Wood? Su Qin looked at the lightning ancestor and sighed. The power of thunder inside is really good. It took me a few days to completely devour it. How dare you? The lightning ancestor's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. Su Qin's words obviously meant that he had completely devoured the Thunder Calamity Wood. In other words, there was no more Thunder Calamity Wood in the world. How could the lightning ancestor not be angry? The aura of the 9th heaven's divine thunder in the Thunder Tribulation Wood was extremely precious. Even the Thunder God sect was trying to figure it out day and night. They didn't dare to waste the slightest bit. I will. Definitely extract your soul from your body and extract the aura of the 9th heaven divine thunder from your body. The lightning ancestor's eyes were like rolling thunder. Before his voice died away, the lightning ancestor raised his right hand and a terrifying thunderbolt fell like a dancing thunder dragon, instantly heading towards Su Qin. Although the thunder ancestor had only summoned a thunderbolt, its momentum was far stronger than that of the thunder ancestor. It could almost severely injure an ordinary primordial spirit realm pinnacle legend. Even the rest of the half-step earth immortals had to be wary of it. However, under everyone's gaze, the thunderbolt disappeared when it was 100 feet away from Su Qin, as if it had never appeared. The thunderbolt summoned by the lightning ancestor couldn't even get 100 feet closer to Su Qin. The herb master, snow ancestor, and the others who were originally relaxed gradually became serious. Based on this alone, Suqin was qualified to be on par with them. Let's attack together. The lightning ancestor's expression didn't change at all. The previous attack was only used to test Suqin, not to kill him. At this moment, as the lightning ancestor roared, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky as if there were thousands of thunderbolts roaring. The other 6 looked at each other and also prepared to attack. In that case, from today onwards, there will be no supreme sex in this world. Suqin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into the depths of the void. Rip! The world suddenly turned dark and a saber radiance slashed down like a crack. There should be more in the afternoon. Also, I want monthly votes. Just as the lightning ancestor and the others were fighting with Suqin, they immediately attracted the attention of countless creatures in Chang'an City. As the vitality tide continued to recover, many overseas mythical warriors arrived at the battlefield one after another. And as the capital of the Empire of Tang, Chang'an City naturally had many mythical warriors mixed in. However, due to Suqin's deterrence, these overseas mythical warriors were well behaved and did not dare to claim to be mythical warriors. After all, under the eyes of a powerhouse like Suqin, who could kill them with a thought, who would dare to cause trouble? What's that? Right at this moment, an old man in cloth clothes who was walking with strong steps suddenly stopped. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, the sky above Chang'an City was already covered with dark clouds. 7 auras were as dazzling as the sun, wantonly exuding a terrifying aura. If they were not too far away, perhaps just these 7 auras alone would be enough to make millions of creatures in Chang'an City kneel down. Peak mythical? No, it's not a peak mythical. How dare a peak mythical release such an aura here? The old man in cloth clothes thought quickly. With the means displayed by the mythical in the palace, ordinary peak mythical would be dead if they came. Even the dignified Wanjian school was destroyed in the hands of the other party. The old man in cloth clothes really couldn't think of which peak mythical would dare to be so presumptuous here. It's a half-step land immortal. The old man in cloth clothes was in disbelief. He was also a mythical warrior who came to Chang'an City from overseas. Although he was not a peak mythical, he still had the cultivation of the 6th heavenly layer. He could vaguely feel that the 7 auras standing in the sky were almost comparable to heaven and earth. Obviously, they had surpassed the limit of the mythical realm, but compared with the magnificent aura of a real land immortal, they were still a little lacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 half-step land immortals joining forces to besiege. The old man in cloth clothes suddenly trembled. He was obviously frightened. Besiege the mythical of the Empire of Tang? The old man in cloth clothes realized this and suddenly turned pale. Apart from the mythical of the Empire of Tang, the old man in cloth clothes could not think of any other existence that was worthy of 7 half-step land immortals joining forces. In fact, it wasn't just the linen-clothed old man. In Chang'an City, many of the legends who had sneaked in from overseas reacted and were dumbfounded. Something big has happened. 7 half-step earthly immortals. I'm afraid they've almost emptied the resources of those powerful sects, right? What exactly did that mythical being from the Empire of Tang do that made 7 half-step land immortals besieging him? Many overseas mythical creatures were trembling in fear. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the battlefield between the 7 half-step land immortals and Suqin was thousands of meters above Chang'an City. Since Suqin was able to attract the cooperation of 7 half-step earthly immortals, it was obvious that he had also stepped into the half-step earthly immortal realm. Once the 8 half-step land immortals fought, even the aftermath of their attacks would be enough to destroy Chang'an City. Even the mythical warriors would not be spared. But now, the battlefield was thousands of meters in the air. At such a height, 99% of the aftermath of the battle would scatter to the sky. The remaining bit would span thousands of meters and its power would be greatly reduced. At least, it wouldn't be able to destroy Chang'an City. This is a half-step earthly immortal. Even when the news of the Immortal Gate spread 900 years ago, it only attracted the attention of a half-step earthly immortal. But now, 8 earthly immortals are fighting. The linen-clothed old man's hands were trembling. Even with his sixth heaven mythical state, he couldn't control himself. "Grandpa, is it rare to see a half-step land immortal?" Beside the linen-clothed old man, a tiger-faced little boy asked curiously. "It's more than rare." The linen-clothed old man shook his head and calmed himself down. He then said, "Although half-step land immortals aren't real land immortals, they usually fail to break through and their blood, chi, and essence spirit begin to collapse. If there's no other reason, why would they fight? Every time a half-step land immortal fights, it's equivalent to shortening his life. If it were you, would you fight with your life at stake?" The linen-clothed old man's expression kept changing. At this moment, he was already thinking about how to get out of Chang'an City as soon as possible. With 7 half-step land immortals joining forces, even if that legend in Chang'an City had the ability to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to stop them. After today, the land of the great battle would be taken over by the major sections. As for legends like them who didn't belong to the major sects, they naturally had to think of a way out for themselves. At this moment, thousands of meters high in the sky, the thunder ancestor of Raytheon controlled the heavenly thunder and roared like the thunder god. The first ancestor of Xianxia transformed into a curtain of darkness that was everywhere and silently shrouded Suqin. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace pointed out a finger, and a cold aura instantly spread out. Wherever it went, everything was frozen. In an instant, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked at the same time. They knew very well that when facing an expert of the same level like Suqin, who was full of chi and blood and had sufficient shouyuan, the biggest taboo was to drag things out. Therefore, when the 7 of them attacked, they were prepared to kill Suqin as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, the 7 of them saw Suqin wielding the demon god's blade and slashing out a pitch-black saber ray. Rip. The pitch-black saber ray was like a crack in space as it tore through the air and easily split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor. After all, the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor was just an ordinary heavenly thunder. How could it be a match for Suqin? Crack. The pitch-black saber ray flashed and didn't dissipate. Instead, it slashed towards the snow ancestor. Oh no! The snow ancestor's expression changed slightly. Suqin's saber was extremely sharp and could even split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor, let alone her. The saber ray flashed and arrived in front of her in an instant. The snow ancestor could only withdraw her finger and block the black saber ray. Puff. The snow ancestor grunted and her figure quickly dissipated and reappeared not far away. It was obvious that she had suffered a loss under the demon god's blade. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, she didn't feel good either. Buzz. The pitch-black saber ray slashed through the shadow left behind by the snow ancestor and slashed towards the remaining half-step land immortals. The dark sky curtain transformed by the Xianxia's first ancestor was cut open like a piece of cloth under the pitch-black saber ray. The green glow shaman master's body shook as he dodged the saber ray. The medicine master of the medicine god sect's expression changed. He took out a fiery red elixir pill and threw it out without hesitation. He shouted in a low voice, "Explode!" Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded in all directions as if the sky had collapsed. Under the explosion, the pitch-black saber ray barely dissipated. Even so, the saber chi left behind by the saber ray still penetrated dozens of miles away. It was extremely terrifying. None of them died? A trace of disappointment appeared on Suqin's face. Suqin had already used all his strength in that attack except for the hundreds of trump cards. In the end, none of them died? Compared to Suqin's disappointment, the other 7 half-step land immortals were completely horrified. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Suqin's one slash would cause them to crumble under their joint efforts. Even first ancestor of Black Source Sect, Ancestor Snow of Snow God Palace, and the others were injured to a certain extent. How was this possible? Suqin fought against 7 half-step land immortals alone. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but he also forced them to retreat. It was simply unbelievable. How can he be so strong? The green glow shaman master's eyes were wide open. If it wasn't for the aura that Suqin exuded that wasn't unity of heaven and man like a real land immortal, the green glow shaman master would have suspected that Su Qin had already stepped into the land immortal realm. Other than a real land immortal, who else could force them to retreat with a single saber strike? Guys, let's use that move. If we continue to hold back, we'll all die here, Ancestor Lightning said solemnly. The strength that Su Qin had just displayed was too terrifying. Just one saber strike was enough to make them panic. If there were a few more sabers, what was the point of fighting? Should they just kneel and beg for mercy? That's the only way. The other 6 people's faces turned solemn. They had already awakened more than a year ago. After such a long time, other than recovering their strength, they naturally had other preparations. In the next moment, the 7 half-step land immortals vaguely occupied a certain position while circulating a strange technique in their bodies. Instantly, the 7 people's strength quickly merged together and formed a whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out as though it had broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth. Judging from the aura alone, the 7 half-step land immortals had almost completely stepped into the land immortal realm. Joint attack technique? Su Qin frowned. He had seen this joint attack technique in the jade stone left behind by the Eastern Sea's true lord. Between cultivators, even if they cultivated the same secret art, the true essence aura they cultivated would be different due to their different physiques. However, a joint attack technique was able to forcefully combine the different auras together and display a strength that far exceeded that of a single person. When the 7 half-step land immortals used the joint attack technique together, the increase in power was definitely at the threshold of an land immortal. Of course, the joint attack technique was not without its flaws. The essence of the joint attack technique was that the auras of different people began to merge. However, it was easy to merge but difficult to separate. Once the joint attack technique was used, it was equivalent to polluting one's own true essence aura. The consequences would be great. Only someone like the Green Radiance Shaman Master who had used a self-sealing secret technique and knew that he could not take that step would use such a joint attack technique. Just as Su Qin was pondering, the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others had completed the joint attack technique. This power is too powerful. The Xianxia's first ancestor had an intoxicated expression on his face. At this moment, he had gathered the strength of 7 half-step land immortals. And had almost taken that step. Die. The Xianxia's first ancestor had a cold expression. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down on Su Qin. The Raytheon's lightning ancestor did the same. With a thought, he mobilized thousands of lightning bolts. There was even a thin purple lightning bolt that quickly covered Su Qin. The Snow God Palace's snow ancestor. The Witchcraft's Green Radiance Shaman Master. The Medicine God Sex Medicine Master. Under the enhancement of the joint attack technique, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked almost at the same time. The terrifying power completely merged together and burst forth with a brand new power that far exceeded the limits of the world. The instant this power appeared, the air was suddenly torn apart. The surroundings within a radius of dozens of miles instantly turned into a blur, pitch black and deep. Su Qin was directly swept into this power. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The legend of the Empire of Tang should be dead by now. When the Green Radiance Shaman Master saw this, a smile appeared on his face. That's right. Our joint attack has already reached the level of an land immortal. It's enough to kill all the enemies in the world. The Xianxia's first ancestor nodded. It's a pity about that thunder calamity wood. The lightning ancestor shook his head slightly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Su Qin had already turned into ashes under their joint attack, let alone the thunder calamity wood that Su Qin had devoured. If Su Qin had left his body, he could have tried to extract the 9 heavens divine thunder aura from Su Qin's body. But now, in the lightning ancestor's eyes, Su Qin's body and soul were completely destroyed. The thunder calamity wood's aura had probably dissipated. Just as the 7 half-step land immortals were about to return to Chang'an City and completely take over the battlefield. In the middle of the blurry void, the slender figure of a man suddenly appeared. In an instant, the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others felt a scorching aura enveloping the world as if there was another sun shining on the world. Before the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others could react, they saw an unforgettable scene. The tall and slender man slowly walked out. In the depths of the man's eyes, an eternal sun was faintly burning. His skin was sparkling and translucent. With every step he took, the elemental energy of fire within a radius of hundreds and thousands of miles would tremble. It was as if the god of fire had descended to the world and controlled all the fire in the world. Under the shocked gaze of the green radiant shaman master, Suqin looked up at them and said slowly, "Not bad. But I'm going to get serious." Third update. The third update is more than 3,000 words. It's equivalent to 10,000 words in total. I'm looking for monthly votes. I'm looking for double monthly votes these days. After the 7 half-step Earth Immortals unleashed a joint attack that exceeded their limit, not only did they fail to kill Suqin, they couldn't even injure him. This was something that none of the half-step Land Immortals had expected. Their attack just now had definitely reached the threshold of an Earth Immortal. Even if Suqin was lucky enough to survive, he must have been seriously injured. How could he be fine now? Something's not right. He's different. Only Green Radiant Shaman Master's expression changed as he looked at Suqin in disbelief. Even though Suqin's appearance didn't change, there were subtle differences. It was this subtle change that caused Suqin's aura to change. He was like a sun that was emitting endless light, burning eternally. Especially in the depths of Suqin's eyes, there was a faint image of a sun. It made Green Radiant Shaman Master feel like he was facing the real sun. But how was this possible? The sun was high up in the sky. Even in the previous era of the recovery of vital qi, when there were strong practitioners who crossed the strong winds and headed to the void outside the domain, they never got close to the sun. Just as the 7 half-step Land Immortals were bewildered, Suqin's aura started to rise infinitely. Terrifying qi and blood filled every inch of the air, making Green Radiant Shaman Master and the rest breathless. We can't wait any longer. The Xianxia's first ancestor struggled to break free. Even though he didn't know what had happened to Suqin, what they needed to do now was to stop Suqin from increasing his aura. Otherwise, Suqin wouldn't even need to make a move. If this continued for an hour, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist when the joint attack ended. Curtain of Darkness. The Xianxia's first ancestor raised his right hand. In an instant, dense darkness shrouded them. Curtain of Darkness was a secret technique of the Xianxia. It was a kind of divine art that was taken from a nightmare. With first ancestor's current abilities, once he executed Curtain of Darkness, even a half-step Land Immortal's mind would become unstable and might even get lost. After all, first ancestor's abilities had already reached the threshold of a Land Immortal under the amplification of the combined attack technique. Every move of his was enough to shake the world and crush everything. Boring. Suqin's eyes were calm. Now that he had entered the state of the Gold Crow, under the coverage of his enormous perception, everything in the world could be seen clearly in his eyes. Suqin stretched out his hands and casually grasped the Curtain of Darkness that was falling down. Then, he gently spread it to the sides. Rip. There was the sound of air being torn apart. The pitch-black Curtain of Darkness was torn in two by Suqin's hands like a piece of cloth. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if the entire space was being torn apart by Suqin's hands. It was a shocking sight. How is this possible? The Xianxia's first ancestor suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to the shock in his heart, the injuries on his corporeal body were nothing. First ancestor looked at the collapsing Curtain of Darkness and felt a chill down his spine. He was in disbelief. The Curtain of Darkness was formless and formless. Even the power of the primordial spirit couldn't lock onto it. However, it was being torn apart by Suqin's hands. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, first ancestor wouldn't have believed it even if he died on the spot. 10,000 lightning, guide. Just as the Xianxia's first ancestor was filled with shock, another voice rang out. Ancestor Lightning's expression was solemn as he spat out these 3 words with great difficulty. All of a sudden, the dark clouds exploded. 10,000 bolts of lightning seemed to have transformed into lightning dragons. They roared towards the sky and swooped down towards Suqin. 1,000 Lightning Guide was already Raytheon's forbidden technique. As for 10,000 Lightning Guide, only Land Immortals of the Lightning Dao had the ability to execute it. Ancestor Lightning took advantage of the state of the combination technique. He had already crossed the threshold of land immortals to execute this move. Otherwise, without the combination technique, Ancestor Lightning's corporeal body and primordial spirit would have been torn apart by the enormous power of lightning the moment he wanted to summon the 10,000 lightning. However, Ancestor Lightning paid such a price to release 10,000 lightning guide. Its power was indeed destructive. If it wasn't for the fact that they were thousands of miles high in the sky, it would have been enough to turn a radius of hundreds of miles into a dead zone. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared in unison. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. How is he going to face this world-destroying lightning? When Green Radiant Shaman Master saw this, he immediately stared at the center of the sea of lightning. Even if Su Qin had displayed the power to tear the curtain of darkness apart, the 10,000 lightning guide summoned by Ancestor Lightning was simply too terrifying. Even a true land immortal would have to retreat in the face of this move, right? Ancestor Snow muttered to himself. Although land immortals were strong, they were not fools. How could they withstand the power of 10,000 lightning bolts? With the means of land immortals, there were countless ways to avoid the sharpness of 10,000 lightning guide. However, the next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the sea of lightning quickly dissipated as if it was constantly being devoured by an abyss. A moment later, when the last bolt of lightning entered Su Qin's body, everyone suddenly reacted. Didn't Lei Xing tell you that lightning is useless to me? Su Qin shook his head slightly. As early as decades ago, Su Qin could bathe in the sea of lightning with the 5 Thunder God Fist, let alone now. If Su Qin could ignore most of the fire element killer moves in the world with the Golden Crow Divine Body, even ordinary heavenly lightning would not be a threat to Su Qin except for the real 9th Heaven Divine Thunder. Oh. By the way, Lei Xing is dead, so I naturally can't tell you. Su Qin suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ancestor Lightning with a smile on his face and said, "Now, it's your turn." Before his voice died away, Su Qin's figure had already disappeared. Oh no. Ancestor Lightning's figure suddenly retreated, his face livid. He thought that the 10,000 lightning guide that he released at a huge cost could suppress Su Qin, but in the end, it was all devoured. Not only did it not have the effect of suppressing, but it also seemed to have replenished the opponent's consumption. Buzz. The next moment, Su Qin's figure had already appeared 10 meters away from Ancestor Lightning. 10 meters was a distance that even an ordinary person could cross with a leap, let alone the many experts present. It's over. Ancestor Lightning saw this scene and felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. According to the strength Su Qin had just shown, no matter how confident Ancestor Lightning was, he did not think that he could block Su Qin. Although he had the blessing of the joint attack and all the injuries he suffered would be distributed to the other 6, he would have to bear at least 50% of the injuries. Just as Su Qin's palm fell, Ancestor Lightning closed his eyes and waited for death. A man in a shaman's robe suddenly stood in front of the lightning ancestor. Then, his body suddenly expanded, and the terrifying power of blood chi filled the air. He actually managed to block Su Qin's palm strike. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, he immediately retreated a few miles away and looked at Su Qin as if he had escaped from a tiger's mouth. Dharma body? Su Qin glanced at Green Mane Magus Lord and a smile appeared on his face. The one who blocked his palm was Green Mane Magus Lord. At this moment, Green Mane Magus Lord's robe had long been torn, and his chi and blood began to surge like an ocean. It was a Dharma body that only Earth Immortals could have. Witchcraft is good at physical bodies. As early as thousands of years ago, I had half a step into the realm of Dharma bodies with the divine medicine left by witchcraft. Now, with the help of the joint attack, I barely entered the realm of Dharma bodies. Compared to you, Taoist friend, it's not worth mentioning. Green Mane Magus Lord said with a calm expression. Among the many exalted sects overseas, some were good at swords, some were good at sabers, some were good at thunder techniques, and some were good at alchemy. However, witchcraft was good at physical bodies. Oh? Su Qin shook his head and said noncommittally, "You shouldn't be able to live for long if you completely circulate your chi and blood, right? If Green Mane Magus Lord Shou Yuan had enough, it would not be a problem to circulate his chi and blood. Just like Su Qin, he could attack without restraint. However, the Green Radiance Sorcerer Master had been sleeping for thousands of years. He did not have much lifespan left to begin with, and his chi and blood had already declined to the lowest point after thousands of years. Under such circumstances, if he continued to circulate his chi and blood with all his might, even with the help of the combined attack technique, he would still be courting death. If I don't do anything, we'll still die when you kill Ancestor Lightning and break the joint attack. Green Mang Magus Lord said softly. The 7 half-step Earth Immortals could barely resist Su Qin with the help of the joint attack. Without the joint attack, they would be killed in an instant by Su Qin. In that case, let me see your witchcraft body. Su Qin smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Green Mang Magus Lord and threw a punch. Whether it was the Ancestor Lightning or the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, they were all using long-range attacks to deal with Su Qin. This made Su Qin a little angry. Although those long-range attacks could not do anything to him, how could it be as satisfying as close combat? Seeing this, Green Mang Magus Lord could only brace himself and fight. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the Green Mang Magus Lord was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage. If not for the fact that he had used the secret arts of the witchcraft sect, coupled with the art of combined attack that could disperse the power of Su Qin's attack, the Green Mang Magus Lord would have been suppressed on the spot. Let's restrict him. Ancestor Snow and the others from the Snow God Palace immediately took action when they saw this. Ancestor Snow summoned a layer of ice and snow to reduce the temperature within dozens of miles in an attempt to restrict Su Qin's speed. Meanwhile, the medicine master of the Medicine God sect took out a black elixir and threw it at Su Qin. He said in a low voice, "Explode." Suddenly, a terrifying poison spread out. The poison did not affect the body but the vital spirit. The Medicine God sect was an alchemy sect that could make countless spirit pills that could increase one's cultivation level and save one's life. They could also make poisonous pills that could take one's life. However, unfortunately, all the means of the 6 half-step Earth Immortals continued to weaken when they were within 100 feet of Su Qin. By the time they landed on Su Qin's body, their power was already reduced to nothing under the vast blood chi. Awesome! Su Qin and Green Mang Magus Lord were entangled in a fierce battle. Su Qin's moves were very simple. His punches and kicks did not have the slightest ingenuity, but they carried a faint ancient aura. Even though Green Mang Magus Master relied on his Dharma body, combined attack technique, and the other 6 half-step Earth Immortals to restrain him, he gradually fell into an absolute disadvantage. Although the Dharma body was powerful, Su Qin's Golden Crow Divine body had surpassed the ordinary Dharma body. With just the Golden Crow Divine body, he could challenge a real Earth Immortal. How could an ordinary Dharma body compare to him? In the end, Su Qin threw a punch. Under the desperate gaze of Green Mang Magus Lord, the punch penetrated his chest and shot into the sky. With one punch, Green Mang Magus Lord was dead. P.S. More tomorrow, he's too powerful. The remaining 6 half-step land immortals trembled as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They thought they could easily suppress Su Qin after using the combined attack technique. After all, the 7 half-step land immortals had already crossed the threshold of a true land immortal. However, they did not expect Su Qin to be so powerful that he could ignore their attacks and directly punch through Qing Mang Grand Magus Master. How could they fight? No matter how they attacked, they could not affect Su Qin. However, Su Qin could easily kill Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who had the strongest body among the 7, with just one punch. Facing such an expert made them feel hopeless. Your body? Qing Mang Grand Magus Master's body exploded, but his primordial spirit barely managed to gather together. Even after Kenzu's body died of old age, his primordial spirit could survive for so many years. He could even possess another body, let alone Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who was more powerful than Kenzu. However, it was precisely because of this that Qing Mang Grand Magus Master realized how powerful Su Qin's body was. With the support of the joint attack technique, his physical body had barely entered the conjured physique domain. His vital energy and blood were strong. However, he was undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage when facing Su Qin's punches and kicks. In the end, Su Qin's punch even penetrated his physical body. What did this mean? It meant that Qing Main Grand Magus Master was completely defeated in the battle with Su Qin's body. The so-called Dharma body was far inferior to Su Qin's body at this moment. You talk too much. Su Qin glanced at Qing Main Grand Magus Master, raised his right hand again, and pressed down on him. Since Qing Main Grand Magus Master chose to attack, he was already a dead man in Su Qin's eyes. Of course, he would not hold back. Rumble. Su Qin pressed down with his palm. It was as if the sun had fallen. Even if Qing Main Grand Magus Master's body and primordial spirit were still intact, he would not be able to withstand it. Buzz. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qing Main Grand Magus Master's primordial spirit quickly dissipated. And at this moment, many legends who were watching the battle from afar in Chang'an City were stunned. For ordinary people, it was impossible to see anything clearly from a distance of a few thousand meters, but the vision of a legend was extremely sharp. Coupled with the coverage of a legend's divine sense, even if they could not get close to the battlefield, they could still vaguely discern the extent of the situation just by relying on the aura that leaked out. Witchcraft's green mango shaman lord has fallen? Some of the disciples from the major sects were dumbfounded. Even though several thousand years had passed, the reputation of the Green Radiance Shaman Master was still circulating among the major sections. Now, in the face of the fall of this legendary figure, especially at the hands of Su Qin, everyone had the illusion that their beliefs had been shattered. Compared to the many legends in Chang'an City, the remaining 6 half-step land immortals on the battlefield were completely terrified. Once the Green Mane Shaman Lord was completely dead, it meant that their original joint attack technique was missing a link. This missing link could be slowly made up under normal circumstances, but at this moment, how could Su Qin give them the time to make up for it? To put it simply, the fall of the Green Mango Shaman Lord had led to the complete collapse of the joint attack technique. In an instant, the world-shaking aura that was comparable to an land immortal suddenly dropped and finally divided into 6 weakened auras. Everyone, Green Mango is dead. If we continue to hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die. The Kira Xianxia's first ancestor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, none of the 6 half-step land immortals thought of escaping. Not to mention whether they could escape or not, even if they were lucky enough to escape, what about the major sects behind them? They could escape, but the major sects were there and had almost never changed their positions for thousands of years. Therefore, not only for themselves, but also for their respective sects, they had to fight to the death. Humph. Not far away, the lightning ancestor snorted coldly. Just now, the Green Mango Shaman Lord had blocked Su Qin's palm for him. At this moment, the lightning ancestor had finally recovered. Thunder. The lightning ancestor's eyes were solemn. In a trance, a fist-sized thunder appeared above his head. As soon as the lightning seal appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying lightning aura. It was as if the fist-sized lightning seal contained a vast sea of lightning as vast as the ocean. Raytheon's heavenly thunder seal? I didn't expect the lightning ancestor to bring such a powerful weapon with him. The medicine god sect's medicine master's eyes suddenly narrowed. The heavenly thunder seal was a Dharma treasure passed down by Raytheon from the previous Vitality Tide era. Legend had it that a Thunder Dao land immortal went deep into the Sea of Thunder and absorbed the chi of heavenly thunder. It took him 200 years to refine it. In addition, after Raytheon, all the land immortals had refined it with their own blood. It could be said that the heavenly thunder seal had reached a certain level and was the most powerful Dharma treasure below the cardinal treasures. As the lightning ancestor took out the heavenly thunder seal, the other 5 half-step land immortals did the same. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace took out a miniature palace. The miniature palace spun and shone with layers of light, protecting the snow ancestor tightly. The medicine god sect's medicine master took out a medicine cauldron. There seemed to be flames burning in it and a faint pill fragrance leaked out. Hee hee. A cold smile appeared on Su Qin's face. It's too late to use these trump cards now. If the 6 half-step land immortals used all their trump cards without hesitation before the death of the Green Mane Magus Lord, they might still be no match for Su Qin. However, they would at least have a chance to escape. Among the 7 of them, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape with a wisp of their essence soul. But now, Without the support of the joint attack technique, the power of these Dharma treasures would be greatly reduced even if they were used. How could they threaten Su Qin? In the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward. His qi and blood surged like an ocean. The origin energy of fire within a few hundred miles started to vibrate. The entire world seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. Thunder, come! The lightning ancestor's eyes flickered. He summoned an even greater thunderbolt with the heavenly thunder seal and fell on Chang'an City. At this moment, the lightning ancestor, who was in despair, suddenly thought of using Chang'an City to threaten Su Qin. However, before the thunderbolt summoned by the lightning ancestor could take shape, "You're courting death." A trace of coldness appeared on Su Qin's face. He crossed a few miles in an instant and came in front of the lightning ancestor. He clenched his fist and punched. This time, no one blocked Su Qin's attack for the lightning ancestor. The terrifying power directly penetrated the heavenly thunder seal and sent the fist-sized thunder seal flying. Then, the remaining power smashed the horrified lightning ancestor into pieces. His body and essence soul were reduced to nothingness. Then, Su Qin took a deep breath and swallowed the vast thunder that was originally summoned by the heavenly thunder seal into his mouth. With just one punch, the lightning ancestor, who was holding the Raytheon heavenly thunder seal, had completely died. He didn't even have a chance to possess his body. However, that was not the end. After killing the lightning ancestor, Su Qin disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was standing not far from Ancestor Snow in the Snow God Palace. Oh no! Ancestor Snow in the Snow God Palace was still shocked by the death of the lightning ancestor. When she found that Su Qin was close to her, she was scared out of her wits. The miniature palace above her head spun quickly. Boom! Su Qin punched again and shook the miniature palace. The terrifying power of the punch also shattered Ancestor Snow's body and essence soul. Clatter! Su Qin pressed his hand and the medicine cauldron in front of the medicine master of the medicine god sect shattered. Compared to the heavenly thunder seal and the snow ancestor's miniature palace, this medicine cauldron was not a defensive Dharma treasure. How could it block Su Qin's punch? In the blink of an eye, the medicine master followed in the footsteps of the lightning ancestor and the snow ancestor. His body and essence soul were completely shattered. Then, another half-step earth immortal's body began to shatter before he could even make a sound. In the end, he turned into dust along with his essence soul. This half-step earth immortal was the weakest among the seven. He wasn't even as strong as the medicine master. If he wasn't the furthest away from Su Qin, he would have already died. But even so, he couldn't escape death. What? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor widened his eyes and looked at Su Qin in horror. Ever since the death of the Green Glow Magus Master, 5 half-step Earth Immortals had died in a short period of time. The 7 half-step Earth Immortals who had joined forces and were confident of victory were slaughtered like chickens in front of Su Qin. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although part of the reason was that the joint attack technique was broken, it was still a half-step Earth Immortal. Even if a real Earth Immortal were to kill 5 half-step Earth Immortals with perfected nascent divinity and true energy, that would be the most he could do. 5 half-step Earth Immortals. Even if they were facing a real Earth Immortal, they wouldn't be defeated like this. At least 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. Although they would still be hunted down by the Earth Immortal. Who are you? Why are you not an Earth Immortal but have the ability to fight with an Earth Immortal? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor calmed himself down and asked in a trembling voice. At his level, he had not felt despair for many years. However, at this moment, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor felt as if he had returned to the time when he was still a grade 9 martial artist. He was terrified and powerless when he met a legend at the peak of the Essence Soul realm. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor was very sure that Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal. Not only him, but half-step Earth Immortals such as the Green Glow Magus Master, the Medicine Master of the Medicine God sect, and the Snow Ancestor of the Snow God Palace also confirmed this. Otherwise, if they realized that Su Qin was an Earth Immortal, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. How could they dare to continue resisting? Although there was only a half-step difference between a half-step Earth Immortal and a real Earth Immortal, the gap in strength was like a natural chasm. However, from the beginning to the end, Suqin did not have the majestic aura of being one with heaven and man like an earth immortal who could communicate with the sea of vitality. One had to know that any earth immortal had experienced the fusion of their primordial spirit into the sea of vitality in the depths of the void and could naturally guide the sea of vitality. However, Suqin did not. It was obvious that he had never fused his primordial spirit into the sea of vitality. If he couldn't do this, it meant that Suqin was not an earth immortal. No matter how deep Suqin went in the myth realm, he was only a half-step earth immortal. His strength was similar to theirs. However, what the Xianxia's first ancestor did not expect was that although Suqin was not an earth immortal, his methods were not weaker than ordinary earth immortals. It was simply unbelievable. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, such an inconceivable thing had never happened before. If an earth immortal could be surpassed so easily, could he still be called an earth immortal? Go to hell. Suqin naturally could not be bothered to answer the Xianxia's first ancestor's question. He directly threw out another punch. Under the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Suqin's physical body had already surpassed an ordinary Dharma body. With just the strength of his physical body, he could compete with an earth immortal. With a punch and kick, he could kill a half-step earth immortal. Let's go all out. When the Xianxia's first ancestor saw this scene, his heart trembled. He immediately began to circulate the Xianxia's forbidden technique. In an instant, the Xianxia's first ancestor's body expanded several times. He was like a small giant more than 10 meters tall, and his terrifying aura was still increasing crazily. In the next moment, Suqin's punch arrived. Kacha kacha. As if everything was shattering, the body of the Xianxia's first ancestor collapsed and quickly turned into nothingness. In Chang'an City, countless legends who were watching the battle fell into dead silence. They could not react for a long time. If 7 half-step earth immortals joined forces to kill Suqin, it would be shocking enough. At least in the era when there were no earth immortals, such a scene had never happened before. After all, other than a real earth immortal, who else could be worthy of 7 half-step earth immortals joining forces? But now, not only did Suqin block the 7 half-step earth immortals, but he also killed them in one fell swoop. The 7 half-step earth immortals were all killed, and not even a trace of their primordial spirits escaped. Even the Xianxia's first ancestor, who was known to be the best at escaping, was completely killed. It was simply shocking to the extreme. One must know that even in the era when earth immortals existed, it was impossible for so many half-step earth immortals to die. After all, the half-step earth immortals were not stupid. How could they offend an earth immortal? Since there was no conflict, the earth immortals naturally would not make a move. For earth immortals, they were already above all living beings. Unless it was necessary, they would not interfere in the secular world. Something big has happened, something big has happened. Some legends lowered their heads, not even daring to look up at Suqin. Their hearts were in turmoil. The disciples of the major sects, in particular, lowered their heads deeply. Most of the glory of their sects had been obtained by their half-step earthly immortals. Now that these half-step earthly immortals had fallen, their glory was also gone. Some rogue cultivators were horrified when they saw this scene, and at the same time, they felt strange. For thousands of years, many of the major sects had been overlooking the living beings overseas like the heavens. But now, the fall of these half-step earth immortals was tantamount to a declaration to everyone. The era of the major sects had passed. Grandpa, what's the situation now? Who? 1. The tiger-faced little boy looked up at his grandpa. He tiptoed and looked at the sky. Unfortunately, he was not a legend. How could he see the situation thousands of meters above the ground? What's the situation? The old man in linen clothes lowered his head and stroked the little boy's head. He whispered in an inexplicable tone, he said in an inexplicable voice, "The sky is falling. The sky is collapsing." Although the old man's tone did not fluctuate violently, it contained an extremely complex emotion. Since the end of the previous vitality tide, the world's vitality chi had fallen silent and everything had withered for more than 10,000 years. But even so, many of the exalted sects overseas still stood above all living beings like the real heaven, overlooking all living beings. But now, With the fall of 7 half-step Earth immortals, the exalted sects that symbolized the heaven of billions of living beings had truly collapsed. Not only the old man, but many other legends, including the disciples of the exalted sects and the nameless itinerant cultivators, were also shocked. Half-step Earth immortals were dazzling in any era. Only the real Earth immortals could suppress them. But now, 7 of them had fallen in a row. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be afraid? How could they not be afraid? Compared with the fear and uneasiness of many legends, the Tang Empire side was in ecstasy. The commander of the Forbidden Army who had just entered the myth realm reported excitedly to the Emperor of Tang, "Your Majesty, the Imperial brother-in-law has won." Although the commander of the Forbidden Army had just entered the myth realm, he could still roughly sense the changes in the situation thousands of meters in the sky with his divine thought. Now, the auras of the 7 half-step Earth immortals had all disappeared, leaving only Su Qin's aura. It was obvious that Su Qin had won. That's right. The 7 half-step Earth immortals have fallen. The Lao Dao cultivator next to him bowed and said. The commander of the Forbidden Army might not know the significance of this battle, but as an elder of the Daoist sect, how could the Lao Dao cultivator not know? Su Qin had killed 7 half-step Earth immortals from many exalted sects by himself, which was equivalent to suppressing the entire overseas. From now on, who in the world could stop Su Qin? In addition, the Lao Dao cultivator was a little worried. The 7 half-step Earth immortals had joined forces to kill Su Qin. Although the Daoist sect was not involved, the Lao Dao cultivator was still a little nervous before he figured out Su Qin's true attitude toward the Daoist sect. As for whether the Daoist sect could stop Su Qin, the Lao Dao cultivator had never thought about it. No matter how strong the Daoist sect was, it could not compare to the 7 half-step Earth immortals. Even the 7 half-step Earth immortals had fallen, what could the Daoist sect do? Unless the Dao One sect immediately gave birth to an Earth immortal, they might have a chance to block it. However, the Dao One sect had not given birth to any Earth immortals in the past few hundred or thousand years. How could one suddenly appear now? Moreover, even if the Daoist sect had an Earth immortal, it was another matter whether they could stop Su Qin. After all, Su Qin had easily killed 7 half-step Earth immortals. His strength might have reached the threshold of an Earth immortal. What the Lao Dao cultivator did not know was that the 7 half-step Earth immortals were still killed by Su Qin even after their strength had increased by a level after using a joint attack technique. If the Lao Dao cultivator knew about this, his evaluation of Su Qin would not be that he had reached the threshold of an Earth immortal, but that he had definitely stepped into the realm of an Earth immortal. I hope the Dao Master will admit defeat. Only then will we have a chance of survival. The Lao Dao cultivator thought to himself. The third brother won? The Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. He probed, will the exalted sects continue to take revenge on the third brother? The Emperor of Tang knew that the exalted sects overseas were extremely protective. Now that Su Qin had won, how could these exalted sects let it go so easily? Of course, the reason why the Emperor of Tang asked this was because he did not know the position of the 7 half-step Earth immortals in the exalted sects. Although the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoist sect and other overseas mythical martial artists who had sided with the Empire of Tang had already roughly told the Emperor of Tang some information about the exalted sects. However, there were very few half-step Earth immortals. How high was a half-step Earth immortal? Before today, no matter how bold the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoist sect were, they would never have dared to imagine that one day, 7 half-step Earth immortals would fall in the hands of Su Qin. Take revenge on His Excellency? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoist sect was slightly taken aback. He then shook his head and said, those exalted sects are begging for mercy now. How would they dare to take revenge on His Excellency? The fall of 7 half-step Earth immortals was definitely a heavy blow to many exalted sects. Even though other exalted sects such as witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years still had other half-step Earth immortals in hibernation, Su Qin had already killed 7 half-step Earth immortals. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill a few more. How would these exalted sects dare to take revenge on Su Qin? Were they not afraid that they would end up like the Wanjian school, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? While countless people were still in shock, Su Qin, who was standing thousands of meters above the ground, was much calmer. It was as if killing 7 half-step Earth immortals was just a piece of cake for him. In fact, that was indeed the case. Now that Su Qin had formed the Golden Crow divine body, he was comparable to a real Earth immortal with this extraordinary Dharma body. When he was fighting with the 7 half-step Earth immortals, Su Qin had only used the power of his body. As for other means, he did not even use the eye divine power that was hidden in his eyes that was awakened along with the Golden Crow divine body. He had already held back a lot. Come here. With a thought, Su Qin summoned the heavenly thunder seal that was the size of a fist at the place where the lightning ancestor of Raytheon had fallen. It spun and quickly flew to Su Qin. This Dharma treasure is not bad. Su Qin glanced at the heavenly thunder seal and nodded slightly. Although there was a fist mark on the heavenly thunder seal that was left by Su Qin, it could not hide its essence. It should be known that with Su Qin's current body, it was already extremely rare for him to be able to withstand his punch and only leave a fist print behind. If I devour the lightning energy in this small seal, I'm afraid my 5 Thunder Divine Fist will be upgraded to another level. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. For the current Su Qin, the biggest use of this heavenly thunder seal was to boost the progress of the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. If Raytheon knew that the heavenly thunder seal that they had refined for tens of thousands of years was devoured by Su Qin, he would probably faint from heartache. Next, apart from the heavenly thunder seal, Su Qin also collected the Dharma treasures left behind by the other half-step Earth immortals. As the strongest foundation of their respective sects, these half-step Earth immortals naturally carried many Dharma treasures with them. However, most of the Dharma treasures were turned into dust by Su Qin's punches and kicks. Only a few Dharma treasures of sufficient quality like the heavenly thunder seal were left behind. What a pity about this cauldron. Su Qin glanced at the cauldron held by the medicine god sect's medicine master and shook his head slightly. He had been signing in for decades, but he did not obtain many cauldron Dharma treasures. Now that he finally saw one with decent quality, it was obviously a pity that it was shattered by Su Qin's punch. Just as Su Qin was counting his gains. Far away from the empire of Tang, the sect masters of the various major sects gathered on a mountain peak. This time, when the half-step Earth immortals of the sects attacked together, even if that legend from the empire of Tang has the ability to reach the heavens, he will still die. The sect master of Raytheon said slowly. Naturally, they knew that 7 half-step Earth immortals had joined forces to attack Chang'an City. That was why they gathered here and waited for the news of the destruction of the empire of Tang. This time I, the Thunder Ancestor of Raytheon, paid a great price for the heavenly Thunder Seal. After today, I, Raytheon, will occupy Chang'an City. The sect master of Raytheon glanced at the other sect masters and said. In his opinion, it was only natural for the 7 half-step Earth immortals to join forces and kill Su Qin. Once Su Qin was suppressed, the empire of Tang would inevitably collapse and become a place ruled by the major sections. At this time, in the eyes of the sect masters, the most important thing was how to divide the land of the great battle. Chang'an City? The rest of the sect masters frowned slightly when they heard this. Chang'an City was the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. It could be said that it was the core of the land of great battles. After the recovery of the essential Qi tide, such a place would definitely bear the most benefits. This was clear when the source of fire element was born hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City when the essential Qi tide first broke out. Obviously, none of the sect masters were willing to give up such a precious land to Raytheon. Daoist Raytheon, your Thunder Ancestor paid the price, but do you think my witchcraft's master Qing Meng didn't pay anything? The witchcraft sect master sneered. My witchcraft also wants Chang'an City. As soon as he said that, the rest of the sect masters immediately spoke in unison. They all wanted to take Chang'an City. With the half-step Earth immortals backing them, none of the sect masters backed down. In the end, the sect masters jointly decided that each major sect would take control of a part of Chang'an City and jointly rule the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. After dividing Chang'an City, they began to divide the other parts of the empire of Tang. The 102 states in the southwest belonged to my Xianxia. The 113 states in the northeast belonged to my snow god palace. The 209 states in the southeast belonged to my witchcraft. In an instant, the sect masters had already divided the entire Tang Empire, leaving nothing behind. Then, they looked in the direction of Chang'an City with anticipation. Judging by the time, the ancestor and the others should be back soon. They were located outside of the Empire of Tang and were hundreds of thousands of miles away from Chang'an City. Naturally, they couldn't sense the battle that happened above Chang'an City. Of course, in the sect master's opinion, they didn't need to sense it because the fate of the legend of the Empire of Tang had already been decided by the 7 half-step Earth Immortals. There was no other possibility. Just as the sect masters were waiting patiently, the sect master of Daoi sect suddenly said, "Are you so sure that the legend of the Empire of Tang will lose?" As soon as the sect master's voice fell, the sect master of the Black Source sect immediately sneered, "Sect master, this time, our great sects have joined forces, but only your Daoi school has rejected this proposal. Then, the ownership of the land of great battle has nothing to do with you." Although the Daoi sect had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era and its foundation was far superior to the Kiragenkyo, the Daoi sect had already provoked the dissatisfaction of the other great sects because they didn't take action several times. Under the joint efforts of many great sects, even the Daoi sect couldn't get any benefits. "Sect master, can't you see the situation clearly? Who in the world can stop the 9 half-step Earth Immortals when they join forces? How can the legend of the Empire of Tang not lose under such heavenly power?" The Snow God Palace Master shook his head slightly and looked at the sect master of Daoi sect sympathetically. "Is that so?" The sect master of Daoi sect looked calm, but there were waves in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, at this moment, several escape lights sped out from the depths of the Empire of Tang and rushed toward the sect masters. "Why is Xianxia back?" The sect master of Raytheon frowned when he noticed that one of the escape lights belonged to him, Raytheon, and it was his disciple. Wasn't Xianxia, the disciple of Raytheon, supposed to be in charge of Chang'an City? Why would he come here at this time? The other sect masters also noticed that their disciples were among the escape lights and they were puzzled. Could it be that the Patriarch wants us to move to Chang'an City? The sect master of the Medicine God sect couldn't help but ask. The other sect masters nodded slightly when they heard this. Indeed, the sect master of the Medicine God sect's guess should be true. Otherwise, how could they explain why the disciples were rushing back? However, there were still a couple of headmasters that were puzzled. The reason for that was because they discovered that the speed of the few rays of light that had rushed back was abnormally fast. They ought to have disregarded the price and used all sorts of forbidden techniques to be able to reach that speed. If they were just sending a message back for the Patriarch, why would they be so desperate? One should know that although the forbidden techniques were effective, the consequences were severe. No martial artist would be willing to use the forbidden techniques unless it was a matter of life and death. A moment later, several escape lights had already arrived in front of the sect masters. "Sect master." The disciple of Raytheon named Xianxia immediately knelt in front of the sect master of Raytheon and cried, "Sect master, it's over. Everything is over. I, Raytheon, am finished." Their cries were so loud that they tore their lungs apart. It was extremely tragic. The sect master of Raytheon's face suddenly changed when he saw this. What happened? Where is the Patriarch of Raytheon? Did the Patriarch of Raytheon send you here? How is the situation in Chang'an City? Has the legend of the Empire of Tang been killed? The sect master of Raytheon asked several questions in a row. At this moment, even though the sect master of Raytheon noticed that things had changed, he still didn't want to believe it and still had a glimmer of hope. The Patriarch of Raytheon? The disciple of Raytheon named Xianxia suddenly felt sad. He had seen the Patriarch of Raytheon being blown up by Su Qin's punch with his own eyes. Even the heavenly thunder seal was sent flying. At this moment, the sect master of Raytheon's question directly evoked this memory. "Sect master. The Patriarch of Raytheon is dead. They're all dead. They're all dead." The disciple of Raytheon named Xianxia trembled all over, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "Dead? The Patriarch of Raytheon is dead?" The sect master of Raytheon trembled all over, and his mind went blank. He couldn't react for a long time. And at this moment, the voices of the other disciples who had escaped from Chang'an City also sounded. "Sect master, the first ancestor has fallen." Sect Master, Shaman Master Qing Meng is also dead. Palace Master, Ancestor Shui has died. Many of the sect masters stood there dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Impossible? Patriarch Qing Meng's corporeal body was invincible. Other than a true land immortal, who else could have killed him? How could he have fallen? The witchcraft sect master struggled out of his shock. As a half-step earthly deity of the witchcraft sect, not only was his body invincible, but his techniques were also unfathomable. Even when he was besieged by several half-step earthly deities, he was still able to escape unscathed. How could such a rare powerhouse die just like that? Furthermore, there were 6 other half-step land immortals who had gone to Chang'an City with Patriarch Qing Meng. With 7 half-step land immortals working together, who in the world could fight against them? The witchcraft sect master didn't believe it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the messenger was a direct disciple of the witchcraft and had great talent, he would have been slapped to death. Sect master, this is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Patriarch Qing Meng's corporeal body was penetrated by a punch from the Empire of Tang, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. The witchcraft disciple's eyes were filled with extreme fear. When the witchcraft sect master saw this scene, he instantly fell silent. The fall of 7 half-step land immortals was definitely an earth-shattering event. No disciple would dare to lie to him. Furthermore, it was easy to confirm if the old ancestor had fallen. He just had to return to the sect and check if the old ancestor's life fire was extinguished. It couldn't be. Fate. The other sect masters had solemn expressions as they thought of the same thing. The Xianxia sect master, in particular, had an extremely ugly expression. The Xianxia's foundation was originally inferior to the other sections. They didn't even have a single land immortal, and they relied on first ancestor to support them. Now that he had fallen, it was a fatal blow to the Xianxia. After today, regardless of what would happen to the other sects, the Xianxia would definitely be in a miserable state. For so many years, the Xianxia had acted recklessly and provoked countless enemies. If first ancestor was still around, these enemies could only hold it in no matter how unwilling they were. However, now that first ancestor had fallen, the Xianxia sect leader shuddered at the thought. That legend from the Empire of Tang, could he really be a land immortal? The palace master of the Snow God Palace was silent for a long time before he finally spoke in a bitter voice. When the other sect masters heard this, their lips moved as if they wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. It didn't matter whether Su Qin was an earthly immortal or not. Witchcraft and Raytheon could barely accept the fall of 7 half-step earthly immortals, but the other major sects such as the Snow God Palace and Xianxia had completely collapsed. Even the Taoist master of the Tao One sect was in disbelief. Initially, he thought that Su Qin would be able to survive the joint attack of the 7 half-step land immortals. Little did he expect that Su Qin would be able to kill the 7 half-step land immortals in Chang'an City. Saving one's life and counterattacking were 2 completely different concepts. There were many reasons for the former. It could be because one had extremely powerful life-saving means, or because one sensed fear in time and dodged in advance. However, the latter was purely a clash of strength. The Taoist master of the Tao One sect knew that the 7 half-step land immortals had gone to Chang'an City with the art of combined attack. With the art of combined attack, they could even fight against an earthly immortal. How could they die? Now, what should we do now? After a while, the sect master of the Medicine God sect braced himself and asked. The fall of the 7 half-step land immortals was an unprecedented blow to the major sections. Many major sects were even unable to recover from this setback. However, the most important thing now was what to do next. One had to know that the 7 half-step land immortals were dead, but Su Qin was still alive. If they did not come up with a plan as soon as possible, the Wanjian school would be a warning to the other major sections. The Xianxia sect master suddenly looked at the witchcraft sect master and said in a deep voice, "Sect master, I heard that there is a supreme treasure that was passed down from the last vitality tide in the depths of the witchcraft sect. Why don't you try again with the power of the supreme treasure?" The so-called supreme treasure was a Dharma treasure left behind by a supreme expert. A supreme expert was an existence that surpassed the earthly immortals. Even during the heyday of the last vitality tide, there were not many supreme experts. Even the weakest supreme treasure was far more powerful than a Dharma treasure. Some supreme treasures even had spiritual intelligence and the ability to recover on their own. Supreme treasure? The witchcraft sect master's expression changed drastically. He shook his head without hesitation and said, "The supreme treasure is the foundation of the witchcraft sect. No one can activate the supreme treasure unless the sect is in a real crisis." The witchcraft sect master was telling the truth. Apart from the supreme experts, even an earthly immortal would find it difficult to control a supreme treasure. In a way, the supreme treasure had undergone a certain sublimation and possessed some of the characteristics of a living being. It was extremely incredible. At this moment, the Taoist sect master suddenly said, "I have a suggestion." Suddenly, all the sect masters looked at the Taoist sect master as if they had thought of something. They suddenly realized that among the major sects, the Taoist sect was the only one that had not attacked Su Qin. Apart from the Taoist sect, the Thousand Buddha Hall was also the same. However, the group of bald donkeys in the Thousand Buddha Hall had always acted differently from ordinary people. They could not figure out what was going on, but the Taoist sect was right under their noses. "Taoist sect master, what is it?" All the sect masters looked at the Taoist sect master with burning eyes. Although witchcraft and Raytheon were protected by supreme treasures, the supreme treasures could only protect the sect from destruction and would not take the initiative to kill the enemy. If Su Qin chose to block the door and not fight with the supreme treasures, the disciples of witchcraft and Raytheon would be killed one after another. Who could stop them? It's very simple. The Taoist sect master pondered for a while and said slowly, "If you surrender and go to Chang'an City to ask for forgiveness, the legend of the Empire of Tang might spare you this time." As soon as the Taoist sect master said this, the sect masters looked at each other and their expressions changed again. Behind them stood the major sects that had thousands of years of history. If they chose to surrender and ask for forgiveness, wouldn't they be disregarding the reputation of the major sects? However, if they did not do so, when Su Qin came to kill them, not to mention the reputation of the major sects, they might not even be able to survive. Chang'an City. After Su Qin collected the Dharma treasures left behind by the 7 half-step earthly immortals, he directly returned to the palace. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun immediately went to greet him. The old man Fei Yu and the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect also followed closely behind. "Third brother, are you okay?" Su Yueyun couldn't help but ask. Although she knew from the Lao Dao cultivator that Su Qin won, she was still a little worried. "I'm fine." Su Qin shook his head. Before returning to the palace, he had already retracted the Golden Crow divine body. Otherwise, the natural aura of the Golden Crow divine body would be unbearable even for a pinnacle legend like Fei Yu, let alone an ordinary person like the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. "My lord." The old man Fei Yu, the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect and the other legends bowed deeply to Su Qin. At this moment, in their eyes, Su Qin was really like an immortal god. Next. After chatting with the Emperor of Tang and the others for a while, Su Qin turned around and left, returning to the majestic underground palace. The Emperor of Tang, on the other hand, returned to the Tai Chi Palace excitedly. The impact of the battle between Su Qin and the 7 half-step earth immortals was too great. After repeated explanations from the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect and the old man Fei Yu, the Emperor of Tang finally realized what kind of situation the Empire of Tang was going to face. After today, no major sects would dare to act presumptuously in the territory of the Empire of Tang. Inside the majestic underground palace, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp emitted layers of Buddhist light, while the Wutu flag was inserted in the center of the palace. A huge amount of earth elemental energy faintly spread throughout the entire palace. Under the protection of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and the Wutu flag, the majestic palace's aura was restrained to the extreme. Even an earth immortal would overlook it if they were careless, let alone other living beings. Should I go to the major sects overseas and sign in at all the places where I can sign in? Su Qin sat cross-legged, silently thinking in his heart. After the fall of the 7 half-step earth immortals, the major sects overseas could no longer stop Su Qin. Therefore, Su Qin had the idea of going to the major sects' territories one by one to sign in. After all, the sign-in at the Myriad Sword Island last time allowed Suqin to sign in a lot of good things. Among the major sects overseas, although the Wanjian school's inheritance was not the shortest, it was definitely not the longest. For example, major sects like witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years would definitely not disappoint Suqin. I'm not in a hurry now. I'll think about it after I enter the Earth Immortal state. After thinking for a moment, Suqin gave up on this idea. Firstly, it was because Suqin's current strength had reached a bottleneck. Before he entered the Earth Immortal state, it would be difficult for him to have a qualitative change. Under such circumstances, even if Suqin really got something good from sign-in, he wouldn't be able to use it. Besides, the major sects overseas were there, and he couldn't run away. Suqin could go there at any time, so there was no hurry at all. Secondly, major sects like witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years might have other backup plans. If Suqin rashly barged in, he might be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Suqin's idea was to wait until he completely entered the Earth Immortal state and his strength had increased again. It wouldn't be too late to make a trip there with more confidence. Anyway, Suqin was already at the threshold of the myth state. If it wasn't for the sake of being foolproof, he would have already started to break through to the Earth Immortal state. But even so, according to Suqin's estimation, he would start to break through in a few months at most. With my current level of compatibility with the fire element vitality, once my primordial spirit fuses with the vitality C, it will definitely be in the depths. At that time, after I enter the Earth Immortal state, the benefits I'll obtain will be even greater. Plus, with the Golden Crow Divine Body. Suqin's eyes began to shine. As long as I successfully break through, in terms of strength alone, I should be considered a powerhouse in the Earth Immortal state, not to mention the other trump cards. Suqin calmed down, and his gaze suddenly became firm. Next, he was ready to break through with all his strength and strive to enter the Earth Immortal state in the shortest time possible. P.S. There's no update for tonight. Today's update was released during the day. Is it considered an early update? It's the end of the month. I'm begging for monthly votes. If I don't vote, the monthly votes will expire. To ascend to Earth God Immortal, I need to fuse my Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void, and slowly draw on its power to replenish my physical body. Suqin's thoughts were in turmoil. Right now, all the shackles and bottlenecks of ascension to Earth God Immortal were as clear as the flip of a hand to him. Moreover, the most difficult thing for other pinnacle myths was to have their Yuan spirit traverse the void, lock on to the location of the Sea of Vitality, and successfully fuse with it. But for Suqin, it was as if it did not exist. After all, Suqin's physical body was the Golden Crow Divine Form, a favorite of fire-type Yuan Qi. He was born with the ability to sense the location of the Sea of Vitality, which was equivalent to carrying a miniature fire-type origin pool with him. With the Golden Crow Divine Form's ability to sense the Sea of Vitality, it would only take a thought for Suqin to fuse his Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality, unless he was deliberately unwilling to look for it. According to the Wanjian school's records on ascending to Earth God, fusing one's Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality is a crucial step. But after that, using the power of the Yuan spirit to draw on the power of the Sea of Vitality to replenish the physical body is equally important. Suqin lowered his gaze as his mind raced. As the legacy of Earth God Immortals, the Wanjian school naturally had records on how to ascend to Earth God Immortal. After Suqin destroyed the Wanjian school, he had shrouded the entire Wanjian school with his divine mind, and after his Yuan spirit metamorphosed, he had used its power to cover every corner of the island and browsed through the countless tomes of the Wanjian school. That included these records. Fusing one's Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality, using its power to nourish one's Yuan spirit, and then drawing on the Sea of Vitality to replenish the physical body. It's a process that cannot be accomplished overnight, and must be done slowly. The 10,000 Swords Taoist of the Wanjian school had spent 10 years incessantly drawing the power of the Sea of Vitality into his physical body, and finally became a Earth God Immortal. Suqin thought to himself. How vast was the power of the Sea of Vitality? That was a symbol of the convergence of all the vitality in the world. Even though Suqin's Gold Crow Divine Body had already surpassed the ordinary Dharma body, if he was not careful, he would be instantly blown apart by the power of the ocean of vitality. Therefore, when drawing the power of the Sea of Vitality, one must be extremely careful. That was also the reason why very few people would survive if they failed to break through to the Earth God realm. Of course, most of the pinnacle mythics could not even draw the power of the Sea of Vitality to replenish their bodies. When they used their primordial spirits to search for the Sea of Vitality, most of them were already lost in the depths of the void. However, with my Golden Crow Divine Body's devouring speed of vitality, it will take far less than 10 years. If I'm slow, it will take at least 1 year. If I'm fast, I will be able to replenish it within a few months. A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. The 10,000 Swords Daoist had spent 10 years using the power of the Sea of Vitality to replenish his physical body because his body was too weak and the amount of vitality he could absorb was very limited. On the other hand, the amount of vitality Su Qin's Golden Crow Divine Body could absorb in a single day was equivalent to the 10,000 Swords Daoist's 1 month, or even several months. And that was with the Golden Crow Divine Body connecting with the Sea of Vitality and absorbing far more vitality than the 10,000 Swords Daoist. Otherwise, if the total amount was the same, Su Qin would only need a few days or dozens of days to make the leap from Pinnacle Mythic to Earth God Immortal. Even so, no matter how short the time needed to break through, there is no turning back once I choose to break through. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. During his breakthrough, Su Qin's primordial spirit would have to fuse with the Sea of Vitality and would not be able to interfere with the outside world. His physical body would have to endure the replenishment of the Sea of Vitality at all times, and would not be able to move at all. And if he chose to give up during that period and his primordial spirit forcibly returned to his physical body, not only would his breakthrough fail, he would also suffer the backlash of the entire Sea of Vitality. Even Su Qin's scalp felt numb at that price. While he had the immortal fruit Peach of Immortality that could heal all injuries, Su Qin could not guarantee that he would be able to swallow the Peach of Immortality in time under the backlash of the Sea of Vitality. That was why Su Qin would not be able to fight for months or even a year if he chose to break through. Let's see how deep my primordial spirit can fuse with the Sea of Vitality. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. Su Qin's primordial spirit abruptly leaped out from the ancestral aperture between his brows and circled around the black, majestic hall before striding out and fusing with the void. The depths of the void were vast and boundless. The power of Su Qin's primordial spirit walked unhurriedly in the void. With the guidance of the Golden Crow Divine Body, Su Qin's primordial spirit had already locked onto the location of the Sea of Vitality after entering the depths of the void. He rushed in a certain direction without any hesitation. There was no sense of direction in the depths of the void, and there were terrifying turbulences everywhere. But how powerful was Su Qin's primordial spirit? Unless he encountered a rare void storm, ordinary turbulence would not be able to shake Su Qin at all. It seemed like a moment had passed. It seemed like a few hundred years had passed. At a certain moment, Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly squeezed into a colorful world. This world was filled with endless heaven and earth essence qi, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, thunder. This is the Sea of Vitality? Su Qin was slightly shocked. Even though he had already expected this scene, he was still shocked at this moment. The Sea of Vitality was too vast, and endless vitality filled every place. Su Qin even sensed that extremely far away, there was a certain attribute of vitality that had turned into a life form and was slowly wandering in the Sea of Vitality. Vitality life form. Su Qin's pupils shrank slightly. The so-called vitality life form was the gathering of endless vitality, and then after endless time, there was a slight possibility of forming a vitality life form. The vitality life form was innately close to the heaven and earth essence qi. Although it was still far from a supreme divine beast like the three-legged golden crow, it was still much stronger than other life forms. At least now, although Su Qin's golden crow divine body was known as the darling of fire attribute vitality, it was still inferior to a vitality life form. After all, the golden crow divine body was only a kind of constitution formed by the picture of the great sun, and naturally could not compare to the vitality life formed in the endless heaven and earth essence qi. Of course, if Su Qin cultivated the picture of the great sun, it would be a different story. After the picture of the great sun was completed, Su Qin would be able to transform into the three-legged golden crow. Even with Su Qin's strength, he could only transform into a three-legged golden crow cub, and in terms of life form, he was much stronger than the vitality life form. This is only the surface of the Sea of Vitality. If other pinnacle mythical stage primordial spirits found the Sea of Vitality, they would basically choose to fuse with it here. Su Qin's gaze kept sweeping across the vast Sea of Vitality. But I'm different. Su Qin chuckled, took a step forward, and began to walk toward the depths of the Sea of Vitality. Just as Su Qin began to explore the Sea of Vitality with his primordial spirit, the battle between Su Qin and the 7 half-step Earth Immortals spread like wildfire. In the overseas martial Dao world, the major sects were in a dominant position, overlooking all living beings like the heavens. However, the major sects were not the only major sects in the overseas martial Dao world. There were also countless itinerant martial artists and various sections. At this moment, when they heard that the 7 half-step Earth Immortals of the major sects had joined forces and died in the hands of Su Qin, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. That mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang is so powerful? Impossible? Don't tell me that the mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang has really become an Earth Immortal? That's right. With 7 half-step Earth Immortals joining forces, other than a real Earth Immortal, who can resist them? Countless itinerant martial artists could not believe it because the news was too absurd. No matter the era, the death of a half-step Earth Immortal was a big deal, let alone 7 of them in a row. Moreover, they had all died in the hands of the same person. However, as time passed, more and more such rumors were spreading. No matter how unbelievable the rumors were, many of the major sects remained silent. Such actions were tantamount to confirming this matter. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the major sects, how could they remain indifferent when they heard the news of their half-step Earth Immortal patriarch's death? Not even the slightest reaction? All of a sudden, the overseas martial Dao world was in an uproar. Countless itinerant martial artists gloated. Many of the major sects were at the peak of the overseas martial Dao world and had monopolized most of the martial Dao resources. Countless itinerant martial artists had suffered under the major sections. Now that these high and mighty major sects had finally fallen, how could they sympathize with them? That mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang is too terrifying. I'm afraid only Lei Xuanzi from 300 years ago can compare to him. A level 5 mythical stage god sighed. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Lei Xuanzi was the most terrifyingly talented disciple of the major sect Raytheon in the past 10,000 years. He was also known as the existence who was most likely to enter the Earth Immortal realm. It was said that when Lei Xuanzi was born, a sea of lightning descended. If it wasn't for a passing elder Raytheon who discovered it in time, Lei Xuanzi would have turned into dust in the sea of lightning. However, it seemed that it was because of this reason. Lei Xuanzi had an extraordinary understanding of the Thunder Dao. After joining Raytheon, relying on the martial Dao cultivation resources provided by Raytheon regardless of the cost, he had entered the peak of the mythical stage in less than 300 years. Moreover, he had formed his domain and primordial spirit. He even had the battle record of a half-step Earth Immortal. However, unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi, who was regarded as the greatest hope by Raytheon, had mysteriously disappeared 300 years ago and never appeared again. Lei Xuanzi? How can Lei Xuanzi be compared to the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang? A mythical stage god immediately retorted, Lei Xuanzi's strongest battle record is that he fought a half-step Earth Immortal. However, the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals in a row not long ago. How can the two be compared? But if Lei Xuanzi is still alive now, he must have entered the Earth Immortal realm and is qualified to be on par with the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang. Is it that easy to break through the Earth Immortal realm? Just as many overseas martial artists were arguing endlessly. Su Qin sat cross-legged in the majestic black hall under Chang'an City. His primordial spirit was deep in the vast sea of vitality. Have I reached my limit? Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly stopped and looked around. Primordial Qi Ocean. It was so vast that one could not see the end of it. In this place, there were almost no traces of other living creatures other than the primordial Qi life. Only the primordial Qi life could survive in such an extreme environment. At this moment, in the depths of the primordial Qi ocean, Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly stopped. This place is probably close to the bottom of the primordial Qi ocean, right? Su Qin glanced around. If the surface of the primordial Qi ocean was a colorful world with many primordial Qi mixed together, then, after going deep into the primordial Qi ocean, one would find that all the primordial Qi, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, thunder, and so on, began to become orderly and distinct. But now, the primordial Qi in front of Su Qin began to slowly merge, forming a gray gas that slowly floated. I can't go any deeper. Su Qin was extremely cautious. Although the gray gas far exceeded any kind of primordial Qi in terms of energy intensity, it gave Su Qin an extremely dangerous feeling. When a peak mythical creature broke through to an earth immortal, the essence was to integrate the primordial spirit into the primordial Qi ocean, and then borrow the power of the primordial Qi ocean to nourish the primordial spirit and replenish the body. And the power represented by the primordial Qi ocean was completely different from the surface to the depths. Generally speaking, the closer one was to the primordial Qi ocean, the purer the power would be. If a peak mythical creature used this to nourish the body, the greater the benefits would be. But the prerequisite for obtaining benefits was that one could bear the benefits. For example, in Su Qin's current position, the primordial Qi of heaven and earth had begun to faintly merge into one, forming a brand new power. If the primordial spirit of other peak mythical creatures went deep into this place and drew the primordial Qi here to replenish the body, their body would probably explode immediately. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. A peak mythical creature who had lost his body, no matter how powerful his primordial spirit was, it was impossible for him to become an earth immortal. Moreover, without a body as a coordinate, the primordial spirit would probably not be able to return to the human world. It could only be trapped in the primordial Qi ocean until the primordial spirit collapsed. This was also the reason why other peak mythical creatures chose to fuse only on the surface of the primordial Qi ocean. Because they could not bear the power of the primordial Qi ocean at all. Of course. Su Qin was different. Su Qin's body was the Golden Crow divine body, which was superior to ordinary Dharma bodies. Moreover, he was born with the control of fire element Yuan Qi, which was equivalent to half a Yuan Qi life form. With the Golden Crow divine body as the foundation, it was no problem for him to contain the power of the deep Yuan Qi ocean. Moreover, the Golden Crow divine body was too strong. It had already surpassed ordinary Dharma bodies even before it was replenished by the vital Qi Si. The power of the vital Qi Si on the surface was unable to improve the Golden Crow divine body at all. However, no matter how strong the Golden Crow divine body was, it could only contain fire Yuan Qi. But at this moment, if Su Qin went deeper, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth would start to fuse together. The fusion here was not the kind of mixture on the surface, but a complete fusion. And Su Qin's current position was at the critical point where the Yuan Qi began to fuse. If he took another step forward, the energy of the Yuan Qi Si would begin to fuse completely. If I had completely mastered the picture of the Great Sun, I could have tried to take it a step further. I could have the body of the three-legged golden crow as the strongest divine beast and forcefully combine all of the vitality Qi together. But now, I think I should forget about it. Su Qin shook his head slightly. However, although he could not take another step forward, Su Qin was already very satisfied. At this moment, he was already in the depths of the vital Qi Si and was only a step away from the real bottom. If Su Qin chose to fuse here and step into the Earth Immortal realm, the benefits he would obtain would definitely far surpass any Earth Immortal of any era. This is it. But before I break through, there's still something I need to do. With a thought, Su Qin's primordial spirit began to leave the vital Qi Si, crossing layers of the void and returning to his physical body. Just now, Su Qin only went deep into the vital Qi Si with his primordial spirit and did not choose to fuse to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. That was why he could leave and return at any time. Once I choose to break through, I won't be able to do anything for at least a few months. During this time, if anything happens. Su Qin narrowed his eyes. Although the black towering hall he was in was underground and had Dharma treasures such as the million spirit Buddha lamp and Wutu flag to conceal his aura, logically speaking, no one should have discovered him. But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone really broke in while Su Qin was in seclusion? As for the guardian formation, no matter what kind of formation it was, without the master of the formation, its power would inevitably be reduced. It would not be a problem to deal with those who were not as strong as Su Qin, but if it encountered a powerhouse of the same level, the formation might be broken. On Immortal Abode Island, the heaven and earth formation left behind by Lord Donghai, who was a peak earth immortal, was easily broken by Su Qin. Of course, too much time had passed, and the heaven and earth formation had begun to decline, and its power was less than 100%, but it was also because of the loss of the master of the formation. Therefore, if Su Qin wanted to break through without any worries, he must find a trustworthy person to guard him. Thinking of this, Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the black entrance not far away. This entrance was the passage connecting the human world and the underground cave world. Thousands of years ago, countless demons of the cave world had invaded the human world through this entrance. However, when the demons of the cave world found that the vitality of the human world had fallen silent, and all the laws had withered, they retreated. For the cave world, only when the human world was at the peak of the recovery of vitality would it have the significance of invading. Otherwise, at other times, the environment of the human world was not as good as the cave world. Moreover, the vitality of the human world was like poison to most demons, so what was there to invade? After a while, under Su Qin's gaze, a figure in black walked out of the entrance. This figure had a cold expression, but it had the same appearance as Su Qin. Except for the difference in temperament, it was almost exactly the same as Su Qin. It was the incarnation that Su Qin had sent to the cave world to sign in everywhere. This incarnation was barely formed by Su Qin's flesh and blood rebirth, and the division of nearly half of his primordial spirit. The incarnation and Su Qin shared the same consciousness. Strictly speaking, the incarnation was Su Qin, but the body was different. And Su Qin planned to let the incarnation ensure that he would not be disturbed when he was breaking through to the earth immortal realm. At the same time, he would also guard Chang'an City and intimidate all demons and monsters. His strength is a little weak. Su Qin frowned slightly and carefully looked at the incarnation. After staying in the cave for decades, in addition to signing in every day, this incarnation had also improved its strength. Now, it had already transformed into a primordial spirit, and was not weaker than a half-step earth immortal. This kind of strength, in the human world, was definitely the peak powerhouse. As long as the earth immortals did not appear, it symbolized invincibility. Even in the cave world with countless powerhouses, it was a peerless demon comparable to the demon flower domain lord. It could overlook a domain and even have the opportunity to meet the demon god. But in Su Qin's words, it was indeed a little weak. If Su Qin's idea was spread out, it would probably make a group of old farts vomit blood. If a half-step earth immortal was weak, then what were they? They didn't even have the qualifications to be weak? However, no matter what the outside world thought, in Su Qin's eyes, a half-step earth immortal was indeed weak. After reaching the initial level of the Great Sun painting and condensing the Golden Crow divine body, although Su Qin was not an earth immortal, his combat strength and means were not weaker than a real earth immortal. He was fully qualified to say that a half-step earth immortal was weak. It's mainly because of the Great Sun painting. Su Qin sighed softly and thought silently in his heart. The Great Sun painting was not a divine ability, but a supreme cultivation method. To cultivate the Great Sun painting, one would need a mountain of fire element martial arts resources. Therefore, even if the incarnation mastered the cultivation method of the Great Sun painting, without enough resources, it could not even reach the initial level of the cultivation of the Great Sun painting. But I can temporarily increase the realm of the Great Sun painting with the blood essence. Su Qin's mind moved, and the Golden Crow divine body immediately unfolded. A terrifying aura filled the entire black towering hall, as if there was a real three-legged golden crow roaring. At this moment, Su Qin raised his right hand and several drops of dark red blood essence were forced out and floated in front of Su Qin. These drops of blood essence were the Golden Crow divine blood that Su Qin took out in the state of the Golden Crow divine body. With these drops of blood essence, the incarnation could improve its physical body to the level of the Golden Crow divine body in a short time. Of course, the reason why the incarnation could do so was because the incarnation was originally derived from Su Qin's flesh and blood. Coupled with the fact that they shared the same consciousness and were familiar with the Golden Crow divine body, it could barely achieve this. Otherwise, if it were other experts, they would definitely explode from the golden crow divine blood and their essence spirit would be annihilated by the terrifying aura in the divine blood. Just as Su Qin was about to enter seclusion to break through to the Earth Immortal stage, Chang'an City was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless overseas mythical martial artists poured in and looked around Chang'an City in awe. Since Su Qin killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals, the entire overseas martial arts world was completely shocked. Many overseas mythical martial artists carefully entered Chang'an City, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Imperial Palace. Many ministers had a headache. So many mythical martial artists suddenly appeared in Chang'an City in a short time, and some of them were even at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer. How could the ministers not have a headache? One must know that decades ago, not to mention legends, there were not many peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Now, a group of mythical martial artists suddenly appeared in Chang'an City. If a conflict were to occur, the consequences would be unpredictable. One must know that mythical martial artists can communicate with heaven and earth. Their every move can cause great destruction. A group of mythical martial artists is enough to tear down most of Chang'an City in a short time. Ministers, don't panic. With third brother here, those mythical martial artists will not dare to make trouble. The Emperor of Tang was not worried at all. I hope so. There were still some ministers who were worried. Suddenly, at this moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army hurried out of the Taiji Palace. Your Majesty. The commander of the Forbidden Army quickly reported, the Palace Master of the Snow God Palace, Sect Master of Raytheon, Sect Master of the Medicine God Sect, Sect Master of the Kirigenkyo, Sect Master of the Witchcraft. They are already outside. As soon as the Forbidden Army commander's words came out, the expressions of many ministers on the scene changed. Even the Emperor of Tang, who was quite confident, had a dignified expression. Whether it was the Snow God Palace, Raytheon, or Witchcraft, etc., they were all major sects. With so many palace masters present, it was hard to predict whether they were good or evil. What are they doing in Chang'an City? The Emperor of Tang calmed down and looked at the Forbidden Army commander and asked. Their purpose is. The Forbidden Army commander looked at the Emperor of Tang cautiously, swallowed his saliva, and said, to ask for forgiveness from the imperial uncle. In the Taiji Palace, all the civil and military officials were dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard. To the ministers, the arrival of the sect masters of the various major sects seemed like a form of coercion. However, they did not expect that the purpose of these sect masters was to ask for forgiveness. In fact, the ministers could not be blamed for thinking that way. Although they knew that Su Qin had fought with 7 half-step Earth Immortals not long ago, they did not know what it meant to have 7 half-step Earth Immortals. For example, when 2 countries were at war, who would come to ask for forgiveness when they saw that the situation was not good? Although the death of 7 half-step Earth Immortals would greatly damage the foundation of the various major sects, it was not like there was no way out. At least, the major sects with tens of thousands of years of history such as Witchcraft and Raytheon had supreme treasures that could stop the Earth Immortals. Ask for forgiveness? Ask for forgiveness from the third brother? The Emperor of Tang was dumbfounded. It took him a while to react. Even if the Emperor of the Empire of Tang found it unbelievable that the sect masters would ask for forgiveness, as the Emperor of the Empire of Tang, his thoughts were naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. No matter how unbelievable it was, he quickly thought about how to deal with this matter. Let them in. The Emperor of Tang pondered for a moment and said. The sect masters of the various major sects were very honorable. Now that they had taken the initiative to ask for forgiveness and were so humble, the Emperor of Tang could not pretend that he did not see them. Your Majesty. They said that without the imperial uncle's permission, they dare not enter the palace. The commander of the Forbidden Army braced himself and said. In the overseas martial arts world, every expert had their own cave abode. Su Qin was in charge of the palace. In the eyes of the sect masters, the entire palace was Su Qin's cave abode. Without the permission of the cave abode's owner, any martial artist who dared to enter the cave abode without permission would cause the owner of the cave abode to be displeased. The owner of the cave abode might even kill them. Therefore, without Su Qin's clear statement, the sect masters would not dare to enter. They had even taken a great risk to come to Chang'an City together. After all, strictly speaking, the entire Chang'an City belonged to Su Qin's cave abode. It was just not the core. You don't dare to enter? The Emperor of Tang fell silent. At this moment, he realized more and more how terrifying Su Qin's deterrence was. Without saying anything, many sect masters came forward to beg for forgiveness. They didn't even dare to enter the imperial palace. The officials in the imperial court looked at each other in disbelief. Since the recovery of the vitality tide, the intelligence of the overseas martial arts world had been constantly transmitted to the Empire of Tang. In the eyes of these ministers, the major sects that dominated the overseas martial arts world were the undisputed overlords. But now, these overlords had already begun to crumble in the hearts of their subjects. Is third brother in the Eastern Palace? The Emperor of Tang hesitated for a moment and asked the commander of the Forbidden Army. Your Majesty, the imperial uncle is not in the Eastern Palace, the commander of the Forbidden Army said in a low voice. Third brother is not in the Eastern Palace. He must be in seclusion, the Emperor of Tang whispered to himself. In that case, there is no need to disturb third brother. I will go and meet these sect masters. The Emperor of Tang thought for a long time and made a decision. No matter what happened, unless it was really necessary, it must not affect Su Qin's cultivation. As for the matter of these sect masters asking for forgiveness, the Emperor of Tang wanted to see what they were planning. As you wish. The commander of the Forbidden Army respectfully retreated. At this time, outside the imperial palace, there were already many overseas martial artists. Most of these overseas martial artists had rushed over after hearing of Su Qin's fame after the recovery of the vitality tide. Some of them were also disciples of the major sections. But at this time, the arrival of many sect masters of the major sects in Chang'an City and stopped outside the imperial palace immediately attracted the attention of almost all overseas martial artists. In order to show their sincerity, these sect masters of the major sects did not use any concealment secret arts and waited outside the imperial palace without any disguise. The palace master of the Snow God Palace? Sect Master Raytheon? The sect master of the witchcraft sect? Why are they here? Countless martial artists rushed over to watch and chatted. Although the sect masters of the major sects were not the strongest, being able to become a sect master was already a symbol of the major sect's prestige. At this moment, these sect masters were gathered together, which obviously had a far-reaching impact. 7 half-step Earth immortals died in battle and the legend of the Empire of Tang dominated the world. These major sects know that they have no hope of resisting, so of course they are here to ask for forgiveness. A legend sneered and said. Ask for forgiveness? The legend of the Empire of Tang killed their half-step immortal patriarchs. Not only did these sect masters not seek revenge, but they also want to ask for forgiveness? A young martial artist couldn't help but ask in disbelief. The legend of the Empire of Tang? I'm afraid you're wrong. Now they should not be called the legend of the Empire of Tang, but Tang Wutian, another old-age martial artist said with a glint in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a dead silence. Celestial being, what was a celestial being? Earth immortals were able to become one with heaven and man, and they could draw the vast and endless vitality sea with a wave of their hand. Therefore, Earth immortals were also called celestials. The old-age martial artist called Su Qin a Tang Wutian. Obviously, he believed that Su Qin had become an Earth immortal. In fact, when Su Qin killed 7 half-step Earth immortals in one fell swoop, countless people guessed that Su Qin had become an Earth immortal. However, guesses were just guesses after all. But now, the sect masters of the major sects came to ask for forgiveness, which was tantamount to confirming this guess. If Su Qin was not an Earth immortal, would the sect masters of the major sects be so humble and ask for forgiveness? Even these major sects thought that Su Qin was an Earth immortal, so who would dare to question it? An Earth immortal, there is finally another Earth immortal in the world. That's right, other than an Earth immortal, who else can make the major sects take the initiative to ask for forgiveness? This is the first celestial in nearly 1,000 years. What a pity. I originally thought that Lei Xuanzi from Raytheon would be able to reach this stage. Lei Xuanzi is right. Xianxia is indeed very likely to become an earth immortal, but that's all. How can he be compared to a Tang Wutian? Many martial artists were in awe, and even their voices were much softer, for fear of disturbing Su Qin. This was the power of an earth immortal. He could suppress the world without taking a single step. Even major sects like the witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery, would tremble in the face of an earth immortal. Although there was hope for a supreme treasure to block an earth immortal, it was a dead object after all, and the consumption of activating the supreme treasure was simply like a mountain or a sea. If Su Qin really wanted to attack the witchcraft and Raytheon, he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to release his aura and guard outside the mountain gate. In less than a few decades, the heritage of these major sects would be exhausted, and even their inheritance would be cut off. Of course, generally speaking, no earth immortal would do this. Firstly, it was because the supreme treasure had the mark left behind by the supreme expert. Even if an earth immortal obtained it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Secondly, an earth immortal only lived for more than 1,000 years, so they wouldn't completely fall out with each other. Otherwise, when this earth immortal passed away, the inheritance he left behind would probably also be counterattacked by other major sections. Just as countless martial artists were discussing spiritedly. The Emperor of Tang and many imperial guards came to the top of the palace wall and looked down at the many sect masters standing outside the palace. Greetings, the Emperor of Tang. Many sect masters glanced at the Emperor of Tang and bowed slightly. With their status, they didn't need to do this to a mere emperor of a dynasty. However, behind the Emperor of Tang stood Su Qin, the celestial being. How are you going to apologize? The Emperor of Tang didn't beat around the bush and asked bluntly. As soon as his words fell, many sect masters looked at each other. Finally, the Xianxia sect master stood up and raised his right hand. Suddenly, 10 items such as bells, axes, swords, and other items floated up. The Xianxia is willing to offer 10 inherited magic treasures to apologize to the celestial being. The Xianxia sect master respectfully bowed to the depths of the palace. In an instant, the scene suddenly boiled over. 10 inherited magic treasures? The Xianxia has been passed down for thousands of years, but the total number of inherited magic treasures they have is no more than 10, right? Now they are offering 10 at once? Is the Xianxia crazy? Inherited magic treasures are not ordinary magic treasures. They can protect the sect and be passed down for thousands of generations. Not to mention 10, even one is a big price to pay. Many martial artists were dumbfounded and full of disbelief. If a peak myth could barely refine a magic treasure after exhausting all their efforts, then the so-called inherited magic treasure could only be left behind by the earth immortals. The Xianxia's cultivation method was flawed and couldn't give birth to the existence of the earth immortals. If they wanted to get the inherited magic treasure, they could only exchange it with other great sects or plunder other martial artists. In this way, after thousands of years of accumulation, they could barely gather more than 10 inherited magic treasures. But now, just to apologize to Su Qin and offer 10 inherited magic treasures, it was simply drawing the blood of the Xianxia. However, before many martial artists could react, the medicine master of the medicine god sect also stood up and said respectfully, the medicine god sect is willing to offer 10 elixirs to apologize to the celestial being. Elixirs? 10 more? Some myths' hands were trembling, and their minds were in a mess. Even in the previous era of vitality, elixirs were extremely precious, let alone in the current era of vitality. Ordinary peak myths might not even have seen a single elixir in their lives. I, Raytheon, am willing to offer a caddy of thunder origin stones to apologize to the celestial being. I, Witchcraft, am willing to offer. I, Snow God Palace, am willing to offer. Then, one after another, the sect masters of the great sects stood up and respectfully offered their treasures to Su Qin, asking for forgiveness. Just as the sect masters of the great sects were waiting uneasily, Su Qin suddenly appeared on the stargazing tower in a black robe. Here to ask for forgiveness? The black-robed Su Qin looked outside the palace, his expression indifferent. It's been a long time since I signed in at the palace. Su Qin glanced at the stargazing tower and said in his heart, System, sign in. The next moment, A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Void Gourd. P.S. It's the last day, I'm looking for monthly votes Void Gourd? All kinds of information about the Void Gourd suddenly appeared in Su Qin's mind. At the same time, Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and saw a small palm-sized gourd floating quietly in a corner. The gourd was dark yellow and its surface was full of mottled traces of time as if it had existed for thousands of years and exuded an ancient aura. I didn't expect it to be a space treasure. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was very satisfied. This void gourd was a space treasure. It contained an independent space that was about 1/10 the size of the East Palace. This made Su Qin quite happy. One had to know that although the system space could also accommodate everything, it could only store treasures obtained from signing in. For example, the demonic dragon that Su Qin had killed earlier couldn't be taken away in the system space. In the end, he could only refine the demonic dragon's flesh and blood on the spot into 9 drops of dragon blood. Such a rushed refining not only couldn't make the most of the demonic dragon's corpse, but it was also a waste of time. If there were powerhouses of the same level around at that time, how could there be time for Su Qin to refine? Although the space treasure had a single function and basically had no offensive or defensive effects, it was extremely convenient for peak mythical level or even Earth immortals. At least when carrying things, they only needed a thought and didn't need to worry about the number of things. Speaking of space treasures, when I step into the Earth Immortal stage, I will go to the peak of Kunlun Mountain and take back the War God Temple. Su Qin touched it and made a decision in his heart. During the trip to Kunlun Mountain, Su Qin had successfully refined the War God Temple. However, due to the limitations of his strength, he could only wait until he became an Earth Immortal to have the ability to control the War God Temple and summon it back from the depths of the void. Strictly speaking, the War God Temple was also a space treasure. However, compared to the space contained in the Void Gourd, the War God Temple was simply much stronger. The Void Gourd could only accommodate 1/10 of the East Palace's space, while the War God Temple encompassed half of the Empire of Tang. Of course, compared to other magic treasures, space magic treasures were the most unique of all magic treasures. Even the weakest space magic treasure could only be refined by supreme experts. This was also the reason why space magic treasures were so rare. At the very least, when Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, he did not find any trace of space magic treasures. The Wanjian school had a legacy of over 4,000 to 5,000 years, and was a legacy left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist, a land immortal of swordsmanship. One could only imagine how precious a spatial mystic treasure was if even it did not have one. It's said that the strongest have mastered the mysteries of space and can only refine space magic treasures with the help of space crystals. Su Qin thought to himself. Ordinary space magic treasures usually only have a space the size of the Taiji Palace, but this Gourd of the Void is 1/10 the size of the Eastern Palace. It should be a high-grade space magic treasure, or even a supreme-grade space magic treasure. Su Qin nodded slightly. As for the War God Hall, Su Qin shook his head slightly. From a certain point of view, although the War God Hall was a spatial treasure, it was definitely more precious than most supreme treasures. Just the War God catalog recorded in the depths of the War God Hall was enough to surpass everything else. Even a supreme expert would not be able to comprehend it after spending hundreds or thousands of years. With this Gourd of the Void, it will save me a lot of trouble. Su Qin's eyes turned slightly and looked outside the palace, at the many sect masters who were waiting respectfully. The next moment, Su Qin's figure disappeared. At the same time, on the palace walls, the Emperor of Tang, the Forbidden Army, and the ministers looked at the treasures that the sect masters had offered as an apology and were shocked. If the Xianxia's 10 legacy magic treasures were somewhat understandable, then the medicine god sect's 10 500-year-old spirit herbs were beyond the imagination of the Emperor of Tang and the others. Although the Emperor of Tang's palace had hundreds or even thousands of years old ginseng, no matter how old the ginseng was, it was far inferior to spirit herbs. Spirit herbs could only grow in an environment with abundant essence qi and spiritual vigor. As for the Empire of Tang, before the recovery of the essence qi tide, the Empire of Tang did not even have the qualifications to produce spirit herbs. In fact, not only the Empire of Tang, but even in the entire overseas martial arts world, there were very few places where spirit herbs could grow. Let alone a 500-year-old spirit herb. As for the Thunder Source Stone that Raytheon offered and the 18 Xueling fruits that the Snow God Palace offered, it was completely beyond the knowledge of the Emperor of Tang and the others. The Emperor of Tang and the others had never even heard of Thunder Source Stone or Xueling fruits, let alone seen them. However, since Raytheon, the Snow God Palace, and the other major sects had cautiously offered to apologize, it was obviously very precious. At least it was not inferior to the legacy magic treasures and 500-year-old spirit herbs. Should I accept it or not? The Emperor of Tang lowered his head and looked at the many sect masters standing respectfully outside the palace. He was slightly hesitant. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin in a black robe appeared silently in front of him and looked down at the sect masters. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang heaved a sigh of relief. If Su Qin did not appear, he really did not know how to deal with these sect masters. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. The witchcraft sect master and the other sect masters immediately greeted Su Qin respectfully when they saw him. Not enough. Su Qin glanced casually and said calmly. If the major sects wanted to use these treasures to apologize to him, it was naturally far from enough. The Snow God Palace's palace master saw Su Qin speak and was overjoyed. He quickly said, Heavenly Lord, if you have any orders, we will definitely do it. He was not worried that Su Qin would raise other conditions, but that he would not say anything at all. If Su Qin did not say anything and did not make a clear statement, these major sects would feel like a sharp sword was hanging over their necks. They were worried that Su Qin would settle the score with them at any time. Add 20 Xue spirit fruits. Add 2 pounds of Thunder Origin stones. Add 10 legacy magic treasures. Su Qin glanced at the sect masters and said slowly. With his strength, he could naturally crush these sect masters who were not even peak legendary stage cultivators into powder with just a thought. But there was no need for that. Although the major sects had besieged Su Qin many times, in reality, Su Qin was not affected at all. Instead, the elders of the major sects had fallen one after another. In the end, even half-step earth immortals had been killed. When the sect masters heard Su Qin's words, their faces instantly turned pale, especially the Kuragenkyo sect master. Even if the Kuragenkyo had accumulated for thousands of years, they only had slightly more than 10 legacy magic treasures. Now that Su Qin had asked for 20 legacy magic treasures, it was completely beyond what the Kuragenkyo could bear. However, no matter how bitter the Kuragenkyo sect master was, he did not dare to refute. The Kuragenkyo did not have any extra legacy magic treasures, but the other major sects had them. At most, they could use the other treasures of the Kuragenkyo to exchange for them. However, after this, the Kuragenkyo's vitality was definitely greatly damaged. Not only did the first ancestor, who was comparable to a half-step earth immortal, fall, but even the martial Dao resources that they had accumulated for thousands of years had basically been given to Su Qin. Of course, to the Kuragenkyo, as long as Su Qin did not continue to pursue the matter, everything would be worth it. One had to know that the Kuragenkyo did not have supreme treasures like witchcraft and Raytheon to suppress them. If Su Qin was really prepared to make a move, the Kuragenkyo's outcome would probably be no different from Wanjian school. The sect masters of the other major sects basically had the same thoughts as the Kuragenkyo sect master. To many of the major sects, as long as the sect still existed, there would be a day when they would prosper again. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Su Qin swept his gaze across the major sects and said indifferently. We don't dare. Reporting to Celestial, we have no objections. That's right, I'll return to the sect now and bring back the item that Celestial wants. Many of the sect masters trembled when they heard this and immediately bowed. In that case, all of you can scram back. With a thought, Su Qin instantly put away the treasures that the sect masters had just offered into the void gourd. This is the power of space? Celestial has mastered a certain space treasure? The witchcraft sect master felt the earth which would in front of him disappear. His pupils constricted, and he became even more respectful. Space treasures were extremely precious, and even ordinary major sects couldn't get their hands on them. However, the witchcraft sect was a major sect that had been passed down since the revival of the previous vital chi tide. They had a low-grade space treasure in their sect. The space inside was about the size of a house. Even so, this space treasure was hidden in the depths of the witchcraft sect, in the same place as the witchcraft sect master's supreme treasure. The witchcraft sect master didn't expect that Su Qin had mastered a space treasure. Space treasures could only be refined by supreme experts. If Su Qin had mastered a space treasure, could it be that he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert? Just as the witchcraft sect master was thinking about this, the other sect masters of the major sects all bowed and said, yes. Soon, the sect masters quickly left Chang'an City and returned to their respective sections. And as the sect masters left completely, the other overseas martial artists in Chang'an City were completely in an uproar. Su Qin ordered the sect masters, but the sect masters didn't even have the courage to refute and could only respond. This kind of behavior of suppressing the entire overseas sect master with his own strength was enough to be shocking in any other era. Just as countless martial artists were discussing, Su Qin had already returned to the stargazing tower. Su Qin naturally didn't refuse the treasures offered by the sect masters. Even if Su Qin didn't use the inheritance treasure, he could give it to others. But treasures like the Thunder Origin Stone and the Earth Witchwood were obviously thunder and wood treasures. Even if Su Qin didn't need them now, he might need them in the future when the Great Sun painting was completed and he cultivated the other 12 Divine Beasts paintings. According to Su Qin's guess, among the 12 mythological beast diagrams, the first Great Sun diagram was the strongest mythological beast of the fire attribute, the three-legged golden crow. Then, the following 11 mythological beast diagrams should symbolize the strongest mythological beasts of other attributes, such as the strongest mythological beast of the thunder attribute, the strongest mythological beast of the wood attribute, and so on. Now that he had gathered these treasures, it was equivalent to paving the way for cultivating the other divine beasts paintings in the future. At least he wouldn't need to sign in temporarily to gather fire treasures to cultivate the Great Sun painting. I wonder what kind of divine beasts paintings are after the Great Sun painting. Su Qin sat on the stargazing tower with anticipation on his face. Just the first Great Sun painting alone was enough to surprise Su Qin. It allowed him to be on par with Earth Immortals even before he became an Earth Immortal. What about the other divine beasts paintings? One had to know that the power of the divine beasts paintings could be stacked. If Su Qin cultivated 2 divine beasts paintings, he would be able to use all the power of the 2 divine beasts at will. And once Su Qin cultivated the 12 divine beasts paintings, he would be able to enhance the power of the 12 divine beasts with a thought. How earth-shattering would that be? P.S. There are only a few hours left at the end of the month. If you don't vote now, it will really expire. Please, I beg for the monthly votes. In addition, readers of Qidian can go to the comments section to participate in the activity. There are fan titles and Qidian coins. As long as you subscribe to all the readers and reply, you can participate. There are many spots on the stargazing tower. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated before he finally calmed down. No matter what kind of destructive power the 12 divine beast diagrams would possess in the end, Su Qin had not even completed the first diagram of the Great Sun. He had only reached the minor accomplishment level, and was still far from the great accomplishment level. However, now that these sect masters have personally come to apologize, it seems that there really isn't an Earth Immortal here. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. As long as there were Earth Immortals in these great sects, they would never take the initiative to apologize like this. Moreover, they would agree to all of Su Qin's requests without daring to refute. What a pity. A trace of disappointment flashed in Su Qin's eyes. Originally, he wanted to force out an Earth Immortal to see the true power of the Golden Crow divine body. Previously, when the 7 half-step Earth Immortals joined forces, Su Qin only had to spend some effort. He didn't even use the I-type divine ability, so he couldn't see the upper limit of the Golden Crow divine body. However, this time, other than those sect masters, there are some other people here. Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked outside the palace at a famous inn in Chang'an City. This inn was called the Lucky Inn. At this moment, under Su Qin's gaze, hundreds of qi dynamics appeared. Some were strong and some were weak, but one of them was extremely special, as if it was covered by some kind of secret technique. If it were not for the Eye of Truth, Su Qin might have missed it. Even Su Qin, who had the Eye of Truth, almost did not notice it. It could be seen how profound the Qi dynamics concealment technique was. It had even begun to involve Qi dynamics. After all, Qi dynamics were formed by the Qi field of living beings. As long as it was a living being, it was inevitable that Qi dynamics would appear. Even Earth immortals were no exception. Someone is secretly observing me? A trace of inexplicable meaning flashed across Su Qin's face. Although this Qi dynamic did not make Su Qin feel threatened, in Su Qin's eyes, it was indeed quite interesting. After all, ever since he obtained the Eye of Truth, it was the first time he saw a method that could affect Qi dynamics. Not an Earth immortal. Su Qin looked at it carefully again and shook his head slightly. When the primordial spirit of an Earth immortal merged with the primordial Qi ocean, no matter how hard he tried to conceal it, he would still reveal the aura of merging with the primordial Qi ocean and everything in the world. This was something that could never be hidden from Su Qin. Interesting. Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared. When Su Qin appeared again, he was already standing outside the Lucky Inn. Outside Chang'an City, Sect Master Raytheon met with his own patriarchs. Raytheon's hierarch quickly recounted everything he had experienced in Chang'an City. As the patriarchs of Raytheon listened, their expressions changed. Especially when they heard that Su Qin asked Raytheon to add another 2 pounds of Thunder Origin stones, they were even more pained. Even if Raytheon had been accumulating Thunder Origin stones for thousands of years, the Thunder Origin stones he had were only a few pounds. Giving a pound of Thunder Origin stones to Su Qin was already a huge loss. For Raytheon's disciples, Thunder Origin stones could not only promote cultivation, but also play a great role in breaking through bottlenecks. Even when a peak myth broke through to an Earth immortal, gathering a certain amount of Thunder Origin stones was equivalent to the effect of the Thunder Origin stones. It could help the primordial spirit of a peak myth to feel the primordial Qi ocean in the depths of the void more easily. It could be said that Thunder Origin stones were definitely Raytheon's most precious treasures apart from the most precious treasures. Even the Thunder Calamity Wood could not compare to it. After all, if they lost the Thunder Calamity Wood, it would have an impact on Raytheon, but it would not be great. However, if they lost the Thunder Origin stones, the possibility of Raytheon becoming an Earth immortal would be infinitely reduced. The Tangwa Tian people have gone too far. Do they really think that I, Raytheon, can be bullied at will? A patriarch's face was filled with anger. Raytheon had been roaming the seas for thousands of years. When had he ever been suppressed like this? Half a pound of Thunder Origin stones was not enough, and they wanted another 2 pounds? Did they really think that Thunder Origin stones were stones by the roadside? The other patriarchs also looked indignant. In the end, everyone looked at the oldest ancestor in unison. This patriarch was the person with the highest status in Raytheon after the fall of the Thunder Ancestor. Do as the heavenly being said. The old patriarch was silent for a while and said slowly. But patriarch, the remaining Thunder Origin stones are prepared for Lei Xuanzi. If we give them to the Tangwa Tian people, if Lei Xuanzi returns in the future. A patriarch said hesitantly. Lei Xuanzi. Raytheon's sect master listened respectfully. Although he was the sect master, he was an insignificant junior in front of the patriarchs. However, when he heard the words Lei Xuanzi, his heart was still stirred. Lei Xuanzi was the most talented person in Raytheon in the past 10,000 years. He was even known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a land immortal. Unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi had disappeared 300 years ago. If it were not for the fact that the vital fire that belonged to Lei Xuanzi in the depths of Raytheon had not been extinguished, everyone would have thought that Lei Xuanzi had fallen. However, even if Lei Xuanzi was not dead, he had not appeared for 300 years. In the eyes of most people in Raytheon, he was most likely trapped in some dangerous place that he could not get out of. Or, he was simply suppressed and sealed. It was no different from dying. It doesn't matter if Lei Xuanzi can come back in the future or not. But now that the Tangwa Tian people are dominating the world, if I, Raytheon, dare to go against the will of the heavens, even with the suppression of the supreme treasure, I will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. The old patriarch said word by word. Yes. The patriarchs looked at each other and said silently. If Suqin only showed the strength of an earth immortal, then although the Thunder God sect would be afraid, they would not be in a state of panic. The inheritance overseas has been passed down for thousands of years, and more than 10 earth immortals have been born. But now, these earth immortals have all died of old age, while the Thunder God sect still stands in the world. However, what really made Raytheon afraid was that now was the era of the recovery of the vitality tide. With Suqin's strength, he might be able to take that step and touch the level of an immortal with the help of the vitality tide. An immortal. Even in the heyday of the recovery of the previous vitality tide, an immortal was also a big shot who looked down on the world. When the cave world invaded the human world, if it weren't for the immortal blocking the hundreds of millions of devil race troops and suppressing countless devil race experts in the cave world, the human world would have been reduced to a paradise for the cave world. Of course. How difficult was it to become an immortal? Even in the heyday of the recovery of the vitality tide, there were only a few immortals, and all of them were the children of the world's luck and power. No matter how strong Suqin was, the hope of becoming an immortal was still extremely slim. But Raytheon didn't dare to gamble. Not only Raytheon, when the patriarchs of the other great sects learned of Suqin's request, they agreed without any hesitation. Even the great sects like the Snow God Palace and the Demon God Valley took the initiative to offer some other treasures in order to please Suqin. At the same time, in Chang'an City, the Lucky Inn was bustling with activity. The children of officials, merchants, and martial artists came and went in and out of the inn. It was said that the Lucky Inn was the property of a big shot in the palace, which was why it could stand in Chang'an City for so long without falling. At this moment, there was only one topic that everyone on the 3 floors of the Lucky Inn was talking about. That was Suqin. Suqin just stood on the city wall and announced the fate of the sect masters of the upper sects as if he was a deity. Even the overseas legendary martial artists were in awe of him, let alone the others. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, 2 Taoist priests were sitting in a corner of the Lucky Inn. The 2 Taoist priests, one young and the other old age, were sitting there drinking wine and eating. It's been a long time since I've eaten mortal food. The old age Taoist priest took a sip of the Lucky Inn's special wine, and a look of great enjoyment appeared on his face. The young Taoist priest beside him couldn't help but ask, "Master, the Tang Tian just showed up. Did you see anything?" "See what? How could the Lao Dao dare to spy on a deity?" The old age Taoist priest rolled his eyes and said, "Huh? But Master, didn't you say that you wanted to see the Tang Tian's background this time?" The young Taoist priest blinked and didn't react for a long time. "Master, you didn't see anything at all." The young Taoist priest stared at the old age Taoist priest suspiciously. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The old age Taoist priest suddenly felt embarrassed and glared at the young Taoist priest. The Lao Dao's divine divination art is known as the art of divination. It's called the art of divination. Apart from breaking through everything, it's a supreme powerhouse who's untainted by karma. Even the land deities can't escape the art of divination. It's just that. When the old age Taoist priest reached this point, his tone paused slightly. The Tang Tian is indeed a little strange. If the Lao Dao is overseas and is separated by tens of thousands of miles, it's understandable that we can't divine his background. After all, the distance is too far, and it'll affect the art of divination. But just now, the Lao Dao saw the Tang Tian, but we still can't divine any useful information. This is really strange. The old age Taoist touched his chin and shook his head in the end. But although the Lao Dao can't divine anything, we can see that the Tang Tian's strength is very strong. It's no wonder that the 7 half-step land deities have all fallen. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Huh? When the young Taoist priest heard this, he immediately panicked. "Master, the Tang Tian is so strong. Will he realize that we're secretly divining about him?" "Impossible?" When the old Taoist heard this, a proud look appeared on his face. Although this old Taoist can't calculate the information of the Tang Empire's celestial being, the breath-concealing technique passed down by the Tianji sect shocked the previous era of the vitality tide. Even if an earth immortal is in front of me, he won't be able to detect it. As the old age Taoist priest spoke, his gaze casually looked at the other places in the Lucky Inn. However, This glance made the old-age Taoist's voice come to an abrupt halt. His face instantly turned pale as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The young Taoist priest next to him felt strange. He followed the old-age Taoist priest's gaze and was similarly frightened. At the entrance of the Lucky Inn, a slender and tall figure slowly walked in. With every step the figure took, an inexplicable aura shrouded the surroundings, causing everyone in the inn to fall into silence. Thump. 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 The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, as if they were stepping on the old-age Taoist priest's heart. Under the old-age Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest's incredulous gaze, the figure that slowly walked into the inn stopped in front of them. Then, the figure casually sat opposite them and looked at the two of them calmly. "Are you the one spying on me? P.S. Begging for votes at the beginning of the month, Tangwa Tian?" The old-age Taoist priest's face stiffened and was full of bitterness. He never thought that even the famous breath-holding skill of the Tianji sect in the last essential Qi-Tide era could not hide from Su Qin. This was the breath-holding skill that even Earth immortals could not lock onto. As a result, when he was in front of Su Qin, not only did he fail to avoid Su Qin's perception, but he also came to find him. In a flash, the old-age Taoist priest thought a lot, and finally got up, bowed respectfully to Su Qin, and said, "Tianji Zi of the Tianji sect greets the celestial being." "He's from the Tangwa Tian?" The young Taoist priest next to him felt his scalp tingle. Although he had already seen Su Qin from afar on the walls of the imperial palace, that was just a sneak peek. But now, Su Qin had directly appeared in front of him. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. For example, even if Su Qin did not release any aura, just standing there, the young Taoist priest could not breathe, and his genuine essence and divine thoughts were almost stagnant, as if he was not facing a human, but a prehistoric divine beast. Tianji sect? Su Qin sat casually on a sandalwood chair in the Lucky Inn and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the overseas martial arts world, the Tianji sect was very special. It did not belong to any of the upper sects, and there were not many disciples in this sect, but it pursued the divination of Tianji and wanted to calculate all the lives of the world with its own strength. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the Tianji sect were basically obsessed with the divination method, and did not get involved in the mortal world or compete for foreign things. Decades ago, the overseas martial arts world spread the news of the land of great battle, and Ruan Qing came to Chang'an City because of this. It was because Tianji Zi of the Tianji sect had divined the land of great battle. It's interesting. Su Qin smiled and gently tapped on the table with his right hand. Suddenly, the people in the inn, who were almost condensed, recovered in an instant, as if they did not notice at all, and were still talking there. "This is?" When Tianji saw this, his body trembled. If it were other peak mythics, they might not have noticed anything, but Tianji could vaguely sense that Su Qin had used the power of his primordial spirit to forcibly freeze the minds of everyone in the inn. This was the reason why time seemed to have stopped. It wasn't that time had truly stopped. Instead, everyone's minds had been frozen. In fact, everyone's blood was still beating. Even so, the power of Su Qin's soul was unimaginably powerful to be able to silently freeze the minds of at least hundreds of people. This was not killing hundreds of people with the power of the Yuan spirit. Instead, it was freezing the minds of hundreds of people. The difficulty of the latter was countless times greater than the former. "Speak. Why did the Heaven's Secret sect come here?" Su Qin said unhurriedly. If Tianji had come to Chang'an City openly, Su Qin would not have bothered to pay attention to him. However, Tianji had concealed his aura and was sneakily spying on Su Qin. This naturally aroused Su Qin's interest. "I just want to see if the celestial came from that place." Tianji hesitated for a moment and immediately said, "If we offend the celestial, my Tianji sect is willing to offer up treasures. We hope the celestial can forgive us." Tianji's tone was extremely sincere. In fact, Tianji had no choice. Su Qin could even kill 7 half-step Earth immortals, let alone the Heaven's Secret sect. If Tianji dared to provoke Su Qin, the entire Heaven's Secret sect would probably usher in the end, just like the Wanjian school. "That place? What place?" Su Qin's expression changed slightly. When Tianjizi heard this, he asked cautiously, "Do you know about the immortal sect?" Immortal sect? Su Qin's eyes flickered slightly. This was the second time Su Qin had heard about the immortal sect. The first time was when the Wanjian school was destroyed, and the old man Fei Yu took the initiative to tell Su Qin where the immortal sect had once appeared. According to the old man Fei Yu, the immortal sect contained the secret to breaking through to the earth immortal level. For thousands of years, every earth immortal would search the world in their later years to find the immortal sect and try to unravel the secret of the immortal sect. According to Su Qin's guess, the immortal sect should be related to the previous era of vitality. As for the specific relationship and what kind of existence the immortal sect was, it was not clear. After all, even the old man Fei Yu knew little about the immortal sect. So you do know about the immortal sect? Could it be that you really came from the immortal sect? Tianjizi's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Su Qin's reaction, and there was a trace of excitement in his tone. Why do you think so? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and there was no change in his expression as he looked at Tianjizi and said faintly. The birth of the celestial beings suppressed the overseas martial arts world, and before that, there was no trace of them. You must know that the cultivation of a martial artist is, after all, a step-by-step process, but the celestial beings have infinitely shortened this process. Other than having something to do with the legendary immortal sect, I really can't think of any other reason. Tianjizi said honestly. Of course, Tianjizi did not mention the most important point. Since Su Qin was born, he had killed almost all the major sections. In a way, Su Qin was definitely not from a major sect. If a martial artist who was not from a major sect wanted to become an earth immortal, he would have to consume a sea of resources and compete with many overseas major sects for martial arts cultivation resources. In the past hundreds of years, the Tianji sect had never heard of Su Qin. Under all kinds of speculations, only Su Qin came from the legendary immortal sect, which could explain all this. I'm not from the immortal sect. Su Qin shook his head. With his current strength that was comparable to an earth immortal, there was no need to use the name of the immortal sect. The celestial beings are not from the immortal sect? When Tianjizi heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Tianjizi did not doubt Su Qin's words. With Su Qin's strength, there was no need to lie to him. Tell me about the immortal sect. Su Qin looked up at Tianjizi and said. Yes. Tianjizi thought for a while, as if organizing his words, and said in a deep voice, the immortal sect is a backup plan left behind by several supreme powerhouses in the last vitality tide era to fight against the silence of vitality and the withering of all things. A backup plan of several supreme powerhouses? Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. This was in line with Su Qin's guess. Originally, Su Qin suspected that the so-called immortal sect was related to the supreme powerhouses like the War God Temple. Above the Earth Immortal is the supreme powerhouse, but the supreme powerhouse is not the name of this realm. It is just a description of a certain realm. For example, the Buddhist Arhat is called the Venerable, and the Earth Immortal is called the Celestial. At this point, Tianjizi's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, the realm after the Earth Immortal is called the Void-Breaking Realm. Void-Breaking Realm? Su Qin's expression did not change, but waves slowly rose in his heart. The so-called Void-Breaking Realm was to shatter space. Powerhouses of this level could shatter the void with just a raise of their hand, just like the gods of creation. The supreme powerhouses of the Void-Breaking Realm had already begun to comprehend the power of space. It was by relying on the power of space that they could shatter the void. This was also the reason why only the supreme powerhouses could refine spatial magic treasures. Without the supreme powerhouse's comprehension of the power of space, how could they refine a spatial magic treasure that could accommodate a small part of the void? The heaven and earth essence chi is like a tide, rising and falling at times. The supreme powerhouses comprehended the power of space and naturally realized this early on. Therefore, in the previous Essence Chi Tide era, the few remaining supreme powerhouses joined forces to break through the void and opened up a small world outside the mortal world. When the Essence Chi Tide began to decline and the Dharma was about to wither, they sent their descendants in. The small world opened up by the supreme powerhouses was independent of the mortal world. Therefore, it was not affected by the Essence Chi Tide in the mortal world and could avoid the Dharma ending age when Essence Chi declined. As Tianjizi spoke, his tone was full of awe. Compared to the supreme power of the supreme powerhouses to open up small worlds, even the Earth Immortals were as insignificant as dust. In a way, the supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm were already considered true immortals. I see. Suqin nodded slightly, and some of the doubts in his mind were finally solved. For a long time, Suqin felt a little strange. Why was there almost no information about the supreme powerhouses in the world? The Empire of Tang was fine. After all, before the recovery of vitality, it was just a remote continent. However, overseas had thousands of years of heritage, especially witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down since the last Xianxia tide era, but there were still very few rumors related to the supreme powerhouses. Now it seemed that it was not that the major sects deliberately concealed information about the supreme powerhouses, but that they had little to do with the supreme powerhouses and could not come into contact with the real supreme powerhouses. As early as thousands of years ago, the supreme powerhouses had brought their descendants and related people into the small world opened up to avoid the Dharma-ending age when the vitality declined. The small world called Immortal Gate was painstakingly opened up by the supreme powerhouses. Even if it could not maintain the concentration of vitality and spiritual vigor during the heyday of the vitality tide, it was not far from enough to sustain the breakthrough of the Earth Immortals and even the supreme powerhouses. This was also the reason why the past generations of Earth Immortals searched the world to find the Immortal Gate in their later years. It was because only in the Immortal Gate would there be sufficient vitality and spiritual vigor for the Earth Immortals to break through. Moreover, because the supreme powerhouses had entered the Immortal Gate to avoid the decline of vitality, of course, they would not leave any important inheritance outside. Under the stillness of vitality, the environment of heaven and earth had become unfavorable for cultivation. Even if there was a heavenly divine art, it was meaningless. Immortal Gate? Suqin repeated these two words in a low voice. Originally, Suqin thought that the Immortal Gate would be the name of a sect or a place, but he did not expect that the Immortal Gate was a small world opened up by the joint efforts of the supreme powerhouses to break through the void. It was simply a big deal. However, Xianxia hesitated for a moment and continued. Although the Immortal Gate is a small world opened up by the supreme powerhouses, it is only a small world. There is a big difference between it and the human world. The vitality and spiritual vigor are not endless. According to the speculation of the Xianxia sect's founder, when the vitality tide recovers again, the Immortal Gate will reopen. At that time, the creatures in the Immortal Gate will once again rule the world. Oh? Suqin's gaze sharpened. The Immortal Gate was a small world created by a few supreme experts during the previous Vital Chi Tide era. It was similar to an otherworldly paradise. In order to avoid being affected by the stillness of vitality in the mortal world, the Immortal Gate should be completely isolated from the outside world. However, Suqin thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The supreme powerhouses could shatter the void with a raise of their hand, and they were so powerful that they could even open up worlds. But in fact, how could the worlds opened up by the supreme powerhouses compare to the vast mortal world? If the mortal world was in a period of stillness, such a small world would naturally be a holy land for cultivation, enough for the immortals and even the supreme powerhouses to cultivate. But when the vitality began to recover and transition to the heyday, the small world would naturally be far inferior to the mortal world. Otherwise, in the last vitality tide era, the supreme powerhouses should have gone to the small world early instead of waiting until the vitality began to die down. How many supreme powerhouses entered the Immortal Gate back then? Suqin pondered for a while and asked. In the heyday of the last vitality tide recovery, there were 7 supreme powerhouses who dominated the world. 2 of them were watched by a demon god in the depths of the cave world during the final battle with the cave world and escaped with serious injuries. The remaining 5 supreme powerhouses entered the Immortal Gate with their respective sects. At this point, Xianxia paused for a while and continued, however, in addition to the 5 supreme powerhouses and their sects, other forces also entered the Immortal Gate. Are you clear about the current situation in the Immortal Gate? Suqin asked casually. The Immortal Gate is completely separated from the mortal world. Even the people inside the Immortal Gate would find it extremely difficult to come out, let alone the people outside. Although my Tianji sect can calculate the heavenly secrets, the Immortal Gate is suppressed by the aura of the supreme powerhouses, and karma is not involved. At this point, Tianjizi didn't go on. Obviously, the means of the supreme powerhouses were too powerful. They could even shatter the void, let alone block the calculation of the Tianji sect. But after so many years, no matter how the immortal gate has changed, the sects left behind by the 5 supreme powerhouses should still exist. Tianjizi said with certainty. The celestial sects were established by powerful cultivators. 10,000 years had passed, and even if the most powerful cultivator died of old age, the methods he left behind were enough to ensure that the sect he left behind was in charge of the celestial sects. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been more than 10 land immortals from overseas, but none of them have entered the immortal sect? Suqin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. Celestial, you must be joking. Tianjizi shook his head and said, the celestial sect and even the small worlds created by the experts piercing through the void are not in the mortal world. If you want to forcefully enter the celestial sect from the mortal world, you have to use your physical body to traverse a void passage. However, the void passage is filled with the power of space. Apart from those who have mastered the power of space, even 100 Earth immortals would die if they went there. A trace of helplessness appeared on Tianjizi's face. Of course, coming out of the immortal sect is definitely not that dangerous, but it's not easy either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single person from the immortal sect who hasn't stepped into the human world for 10,000 years. I see. Suqin said thoughtfully. If it were other land immortals, even a peak land immortal like Lord Donghai, they would never dare to touch the void passage. But Suqin was different. Suqin had the picture of the Great Sun. Once he cultivated the picture of the Great Sun to great mastery, he would be able to transform into the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the 3-legged golden crow. And with the physique of the 3-legged golden crow, even if it was just a cub, how could it be afraid of the power of space? Even if it was far from reaching great mastery in the picture of the Great Sun, Suqin also had the War God Temple. The War God Temple was a spatial treasure left behind by a supreme expert, and unlike other spatial treasures, the War God Temple could accommodate living beings. If Suqin was in the War God Temple and then controlled the War God Temple to traverse the void passage, there would be no problem. Next, Suqin asked Tianjizi a few more questions. Tianjizi naturally answered everything he knew, and even took the initiative to answer some questions that Suqin didn't ask. Although the Tianjizi sect didn't compete for external objects, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. In front of a celestial like Suqin, even Tianjizi had to be obedient. Okay. You can go back. After Suqin got the information he wanted, he waved his hand and said. Go back? Can we go back? Tianjizi calmed down and was overjoyed. Thank you for your kindness, Celestial. My Tianjizi sect will always remember your kindness. Tianjizi hurriedly bowed to Suqin. One must know that Tianjizi secretly spied on Suqin and tried to use the divination secret technique to see the details of Suqin's background. This kind of behavior was extremely offensive in a short period of time. It wouldn't be too much even if Suqin killed them on the spot. After all, no expert would be willing to have their secrets spied on by others. And with Suqin's permission, Tianjizi and the young Taoist quickly left Chang'an City. Inside the imperial palace, Suqin walked slowly on the shaded path. According to Tianjizi, there are at least 5 inheritances left behind by the supreme experts in the immortal sect. Suqin thought slowly in his mind. If the inheritances left behind by the 5 supreme experts were to spread to the overseas martial arts world, it would definitely set off stormy waves. Even many of the major sects would tremble in fear. This was the inheritance left behind by the supreme experts. Even the great sects like witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down for thousands of years and had supreme treasures in their sects, were insignificant and not worth mentioning in the face of the supreme experts' inheritance. But no matter how strong the supreme experts are, there is still a Shouyuan limit. Earth immortals can live for thousands of years, but the supreme experts Shouyuan can only live for 3,000 to 5,000 years at most. Now that 10,000 years have passed since the last Vitality Tide era, the supreme experts of the first generation should have died of old age. As for whether they were born later, Suqin shook his head. Perhaps the immortal sect was full of vitality and was close to the peak of the vitality tide, but to break through the void and become a supreme expert, one not only needed vitality, but also needed to comprehend the true great Tao of heaven and earth. This was something that only the human world could satisfy. As for the small world of the immortal sect, in Su Qin's eyes, it was at most vaster than the war god temple and had more vitality. It could satisfy the cultivation needs of earth immortals and even supreme experts, but it was far from enough to cross a major realm. But since the immortal sect is a small world, then some of my plans will have to be changed. Su Qin touched his chin. Originally, Su Qin planned to go to the immortal sect, then sign in at the immortal sect and collect all the Tao accumulations that had accumulated there for thousands of years. But now, it seemed that it would not be possible. Because the immortal sect was not a place, it was a small world. The place Su Qin wanted to sign in was all the places in the immortal sect that might have Tao accumulations. In this way, it would take a lot more time. However, for Su Qin, what he did not lack the most now was time. Once he stepped into the earth immortal realm, Shouyuan would increase by at least 1,000 years. Coupled with the immortal peach, Shouyuan would reach at least 3,000 years. In terms of Shouyuan alone, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme experts. Just as Su Qin was thinking about the immortal sect. Deep in the sea, above a valley shrouded in dark clouds, lightning kept falling as if it would never end. If there was a legend here, they would definitely recognize that this was one of the 9 forbidden areas in the sea, the Thunder Valley. The so-called forbidden area was an area that, due to certain reasons, was formed by the natural evolution of heaven and earth, or man-made, was an area where ordinary creatures would definitely die if they entered. For example, the number 1 forbidden area in the sea, the crack of the abyss, was said to be connected to the underground cave world. Even earth immortals did not dare to approach it. The Thunder Valley was also one of the forbidden areas. The Thunder Valley naturally attracted heavenly lightning, and a large number of heavenly lightning fell at every moment. Ordinary legends would be affected by the heavenly lightning even if they approached it, let alone entering it. Even the disciples of Raytheon were afraid of the Thunder Valley. Although the disciples of Raytheon cultivated the Tao of Thunder, the lightning in the Thunder Valley was too huge. There were even traces of the 9th heaven divine thunder in the depths of the Thunder Valley, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that a certain earth immortal of Raytheon once went deep into the Thunder Valley, but not long after, he was seriously injured and came out. He barely recovered after 100 years of recuperation. Since then, this Thunder Tao earth immortal had regarded the Thunder Valley as the forbidden area of Raytheon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never allow the disciples of Raytheon to approach it. And at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the Thunder Valley, which was originally roaring with thunder. Behind this figure, there seemed to be thousands of thunder rumbling. Ha 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 ha. 300 years, I was trapped for 300 years. After the figure rushed out of the Thunder Valley, he looked up to the sky and laughed, but I still came out. The figure was a man. He was tall, but his clothes were tattered and simple, as if he had experienced hundreds of years. Behind the man, there was a 2-meter-long blade on his back. Vaguely, there were traces of purple thunder flowing around the blade. In addition, just as the man was laughing wildly, the void began to tremble. A vast and endless sea of vitality was attracted. In an instant, the void within a radius of hundreds of miles condensed and was under the man's control. Great Mastery Domain. This man was an earth immortal who had mastered the Great Mastery Domain. However, although I was trapped for 300 years, without these 300 years, I really might not be able to enter the earth immortal realm so easily. The man took a deep breath, as if he was enjoying something. Even if the man was extremely talented and was known as the most likely existence to enter the earth immortal realm in 1,000 years, it was only the most likely. Whether or not he could become an earth immortal was still uncertain. Perhaps he would encounter a bottleneck and be trapped for 100 years before reaching the limit of Shouyuan. Huh? Has the vitality tide begun to recover? Not long after the man came out, he sensed the vitality that began to boil in the void. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Forget it. It's time to return to Raytheon. I wonder if there is anyone in the world who remembers the name Lei Xuanzi after 300 years. The man's eyes flickered with lightning, as if a thunder god had descended to the world, suppressing the world. Raytheon. As one of the major sects overseas, Raytheon had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and occupied a vitality-gathering node as the location of the sect. The vitality of heaven and earth was like a tide, rising and falling, and there were also differences in concentration. The so-called vitality-gathering node was the place where the vitality of heaven and earth naturally gathered. Within the range of the node, it was filled with extremely rich vitality of heaven and earth and spiritual vigor. Compared to the vitality gathered by the heaven and earth great formation, this kind of vitality-gathering node was more beneficial for the martial artist's cultivation, and even had a hint of the last vitality recovery era. Unfortunately, looking at the entire overseas, there were no more than 5 vitality-gathering nodes. The Xianxia and Wanjian school were not qualified to occupy them at all. Only the major sects like Raytheon, which had a lot of heritage and treasures to suppress, had the confidence to own them. However, at this moment, outside Raytheon's gate of 10,000, many Raytheon disciples who were patrolling looked lost and absent-minded. "Senior Brother Liu, is that celestial from the Tang Empire really that strong? Forcing me, Raytheon, to give up 3 pounds of Thunder Origin stones?" A thin Raytheon disciple could not help but ask. Su Qin's reprimanding of several major sect masters on the imperial city had been witnessed by countless people and could not be hidden at all. The Raytheon disciples naturally heard about it. In the eyes of many disciples, Raytheon stood overseas and looked down on all living beings. How majestic was it, but at this moment, it was submissive in front of the Tangwatian people and even did not hesitate to give up 3 pounds of Thunder Origin stones to apologize to the Tangwatian people. Such behavior naturally made many Raytheon disciples feel extremely aggrieved. As Raytheon disciples, they had always been the ones to bully others. When had they ever been wronged like this? Sigh. The Raytheon disciple named Senior Brother Liu sighed and shook his head. "You don't know what it means to be a celestial." A celestial being was also an earth immortal. Even in the overseas martial arts world, it was hard to find one in 1,000 years. Even Raytheon's most talented martial artist, Lei Xuanzi, only had the highest chance of becoming an earth immortal. He was not guaranteed to become one. Even during the heyday of the last vitality tide, when there were powerful people dominating the world, earth immortals could also dominate a region and were well-deserved powerhouses, let alone now. I, Raytheon, have a supreme treasure to suppress it. There was once an earth immortal who tried to kill me, but wasn't he still blocked in the end? Why should we be afraid of the Tangwatian? The thin and weak disciple of Raytheon was unconvinced. Although earth immortals were invincible in the world, Raytheon was not to be trifled with. Even if they could not compete with an earth immortal head-on, they should not be so servile. When Senior Brother Liu heard this, he was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, "The Tangwatian is different from other earth immortals." Different? What's the difference? When the rest of the Raytheon disciples heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Although Senior Brother Liu was only a patrolling disciple, his identity was not ordinary. He was the descendant of one of the Raytheon elders. Maybe he could get other information from that elder. I've only heard my granduncle mention it. When Senior Brother Liu said this, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Ordinary earth immortals lead the vitality sea with their primordial spirit. They are one with the heavens, and their aura is mighty. But the heavenly being from the Empire of Tang has never shown the aura of being one with the heavens. In other words, the Tangwatian has never borrowed the power of the vitality sea. According to my speculation, this celestial of the Tang Empire has not shown his true strength at all. Senior Brother Liu calmed himself down and paused for a while before he dared to continue. What do you think I, Raytheon, should do in the face of an unfathomable heavenly being who hides most of his strength? What? The Tangwatian has never shown his true strength? Many of the Raytheon disciples were shocked. If what Senior Brother Liu said was true, it meant that even when the 7 half-step earth immortals of the major sects joined forces to kill Su Qin, they did not force him to use much of his strength. He did not even use the power of the vitality sea. But how was that possible? Although there was a huge gap between a half-step earth immortal and a true earth immortal, an earth immortal would still have to make a move if he wanted to kill 7 half-step earth immortals. If an earth immortal was in the state of being one with the heavens, he would be able to draw the power of the Vitality Sea and shock the world. In my opinion, the strength of the Tanghua Tian has surpassed that of an ordinary earth immortal. Otherwise, why would the witchcraft and the Snow God Palace do the same? Senior Brother Lu let out a long sigh. In fact, Senior Brother Lu did not witness the battle where Su Qin killed the 7 half-step earth immortals with his own eyes. He only speculated based on the information he obtained and the reactions of the major sects such as Raytheon and the witchcraft. In Senior Brother Lu's opinion, if it were not for Su Qin's terrifying strength, the major sects would not have taken the initiative to apologize. While the disciples of Raytheon were chatting with their heads lowered and were shocked by Senior Brother Lu's words, a calm voice suddenly rang out. A Tanghua Tian? There's a heavenly being in this era? Who is it? Senior Brother Lu frowned and looked into the distance. He saw a tall figure in tattered clothes standing there quietly with a 2-meter-long saber on his back. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Senior Brother Lu stared at the tall figure and said in a deep voice, the Tanghua Tian is invincible in the world. It's not only known by Raytheon but also the other major sects such as the witchcraft. Senior Brother Lu did not act rashly because he could see that the tall figure was not simple. Invincible in the world? The tall figure shook his head slightly and said, I didn't expect Raytheon to have declined to this extent. Although an earth immortal is powerful, they can't really ignore everything. How dare you look down on me, Raytheon? Senior Brother Lu glared. The words of the tall figure faintly revealed his disappointment in Raytheon, which made many Raytheon disciples look angry. How could the tall figure be qualified to judge Raytheon's actions? Is this contempt? The tall figure chuckled and said bluntly, who is the leader of this generation of Raytheon? Let him come out to see me. The tall figure had his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were tattered, he had an aura of heaven and earth. You want to see the leader? Senior Brother Lu's face changed and looked at the tall figure in surprise. There were only 2 possibilities for the tall figure to say that he wanted to see the leader of Raytheon. One, he really knew the leader, and the other, he was courting death. Senior Brother Lu instinctively felt that the tall figure was not the latter. Senior Brother Lu was already a 3rd heaven immortal. He could not see the depth of the tall figure, so he was at least a 4th or 5th heaven immortal. How could such a powerhouse come to die? For no reason? You wait. Senior Brother Lu's face changed, then he turned and walked towards the depths of Raytheon. A moment later, the leader of Raytheon hurried over. When he saw the tall figure, his face suddenly changed. He immediately stepped forward and bowed, greetings, Martial Uncle Lei Xuanzi. Lei Xuanzi? He is Lei Xuanzi who has been missing for 300 years? Many Raytheon disciples around were stunned and could not believe it. Senior Brother Lu, in particular, almost fell to the ground. Who was Lei Xuanzi? There wasn't a single disciple in the Thunder God cult who didn't know about him. As the most promising existence in the Thunder God cult to become a land immortal in the past 1,000 years, even if Lei Xuanzi had gone missing for 300 years, his fame was still circulating in the Thunder God cult. What happened in the past 300 years? And what's the matter with that Tanghua Tian? Lei Xuanzi said casually. Although he had heard some of the disciples talking just now, he did not know the details. Senior Brother Lei Xuanzi. A bitter expression appeared on the Thunder God sect master's face as he recounted everything that happened during the 300 years Lei Xuanzi had left. The first 200 years were peaceful, but a few decades ago, the appearance of the land of great battle and Su Qin's several attacks shook the entire overseas. The Thunder Ancestor is dead? Lei Xuanzi looked at the depths of Raytheon with a trace of coldness in his eyes. As the most talented person in Raytheon for thousands of years, Lei Xuanzi was naturally taught by the Thunder Ancestor. In fact, the relationship between Lei Xuanzi and the Thunder Ancestor was more like father and son. That's right. The Thunder Ancestor and the other 6 half-step Earth Immortals besieged the Empire of Tang, but they died in Chang'an City. The leader of Raytheon's voice was also depressed. It was that battle that made Raytheon, witchcraft, and the other major sects tremble in fear. They immediately went to Chang'an City to ask for forgiveness. The Tanghua Tian. Lei Xuanzi said softly, damn it. Uncle Master Lei Xuanzi. The leader of Raytheon's expression changed and stopped. Su Qin was an Earth immortal. If Lei Xuanzi's words were to spread, Raytheon would be in danger. Don't worry. I'll deal with that heavenly being from the Empire of Tang. Lei Xuanzi glanced at the leader of Raytheon and calmed down. Deal with the Tang Tian. The leader of Raytheon looked at Lei Xuanzi in disbelief. As for now, Lei Xuanzi ignored the leader of Raytheon. Instead, he looked at the entire Raytheon. The Thunder God Island is still too small. As soon as Lei Xuanzi finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the sky. Uncle Master, what are you doing? A terrifying conjecture faintly emerged in the Thunder God cult's head. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Lei Xuanzi raised his right hand. Suddenly, a vast sea of vitality chi appeared. Several small islands dozens of miles away rose into the air. They crossed the distance of dozens of miles and crashed into the Thunder God Island, expanding the size of the Thunder God Island. Suddenly, the entire Raytheon was shaken. Countless Raytheon's disciples and even their ancestors felt the world shaking as if it was the end of the world. Filling the sea and creating land. This is filling the sea and creating land. The leader of Raytheon's hands trembled as he looked at Lei Xuanzi, who was like a god, and said with a trembling voice. The rest of the Raytheon's disciples were also shocked. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Raytheon was going to produce another Earth immortal. Lei Xuanzi had appeared. When Lei Xuanzi used his great magical power to fill the sea and create land, it immediately shocked the entire overseas martial Dao world. As a peerless powerhouse who dominated the overseas region 300 years ago, Lei Xuanzi was known as the existence who was most likely to enter the Earth immortal realm in the past 1,000 years. If it wasn't for his inexplicable disappearance and the lack of news for 300 years, with Lei Xuanzi's talent, he would have already begun to break through to the Earth immortal realm. Is it true? Lei Xuanzi has appeared? It must be true, and Lei Xuanzi has already become an Earth immortal. That's right. In just a few days, the Thunder God Island where Raytheon is located has expanded by 100 miles. With such means, other than an Earth immortal who can fill the sea and create land with his great magical power, who else can do it? Lei Xuanzi has appeared at this time and stepped into the Earth immortal realm. This world is going to change. Countless people looked at Raytheon, the most talented disciple of Raytheon who had disappeared for 300 years. Compared to Su Qin who appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the world, Lei Xuanzi was a disciple of a great sect who had walked step by step to the peak. Although he had disappeared for 300 years, his fame was still spread overseas. Not only had such an existence appeared, but he had also stepped into the Earth immortal realm. One could imagine the impact it would cause. Will Lei Xuanzi fight with the Tang Tian? Many martial artists were discussing. Su Qin had killed 7 half-step Earth immortals, and one of them was Raytheon's Thunder ancestor. If Lei Xuanzi hadn't appeared, Raytheon wouldn't have dared to take revenge on Su Qin. But now, Raytheon suddenly had an Earth immortal, and the situation was different. There are 2 heavenly beings in the world right now. This is a golden age that has never happened in thousands of years. Some of the legends sighed. Since the end of the last vitality tide, it had been tens of thousands of years. The vitality chi of heaven and earth had been silent, and all kinds of dharma had withered. It was hard to find an Earth immortal expert in 1,000 years, let alone 2 Earth immortals existing in the same era. Just as many overseas cultivators were discussing this matter, a piece of news suddenly came from Raytheon. 7 days later, Lei Xuanzi will go to Chang'an in person to meet the Tang Tian. When the news spread, the entire overseas martial arts world was once again in an uproar. Obviously, Lei Xuanzi's visit to the Celestial of the Empire of Tang in 7 days was not a special visit. One should know that Su Qin had killed Raytheon's half-step Earth immortal patriarch. Although he had not completely fallen out with Raytheon, it was not far from that. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that Lei Xuanzi had other motives for paying a visit to Su Qin. Perhaps he wanted to use this opportunity to settle the score with Su Qin. In the witchcraft sect. The sect master of the witchcraft sect and several patriarchs were sitting cross-legged. Lei Xuanzi has become an Earth immortal? A wrinkled patriarch said slowly with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Originally, the Tangwa Tian had dominated the world as an Earth Immortal, which was enough to shock them. But now, there was another Earth Immortal? Moreover, it was Lei Xuanzi who had disappeared for 300 years? Lei Xuanzi and the Tangwa Tian are bound to fight. Suddenly, another patriarch of the witchcraft sect spoke. This is not only because the Tangwa Tian killed Raytheon's half-step Earth Immortal, but also because of the Land of Great Battles. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the patriarchs were shocked. If the Land of Great Battle hadn't appeared and the vitality tide hadn't recovered, there might not have been a conflict between the two Earth Immortals. After all, Earth Immortals wouldn't easily make a move, especially between two Earth Immortals, because it was not worth it at all. But it was different now. Whether it was the beginning of the recovery of the vitality tide or the appearance of the Land of Great Battles, they all showed the arrival of a great era in the future. In particular, the Land of Great Battles gathered the core of the entire vitality tide era. Even the strongest would be jealous, let alone the Earth Immortals. Now that the Tangwa Tian occupied most of the areas in the Land of Great Battles, if Lei Xuanzi was interested in the Land of Great Battles, a battle with the Tangwa Tian would be unavoidable. I didn't expect that I would be able to see two Earth Immortals fight in my lifetime. A witchcraft patriarch was full of emotion. Before the recovery of the vitality tide, although there were constant battles in the overseas martial arts world, many major sects had a tacit understanding to maintain a balance. Even if there was a battle, it was only between the younger generation. As for the peak mythical realm, there were very few opportunities for them to fight, let alone between Earth Immortals. For many eras, there were no Earth Immortals born. As for the battle between Earth Immortals, it was even more impossible. But now, the appearance of Lei Xuanzi and the Tangwa Tian had created the possibility of a battle between Earth Immortals. If the Tangwa Tian and Lei Xuanzi were to fight, who would win? The third witchcraft patriarch could not help but ask. Although whether Su Qin or Lei Xuanzi won had nothing to do with his witchcraft, this was ultimately a battle between Earth Immortals. Everyone wanted to know who was stronger. According to the battle record, the Tangwa Tian easily killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals. Even in the diviner realm, they shouldn't be considered weak. But Lei Xuanzi is a descendant of Raytheon. He has mastered Raytheon's various inheritances, and the Tao of Thunder is good at attacking and destroying. The witchcraft patriarchs kept talking. In the end, they came to a conclusion. In terms of realm, Su Qin should be stronger, but in terms of fighting ability, Lei Xuanzi was better. In other words, if the Tangwa Tian and Lei Xuanzi were to fight, the winner would probably be Lei Xuanzi. After 7 days, we will also go to Chang'an City to watch this rare battle. The patriarch who spoke first said with a frown. As soon as he said that, the other patriarchs nodded in agreement. For these old farts who were close to Shou Yuan, their hopes of going further had long been cut off. If they could watch the battle between higher-level experts, their lives would not be in vain. It was not just the witchcraft. At this moment, the Snow God Palace, Xianxia, and many other major sects, as well as countless overseas mythical warriors, were paying attention to this matter. Lei Xuanzi wants to meet the third brother? The Emperor of Tang was puzzled when he heard the news. Who is Lei Xuanzi? Your Majesty. The Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect said bitterly, Lei Xuanzi is the most talented descendant of Raytheon 300 years ago. Now, he has even stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. Earth Immortal realm? Doesn't that mean he's the same as the third brother? When the Emperor of Tang heard this, he immediately realized that things were not going well. This is indeed troublesome. The Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect had a grave expression. An Earth Immortal was not something a half-step Earth Immortal could compare to. Su Qin could easily kill 7 half-step Earth Immortals, but if he faced a real Earth Immortal, he would not be able to finish the battle in a few moves. He might even have to fight to the death. Those who could become Earth Immortals were all talented geniuses. None of them were weaker than the other. What should we do now? Should we tell the third brother? The Emperor of Tang paced back and forth and asked in a deep voice. We have no choice now. We can only wait. The Lao Dao master of the Daoyi sect shook his head. When it came to a battle between two Earth Immortals, even thousands of peak mythical warriors would not affect the outcome of the battle. Hence, no matter how worried they were, they could not change anything. The only thing they could do was to wait silently for the result. Lei Xuanzi? Come and meet me in 7 days? In front of the East Palace, Su Qin, who was dressed in black, had a calm gaze. He was not worried at all. With the golden crow divine body, even if Su Qin had not taken that step, he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with an earth immortal. Not to mention that Su Qin was now trying to break through to the earth immortal realm. It just so happens that 7 days later, I can test how strong I really am. Su Qin shook his head and stopped paying attention. At this moment, Su Qin's entire attention was focused on breaking through to the earth immortal realm. Even his incarnation in the outside world was focused on it. As for Lei Xuanzi's visit, he did not care about Su Qin at all. Time passed slowly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before this day, countless martial artists from overseas had arrived outside Chang'an City. They wanted to see the shocking battle between two earth immortals with their own eyes. Even the great sects were no exception. Some of the great sect's sect masters had even arrived a few days in advance to wait. Finally, on this day, everyone saw a tall figure walking over step by step. This tall figure carried a 2-meter-long blade on his back. Although he was walking quietly and unhurriedly, it was as if the entire sea of vitality was being affected. An inexplicable aura filled the surroundings. Lei Xuanzi. He's Lei Xuanzi. Many martial artists stared at Lei Xuanzi with burning eyes. Is this an earth immortal? As expected, he's unbelievably powerful. Even if he doesn't reveal any aura, his natural state of being one with the heavens is enough to make any pinnacle myth unable to resist. Some martial artists were full of amazement as they whispered to themselves. That's right. The other martial artists nodded in agreement. The aura Lei Xuanzi was displaying was completely different from a pinnacle myth or even a half-step earth immortal. If a half-step earth immortal gave them a great sense of oppression, this sense of oppression was brought about by the huge gap in strength. However, at this moment, Lei Xuanzi gave them a sense of grandeur and shock. This feeling did not come from his strength, but from the entire world. Under everyone's gaze, Lei Xuanzi walked dozens of miles in one step and finally stopped outside Chang'an City. An instant ago, everyone shut their mouths and quieted down. The entire area outside Chang'an City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Lei Xuanzi, wanting to know what he would do next. Raytheon, Lei Xuanzi, greets the Tangwa Tian. Lei Xuanzi's voice was extremely deep and powerful. It instantly reached everyone's ears. Time passed. A moment later, there was no response from Chang'an City. It was as if Lei Xuanzi was completely ignored. Hee. Seeing this scene, Lei Xuanzi's face turned cold. Since the heavenly beings don't want to see me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Lei Xuanzi's body. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring at the same time, as if they were going to destroy the world. When the other martial artists outside Chang'an City heard this, their scalps went numb. Although Lei Xuanzi's words were said very calmly, he was openly threatening Su Qin. Just as the martial artists were staring at Chang'an City with pale faces, wanting to see how Su Qin would react. Bam! The city gate closest to where Lei Xuanzi was standing suddenly opened. Along with it was a calm voice that did not fluctuate at all. Come in and accept your death. P.S. Requesting monthly votes, come in and accept your death. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Even Lei Xuanzi, who had a calm and deep expression, had an ugly look on his face. Ever since Lei Xuanzi used his great magical power to fill the sea and create land on Thunder God Island, and forcibly expanded Thunder God Island by 100 miles, who in the entire overseas martial arts world didn't know that Lei Xuanzi was an earth immortal? Su Qin didn't hide the fact that he wanted an earth immortal to come in and accept his death. Looking at the history of the overseas, there was probably no other person like him. One had to know that this was an earth immortal, not some random cat or dog. Every earth immortal was an invincible peerless figure who suppressed the world. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, earth immortals were enough to dominate a region. Peak earth immortals like Lord Donghai even occupied the East Sea and wantonly enslaved the demon race. Don't the Tangwatian people know that Lei Xuanzi has already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm? How is that possible? Not to mention that the news of Lei Xuanzi filling the sea and creating land has long spread. Even if the Tangwatian people really don't know, Lei Xuanzi has already come here. Under the sensing of his aura, how can the Tangwatian people not notice? Many martial artists who were looking from afar whispered to each other. For example, an earth immortal like Lei Xuanzi, his physical body and primordial spirit had already been tempered by the vitality sea in the depths of the void. To some extent, he was already above ordinary creatures. In the face of such an existence, fourth or fifth heaven immortal martial artists were still fine. At most, they would only feel that it was unfathomable. However, once they stepped into the sixth heaven or even the peak mythical realm, they would be able to sense how terrifying an earth immortal's aura was. The kind of aura that seemed to be one with heaven and man and represented the entire world was enough to collapse the divine sense of an ordinary peak mythical realm. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at it. A peak mythical realm could feel the terror of an earth immortal, let alone an existence like Su Qin who was equivalent to an earth immortal. Perhaps as early as Lei Xuanzi's entry into the battlefield, he had already alarmed the people of the Tangwatian. But even so, after the Tangwatian knew about Lei Xuanzi's strength, he still said, "Come in and accept your death." Such behavior was simply inconceivable. Outside Chang'an City, Lei Xuanzi regained his composure. He glanced at the depths of Chang'an City, took a step forward, and disappeared. He went in. Lei Xuanzi went in. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch later. Let's hide further away. If the shockwaves from the battle between the two celestial professors sweep over, we won't be able to survive even if we have 10 lives. Countless martial artists looked solemn as they retreated several miles. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked toward Chang'an City. The same was true even for the major sections. Lei Xuanzi's visit to the Tangwatian made even ordinary martial artists who didn't know anything realize that something was wrong. In addition, the Tangwatian people had unabashedly come in and accept your death. The confrontation between the two celestial beings had probably begun long ago. Outside the palace, Su Qin, dressed in black, stood in the air, looking down at Lei Xuanzi who was slowly approaching. His eyes were deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking. You Tangwatian people, you let me come in and accept my death. I'd like to see what you have to kill an earth immortal. Lei Xuanzi looked directly at Su Qin. His aura began to rise, like a bright thunderbolt, revealing traces of destructive aura. What do I have to kill you? Su Qin shook his head slightly and said, with my hands, of course. Haha. Lei Xuanzi's eyes were cold. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be concealed. The terrifying aura continued to spread. In an instant, large dark clouds gathered over the entire Chang'an City, and a vast and endless sea of vitality loomed. What a big tone. Lei Xuanzi's voice rumbled like thunder. I've been cultivating in the Thunder Valley for 300 years. I don't know how many life and death crises I've experienced. In the end, I comprehended the essence of the Thunder Valley and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm to get rid of it. Even the Thunder Valley, a forbidden area overseas, can't kill me. What do you Tangwatian people have to kill me? Lei Xuanzi's voice was like rolling thunder. It seemed that he was questioning Su Qin, but in fact, he was brewing his own aura. The confrontation between Earth Immortals, compared to the fight between mythical warriors, paid more attention to the level of the soul and primordial spirit. Mythical warriors only needed to determine the strength of their realm and physical body. Thunder Valley? I didn't expect Lei Xuanzi to be trapped in the Thunder Valley. Although the vast majority of martial artists stayed far away from Chang'an City to watch the battle for fear of being affected, there were still some bold martial artists who approached. In addition, the old ancestors of various major sects were also standing not far away. Thunder Valley, that's a forbidden area overseas, a forbidden area that even Earth Immortals may not necessarily enter. Lei Xuanzi actually stayed there for 300 years without dying, and even went one step further and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm? Some old ancestors looked up to the sky and sighed with emotion. There were 9 forbidden areas overseas. These 9 forbidden areas were all related to the recovery of the previous vitality tide, especially the first forbidden area, the Abyss, which was the final battlefield of the battle between humans and countless demons in the cave world. Not to mention mythical warriors, even Earth immortals would not approach these forbidden areas for no reason. Thunder Valley, on the other hand, was a valley full of heavenly thunder. In the depths of Thunder Valley, there was even the aura of the ninth heaven, divine thunder. Once, a certain Earth immortal of Raytheon wanted to use the power of Thunder Valley to cultivate, but in the end, he returned with serious injuries. One could imagine the horror of this kind of forbidden area. Many old ancestors never thought that Xianxia would have such a great opportunity. Just as many thoughts were going through their minds. Outside the imperial palace, Xianxia raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the 2-meter-long blade on his back. The world thinks that Thunder Valley is a forbidden area, and even the Earth immortals of my sect will be seriously injured if they enter it rashly. But in fact, in the last Vitality Tide era, Thunder Valley was a place of inheritance left behind by a supreme expert. The power of thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley is just a test left behind by the supreme expert. Xianxia's tone was indifferent, and he didn't care about telling this big secret. No one knew how much thunder and lightning had accumulated in Thunder Valley, and even the Earth immortals of Raytheon couldn't go deep, let alone others. Even if the world knew that Thunder Valley was the place of inheritance of a supreme expert, so what? Supreme expert? Su Qin's heart moved. The supreme expert could shatter space with a raise of his hand, and even break through the void and open up a small world, just like the Immortal Gate, to avoid the influence of the stagnant vitality. How was such a method different from the real gods and Buddhas? And now, Xianxia actually said that Thunder Valley was related to the supreme expert, and was even the place of inheritance left behind by a supreme expert. Naturally, it set off waves in Su Qin's heart. Xianxia didn't pay attention to Su Qin's expression at all. After he pulled out the 2-meter-long blade on his back, his face showed a trace of fanaticism. Do you know the origin of this blade? I have suffered in Thunder Valley for 300 years, and besides stepping into the Earth immortal realm, this is my biggest gain. This blade is a thunder blade, and it was forged by a supreme expert using a complete ninth heaven divine thunder. Although it is not a supreme treasure, it is very close to it. Xianxia held the 2-meter-long thunder blade in his right hand and waved it casually. Rip. When the sharp blade cut through the air, there seemed to be a light purple thunder in the void. It was not considered tearing the air, but it was terrifying. Xianxia didn't use any power of the thunder blade. He just waved it gently, and it caused this scene. From this, it could be seen how powerful the thunder power contained in the thunder blade was. Once it was fully unleashed, it was enough to threaten an Earth immortal. It has been more than 10,000 years. This thunder blade has been silent in Thunder Valley for more than 10,000 years. Now, I will let it drink the blood of a celestial. Xianxia's thunder became more and more blazing, as if a real thunder was contained in it. Its aura rose and expanded rapidly, and finally filled the world, as if a real thunder god had come to the world. At the same time, even the air within 100 miles was condensed. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth couldn't flow at all. Xianxia stood there. He was like a god in control of everything within 100 miles, and all power was under his control. Great success domain. If a pinnacle myth's micro-domain could only be maintained within a range of 100 feet, and the control of that range was only on the chi of heaven and earth, then the real great success domain of an Earth immortal not only soared to hundreds of miles, but in terms of control, it was far beyond the micro-domain. After Xianxia pulled out the blade, he didn't have any intention of holding back. He directly suppressed Su Qin with his great success domain. Although in Xianxia's eyes, Su Qin was also an Earth immortal and also had a great success domain to protect him, there were differences between great success domains. For example, Xianxia was an Earth immortal of the Thunder Dao. His great success domain was more aggressive, like a thunder snake approaching inch by inch. It's meaningless. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he took a step forward. Boom. This step seemed to have stepped on a certain point. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. He only felt that his great success domain was actually beginning to be unable to suppress Su Qin. Su Qin's step seemed to be unintentional, but in fact, it stepped on the foundation of Xianxia's great success domain. Fortunately, the great success domain was incomparably stable. Otherwise, if it was a micro-domain, it would have already begun to collapse. Xianxia suddenly roared, raised the thunder blade, and slashed at Su Qin without hesitation. Die. All of a sudden, the thunder blade in Xianxia's hand continued to soar, as if it had turned into a light purple ninth heaven divine thunder. It was as if heaven and earth were angry and had sent down thunder punishment to punish Su Qin. At this time, Xianxia directly poured all of his primordial spirit mana into the thunder blade, causing the ninth heaven divine thunder hidden in the depths of the thunder blade to be directly awakened. The terrifying divine thunder aura shook the world. Good. Su Qin's eyes were calm. His qi and blood began to boil. He took a step forward and punched at Xianxia, who was holding the thunder blade. Rumble. The void boiled and the primordial qi surged. The heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly began to shake. Su Qin stepped on the void, and his aura was vast and mighty like a god descending to the world. Suddenly, the calm void suddenly shook. The many patriarchs who were watching the battle not far away felt that the world was turning upside down, as if the end of the world was coming. P.S. Also, don't worry, I'm asking for monthly votes. Crack. Heaven and earth yuan qi exploded, especially Xianxia who was holding a lightning blade. In the end, the lightning blade was constantly twisting and turning into a resplendent purple lightning. It constantly pulsed and emitted a faint aura of great destruction. Even a lightning Dao land immortal might not be able to control the nine heavens' divine thunder. Xianxia relied on this thunder blade that was personally forged by a supreme expert to directly save on a large amount of accumulation. The nine heavens' divine thunder that he controlled was simply disdainful. Many patriarchs who were watching the battle were in awe. Compared to Xianxia, the 7 half-step earth immortals were like air. Although the 7 half-step land immortals had barely reached the threshold of a land immortal with their joint attack technique, a threshold was only a threshold. How could they compare to a land immortal in his prime? Is the Tanghua Tian planning to take on Xianxia's thunder blade with his body? Do you feel that the Tanghua Tian's aura is a little strange? It's weaker than last time. Maybe it's Xianxia's doing? Many patriarchs' divine thoughts were intertwined as they stared at the battlefield. The battle between the two earth immortals was constantly changing. Even the patriarchs at the peak of the myth realm could only watch the battle without daring to be distracted. Dong. The sound of a bronze bell rang. Su Qin's qi and blood boiled. Vaguely, it was as if a grand sun was burning in the depths of his eyes. He threw a punch at Xianxia's thunder blade. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the lightning blade that seemed to have transformed into a purple lightning snake seemed to be suppressed. It instantly shrunk and turned back into a lightning blade. Xianxia even took 2 steps back because of this. However, compared to Xianxia, Su Qin took 5 steps back and his aura became unstable. Although he calmed down immediately, the patriarchs who were watching the battle still noticed it. How vast was the aura of an earth immortal? In the eyes of these patriarchs, even the slightest ripple was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Not to mention, Su Qin's aura was almost unstable just now. Not good. The Tanghua Tian is actually at a disadvantage? Xianxia is too strong. He started to suppress the Tanghua Tian with just the first attack. He's indeed an earth immortal of lightning Dao. Many patriarchs widened their eyes and exclaimed in their hearts. Since Su Qin's appearance, he had always dominated the earth immortals. Even when 7 half-step earth immortals joined forces against Su Qin, they could still suppress them with ease. Since when did this happen? When the patriarchs saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to Su Qin being invincible, they were more inclined to believe that Xianxia could suppress everything. After all, Xianxia was a member of the Thunder God sect and could be considered to have some friendship with them. In the future, if some unimportant opportunities appeared in the battlefield, they might be able to drink some soup. How could they be like Su Qin, who was ruthless and directly drove them to the edge of the continent? At this moment, although Su Qin was at a disadvantage, he did not panic at all. Again, Su Qin stepped on the void and soared into the sky. He stood thousands of meters above the ground and no longer continued to attack Chang'an City. Xianxia was also boiling with fighting spirit. Through the move just now, Xianxia vaguely grasped the scope of Su Qin's strength. Although he was powerful, he was still weaker than him, who had been cultivating hard in Thunder Valley for 300 years. In an instant, the two of them once again clashed. Suqing's blood and qi rose, shrouded in red divine light, full of an aura that could burn all things, but Lei Xuanzi was even more powerful. He constantly used countless thunder secret arts, coupled with the thunder blade in his hand and the power of the ninth heaven divine thunder. He was like a thunder god that could not be looked directly at. Even though Su Qin had stimulated the power of his body many times, he still could not suppress Lei Xuanzi. On the contrary, every time Lei Xuanzi slashed out a thunder blade, he could force Su Qin to take a few steps back. The terrifying aura of the ninth heaven divine thunder pervaded between heaven and earth, terrifying beyond compare. Ha 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 ha. Tang Wutian, you're just SOSO. If you beg for mercy now, hand over the battlefield, and bow to me, Raytheon, I can spare your life. Lei Xuanzi laughed and temporarily slowed down his offensive, not forcing Su Qin too much. Although Lei Xuanzi relied on the thunder blade forged by a supreme expert and suppressed Su Qin with the ninth heaven divine thunder and had the upper hand, he still did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him. At Lei Xuanzi's level, which one of them was not a proud son of heaven, a peerless genius that could not be found in hundreds of millions of living beings? Although Su Qin was suppressed now, if he was forced into a corner and used all his power to attack desperately, Lei Xuanzi would have a headache. Once Su Qin really fought desperately, Lei Xuanzi did not think that he could stop him without paying any price. At that time, Lei Xuanzi would also have to use all his power. Even if he defeated Su Qin in the end, it would be a loss for him. As for avenging the Lei ancestor and the disciples of Raytheon who fell at the hands of Su Qin, Lei Xuanzi certainly would not forget, but that was under the premise of protecting himself. When Lei Xuanzi occupied the battlefield and used it to advance further, his strength surpassing Su Qin's, it would not be too late to take revenge. Is that so? Su Qin punched out, seizing the opportunity when Lei Xuanzi slowed down his offensive, and directly hit the thunder blade. Suddenly, the thunder blade in Lei Xuanzi's hand let out a mournful cry, and its aura began to weaken. Even if the thunder blade was forged from the ninth heaven divine thunder, after such a long battle just now, under the collision of Su Qin's blood and qi, it had also been greatly damaged. Now that it was hit by Su Qin's punch, it was even more damaged. Celestial of the Tang Empire, you forced me to do this. Lei Xuanzi was enraged. To him, the thunder blade wasn't just a weapon. The ninth heaven divine thunder and the thunder blade was a supreme treasure in the eyes of any lightning Dao land immortal. It could guide the lightning Dao land immortal's cultivation. Su Qin's punch not only hit the thunder blade, but also Lei Xuanzi's future path. How could Lei Xuanzi not be angry? If you don't know what's good for you, I'll hurt you severely even if I get hurt. Lei Xuanzi looked serious and the thunder blade in his hand suddenly let out endless purple auras. It was as bright and beautiful as a rainbow in the sky. Although the thunder blade was far less powerful than before, it was even more dangerous at the moment when the thunder energy was condensed to the extreme. It was enough to tear the air apart. Ordinary earth immortals would not dare to resist it and could only retreat. Go. As Lei Xuanzi waved his hand, the thunder blade instantly broke the hypersonic barrier and traveled 1,000 meters at a terrifying speed. It was as if a real ninth heaven divine thunder had struck. All the earth immortals felt a chill down their spines. This was Lei Xuanzi's real killing move. However, this move also consumed the origin energy of the thunder blade. If he used it too many times in a short time, the ninth heaven divine thunder and the thunder blade would be in danger of collapsing. If it was not a last resort, Lei Xuanzi would never use this move. At that moment, Su Qin's eyes seemed to be burning as he faced Lei Xuanzi's attack. The divine radiance that was released from his body began to burn. The fire was raging and it made him look like a fire god. Su Qin raised his hands and gathered all the energy in his body, clamping Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade between his hands. Ha ha ha. Tang Wutian, you've been fooled. Lei Xuanzi saw this and immediately burst into laughter. A second thunder blade appeared in his hand and he slashed at Su Qin. Rip. The light purple ninth heaven divine thunder boiled and turned into a dazzling sword light. It crossed the void and slashed at Su Qin's forehead. Whoosh. Su Qin's figure flashed and instantly appeared several li away, but it was already too late. the light purple saber light had finally slashed down. However, Su Qing's final dodge was not completely useless. At the very least, the area from his shoulder to his chest had withstood the saber strike. Crack! A large amount of blood spilled and a huge wound appeared on Su Qing's body. It was more than a meter long and cut through his shoulder and chest. The sword mark extended from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. Under this saber, he was almost split into two halves. Tang Wutian is going to lose. The rest of the patriarchs who were watching the battle saw this scene and their hearts sank. Su Qing's injury was too serious at this moment. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, his whole body would have been cut in half. Even so, Su Qing's energy was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, if it were other peak mythical legends, their body would have begun to collapse after suffering such an injury. They would not be like Su Qing, who was still hanging on to his last breath. Tang Wutian, how is the power of my attack? Lei Xuanzi's face turned pale and his energy was also weakened. Apparently, the two consecutive attacks and forced apart of the Thunder Blade's origin had a great impact on him. The power is not bad. But it's useless against me. Su Qing nodded slightly and looked at Lei Xuanzi. The next moment. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Su Qing's body began to recover. Countless drops of blood turned into particles and flowed into his body. Almost in a blink, he was restored to his original state. Divine power, flesh rebirth. How is this possible? Countless mythical warriors were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. They had never thought that Su Qing's body would recover so quickly after being almost cut in half. Although the body of an earth immortal was called the Dharma body after being replenished by the essence Qi Ocean, the stronger the body, the slower the recovery. Besides, Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade had not only almost cut his body in half, but also the energy of the divine thunder of the ninth heaven was like a maggot, constantly destroying the other parts of Su Qing's body. Could it be that this celestial of the Tang Empire is from the monster clan? A peak mythical ancestral patriarch's voice trembled. Not only was Su Qing's body powerful, but it also had such a terrifying recovery ability. The ancestral patriarchs really couldn't think of any other possibility except for the legendary monster race that dominated the body. While the ancestral patriarchs and many mythical warriors were shocked. Lei Xuanzi and Su Qing fought again. This time, Lei Xuanzi was apparently a little crazy. He began to throw caution to the wind and even used the thunder blade several times. Divine thunder of the ninth heaven, use me as the guide. Lei Xuanzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the lightning blade. In an instant, the sky dimmed as large amounts of dark clouds gathered. Vaguely, a purple lightning dragon was constantly churning within the dark clouds. Lei Xuanzi didn't hesitate to use half of his blood to summon the real divine thunder of the ninth heaven. It's over. Run. The ancestral patriarchs saw this scene and their hair stood on end. In front of the real divine thunder of the ninth heaven, even a trace of it was enough to doom them. Tang Wutian. Let's see how you recover this time. Lei Xuanzi laughed wildly. Under the bombardment of the divine thunder of the ninth heaven, Su Qing's body would be directly turned into powder. Lei Xuanzi didn't believe that Su Qing could recover under such circumstances. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang stood in front of the Taiji Palace and looked up with Su Yueyun at Su Qing, who was like a speck of dust under the vast purple thunder dragon. His face was full of despair. Even he, who was so far away, was suffocated by the aura of great destruction, let alone Su Qing, who was facing this pressure directly. Thousands of meters high in the sky. The wind was like a dragon, the momentum was like an abyss, and the terrifying power permeated every corner. Many peak myth realm old ancestors who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded as they looked at the figure that was no different from Su Qing, who had ascended to the sky. Many myths outside Chang'an City also saw the scene. Although they were far less careful than the patriarchs in Chang'an City, as myths, they were extremely sensitive to auras, not to mention that there was suddenly an expert like Su Qing whose aura was comparable to the sky. What the hell is going on? Why are there two celestials of the Tang Empire? Countless people were dumbfounded and their minds went blank. They couldn't react for a long time. Just now, during the battle between Su Qing and Lei Xuanzi, the divine power shook the world. Even if they were dozens of miles away, they were still shocked. However, no one dreamed that when Lei Xuanzi finally gained the upper hand and used all kinds of means, and finally even used the thunder blade in his hand to receive the real ninth heaven divine thunder to defeat and suppress Su Qin, there was actually a second Su Qin running out. Could it be that the one who has been fighting with Lei Xuanzi is just the primordial spirit avatar of the Tanghua Tian? The patriarch of witchcraft seemed to have thought of something, his face changed slightly and his voice trembled. The so-called primordial spirit avatar was because the primordial spirit of an earth immortal expert had been nourished by the sea of vitality. When it was strong to a certain extent, it could be divided into a part and form the primordial spirit avatar. However, ordinary earth immortals were not willing to divide into a primordial spirit avatar. First, it was because dividing a part of the primordial spirit would have a certain impact on the earth immortal. If there were not enough elixirs to replenish the primordial spirit, even the earth immortal would be weak for a while. Second, the strength of the primordial spirit avatar was very different from that of the earth immortal. Moreover, the strength of the primordial spirit avatar was permanently fixed and could not be improved with the earth immortal. It was not worth it at all. Primordial spirit avatar? The hearts of the other pinnacle myth realm grand ancestors were filled with shock. All of them had earth immortals in their respective sections. The only sect that did not have an earth immortal was the Xianxia, but they had also learned about the means of an earth immortal through other means. Therefore, when these patriarchs learned that Su Qin, who had been fighting with Lei Xuanzi until now, was only a primordial spirit avatar, one could imagine the shock in their hearts. Just how little did he think of Lei Xuanzi that he would only send out a primordial spirit avatar to deal with Lei Xuanzi. Moreover, he was able to fight to the death with a land immortal like Lei Xuanzi with just a primordial spirit avatar. Although he was at a disadvantage, he forced Lei Xuanzi to use all his means. In the end, he even summoned the true Nine Heavens divine thunder at all costs. Even his primordial spirit avatar possessed such heaven-defying strength. Then, just how terrifying was Su Qin's original body? Tanghua Tian people. Patriarch Raytheon's expression was ugly and extremely solemn. Originally, when Lei Xuanzi had the upper hand in the battle with Su Qin, he was extremely happy. Once Tanghua Tian people were defeated, Raytheon would once again rule the land of the Great Battle and monopolize most of the opportunities in the land of the Great Battle. But now? The one who had been fighting with Lei Xuanzi was only a primordial spirit avatar of Tanghua Tian. As for Tanghua Tian's original body, he was too lazy to make a move. If Lei Xuanzi had not summoned the Nine Heavens divine thunder at the end, Patriarch Raytheon even thought that Tanghua Tian's original body would not have shown up at all. This was no longer contempt. It was a complete and utter humiliation. No wonder I felt that Tanghua Tian's aura was not right this time. It's just a primordial spirit avatar. A thoughtful expression appeared on the face of a high-sex patriarch. Although the black-robed Su Qin's appearance and aura were exactly the same as Su Qin's, he lacked the oppressive feeling of looking down on all living beings. At that time, he even wondered if he had sensed wrongly. Now, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Although the primordial spirit avatar was also Su Qin, in terms of strength, how could it compare to the real body? Two-third brothers. In front of Taiji Palace, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun blinked and looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The methods of a heavenly being are truly unpredictable. The old man Feiyu looked up at the sky and marveled in his heart. He remembered that when he first met Su Qin had only just destroyed the Wanjian school. Although the old man Feiyu did not witness the process of Su Qin destroying the Wanjian school, he was very sure that Su Qin was not an earth immortal. This could be seen from the appearance of the fire elemental origin and the fact that Su Qin had killed a few high-sex primordial spirit realm patriarchs. If Su Qin had already become an earth immortal at that time, he could have crushed the few primordial spirit realm patriarchs into dust with a single thought. Why would he need to attack? In other words, in less than 10 years, not only had Su Qin surpassed the earth immortal realm, but he had also reached the depths of the earth immortal realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pester Lei Xuanzi for so long with an avatar. Compared to the others' shock and disbelief, Lei Xuanzi, on the other hand, was completely silent. Although he did not seem to show any emotions, his right hand that was holding the thunder blade could not help but tremble. It was clear that he was not as calm as he appeared. "This is your primordial spirit avatar?" Lei Xuanzi's gaze kept wandering between the two Suqins. Although Lei Xuanzi asked this, he had already confirmed most of it in his heart. The two Suqins had the same face and aura. Apart from the primordial spirit avatar, how could there be any other possibility? Sort of. Suqin glanced at Lei Xuanzi. To be precise, the black-robed Suqin did not belong to the primordial spirit avatar of an earth immortal in the traditional sense. The so-called primordial spirit avatar could only be possessed by an earth immortal. However, Suqin's avatar had already been created through the demonic will separation parasitism technique when he was in the myth realm. Moreover, compared to other primordial spirit avatars, Suqin's avatar had relied on the divine ability of flesh and blood rebirth. It had a physical body of the same origin, and its strength could still grow. It was unknown how much stronger it was than the primordial spirit avatar. However, Suqin was too lazy to explain this. At this moment, Suqin was immersed in the surge of strength. After nearly a year of closed-door training, he had finally stepped into the earth immortal realm. At this moment, Suqin's primordial spirit was drawing on the primordial qi in the depths of the void. He only felt that he could mobilize endless power with just a thought. It should be known that the primordial qi that Suqin had merged with was not on the surface, but in the depths, and it was close to the bottom of the primordial qi. With the primordial qi at such a depth, the improvement brought about by merging with the primordial qi was simply incredible. No wonder earth immortals are so powerful. Suqin's heart stirred. The myth realm could grasp the power of heaven and earth, and the peak myth realm could even condense a miniature domain. However, compared with the primordial qi in the depths of the void, it was not on the same level at all. It was like the difference between the inner strength of the 9th grade martial arts and the true essence of the myth realm. This did not mean that the power of heaven and earth was inferior to the primordial qi, but the power of heaven and earth mastered by the myth realm martial artists was inferior to the primordial qi. The world was too vast. Even if earth immortals roamed the universe, it was difficult to reach the end of the world. The power of heaven and earth mastered by the myth realm martial artists was only a small part of the whole world. How could it be compared with the primordial qi in the depths of the void? That's right. And you? Suqin turned his gaze and looked at Lei Xuanzi again. Although the one who fought with Lei Xuanzi just now was only Suqin's incarnation, since Lei Xuanzi dared to come to his door, then he should be prepared to die. Thinking of this, Suqin looked up at the dark clouds. Just now, Lei Xuanzi used the thunder blade as a guide and forcibly summoned the 9th heaven divine thunder. At this moment, although the 9th heaven divine thunder had not fallen, as time passed, the pressure accumulated was getting heavier and heavier, as if there really was a thunder dragon in the depths of the dark clouds. I don't like cloudy days. Suqin's eyes were calm as he softly spat out 2 words. Call the wind. In an instant, black wind gathered above the 9th heaven and condensed into a black dragon. The next moment, the black dragon roared and blew away the dark clouds that were constantly gathering. The call the wind technique was a supernatural power that could grow with Suqin's strength. At this moment, Suqin was already an earth immortal, and with the help of the power in the depths of the primordial qi, his strength surpassed that of ordinary earth immortals. As a result, Suqin's call the wind technique was much more powerful than before. Under the roar of the black dragon, even the 9th heaven divine thunder that symbolized the power of heaven and earth collapsed rapidly. This? Lei Xuanzi's expression was uncertain. Using the power of the thunder blade to summon the 9th heaven divine thunder was already Lei Xuanzi's most powerful move besides his last desperate move. But now, Lei Xuanzi watched the 9th heaven divine thunder that had just condensed collapse under Suqin's words. Run. When Suqin's original body first appeared, Lei Xuanzi still had some hope that Suqin's original body might not be that strong. But now, as the 9th heaven divine thunder was blown away, Lei Xuanzi only had one thought in his mind. And that was to run. Even if they were all earth immortals, there were differences in strength. For example, perfected Lord Donghai stood at the peak of the earth immortal realm during the last Vitality Tide era. And the power that Suqin had just displayed was obviously stronger than ordinary earth immortals, at least stronger than Lei Xuanzi who had just entered the earth immortal realm. With such a difference in strength, if Lei Xuanzi continued to stay, not only would he be humiliating himself, but his life would also be in danger. therefore. Lei Xuanzi turned around and fled without hesitation. Boom! Lei Xuanzi's figure retreated rapidly, and the space seemed to shrink under Lei Xuanzi's feet. The distance of hundreds of thousands of meters was crossed in an instant. Lei Xuanzi ran away? An Earth Immortal can actually run? Everyone who saw this scene felt as if they were dreaming. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, an Earth Immortal was an absolute powerhouse who could dominate a region. As for the current Vitality Tide era, it was even rarer for one to appear in 1,000 years. Which Earth Immortal was not invincible in the world? But now, everyone actually saw an Earth Immortal who looked down on the world running away? It's not that Lei Xuanzi is weak, but that Tang Wutian is too strong. A high-sex old ancestor's tone was heavy as he thought about it. Was Lei Xuanzi weak? Obviously not. No matter in which era, Lei Xuanzi was not weak. But unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi met Su Qin. Su Qin's incarnation was already fighting Lei Xuanzi too. The death, let alone his original body. Run? It's too late. Seeing this, Su Qin shook his head slightly. If Lei Xuanzi turned around and ran away before he came out of seclusion, there would be no problem at all. After all, although Su Qin's incarnation was powerful, it was difficult for it to keep an Earth Immortal behind. But now, Su Qin had already come out of seclusion, so how could he let Lei Xuanzi escape under his nose? The next moment, Su Qin raised his right hand and slowly pressed down on Lei Xuanzi from afar. Rumble. A palm that covered the sky condensed and covered an unknown distance. It directly enveloped Lei Xuanzi, who was running away quickly. No. Lei Xuanzi's eyes widened as he blocked the thunder blade in front of him. In an instant, the thunder blade trembled as a terrifying power passed through the weapon forged by a supreme expert and blasted onto Lei Xuanzi's body. Lei Xuanzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Even with the thunder blade blocking most of the power, Su Qin's palm still injured Lei Xuanzi quite badly. P.S. Also, don't be anxious. There should be 3 chapters today. There are still 2 more begging for monthly votes. Lei Xuanzi was very strong. Whether it was his body or his Dharma power, he had completely stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal. Even his realm of mastery was omnipresent. Even a half-step Earth Immortal would find it difficult to move an inch if he fell into it. Unless he immediately abandoned his body and escaped with his primordial spirit, he would only become a fish on the chopping board. As for the thunder blade in Lei Xuanzi's hand, it was personally made by a supreme expert with divine thunder from the 9th heaven. Even when facing other Earth Immortals, Lei Xuanzi could gain a great advantage with this thunder blade. Unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi met Su Qin, who had condensed the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin. The Golden Crow divine body was formed by Su Qin's great sun picture, transforming his body with a trace of the origin of the 3-legged Golden Crow, the most powerful divine beast of the fire element. With the help of the Golden Crow divine body, even if Su Qin was only a level 9 martial artist, he was comparable to an Earth Immortal, not to mention that Su Qin had completely stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal. When he stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal, his primordial spirit merged with the Sea of Vitality and guided the power of the Sea of Vitality to nourish his body, making Su Qin's body soar again. This was also the reason why Su Qin could injure Lei Xuanzi with just one palm. Su Qin's palm was not only the power of an Earth Immortal, but also the power of the Golden Crow divine body. With the combination of the two, how could it be as simple as just doubling? This is impossible. How can your body be so strong? Although Lei Xuanzi was vomiting blood, his injuries quickly stabilized. This was the Dharma body of an Earth Immortal. It was full of qi and blood. Any injury, as long as it did not damage the origin, could be quickly healed. Of course, even 10 Dharma bodies were far inferior to Su Qin's flesh regeneration divine ability. For example, Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade almost cut Su Qin's incarnation into 2. If it were other Earth Immortals, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. How could they recover so quickly? Tang Wutian, why don't we stop? I, Raytheon, swear that I will never step into the border of the Empire of Tang in my life. Lei Xuanzi was indeed a land immortal that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Seeing that it was hard for him to escape unscathed, he immediately prepared to admit defeat. And Lei Xuanzi had to pay a huge price every time he used it. And he was not sure if he could defeat Su in the end. Lei Xuanzi. He was not sure if Lei Xuanzi would. Therefore, Lei Xuanzi did not hesitate to lower his stance. For Lei Xuanzi, he had just entered the Earth Immortal realm and still had 500 to 600 years of lifespan left. When Su Qin heard this, a trace of ridicule flashed across his face. Lei Xuanzi took the initiative to attack. Did he ever think about stopping the Empire of Tang? If it weren't for Su Qin's incarnation blocking Lei Xuanzi and stalling for time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Qin's place of seclusion was in the majestic hall under Chang'an City. It was protected by the million-spirit Buddha lamp and the Wutu flag. Even if Lei Xuanzi was an Earth Immortal, he might not be able to find him in a short time. But what about the others? If he couldn't find Su Qin, Lei Xuanzi would definitely vent his anger on others. By then, the family Su and the Emperor of Tang would probably die. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Su Qin never thought of stopping with Lei Xuanzi. No need. You'd better die. Su Qin stretched out his right hand again. A vast sea of vitality appeared like an ancient sacred mountain and pressed down on Lei Xuanzi. Pfft. Lei Xuanzi raised his thunder blade again, trying to block Su Qin's palm. The terrifying power still penetrated through. Compared to the previous palm, Su Qin's palm was obviously much more powerful. He was still holding back. Lei Xuanzi's face was full of despair. Pfft. Lei Xuanzi spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom. Before Lei Xuanzi could recover, another palm came down, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Many of the great sect's ancestors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. The Earth Immortal in their eyes was like a stone in front of Su Qin. He was sent flying everywhere. It's about time. Su Qin sent out dozens of palms, and the power of each palm kept increasing. After 20 palms, the burst of power was earth-shattering. Fortunately, Lei Xuanzi was an Earth Immortal with a powerful Dharma body. Coupled with the fact that he had a phenomenal success realm to protect himself, as well as various other trump cards, he barely survived. Otherwise, even a mountain range would have turned into dust under Su Qin's dozens of palms. It's time to end this. Su Qin glanced at Lei Xuanzi. At this moment, Lei Xuanzi was extremely miserable. His clothes had long been tattered under the terrifying power. His face was ashen, without a trace of blood. Even his body had begun to crack. Obviously, even after blocking Su Qin's dozens of palms, Lei Xuanzi was still seriously injured. In fact, it was already beyond Su Qin's expectations that Lei Xuanzi could hold on for so long. The power of each of Su Qin's palms was the power of an Earth Immortal and the power of the Golden Crow divine body. It was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Lei Xuanzi could still survive under such a powerful attack. This was enough to make Su Qin think highly of him. Go to hell. Su Qin sent out his final palm. Vaguely, the void within 100 miles began to condense. Lei Xuanzi's phenomenal success realm was directly suppressed. Even the thunder blade in Lei Xuanzi's hand let out a cry. No. Even the forbidden area of the Thunder Valley can't kill me. How can you, the Tang Wutian, kill me? A faint purple thunderbolt appeared between Lei Xuanzi's eyebrows. A terrifying aura instantly erupted and broke free from Su Qin's control. Thunder Prison Blade. Lei Xuanzi held the thunder blade again. Accompanied by the terrifying power of thunder, he fiercely slashed at Su Qin. This slash burned Lei Xuanzi's vitality and primordial spirit. Even the ninth heaven divine thunder in the thunder blade was burning. An aura that surpassed the limits of the world and was about to shatter the void appeared. Thunder Prison Blade was the half-killing move that Lei Xuanzi finally comprehended after being in the Thunder Valley for 300 years. According to Lei Xuanzi's guess, this killing move should be one of the inheritances left behind by the supreme expert in the Thunder Valley. However, no matter how hard Lei Xuanzi tried to comprehend it, he could only comprehend half of it. Moreover, once this killing move was used, everything about Lei Xuanzi began to burn, including his vitality and primordial spirit. This was also Lei Xuanzi's last desperate killing move. Unless it was a last resort or a life-and-death situation, Lei Xuanzi was unwilling to use this killing move. After all, vitality symbolized Shuyuan. Once it was burned, it could never come back. With this slash, Lei Xuanzi lost at least 100 years of Shouyuan. Such a price could no longer be described as heartache. Rumble. The world instantly darkened. A blade light that seemed to split hundreds of millions of thunderbolts appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It directly slashed Su Qin's last palm. It's too terrifying. Is this the power of an earth immortal? Many ancestors who were watching the battle only felt their scalps explode. Even if the blade light was not aimed at them, everyone still felt that their bodies were being cut open and their primordial spirits were slowly collapsing. Just looking at it from afar made them feel this way. What about Su Qin, who was facing this move directly? Can the Tang Tian block it? Countless people thought quickly in their hearts. Although Su Qin's strength had completely suppressed Lei Xuanzi, at this moment, Lei Xuanzi's slash had obviously undergone some qualitative change. It was definitely a trump card. Could Su Qin block it? Interesting. Is this a killing move left behind by a supreme expert? When Su Qin saw the blade light that cut everything apart, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Other martial artists might only think that this move was powerful, but with Su Qin's eyesight, how could he not see the aura that surpassed the limits of the world and was about to shatter the void when this blade was slashed out? Of course, the appearance of this aura was not because this blade light could cut through the void. It was just an aura, and it was still far from truly shattering the void. However, the existence of this aura meant that this killing move was related to a supreme expert or even left behind by a supreme expert. What a pity. It's only half a move. If you can slash out a complete move, there's hope that you can hurt me. But half a move. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The grand sun in the depths of his eyes suddenly began to burn rapidly, and finally spread to the entire eye socket. From afar, the flames in Su Qin's eyes burned fiercely, as if the god of fire had descended to the mortal world, controlling all flames and burning everything. Grand Sun Golden Pupil. After this Grand Sun picture was completed, Su Qin had mastered a divine ability related to the three-legged golden crow. At this moment, it finally bloomed in the world. Buzz. It was as if there were two more suns under the sky. The terrifying flames directly turned into two fire pillars, sweeping out from Su Qin's eyes. Wherever the fire pillars went, the void began to distort. The blade light that slashed towards Su Qin only lasted for a few seconds before it quickly collapsed and became fuel for the flames. This. When Lei Xuanzi saw this scene, his hands and feet turned cold. He couldn't believe it. This was a killer move that he had comprehended in the Thunder Valley. It was very likely that it was left behind by a supreme expert. Even if Lei Xuanzi had only comprehended half a move, it was still not something that ordinary Earth immortals could easily block. Lei Xuanzi didn't hesitate to use this move. It might not be able to kill Su Qin, but it would at least cause serious injuries. By then, Lei Xuanzi could easily retreat. But what was the truth? The so-called killer move was completely burned into nothingness in the flames that surged out from Su Qin's eyes. However, before Lei Xuanzi could react, the flames that spewed out from Su Qin's eyes surged and enveloped Lei Xuanzi. Then, Lei Xuanzi let out a shrill scream, and then his body began to burn into nothingness inch by inch. In the end, Lei Xuanzi's essence spirit escaped, trying to get rid of this terrifying flame. But the Great Sun Golden Eye was the innate ability of the strongest divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Even if it was far inferior to the Great Sun True Fire and the Fire Spirit Immortal Body, it was still not something that Lei Xuanzi could escape from. Under the spread of the flames, Lei Xuanzi's essence spirit was also burned into nothingness. This Earth Immortal, who was rarely seen in 1,000 years, had completely fallen under Su Qin's divine ability without even his essence spirit escaping. There was dead silence. Countless martial artists who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes were in a daze as if they had witnessed a miracle. P.S. I'm ashamed, I don't think there's a third update. It seems that I can't say how many updates I want in the future. Wake up early tomorrow morning and work hard, Namo Amaba. Outside Chang'an City, an old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes looked at Lei Xuanzi from afar as he turned into nothingness in the flames. He could not help but lower his head and recite the name of Buddha. The overseas legacy had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Land immortals were above everything. There was no one who could coexist for a lifetime, let alone die. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, land immortals were experts who ruled over a region. They lived for more than 1,000 years, and their skills were formidable. The revered one of the world is getting stronger. Beside the old monk, the sixth forefather's eyes were filled with amazement. Even though the 10,000 Buddha palace had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, had a vast foundation, and even had a Buddhist sect's finger bone suppressing it, it could only temporarily block an land immortal. As for killing one, that was impossible. Unless the 10,000 Buddha palace's Buddhist sect's almighty was resurrected, who else could kill a land immortal in this era of vitality chi? First forefather, do you think we should pay the revered one of the world a visit? Seventh forefather looked at the old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes and could not help but ask. Lei Xuanzi had returned and used his great supernatural power to fill the sea and create land on Thunder God Island. How big of a commotion was this? Naturally, the 1010 forefathers of the 10,000 Buddha palace had been alerted. The old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes was the first forefather of the 10,000 Buddha palace. Legend had it that he had once stepped into the realm of Great Arhat. He had stayed in this realm for a while before he fell due to the impact of the vitality sea. Compared to the other half-step land immortals, the first forefather of the 10,000 Buddha palace was more powerful. The other half-step land immortals had only taken half a step into this realm, but the first forefather had completely stepped into it. He was only forced to fall due to the backlash of the vitality sea. There's no need. With the revered one of the world's abilities, I'm sure he's already noticed us. If he wants to meet us, he'll summon us. It's not a good thing for us to force an audience. The old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes pondered for a while before he shook his head. His tone was filled with respect and admiration. To be able to see the revered one of the world in action, even if I fall into the cycle of reincarnation, it's worth it. The minds of the other forefathers of the great sects who were watching the battle were blank. They were speechless. Everyone stared blankly at the man whose eyes seemed to have the great sun. Lei Xuanzi had entered the earth god realm and was supposed to rule the world for 500 years. However, he had fallen here. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Who would dare to predict? Invincible. This is the real invincible in the world. One of the ancestral patriarchs of the Medicine God Valley sect said with trembling hands. He looked at Su Qin with awe, and admiration. Since the end of the previous vitality tide era, the overseas inheritance had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, the land immortals were known to be invincible. However, the invincibility of land immortals came from the suppression of their realm. For example, a land immortal could crush hundreds and thousands of pinnacle mythical creatures with a raise of his hand. However, only someone like Su Qin, who could kill an earth immortal of the same level, could be considered truly invincible in the world. The rest of the ancestral patriarchs turned pale, especially Raytheon's ancestral patriarch. Extreme fear appeared on his face. Lei Xuanzi's advancement into the earth god realm was supposed to usher in the golden age of the Thunder God sect and suppress the world. But now, Lei Xuanzi had fallen. Such a huge difference was enough to cause the Taoist heart of the Thunder God sect's patriarchs to crumble. Moreover, the ancestral patriarch of Raytheon was most afraid of how Su Qin would deal with Raytheon. One should know that Lei Xuanzi had personally attacked Chang'an City, which meant that he had completely fallen out with Su Qin. Now that Su Qin had killed Lei Xuanzi, he would probably deal with Raytheon next. After all, although the land immortals looked down on the world and didn't care about the thoughts of ants, it didn't mean that they could be bullied by others. Raytheon had attacked Su Qin 3 or 4 times. Now, he had even mobilized an earth immortal. How could Su Qin let him go so easily? The strength of the Tangwa Tian is truly awe-inspiring. An ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace said slowly. His tone seemed to be filled with inexplicable shock. As soon as he said that, the other ancestral patriarchs' hearts trembled. The word awe had always been used to describe the gods and Buddhas in myths and legends. Ordinary experts, even earth immortals, were at most powerful and terrifying. Now, the ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace used awe to describe Su Qin. One could imagine that in her heart, Su Qin had already risen to the same height as the gods and Buddhas. In an era where vitality was stagnant and all methods had withered, not only did he become an Earth Immortal, but he also killed an Earth Immortal with a raise of his hand. If such talent wasn't a god or Buddha, what was it? The Tangwa Tian. An ancestral patriarch said these 4 words in a low voice that seemed to suppress the world. Compared to the panic of the ancestral patriarch of Raytheon, the other ancestral patriarchs were much calmer. After all, Lei Xuanzi was a member of Raytheon and had nothing to do with the other major sections. Moreover, they were not the ones who ordered Lei Xuanzi to attack Chang'an City. However, even so, the ancestral patriarchs were still extremely shocked. Originally, in their hearts, the battle between Lei Xuanzi and Su Qin would at most result in both sides suffering losses. After all, in a battle between Earth Immortals, even if one side was no match for the other, the most they could do was to retreat. However, now, Lei Xuanzi had actually fallen. The Tangwa Tian had killed an Earth Immortal with his invincible talent. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Third brother has won. A smile finally appeared on Emperor Tang's face. As for Su Huiyun and the other members of the family Su, they breathed a sigh of relief and almost couldn't hold on. The battle just now was too intense. Especially when Su Qin didn't appear in person and only used his incarnation to fight against Lei Xuanzi, it was even more dangerous. In the end, Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade almost cut Su Qin in half. This simply made the family Su's hearts tighten. Third uncle is too powerful. Li Wan clenched the long sword in his hand and blinked his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. With Lord's strength, who in the world can be Lord's opponent except for the immortal sect? The old man Feiyu swallowed his saliva and felt that he had made the right decision in his life. He took the initiative to surrender on the Myriad Sword Island and revealed the secret of the immortal sect to obtain Su Qin's protection. Divine power, golden eyes of the great sun. As expected of a fire-type offensive divine power. Thousands of meters in the sky, Su Qin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he repeatedly scanned the surroundings with the power of his primordial spirit and his domain to confirm whether Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen. After all, compared to the myth realm, the life-saving ability of an Earth Immortal was much stronger. Not to mention the physical body, just the power of the primordial spirit alone was extremely difficult to kill. Even a pinnacle myth realm could possess another body and be reborn, let alone an Earth Immortal. As long as a trace of the Earth Immortal's primordial spirit escaped, he would be able to recover his strength and return in a few decades at most. This was also the reason why Earth Immortals didn't easily fall in the previous era of vitality recovery. Even a pinnacle Earth Immortal like Lord Donghai wouldn't casually attack other Earth Immortals. Otherwise, if a trace of the other party's primordial spirit escaped and hid in the dark for revenge 100 years later, wouldn't that be a headache? Of course, with Su Qin's strength, he didn't care how many times Lei Xuanzi had been reborn, but it was still a problem. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen under the divine power. Golden eyes of the great sun awakened after the picture of the great sun was completed. Su Qin had underestimated the golden eyes of the great sun. Although the golden eyes of the great sun wasn't a great divine power of the fire-type supreme divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow, it couldn't be underestimated. Lei Xuanzi had just become an Earth Immortal, and he had already been severely injured by Su Qin. How could he resist the golden eyes of the great sun? Of course, whether it was the golden eyes of the great sun or other divine powers, it all depended on Su Qin's strength. If Su Qin had the ability of an adult 3-legged golden crow, the entire world would probably be burned into nothingness under the illumination of the golden eyes of the great sun. After confirming that Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen, Su Qin continued to carefully sense his own strength. He had to admit that Lei Xuanzi's strength was indeed great. Even if he had just become an Earth Immortal, with the Thunder Blade in his hand and the Thunder Prison Blade, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the elites who had been in the Earth Immortal for many years. However, although Lei Xuanzi was strong, Su Qin was stronger. In the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared from thousands of meters high in the sky, appearing in front of the great sect patriarchs who were watching the battle. "Greetings, heavenly man." The patriarchs shuddered in fright and hurriedly bowed in respect. At this moment, Su Qin was no different from a god in the hearts of the patriarchs. How could they not bow? Heavenly man, Only the patriarchs of Raytheon had a bitter expression. When Su Qin appeared in front of them, these Raytheon patriarchs felt a terrifying aura locking onto them. Su Qin had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the terrified Raytheon patriarchs and said calmly, "Raytheon, you provoked me repeatedly. Do you know the consequences? Heavenly man, I, Raytheon, know that I've done wrong. Please forgive me, Heavenly man." One of the patriarchs of Raytheon quickly said. "There's no need." Su Qin shook his head. With a thought, his area of great accomplishment spread out. A vast sea of vitality chi vaguely appeared and crushed the patriarchs of Raytheon into pieces. "In 3 days, I'll personally visit Raytheon." Su Qin glanced at the other patriarchs. After leaving these words, he disappeared again. "In 3 days, I'll personally visit Raytheon." The patriarchs were shocked. Su Qin's words kept ringing in their ears. They felt their mouths turn dry. They dared not imagine it. With Su Qin's status as a terrestrial immortal, it was only natural that he would not visit Raytheon. According to the patriarch's speculations, Su Qin's visit to Raytheon in 3 days would be similar to how he dealt with the Wanjian school. He would completely destroy the great sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, Raytheon. "The Tangwa Tian is going to destroy everything and reshape the world," muttered one of the patriarchs. When the other patriarchs heard this, their hearts were also stirred. When Su Qin destroyed Wanjian school, it also caused a stir overseas. However, in the eyes of the patriarchs, it was barely acceptable. After all, although Wanjian school was a legacy left behind by a terrestrial immortal, it had not produced a powerhouse for a long time. Without a half-step terrestrial immortal to suppress the sect, even if Su Qin did not make a move, it might still be destroyed in a few thousand years. However, Raytheon was different. Raytheon had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Since the end of the last vitality tide, it had always stood at the peak overseas. How could such a great sect be destroyed so easily? However, when Su Qin said this, the patriarchs present felt that Raytheon was about to meet its end. To be able to destroy Raytheon, a great sect with tens of thousands of years of history, was equivalent to Su Qin overturning the situation of many great sects overseas with his own strength. If this was not reshaping the world, what was it? "After today, the Tangwa Tian will truly be invincible in the world," said one of the patriarchs with a bitter smile. When the high sect ancestors and the other legends who were watching the battle trembled at Su Qin's terrifying strength. Su Qin had returned to the palace. The Emperor of Tang, Su Yueyun, and the others immediately surrounded Su Qin. They wanted to say something but hesitated, staring at Su Qin. "If you have any questions, just ask." Su Qin smiled gently. After entering the Earth Immortal realm, his every move was in harmony with heaven and earth. Even if he did not reveal any aura, it was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. The stronger one was, the clearer it was to experience this. "Third brother, the one who appeared in front of us during this time is the..." Emperor of Tang hesitated for a while and asked cautiously. "That's one of my incarnations," Su Qin said calmly. Before becoming an Earth Immortal, Su Qin might have needed to hide the existence of his incarnations. After all, only the real Earth Immortals had incarnations. Below the Earth Immortal realm, the power of the primordial spirit was not enough, so how could they dare to split their primordial spirit? Su Qin only dared to try to split his incarnations in the myth realm because he had the demonic will split parasitism, and countless pills to replenish the primordial spirit. As for now, Su Qin had completely entered the Earth Immortal realm. There was no need to hide the existence of his incarnations because there was no need to hide it. Incarnation. The Emperor of Tang blinked. "Don't worry, the incarnation is me." "There's no difference," Su Qin explained patiently. "My lord, has the Earth Immortal Raytheon completely fallen?" Old man Feiyu asked tentatively when he saw that no one else asked. "He's completely fallen." Su Qin nodded slightly. After completely burning Lei Xuanzi into nothingness with the golden pupil of the great sun, Su Qin deliberately stayed for a while and scanned with the power of his primordial spirit and great accomplishment domain. Finally, he opened the Eye of Truth and confirmed that Lei Xuanzi's aura had completely disappeared before leaving. How could Su Qin not know about eliminating the source of trouble? Even the martial artists in the lower realm knew about this? It's good that he's fallen. Old Man Feiyu and the other legends immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At first, they were worried that Lei Xuanzi's primordial spirit would escape and seek revenge in the future. Now it seemed that Su Qin had erased their worries. Third uncle, you're really too strong. Even Grandpa Wanjian can't compare to you. Li Wan said excitedly. Grandpa 10,000 swords? Su Qin was slightly stunned. In the next moment, Su Qin slowly looked at Li Wan. To be precise, he was looking at the extremely illusory sword essence in Li Wan's body. Kenzu had comprehended the sword will from the 9,000-foot sword peaks on the 10,000 Swords Island. It was said to be one of the 10,000 Swords Taoist's legacies, and was extremely precious. When Su Qin brought Li Wan back, he had carefully examined the sword will but could not find anything. The sword will was extremely illusory, and even if it had parasitized Li Wan's body, it would only last for a few hundred years at most. After that, the sword will would completely collapse. Even so, at this very moment, when Su Qin had completely stepped into the realm of earthly immortals and looked at the sword will again, he saw something that he had never seen before. Humph. A cold look appeared on Su Qin's face as he raised his right hand and gently pressed. In an instant, the sword will in Li Wan's body was forcibly pulled out by Su Qin. The sword will was illusory and kept churning before finally turning into an illusory middle-aged man with a gaze as sharp as a sword. The 10,000 Swords Taoist? Su Qin said flatly as he stared at the illusory middle-aged man. Even if Su Qin had never met the 10,000 Swords Taoist, he was absolutely certain that even if the illusory middle-aged man he had forced out was not the 10,000 Swords Taoist, there was a great connection between him and the 10,000 Swords Taoist from over 4,000 years ago. Otherwise, who could unleash such a pure sword will aside from the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a swordsmanship land immortal from over 4,000 years ago? Master has long since fallen. I am merely a sword spirit he left behind. The illusory middle-aged man sighed softly and said truthfully. A sword spirit was a swordsmanship land immortal who split a portion of his yuan spirit and refined it according to the method of refining mystic treasures. From a certain point of view, a sword spirit was an independent life form that had nothing to do with the 10,000 Swords Taoist, although it might have inherited part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist's memories and hence become a brand new life form. A sword spirit was not human, and was more like a spiritual life form. Of course, there were many ways for a sword spirit to be born, with the most common being for a divine sword to naturally develop a spirituality after thousands of years, which would then accumulate over endless time and gradually form a spirit. However, the latter would take an exceedingly long time to condense a sword spirit, at least 10,000 years. Moreover, the aura of the illusory middle-aged man before him was of the same origin as the 10,000 Swords Taoist, which meant that he could only be refined from a portion of the 10,000 Swords Taoist's yuan spirit. Sword spirit? Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he believed most of it in his heart. The 10,000 Swords Taoist was a land immortal from over 4,000 years ago. Logically speaking, he should have died of old age, so how could he have lived until now? It would make sense if he was a sword spirit. A sword spirit was neither the 10,000 Swords Taoist nor a human, but a spiritual life form that could easily live for thousands of years. Why did the 10,000 Swords Taoist keep you? Su Qin asked flatly with a calm expression. Master wishes to pass down his legacy. The illusory middle-aged man quickly answered, being very cooperative. Even the 10,000 Swords Taoist might not be able to defeat Su Qin's ability over 4,000 years ago, let alone a mere sword spirit. Therefore, the only thing the middle-aged man could do if he wanted to live was to answer any of Su Qin's questions. Pass down his legacy? Isn't Wanjian School the 10,000 Swords Taoist's legacy? Su Qin replied noncommittally. Having destroyed Wanjian School with his own hands, he was naturally aware that the Wanjian School was a sect established by the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Wanjian School? The illusory middle-aged man shook his head. Wanjian School isn't a legacy my master left behind. It was merely a descendant who discovered my master's cave abode and learned a few of my master's moves, before shamelessly boasting that it was my master's sect. There was a hint of disdain on the middle-aged man's face at that. I see. Su Qin appeared thoughtful when he heard that. That would explain why Wanjian School was so weak. Even Kenzu, the sect's most powerful individual, had only metamorphosed into a primordial spirit. After all, even the Xianxia, which had never produced an earth immortal, had the first ancestor who was comparable to a half-step earth immortal. How could Wanjian school, a sect that inherited the legacy of an earth immortal of Sword Dao, only have one Kanzu? After all, if an earth immortal had truly left his legacy behind, he would definitely have set up many layers of reserves, even specifically selecting some Dao protectors to elevate their ability to half-step earth immortal. They would then seal themselves in slumber and only awaken when the sect was in danger. On the other hand, Wanjian school. The 10,000 Swords Daoist was an earth immortal from over 4,000 years ago. Compared to other earth immortals who had long since passed away, he was considered extremely young. How could he not be able to resist Su Qin? After all, Su Qin's primordial spirit had yet to metamorphose when he destroyed Wanjian school. If a half-step earth immortal was truly slumbering in the Wanjian school, Su Qin would have to pay a price even if he relied on his many trump cards to destroy Wanjian school. While half-step earth immortals were not as strong as true earth immortals, they still had glimpses of the essence of earth immortals, and their every move would be above ordinary pinnacle myths. Even as Su Qin conversed with the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Daoist, the crowd around them was left gaping. The information that the illusory middle-aged man spoke of was definitely a great secret of the overseas martial world. That was especially the case for the old man Feiyu. He never imagined that Wanjian school was not the sect that the 10,000 Swords Daoist had left behind, and that it had simply been taken over by someone else. No wonder the shaman king of witchcraft attacked Wanjian school 3,000 years ago, only to stop in front of the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Perhaps the shaman king had already realized that Wanjian school was not the 10,000 Swords Daoist's true sect, which was why he left in disinterest. In the blink of an eye, one thought after another flashed through the old man Feiyu's mind. So, the only reason you placed yourself in Li Wan's body is to teach her the 10,000 Swords Daoist's legacy? Su Qin looked at the illusory middle-aged man with a half-smile. Exactly. The illusory middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although Wan'er's talent is only at the body of the sword heart, her understanding of the sword is unbelievably profound, and much better than that Kanzu. That Kanzu had studied for centuries without being initiated, but Wan'er has surpassed him in just a few years. The illusory middle-aged man's voice abruptly turned fanatical at that. With Li Wan's talent, she could surpass Kanzu and ascend to the level of an earth immortal in 400 years at most if she took things step by step and received the 10,000 Swords Daoist's legacy step by step. As for whether she could reach the level of an earth immortal in the end, no one could guarantee that. Even the 10,000 Swords Daoist had only ascended to the level of an earth immortal due to luck, and there was no way to replicate it. In fact, no one could be certain that they could become an earth immortal even in the era of the revival of the tides of vitality. While innate talent and comprehension were important to reach the level of an earth immortal, luck and opportunity were equally indispensable. Is that so? Su Qin's mastery of his domain and Yuan spirit shrouded the area. After confirming that the illusory middle-aged man was not lying, he continued, one last question. Please ask, Heavenly One. The illusory middle-aged man quickly said, I would not hide anything as long as I know. Did the 10,000 Swords Daoist enter the immortal sect all those years ago? Su Qin's gaze was profound as he enunciated each word. Over the course of 10,000 years, every earth immortal who was born would wander the universe in their later years, scouring the world in search of immortal sects, vainly hoping to borrow their power to improve themselves and live another life. Naturally, the 10,000 Swords Daoist was no exception. And what Su Qin was curious about was whether the 10,000 Swords Daoist had actually entered the immortal sect all those years ago. Immortal sect? The illusory middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. P.S. The night update has been moved to the day requesting monthly votes. End of chapter 320. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.